In the tumultuous world of the ninja, dominated by bloodline limits, how can an ordinary ninja survive? He finds himself transported to the era of the Third Great Ninja War, embodying a mere underling with no notable background. In a bid for survival, he opts to join the most secure analytical team, becoming a mind-reading worker. However, he soon uncovers his extraordinary aptitude for learning and deduction. Any ninjutsu, taijutsu, or traps can be swiftly mastered and innovatively transformed under his hands. Drawing from countless combat experiences gleaned from the memories of foes, he ascends rapidly. While his comrades still rely on ninjutsu, he has already navigated numerous crises with intellect and experience. Yamashiro Aoi places great hopes in him, while Kakashi acknowledges his potential. He may progress slowly, yet he never retreats. Chapter 1. The Battlefield Analysis Team. Bang! 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 The battlefield is rife with shurikens and kunai flying chaotically. In the rear of the front lines, the members of the analytical team are engaged in urgent tasks. Captain, this is a sensing talent underling, Hayuzuki, who chose to join the analytical team after graduation, points out Doken no Jo. Yamashiro Aoi glances at him, raising an eyebrow at the evidently young ninja. Hayuzuki wears a Konoha headband. His eyes, ears, neck, and the upper part of his head are wrapped in grayish-white bandages. It seems he can observe the world without sight. His sensing talent appears promising. Is it you, Aoi-senpai? Hello, I am Hayuzuki. He straightens up, excitement evident in his voice upon receiving Aoi's gaze. There's no time for pleasantries. You will be guided by Joe. Strive to teach him the mind-reading technique as swiftly as possible. Can you manage that? Commands Yamashiro Aoi. Absolutely, Captain. Doken no Jo's eyes gleam with enthusiasm. Alas, Hayuzuki's expression falls. He had anticipated guidance from a jonin. Sensing the disappointment, he turns his focus toward Doku no Jo, the notorious instructor of the analytical team, who is still relatively young. One wonders when Kishimoto devised this character. Hayuzuki had not anticipated that his nights spent binge-watching anime and reading Naruto fanfiction would lead him to this moment. Crossing over to the era of the Third War and graduating in the 5th grade, terrified of death, he quickly identifies the best place to remain inconspicuous, the path of the original Hayuzuki. As members of the analytical team, their singular task is to extract information from the minds of enemies and meticulously relay it to their superiors. In times of peace, they would be akin to the two great gates of Konoha, moving wherever needed. Accompanying Doku no Jo to the camp's periphery, the battlefield is inherently devoid of favorable conditions. Here, this is the specific method for training in the mind-reading technique. Given your sensing talent, it should not be difficult. Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire after I complete my task. Doken no Jo tosses him a scroll before departing. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Hayuzuki realizes that his classmates, including Might Guy and Ebisu, must immediately engage in battle. His logistical role naturally lacks the resources to guide others. Upon unfurling the scroll, he removes the bandages from his face, revealing his eyes. He had presumed the mind-reading technique's implementation would be straightforward. How mistaken he was. The scroll was densely packed with extensive details. Yet, as he delves deeper into the text, it becomes clear that, in addition to the method of execution, it elaborates on how to maximize information retrieval once inside another's thoughts, and how to prevent one's own mind from intrusion post-extraction. Indeed, this technique resembles a discipline, with its execution merely a minor aspect. Provided one possesses sensing talent and decent mental energy, the application becomes quite simple. As he peruses the scroll, the text seems to animate, making comprehension remarkably effortless. Once he finishes reading, he swiftly performs the hand seals. The mind-reading technique is executed with surprising ease. Scanning the camp, he discovers nothing that he can use for mind reading, so he resorts to practicing ninjutsu. To avoid enemy ambushes, the analytical team must train discreetly, eschewing any loud ninjutsu. Instead, he chooses to hone his sensing abilities. After all, a sensing ninja is far rarer than one wielding wind-style chakra. Rewrapping his eyes with bandages, he perceives his surroundings transforming into lines. This explains why he has kept his eyes covered. His ability remains unaffected. Performing the tiger seal, he refines his chakra. Suddenly, his perception shifts. Within a kilometer radius, he detects the faint chakra signatures of distant frogs, birds, and other ninjas in his mind. Although lacking the Byakugan's direct insight, his talent ranks among the elite of the commoners. No wonder sensing ninjas are so rare. He also experiments with various ninjutsu, such as the transformation technique and shadow clone technique. He soon realizes that his abilities seem to have enhanced since his arrival. Regardless of the knowledge, he finds that he assimilates concepts effortlessly, often innovating upon them. For instance, the transformation technique, which previously required him to mimic objects he had observed for long periods, now allows him to transform into nearby animals with just a glance. The shadow clone technique, which once took him a full second to execute, now only requires a fraction of that time. This difference is substantial in combat. What are you doing? Were you not instructed to learn the mind-reading technique? Doka no Jo appears as Hayuzuki practices chakra tree climbing. Seeing Hayuzuki diverging from his directives, a hint of irritation surfaces within him. In wartime, disobedient ninjas are likely to meet dire fates. I've learned it, but I lack a test subject, Hayuzuki replies as he lands before Doka no Jo. Taken aback, Doka no Jo's expression reflects skepticism. According to the records, while Hayuzuki possesses strong sensing talent in ninjutsu and theoretical subjects, he was merely above average in Ninja Academy. Follow me. Given Hayuzuki's assertion, Doka no Jo refrains from questioning further, especially since Hayuzuki's face is obscured by bandages, obscuring any thoughts he might harbor. Curiosity piqued, Hayuzuki trails behind. Soon, they arrive at an underground chamber, but a series of tightly shut doors line the corridor, and Doka no Jo leads him to one of the rooms. The ninja inside has already had their thoughts read. Their mind is now in disarray. Give it a try, but remember, do not overextend yourself, Doka no Jo advises as Hayuzuki steps through the door. The room is dimly lit, illuminated only by a flickering candle. A dazed Sunin ninja sits within. Indeed, it seems that forcibly reading thoughts comes with side effects. Doka no Jo remains at his side, vigilant against any reckless actions from Hayuzuki. Hayuzuki adeptly performs the hand seals and places his hands above the ninja's temples. It appears he has truly grasped it. Doka no Jo observes, recognizing Hayuzuki's sincerity. He himself had taken 3 days to master this technique. Moreover, Hayuzuki intuitively identifies the most accessible nerve points for external access, expediting the process of thought extraction. As Hayuzuki's consciousness penetrates the ninja's mind, he instantly feels as though he is traversing a time tunnel, memories flashing before him, from childhood and school to being dispatched on missions as a mere underling. His experiences are indeed rich, having survived half a year on the battlefield of the Third War before being captured by Leaf ninjas. Yet, the memories are largely fragmented and discontinuous, likely a consequence of prior mental readings. However, Feiju Qingtian absorbed a wealth of experience, combat experience, reconnaissance experience, and more that he was astonished, as if the collective wisdom of his adversaries could enable him to draw parallels and insights. It appears that my combat experience in the analysis class will soon rival that of my peers. Chapter 2 Combat. Feiju Qingtian's talent took Jiu Lu Jiong by surprise, prompting the realization of his considerable aptitude. The following day, he was assigned a mind-reading mission. Through this endeavor, he gained a profound understanding of the harsh realities of war. At that moment, the Third Great Ninja War raged on, commanded by Orochimaru, with elite Jonin leading the charge against the assaults from other nations. Regrettably, only Orochimaru was present. Jiraiya and Tsunade were absent from the battlefield, and White Fan had taken his own life years prior. It was indeed one of the weakest periods for Konohagakure. Meanwhile, Namake's Minato was beginning to shine, earning the title of the Yellow Flash on the battlefield. From the memories he accessed, it was evident that the outside world, as depicted in the original narrative, trembled at his name. Encountering ninjas often led them to abandon their missions and flee. War is terrifying. Perhaps I should content myself as a humble worker in the analysis class, he mused. Wandering through various memories solidified Feiju Qingtian's resolve. Saving the world was a task best left to the protagonists of each era as time passed. His mind-reading technique grew increasingly refined with the expanding number of memories he accessed. His proficiency astonished his captain, Jiu Lu Jiong. During his leisure hours, he practiced physical techniques, shuriken throwing, and kunai usage with his comrades. After all, these are the most practical skills for a genin on the battlefield. He also became acquainted with another teammate, Seiji Min, a fellow newcomer. Sigh, I detest war, Seiji Min remarked. So do I, Feiju Qingtian replied. But as a ninja of Konohagakure, I must strive for the village. On this day, their task was light. They were assigned to patrol the vicinity of the encampment. Working in pairs, they coordinated their efforts, primarily to hone the skills of these genin, as the analysis class's base was under the protection of the Umbu. He made it a point to express the will of fire in front of his colleagues, a principle that had always proven effective. Swish, swish. The two patrolled the shadowy underbrush, occasionally scanning their surroundings. They employed sensory ninjutsu to probe for potential enemies. This had become a routine aspect of their daily lives. Feiju Qingtian, ever the diligent learner, seized opportunities to study during their patrols. Having absorbed an abundance of memories, he found himself grasping various unique techniques, shuriken styles, and kunai applications from other ninja villages, which greatly enriched his knowledge. Though he primarily focused on reconnaissance techniques, code deciphering, and tracking, it was a revelation to him that theoretical knowledge often proved more reliable than ninjutsu on the battlefield, particularly for someone like him who lacked a bloodline limit. Wait, there's something amiss. Suddenly, Feiju Qingtian halted, activating his sensory ninjutsu. A chakra response within a 2-kilometer radius materialized in his mind. 1 kilometer to the east, a small contingent has suddenly appeared. Judging by the chakra signatures, it appears to be an elite unit. Within his sensory field, a dozen individuals intruded upon their perimeter. The weakest chakra signature was comparable to that of their captain, Jiu. Let's report this to the captain. While puzzled as to why the Umbu had not detected the intrusion, they knew it was their duty to inform their superiors. Seiji Min confirmed Feiju Qingtian's observations with his own sensory ninjutsu, and together they hastened to the analysis class's encampment. Report, we have a situation, they announced upon locating Jiu. The captain, recognizing the gravity of the matter, promptly escalated the report to their superior, Yamashiro Kaichi. Within moments, Yamashiro Kaichi led 4 squads to the scene. Well done, follow me. Feiju Qingtian's mind raced. Did this mean their analysis class would engage in battle? Indeed, they were to fight, albeit to prevent the enemy from escaping. The main force, led by Yamashiro Kaichi, would cooperate with the patrolling Umbu to eliminate the threat, while they and Jiu would intercept from the periphery, serving as a valuable training exercise for them. Concealed in the shadows, Feiju Qingtian inquired, Seiji Min, are you nervous about your first battle? Not at all. This is a ninja's mission, Seiji Min replied. This left Feiju Qingtian momentarily speechless. In truth, he felt no anxiety. The multitude of battles he had encountered through the intelligence he had assimilated had rendered him accustomed to such circumstances. He then retrieved wires, explosive tags, and other ninja tools, setting traps in areas deemed most likely to be utilized based on the enemy's memories. Impressive. I didn't expect you to excel in trap making, Jiu praised, having experienced years of combat as a chunin and recognizing the skill in Feiju Qingtian's traps. The compliment elicited a smile from Feiju Qingtian, who felt his intellect in the ninja world was akin to that of Urahara Kisuke or Ishida Uryu in the realm of the Soul Society. Albeit not inclined towards scientific pursuits, clang. In the distance, fierce combat erupted. Through Feiju Qingtian's senses, he perceived the chaotic clash of differing chakra signatures, accompanied by the sounds of explosive tags detonating. Knowing from the original narrative that Yamashiro Kaichi survived, he felt assured of their impending victory. Moments later, several enemies scattered, fleeing from all directions, one heading straight towards them. Here they come. The 3 reacted in unison, setting an ambush along the escape route as taught in the Ninja Academy. Feiju Qingtian produced several shuriken, signaling his teammates before launching them from various angles. The approaching enemy was a ninja from a Wagakure, identified as a chunin, indicating considerable combat experience. Consequently, he opted to employ his projectiles from different trajectories to gauge his opponent's capabilities. Sure enough, the adversary exhibited a wealth of combat experience, dodging 2 shuriken with a sidestep and deflecting another with a kunai. His vigilance remained unwavering. Suddenly, a massive log plummeted from above. The enemy formed hand seals, summoning rocks to envelop his arm, delivering a powerful punch that sent the log flying. More shuriken followed, this time in a coordinated effort from Seiji Min and Jiu, complemented by Feiju Qingtian's wire traps rapidly encircling him. The enemy's expression darkened. Then, without warning, he vanished from their sight. Is it the Earth Release technique? Earth Dragon hidden? Feiju Qingtian quickly deduced the enemy's ninjutsu, but he thought, let us see how effective your technique truly is. Suddenly recalling a jutsu he had practiced only a few times to counter various foes, he was surprised to find an opportunity to utilize it so soon. Rapidly forming hand seals, he declared, Earth Release, Steel-style ground. As a special sensory ninja, such a level of earth concealment could not evade his awareness. He struck the ground above the enemy's hidden location, and visibly, the soil beneath transformed into rock. This C-rank jutsu, though not frequently employed, was precisely suited to counter Earth Release stealth techniques. Boom! The enemy recognized the peril too late. Feiju Qingtian evaded his original position, witnessing a bloodied figure, contorted and struggling to escape. However, as he attempted another attack, the enemy collapsed. Swish! Jiu Lujiong plunged a kunai into the enemy's heart to prevent feigned death before turning to Feiju Qingtian. Remarkable handling. Chapter 3. Relocation of Positions Dragonfly. This time the higher-ups have deemed it an A-rank mission. You are truly my lucky star. Deleju laughed heartily at Feiju Dragonfly. Upon hearing this, Feiju Dragonfly also appeared quite pleased. In the midst of war, the recorded missions can be exchanged for silver or ninja resources such as ninjutsu once the conflict concludes. An A-rank mission, under normal circumstances, begins at no less than 1,000,000 Ryo. One could purchase 100 or so explosive tags with that. However, it is imperative that the war ends first. All resources must be prioritized for battle. Moreover, discovering the enemy constitutes one task, while extracting memories serves as another, which earned Feiju Dragonfly a B rank as well. According to the memories retrieved, this squad has been dispatched by Iwagakure as an assassination unit, targeting the logistical support of Konoha. Intelligence teams, corpse retrieval units, interrogation squads, analytical divisions, and medical teams are all part of the logistics, and thus their targets. Fortunately, they discovered the plot early. Had they delayed further, engaging in an unprepared battle could have resulted in significant losses. Oh, Captain, is there anything else? Feiju Dragonfly inquired. Haha, indeed there is. Deleju chuckled before adopting a serious demeanor. Based on the intelligence gathered from the enemy's memories, we cannot ascertain whether they have relayed information regarding our analytical unit's location back to their headquarters. Thus, we must relocate. Upon hearing this, Feiju Dragonfly also straightened up. Understood. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart this evening. After issuing his commands, Deleju hurried to the next location, presumably to inform others. With a tinge of concern, Feiju Dragonfly first employed sensory ninjutsu to scan the area, ensuring that there were no enemies within a kilometer before feeling secure enough to release his seal. He was determined to remain within the analytical unit, contributing to Konoha, and would not allow the enemy to discover their position. That night, shadows flitted through the forest beneath the veil of night. The concealed presence of the ninjas went unnoticed even by passing birds, who remained oblivious while tending to their young. Feiju Dragonfly was among them. One of the fundamental yet vital qualities of a ninja is stealth. While he felt little while watching anime, the reality of its necessity struck him when it was put into practice. Indeed, being a ninja is a profession of assassination. Hashirama and Madara were merely two warriors bearing the title of ninja. The actions of the analytical unit, supplemented by the protective Umbu ninjas, illustrated that everyone possessed commendable stealth techniques, moving with barely a whisper. Even his fellow genin, Seiji, performed admirably. In that moment, he wondered how Naruto managed to graduate. Was it truly due to his shadow clone technique? Perhaps it was political necessity that propelled him through. For one would not attain the rank of genin merely through a simple technique like shadow clone. Frankly speaking, even he, facing Naruto's shadow clones, had ways to subdue him, bolstered by his confidence stemming from possessing intelligence. Given the nature of shadow clones, when a clone dissipates, the experiences are relayed back to the original. This trait offers a straightforward solution. For instance, he could reverse the application of his mind-reading jutsu, transmitting his own agonizing thoughts to the shadow clone, ensuring that even if the clone perished, the pain would endure. The agony of the mind-reading technique. In the quest for survival throughout the war, he devised various methods to enhance his strength. Lacking bloodline limits and possessing chakra only at the level of a typical genin, he sought to maximize his prowess. Beyond utilizing diverse elemental transformations, he developed his own combat style based on his strengths. His advantages lay in perception and mental acuity. Hence he focused his training in these areas. The pain of the mind-reading technique involves gathering the myriad sufferings of ninjas and sealing them in his mind through ninjutsu. Ultimately, through jinjutsu, he transmits the information of this suffering into the enemy's psyche, waiting for an opportune moment to strike with a kunai to the heart. This comprises a fusion of pain, physical, mental, the loss of family, the death of friends, the agony of interrogation, and the murder of loved ones. Feiju Dragonfly understood that even a formidable ninja could not maintain such control for long. However, combat for ninjas is inherently mobile, and a fleeting moment suffices. Indeed, his advantage is his mental prowess as a sensory ninja, and thus he envisioned a path of strengthening himself through jinjutsu. In anime, the pinnacle of jinjutsu is the Sharingan, a feat achievable solely by its bearers. Others, like Tsukuyami and her father, fall short in comparison. While he felt that other ninjas lacked intriguing jinjutsu, he was confident in his talent and believed he could contend with Uchiha Itachi. At the very least, he could attain the status of a jounin, or alternatively, allow the Child of Destiny to handle the enemies. Swoosh. They arrived. Everyone set up camp swiftly. The Umbu guards, skilled in sensory ninjutsu, patrolled the vicinity, ensuring that no intelligence reached the enemy. Yes. Whoosh. With the order from the analytical unit leader, Yamashiro Kaichi, everyone acted in an organized manner. Feiju Dragonfly, as a sensory ninja, was assigned to a team of Umbu to conduct patrols. Days passed since their relocation, and the analytical unit returned to its routine. Feiju Dragonfly diligently reported for duty every day, practicing ninjutsu, physical techniques, and developing his understanding of jinjutsu during his free time. Much of his learning occurred through the mind-reading process, which he subsequently synthesized into a unique training regimen. This was also a part of the analytical unit's responsibilities. If they could extract enemy ninjutsu that Konoha lacked or optimize techniques such as simplified hand seals, they could report back to Konoha for rewards. His chakra was progressing rapidly. Initially, he could only release 3 fingers worth of chakra before exhausting himself, but now he could briefly unleash 5. Mental energy, physical energy. A month elapsed, and Feiju Dragonfly experienced rapid growth. It is no wonder this was a time of war, as the accumulation of mental energy surpassed anything from Naruto's era. His chakra was abundant, enabling him to sustain prolonged battles without issue. Over this month, through accessing various enemies' memories, he also acquired a general understanding of the camp's locations along the borders of the Land of Fire, close to the front lines. It was no surprise that the need for memory extraction arose daily. This realization instilled a sense of dread in Feiju Dragonfly, fearing the enemy might emerge unexpectedly. Thus, he maintained his sensory ninjutsu at regular intervals. It was important to note that at this time, Iwagakure's offensive was exceedingly fierce, simultaneously waging war against Konoha and Kumogakure. And the assaults were relentless. Even with their advanced medical techniques, bolstered by exceptional ninjas like the Yellow Flash and Orochimaru, they were beginning to show signs of fatigue during the Third Great Ninja War. This made Feiju Dragonfly anxious to implore Tsunade and Jiraiya to return swiftly, worried that deviations from the anime's plot could lead to dire consequences. Notably, within one of the enemy's memories, he caught a glimpse of a white-haired figure utilizing lightning techniques, which bore resemblance to Minato Namikaze. There was also a boy wearing goggles and a girl with a peculiar hairdo resembling Dora. Chapter 4. Chunin Hello. Here is the intelligence regarding Iwagakure. Feiju Dragonfly handed a scroll to the white-haired figure before him. Kakashi spoke little, merely taking the intelligence and departing without further ado. Such few words. Truly, he is rather aloof. It seems my brother and Rin have yet to break through his shell. Feiju Dragonfly shook his head as he observed Kakashi's retreating figure. This task of delivering intelligence was assigned to him by Yamashiro Kaichi. There was no other reason than that he had performed exceptionally well in extracting memories, so well that Yamashiro feared that further memory retrieval might lead to his own confusion. However, during wartime, aside from necessary rest, manpower could not be squandered. Thus, he was dispatched to deliver the intelligence gathered by the analytical unit to this disciple of the Yellow Flash. At this point, Kakashi had already attained the rank of Jounin. In a similar vein, he was able to execute missions independently amidst the chaos of war. The communication between the front lines and the analytical team grew increasingly frequent. It seemed that the Battle of Kamigawa was on the verge of commencing. Feiju Qingting, upon receiving intelligence, conducted an analysis that aligned with his expectations. Half a month later, news arrived from the front lines that a surprise force, led by the Yellow Flash, had successfully severed the supply lines of the rock village at Kamigawa Bridge. In an instant, the name of the Yellow Flash became even more illustrious. Simultaneously, Konoha began its counterattack, pushing the rock village troops back. Even ninjas from the analytical team, like Feiju Qingting, found themselves thrust onto the battlefield, utilizing their exceptional perception to track the enemy's movements. This was all in a bid to swiftly resolve the troubles posed by the rock village and address the threats from other ninja villages. Whoosh. Ah. Ouch. Feiju Qingting formed hand seals and unleashed a technique that twisted the faces of a nearby Chunin squad, eliciting their anguished cries. Seiji men seized the opportunity to pierce their chests with kunai. Corpses tumbled from the trees. Haha. Qingting, your genjutsu is becoming increasingly formidable, Seiji men remarked, both awed and anxious at his prowess. No time to waste. A squad is approaching from the 3 o'clock direction, Feiju Qingting stated. During wartime, idle chatter was a luxury they could not afford. Indeed. Whoosh. Although he had merely experienced a fleeting ripple of the main forces, the encounters left Feiju Qingting mentally and physically drained. These ninjas were merely remnants of the larger conflict, yet they heightened his alertness, leaving him utterly fatigued. Damn it. Why must the analytical team engage directly? I feel like a brick, moved wherever needed. Combat was but a minor interlude for Feiju Qingting. His primary role remained that of a ninja in the analytical team, the backbone of the intelligence department. Thus, actual combat was rare, only occurring during skirmishes. Feiju Qingting, truly a prodigious ninja, so young yet proficient in memory retrieval and combat skills. Dula Jiong reported to Kemizaka Hachi. Over the past 3 months, Feiju Qingting had caught their attention. Kemizaka Hachi pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. This embodies the will of the third Hokage. Where Konoha flourishes, the fire shall never extinguish. I have already submitted a request to promote Feiju Qingting to Chunin due to his exceptional performance in recent months. Indeed, Dula Jiong expressed joy for his subordinate. What? I've been promoted to Chunin? A shocking revelation reached Feiju Qingting's ears. Indeed, your performance has been commendable, and the third Hokage has granted you an exceptional promotion to Chunin. Is it truly that simple? Feiju Qingting mused. By the way, the battle with the rock village has concluded. In a few days, we shall return to the village, Dula Jiong concluded. Ah, finally returning home. Those accursed memories have been tormenting me. Feiju Qingting sighed heavily in relief. His talent was undeniable, yet the act of reading others' memories was no ordinary feat. A ninja must truly possess the ability to endure. This was far from the idyllic portrayal in anime. Every task a ninja undertook was fraught with difficulty. For the analytical team, when they accessed an enemy's mind, they needed to retrieve memories, with no respite during wartime. They were also required to assist with patrols. At this moment, he genuinely envied those who had systems that facilitated their journeys, not only possessing such systems, but also arriving in peacetime. According to his estimations, there remained approximately 6 months to a year before the war concluded. It was likely that at this moment, Minato had already fathered a child with Kushina. Uchiha Obito, too, should be gradually walking the path of a villain under Madara's tutelage. Crack. On the Yellow Earth Road, horse-drawn carriages passed by, surrounded by ninjas adorned with Konoha headbands, with patrols occasionally moving nearby. Thanks to the Yellow Flash, the troubles with the rock village were resolved so swiftly. Indeed, his team members included Kakashi, the son of White Fang, who was said to have become a jonin and developed his own unique ninjutsu. Unfortunately, it was rumored that one of his teammates had perished. Alas, such is the nature of war, casualties are inevitable. My own team has seen numerous replacements. As Feiju Qingting walked along the road with the group, he overheard many conversations among ninjas. Indeed, he has perished. Now, Kakashi must have acquired his Sharingan. How enviable, to have obtained such a bloodline trait effortlessly. Of course, he held no aspirations of implanting another's bloodline into himself. As he munched on rations, he pondered. If a Sharingan were to appear before him, what would he do? Most likely, he would surrender it, seeking to learn a few of the second Hokage's illusions in exchange. After all, if Senju Tobirama could create techniques to counter the Sharingan, how could Feiju Qingting allow himself to fall beneath others? Such bloodline limits were merely troublesome amalgamations. Knowing the general plot, it would be wiser to remain in the analytical team, biding his time while the protagonist grew stronger to handle the challenges ahead. According to the original storyline, he, alongside Seiji Men and Captain Dula Jiong, were destined to survive until the conclusion. However, the ending was not as straightforward. It appeared that the command center was struck by the ten-tailed beast bomb. Feiju Qingting immediately felt a surge of anxiety. He must strive to grow, ensuring that during the final confrontation with the Ten Tails, he would not allow its tailed beast bomb to strike the command center. Qingting, what are you thinking about? Seiji Min clapped him on the shoulder, teasingly. Please call me Feiju Qingting or simply Qingting. Refrain from calling me captain. Thank you, Feiju Qingting replied. Why? I find it quite fitting, Seiji Min inquired. Feiju Qingting felt a pang of embarrassment. Such a title reminded him of a rather cringeworthy robotic character. Ever since learning of his promotion to Chunin, Seiji Min had taken to calling him that, much to his annoyance. Stay alert while patrolling. Do not become distracted. What is there to worry about? The battle with the Rock Village has concluded. I imagine things are nearly settled on Orochimaru's end, Seiji Min remarked. Chapter 5. Sarutobi Hizashi, they're back. A voice rang out. That's my brother. He is a Chunin. My father is a Jonin. Where's he? Outside the gates of Konoha, a throng of residents gathered, eagerly watching the approaching ninja forces. Everyone gazed at the procession, hoping to catch a glimpse of their loved ones. Even if they did not see them, it was possible they had been reassigned to other units. The other members of the team greeted familiar faces among the bustling residents. Whether family or friends, after registration, they disbanded to return home, preparing for the potential resurgence of war. Captain Kamizaka Hachi addressed all the ninjas. Yes. Feiju Qingting observed everything around him and spotted a black-haired woman with a prominent belly, her face adorned with a smile. Upon seeing Kamizaka Hachi, her expression lit up with surprise. Hachi approached her cautiously, ensuring she did not stumble. Is this the wife of Hachi, the future mother of Kamizaka Ino? It seemed she was indeed carrying Kamizaka Ino. At the same time, he noticed other teammates who were also being welcomed. Just then, a handsome man in his 30s, cheerful yet missing an arm, approached Feiju Qingting. Young man, it appears you have grown quite a bit on the battlefield. Father, did you underestimate your son? I am now part of the analytical team, and I have even become a disciple of Lord Hachi. Feiju Qingting beamed with pride upon seeing him. This was his father, Feiju Dongqing, who had once been a classmate of Konoha's White Fang, until he lost an arm in battle, rendering him unable to form hand seals and forcing his retirement, which led to Feiju Qingting's existence. Why does the original character, Feiju Qingting, hold such admiration for the figure of Hai E in the mountains? This is largely due to the tales of ninjas recounted by Feiju Dongqing, who has instilled this reverence in him. Truly, he is worthy of being the son of the sage. I trust he has not faced reprimand from his superiors, Feiju Dongqing jested. His son has inherited his genes, and he feels a sense of satisfaction. How amusing. Did you think I would be like you, hospitalized after my first attempt at mind reading? I am now a Chunin. What? It seems the fine genes of the sage have indeed passed down. How vexing. Back then, I was merely a hair's breadth from Lord White Fang, and now my son must also fall short of his offspring? Thus, after registering, Feiju Qingting accompanied his father back home to a two-story residence. The architecture embodies the style of Konoha, a blend of ancient and modern, crafted entirely from wood. Upon entering, one is greeted by an array of dragonfly figurines made from various plants, creating a cozy atmosphere. After tossing his luggage into his room, Feiju Qingting finally relaxed, collapsing onto his bed and drifting into slumber. Feiju Dongqing chose not to disturb him. Only by having experienced the trials of war as a ninja can one truly appreciate the value of peace. In his own room, he skillfully crafted another dragonfly from reeds, hanging it from the eaves. At this point, the eaves were already adorned with a multitude of dragonflies, 125 to be precise. The morning has arrived. Feiju Qingting stretched luxuriously, savoring the long-awaited tranquility of sleep. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he enjoyed a lovingly prepared breakfast from his father before stepping outside. Do fish possess memories of depression? At the Konoha Training Ground number 98, a wide stream flowed nearby as Feiju Qingting demonstrated his ninjutsu on a palm-sized fish. As the technique took effect, the fish's eyes slowly revealed a hint of sorrow. However, after a brief moment, it reverted to its usual vacant stare. It appears that the mind-reading technique requires refinement. Rarely, upon returning to the village, the settled Feiju Qingting embarked on a series of ninjutsu experiments, with jinjutsu taking precedence. After developing a technique capable of inducing pain in enemies through mind-reading, he became utterly fascinated by the realm of illusions. The challenge of the mind-reading technique lies in capturing the emotional pain of living beings and the nerves that elicit physical discomfort. According to his theory, the foundational principle of the pain-inducing mind-reading technique involves the interaction between the enemy's pain receptors and brain, prompting the conscious mind to signal pain, thereby inflicting genuine harm on the body. In fact, most of his experiments were successful. Now, he aimed to develop the mind-reading technique of depression, utilizing jinjutsu to induce depressive signals in the brain, resulting in the inertia of the body's nerve cells, seeking an opening for a decisive strike. Yet clearly, as evidenced by the fish, the impact was only fleeting. There must be something he overlooked. "Hey, young man, are you practicing jinjutsu on fish?" Suddenly, a voice startled Feiju Qingting, causing his heart to race. If this were to pose a threat, he turned slowly, pulling up his forehead protector and adjusting the bandage that covered his eyes. Before him stood an elderly man with a pointed beard, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, the wrinkles on his face were fewer than during Naruto's time, yet the changes were unmistakable. "Haha, no need for formalities. Did I frighten you?" Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand with a chuckle. Feiju Qingting dared not be disrespectful, responding with a tone of disappointment. "No. It's just that as a sensory ninja of Konoha, I should have sensed your presence before you approached me. I feel I have let down the village's training." Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed heartily. "I am the Hokage. If a young child like you could detect me, then I would be the one failing my teacher's teachings. Haha. You do have a point, but that is rather alarming. Don't you know that frightening someone can be deadly?" Feiju Qingting silently lamented. "Tell me, have you encountered any difficulties with your ninjutsu? As Hokage, I can offer you some guidance," Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Hearing this, Feiju Qingting cast a glance at him, pondering whether the Hokage had nothing better to do than to scare people. However, he still replied, "Well, there are a few issues." He then explained the principles of his jinjutsu and the challenges he faced. "I see. Although my expertise in jinjutsu is lacking, I understand that humans and fish are fundamentally different. To fully develop your jinjutsu, you will need to test it on real people," Hiruzen Sarutobi advised. Feiju Qingting nodded, acknowledging that the pain-inducing mind-reading technique had also been tested on enemies to reach completion. The pain and depressive nerves do not operate within the same scope, which is why he had encountered failure. I haven't moved in ages. Allow me to be your test subject," Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked, noting Feiju Qingting's keen intellect. As he stated, since the war, he had been confined to the office, neglecting physical activity for far too long. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? After all, you are the Hokage. Feiju Qingting thought, though he felt tempted. Yet, he maintained his facade of a loyal Konoha citizen who cherishes his comrades. Haha, wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire of life persists. This is the will imparted to me by the first Hokage and my teacher, which I have steadfastly upheld, and I hope you will continue this legacy," Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a nostalgic expression. Chapter 6, Handcrafted, Sweet Flag, Ichiraku Ramen. Within training ground number 98, two figures engaged in rapid combat. The kunai clashed violently. Shuriken and kunai blocked Hiruzen Sarutobi's path. Feiju Qingting swiftly formed hand seals. Mind-reading depression. Hiruzen Sarutobi merely glanced at him, and a sense of lethargy washed over him. The thought of resisting the kunai and shuriken dissipated. At my age, what is the point of continuing to live? Perhaps it would be better to simply pass away. This thought flickered through his mind. Am I actually about to kill the third Hokage? Observing Hiruzen Sarutobi's lack of resistance, Feiju Qingting felt a wave of unease. If he truly harmed the Hokage, his own fate would be sealed. Currently, he lacked the strength to dominate the ninja world. He merely wished to navigate his days peacefully and earn a living. Bang! The kunai and shuriken struck Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shadow clone. Watching the disappearing third Hokage, Feiju Qingting sighed in relief while secretly rejoicing. It seemed his theory was indeed correct. This jinjutsu was quite effective against ninjas. Perhaps the fish simply could not comprehend such depressive emotions and was merely bewildered by the ninjutsu. His reasoning was sound. However, where had the third Hokage gone? He shook his head, attempting to locate Hiruzen Sarutobi's presence, amplifying his sensory perception to the maximum. Oh, what a burden it must be to be the third Hokage. Why not focus on raising your son, allowing him to have a child, and perhaps choose a fourth Hokage to enjoy your twilight years? Why not just relax? He felt an overwhelming desire to remain still, not wanting to move at all. I'm so old now. Perhaps it would be best to just lie here and do nothing. No one would dare to speak against me. Suddenly, behind a large tree, Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned against the trunk, gazing at the azure sky and the drifting white clouds, murmuring to himself. Abruptly, he formed hand seals, release. The gloomy expression in his eyes transformed into one of brightness. A formidable ninjutsu, through illusion, it transmitted negative information to the enemy. Even if one were a shadow clone or had dispelled the genjutsu, the effects lingered on. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a lingering unease. The depressive state he had just experienced, even for a veteran like him, was something he found difficult to endure. Impressive, indeed. Your ninjutsu is commendable. However, its power is somewhat excessive and must not be wielded against allies. Understood? After calming his emotions, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward to speak with the flying bamboo dragonfly. Is it truly that formidable? The flying bamboo dragonfly inquired, perceiving it as merely adequate. The mind-reading series of ninjutsu relies on visual and tactile illusions, primarily ensnaring adversaries through these senses. In his view, influencing the balance in combat for a fleeting moment is a tactical application of ninjutsu. Its potency is noteworthy, yet not as exaggerated as the third Hokage claimed. Before Sarutobi could elaborate, a figure donning an animal mask appeared. Lord Hokage, there is crucial intelligence from the front regarding Orochimaru. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sarutobi turned to the flying bamboo dragonfly. I must attend to my duties now. Do your best. As he watched the two figures depart, the flying bamboo dragonfly felt a surge of optimism. Evidently, there remains much to explore within his ninjutsu. Human experimentation is indeed essential. Nevertheless, judging by the third's tone, it appears the technique is genuinely formidable, likely linked to symptoms of depression. His agile mind, accustomed to numerous ninja experiences from his primary work, allowed him to deduce certain insights. Depression is indeed a formidable foe, should he continue to develop this technique. Transforming mental depression into physiological depression would be remarkable. According to the recollections of a medical ninja, depression bifurcates into mental and physiological forms. The former can be altered through willpower, while the latter, rooted in the body, renders mental resilience ineffective without physical resolution. Thus, he resolved to practice taijutsu for the remainder of his time. Prolonged combat relies heavily on physical prowess, as noted in the original text. Prior to the Fourth Great Ninja War, taijutsu was the most vital instrument for a ninja. His participation in the war afforded him first-hand experience of taijutsu's advantages. These two validations underscored the significance of physical techniques. The development of illusions enables him to engage high-tier combatants, while the enhancement of taijutsu allows him to effectively neutralize opponents within the constraints of limited chakra. What is the urgent intelligence? Upon returning to the Hokage's office, he found Mito Gate and Nara Shikaku awaiting him. Mito Gate reported, according to Orochimaru's intelligence, the third Raikage, perished while covering the retreat of the Cloud Village forces during his battle against the Rock Village. Sarutobi paused in surprise before responding. It seems the end of the war is not far off. Relay my orders to support Orochimaru's side. We must suppress the conflict with the Cloud Village swiftly. Understood, replied the Umbu before vanishing from the office. The Raikage's death carries significant implications, necessitating adjustments to various strategies. After concluding discussions with the two elders, Sarutobi instructed the shadows. Bring me the dossier on the flying bamboo dragonfly. He kept a mental note of every ninja graduating from the academy, naturally recognizing the flying bamboo dragonfly, especially since he had recently promoted him to Chunin. Shortly, an Umbu ninja returned with the documents. The flying bamboo dragonfly, a sensory-type ninja, displayed exceptional talent in mind-reading techniques and was commendable in both taijutsu and genjutsu. His father, once a member of the analysis team, aspired for world peace, embodying the will of fire of Konoha. What a promising youth, and one who inherits the will of fire, Sarutobi mused, thoroughly pleased as he perused the information. The first and second Hokages, I shall carry forth your legacy. As he ambled through the bustling streets of Konoha, the flying bamboo dragonfly observed his surroundings intently. Savoring an ice pop, he reflected on his earlier encounter with the third Hokage, recognizing that the personal guidance offered must have had a purpose. Yet, he chose to remain unperturbed, quietly pursuing work and aspiring to find a gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and affluent wife. His dream was to raise 2 sons and 2 daughters. Watching them grow. Nevertheless, enhancing his survival skills remained a priority. For had an aggressive ninja approached him instead of the third, he might have met an untimely demise. This also illustrated the third Hokage's formidable prowess. His presence went undetected even by a sensory ninja. Evidently, there remains room for improvement in his sensory ninjutsu techniques. Oh, Ichiraku Ramen? Suddenly, he spotted a familiar establishment. He rummaged through his wallet, discovering an abundance of funds, and decided to indulge. He wished to experience the favorites of the main cast. After all, he was a worker, destined to toil for a modest living and delightful cuisine. His aspirations must remain unchanged. Saving the ninja world was not among them. Welcome. Upon entering, a hearty voice greeted him. Following the sound, he spotted a man resembling his father, though not yet aged, busily preparing ramen for other patrons. Beside him was a lovely young woman, likely Ayam, who caught the flying bamboo dragonfly's eye. Hello. What would you like? I recommend our seafood ramen, a new addition to our menu. Ayam smiled as she addressed him. Chapter 7. The Daily Life of a Worker Slurp. Indeed, the uncle's culinary skills are exceptional, and the young lady is quite beautiful, the flying bamboo dragonfly remarked, puffing his cheeks in admiration. Haha, indeed. My skills are honed from a master in the land of fire. The chef beamed with pride, his eyes glinting with delight at the praise. Of course, my father is the best. Ayam chimed in, equally pleased. By the way, you are a ninja, right? Why aren't you on the battlefield? The chef observed the forehead protector and the bandages adorning his face without surprise. He had seen ninjas with their lower faces wrapped before. Oh, you mean this? I'm part of the logistics team, just returned from the battlefield of the Rock Village. Hee hee, I've made quite a few contributions. The flying bamboo dragonfly replied with a grin. Brother, my name is Ayam. What's yours? Why are you wearing bandages? Is it because you don't look good? She inquired innocently. Nonsense. I am the most handsome youth in the academy. Whether it's the taijutsu genius Might Guy, the super genius Kakashi, or Uchiha Satachi. All of them pale in comparison to my looks. I cover my face solely to spare them from feeling inferior, he retorted, indignantly defending his appearance. Upon hearing Ayam's remark about his looks, the flying bamboo dragonfly became indignant. He enumerated the notable figures from the academy, growing more convinced as he spoke, his tone rising with enthusiasm. Hee hee, you're boasting. I've never seen Kakashi with a mask, but I have seen both Itachi and Bayun Zhaochin. Ayam, though young, was not naive enough to believe his claims. Slurp. Finishing the last bite, the flying bamboo dragonfly unwound the bandages. Since you've said that, I'll make an exception and let you see. Only this once. As the layers of bandages fell away, his youthful visage emerged, framed by striking azure eyes that sparkled with a hint of mischief, white hair accentuating his features. Oh, your eyes are so beautiful. Ayam exclaimed, captivated by his gaze. The chef paused, astonished, his cooking halted, recognizing the charm of the young boy before them, just as they were about to admire him further. The flying bamboo dragonfly swiftly rewrapped the bandages and donned his forehead protector. Humph, did I not say so? I am indeed quite handsome, he proclaimed with satisfaction. Having previously gazed into a mirror, he was confident that none in the ninja world could rival his charm. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the flying bamboo dragonfly. At last, he introduced himself. Indeed, you are quite handsome, the most striking I have ever seen. However, it appears that payment is due. Flying bamboo dragon, Shobu said with a smile, while pointing to his bowl. After settling the bill, flying bamboo dragon stepped out amidst their warm invitation to visit again. Strolling through the streets of Konoha, a smile adorned his face. Ah, he had found his target. Shobu would make a splendid wife. With her gentle and enchanting visage. And a father who owns a shop, she even has a second branch. Furthermore, from the original narrative, she is undeniably a great beauty. Most importantly, at Ichiraku Ramen, she is exceedingly safe, a character who can live to see the story's conclusion without worry. From her values to her features, she is a paragon of perfection. His aspiration is to marry and raise a family, living a stable life. He certainly cannot pursue those renowned characters, as they are fraught with complications. Only Shobu is suitable for him. Thus, he resolved that, alongside grilled chicken skewers and rice balls, his culinary preferences would now also include Ichiraku Ramen. Suddenly, several figures dashed across the rooftops of Konoha, their movements unmasked and urgent. With masked faces, they clearly had pressing matters at hand. It must relate to the intelligence conveyed to the third Hokage by the Umbu today. Konoha was likely on the move again, flying bamboo dragon surmised. The third Hokage had seemed eager to speak with him earlier, but the Umbu's arrival had hastened his departure. Evidently, matters of the battlefield were at stake. He was well aware that the current battlefield resembled a meat grinder. Each exchange of intelligence signified a shift in plans. From his knowledge of the original story, only the Sand Village, Cloud Village, and Mist Village remained as battlegrounds. With the conflict between Iwagakure and Konoha concluded, it was reasonable to assume that the Third Raikage incident occurred around this time. It appeared that the war would not drag on for much longer, heralding the arrival of iconic scenes in the series within the coming year. Might Guy would open the 8 gates to save Kakashi. Noara Rin would be stabbed by Kakashi's hand and witnessed by Obito, leading to Obito's profound transformation, and Minato Namikaze would succeed as the 4th Hokage. Orochimaru would betray Konoha. Reflecting on the events that were destined to unfold in that year, he was grateful they did not involve him. Once a mere observer, he had yearned to amend regrets. But now, having traversed into this world, he merely wished to live a tranquil life. With limited abilities and lacking the depth of blue, he felt a twinge of remorse. Ah, Captain Dragonfly, you've finally come to carry out your mission. Have you been enjoying your time at home? Upon seeing Flying Bamboo Dragon, Siegeman approached with a wink. What brings you here? Is there a task that necessitates the Umbu's summons? This morning, he had planned to foster a good relationship with Shobu at Ichiraku Ramen. Yet a masked figure had arrived at his residence, informing him that the Hokage had commanded him to report to the Analysis Division for a mission. Truly, does a task hold greater significance than marrying a wife? Nevertheless, he obediently arrived, as this position was secure and he had no desire to be dismissed. Moreover, it would greatly benefit his growth. Upon reaching the workspace, Chief Yamanaka Kahiai addressed them. Siegeman and Flying Bamboo Dragon entered the Analysis Division's base, traversing layers of guards, through dim corridors echoing with anguished cries. After approximately 2.5 minutes, they arrived at the Analysis Division's working area. A multitude awaited them, with Yamanaka Kahiai centrally located. All right, everyone is here. Let us proceed with task assignments. Yamanaka Taikyo, Interrogation Room 101. Siegeman, Interrogation Room 102. Flying Bamboo Dragon, Interrogation Room 404. And Dokariki, Interrogation Room 405. Yamanaka Kahiai methodically allocated duties, and it was evident that the distribution for Chunin and Genin differed. The higher the prefix of the interrogation room, the more experience the ninja required to extract information from the enemy. Once assignments were completed, Flying Bamboo Dragon followed a service ninja deeper into the facility. The path grew brighter, illuminated by flames. Upon entering Interrogation Room 404, he found only a head lying there. Indeed, just a head. Beside it stood a helmet-like device. This is a mental amplifier capable of enhancing a ninja's spiritual energy, significantly augmenting perception and memory retrieval. Simply wear it and perform your jutsu, the service ninja explained. Upon hearing this, Flying Bamboo Dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 8. Aftermath of War. What? The Raikage is dead? This is impossible. He was the strongest in our village. The fury surged within him. Damn Iwagakure. How dare they overwhelm us with numbers? The battle between Iwagakure and Konoha had concluded, the yellow flash appearing on the battlefield, intensifying the pressure at the front lines. Fragmented information flooded Flying Bamboo Dragon's mind. With the enhancement tool, he found it remarkably effortless to extract memories. Indeed, the battles involving the Third Raikage and Iwagakure had transpired, and his demise, coupled with the conclusion of hostilities with Konoha, had instigated significant changes. From the memories, it became evident that the AB duo had already gained considerable notoriety. They had subjugated a multitude of Cloud Village ninjas with their formidable prowess. After Minato Namikaze joined the fray, he was promptly dispatched by Orochimaru to confront the AB duo. Following several exchanges, both sides withdrew. The demise of the Cloud Village's mainstay resulted in internal chaos. Despite their formidable strength, they grew weary under the dual assault from Konoha and Iwagakure. It was no wonder that Cloud Village was renowned for its fighting spirit. They boldly initiated conflict with Iwagakure, displaying remarkable confidence. The dual front war had not been apparent during his anime viewings. The owner of this head was merely a chunin from the Cloud Village and was now deceased, leaving no crucial intelligence within the memories. However, the nature of lightning release techniques was still worthy of study. He also learned how remarkable Kakashi's Chidori Jutsu was. Created at the tender age of 12, No wonder he ascended to Jonin rank at such a young age. Such mastery over elemental transformations, whether in form or nature, could only be achieved by a Jonin's control. The techniques involved were not merely about converting chakra into lightning. There were numerous intricacies involved. It seemed that creating his own version of Chidori would be an unattainable dream. Similarly, the Rasengan was beyond his reach. Chidori represented a high-level application of elemental transformation, while the Rasengan exemplified advanced mastery of form transformation. Months prior, he had attempted to replicate it, and while his chakra reserves were limited, he wished to pay homage to the original protagonist's technique. However, he discovered numerous techniques that were not as simply articulated in the original text by Jiraiya. It appeared that due to brevity, much had been condensed. Consequently, only key points remained, with many concepts left unexpressed, much like the Taoist maxim, which suggests that a simple phrase can conceal profound teachings. Memory retrieval complete. Flying Bamboo Dragon took up paper and pen, diligently documenting the acquired intelligence with remarkable detail. From complete segments to fragmented phrases, recording everything from his early childhood to his ninja training, meticulously noting every memory accessible to him. He fulfilled his duties as a diligent worker impeccably. In the analysis division, once the intelligence was documented, it would be submitted to superiors, who would compile all information, extract vital intelligence, and then pass it on to the Umbu, who would relay it to the Hokage. Having completed everything, he submitted the documentation. Oh, indeed. Minister Haichi mentioned that this is your first time entering the Konoha Analysis Division, and there are certain procedures you may be unfamiliar with. Allow me to inform you. Once the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly completes all preparations and tasks, the service ninja stated, "What? Is there still something to address? We've finished our work. Shouldn't we return for a meal? After all, the enemy has specialized corpse recovery teams to prevent any intelligence from being extracted from the bodies. The workload in the analysis division is not as substantial as one might imagine, unless we are on a fierce battlefield. Even in combat, based on Flying Bamboo Dragonfly's experiences, it is not excessively burdensome. This is the nature of a ninja. Even the slightest potential for information leakage must be resolved. Generally, the memory retrieval tasks within the village are not numerous. Therefore, to avoid wasting resources, you may visit the Analysis Division's library, which houses a plethora of textbooks on intelligence analysis, crucial for an intelligence ninja such as yourself. The service ninja elaborated. Of course, if you prefer, you could engage in simpler tasks to alleviate the village's burdens. He then enumerated numerous activities that Flying Bamboo Dragonfly could undertake during his free time. Upon hearing this, Flying Bamboo Dragonfly understood that members of the Analysis Division often serve as a versatile resource, moving to wherever they are needed. It was no wonder he often observed the two gatekeepers of Konoha engaged in various laborious tasks, transportation, guarding duties, and examination roles, while watching anime. Ah, by the way, both Kamizuki Izumi and Kanetsu are my classmates. I wonder how they are faring now? As he entered the Analysis Division's library, Flying Bamboo Dragonfly glanced around. It was approximately the size of a football field, with rows of bookshelves. He casually opened a book, finding it filled with past analysis cases. The content ranged from macro to micro analysis, encompassing logical reasoning and thorough evaluations, ensuring that no potential piece of information was overlooked. Furthermore, the subjects involved were not limited to a single discipline. They included mathematics, geography, medicine, logic, ninjutsu, and sealing techniques. To ascertain the enemy's operational timings, knowledge of geography and mathematics was essential, along with calculations regarding the speed of ninja movements to estimate the distance to the enemy's headquarters. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, with his keen intellect, found himself deeply engrossed in the material. As the adage goes, what one comprehends is captivating, while that which is incomprehensible becomes tedious. He was thoroughly immersed in the exhilaration of learning. Thus, days passed seamlessly. Each day at the Analysis Division involved not only memory retrieval, but also assisting in intelligence analysis, which constituted part of his duties. After work, Flying Bamboo Dragonfly would frequent Ichiraku Ramen. This habit left his father, Flying Bamboo Donching, wondering if something was amiss. As he prepared heartfelt dinners for his son, he even secretly followed him to see where he was dining. Upon seeing the irises in Ichiraku Ramen, Flying Bamboo Donching felt a sense of pride, realizing his son was growing up, not merely a chunin, but also seeking a partner. Consequently, he decided to focus solely on his own meals. Besides clocking in at work daily, Flying Bamboo Dragonfly dedicated himself to practicing ninjutsu and developing new techniques. With his remarkable talent and the complete ninjutsu he occasionally discovered during intelligence retrieval, he was determined not to squander any opportunity. He even exchanged some money in the village for learning illusions, knowing that the rock-spirited Awagakure and the temperamental Kumobikure were not adept in the art of Jinjutsu. Through the memories he retrieved from enemies, Flying Bamboo Dragonfly observed the war's gradual progression. First, Kumobikure retreated, solidifying their stronghold. Subsequently, the Awagakure followed suit after Kumobikure's withdrawal. Sunagakure also elected its fourth Kazekage, submitting a letter of surrender while Raza bore the village's burden. Presently, the battlefield was left with only the remnants of war. As he had anticipated, as long as he diligently performed his duties, working in the analysis division was relatively easy, at least for him. Others, however, who absorbed excessive memories found it to be quite exhausting. For instance, Seijimon lamented daily about the constant memory retrieval, claiming it was driving him to madness. Chapter 9. The Will of Fire at the Konoha, a kimchi barbecue restaurant. Haha. Minato truly lives up to being Jiraiya-sama's disciple, managing to sway the tides of battle significantly. Yamashiro Haichi accompanied a few subordinates to reward them for their hard work in recent days. Gulp. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly stuffed grilled wings into his mouth. Ever since he decided to pursue the irises, he had not indulged in grilled meat for quite some time. Hearing the minister's words, he chuckled and reflected. Indeed, Minato-senpai and Orochimaru-sama are formidable. I heard that the third Hokage plans to retire and enjoy his golden years after the war. Seijimon inquired curiously, having caught wind of recent village gossip. Smack. Doku Ryu playfully tapped his head. Some matters should not be gossiped about. We do not yet know who the next successor will be. However, his gaze was fixed intently on Yamashiro Haichi. Ahaha, it is indeed true. But a successor has yet to be determined. Undoubtedly, it will be either Orochimaru-sama or Minato-senpai. Yamashiro Haichi replied with a smile. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, with unwavering confidence, stated, I am quite certain of this. Yamashiro Haichi expressed his appreciation for the analysis. Currently, the most likely candidates were indeed the third's disciples, Orochimaru and Minato. Both had achieved significant victories in the war, one triumphing in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain and the other in the Battle of Canopy Bridge. Moreover, both were exceptionally powerful jonin. Yet, Flying Bamboo Dragonfly found it surprising that, as a member of the intelligence department, he could deduce such an inference from the third's retirement announcement. It seemed he was indeed well suited to be a part of the analysis division. Others, upon reflection, agreed with this sentiment. Come, let us toast. In a few days, Orochimaru-sama and the others will return, so prepare for the funeral. Yes, Minister. The war had concluded, and the troops were returning to the village. Whoosh. At Training Ground 98. A scream echoed, as if witnessing something terrifying. Hey, can you practice dispelling illusions? After all, you are a sensory-type ninja and possess that talent. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly remarked, feeling exasperated as he released the Narukami no Jutsu cast upon Seijimon. Once freed, Seijimon, still shaken, looked at Flying Bamboo Dragonfly with trepidation. I have been practicing, but you are just too abnormal. How do you make your illusions so difficult to break? I had already dispelled it, yet I ended up ensnared again. Is that so? It appears I am simply too strong. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly scratched his head, pleased. One illusion had thrown Seijimon into disarray, indicating that the training of recent days had not been in vain. You still haven't explained how you achieved that. Seijimon pressed, intrigued. Clearly, I followed the school's teachings. Disrupting the chakra. How could I still fall victim? Flying Bamboo Dragonfly pointed to his head. I modified Narukami no Jutsu, integrating my insights from the mind-reading technique, treating the illusion as a form of memory information embedded within the enemy's chakra. Once the enemy accepts that they have fallen under the illusion's influence, that information becomes a seed. As long as they remain unaware of their predicament, they will inadvertently activate Narukami no Jutsu upon themselves. Does that mean the victim remains trapped in your illusion indefinitely, unaware? Seijimon exclaimed in shock. What kind of illusion is this? Is it really Narukami no Jutsu? Humph. Serves you right for still being a genin. As long as you are not fearful, you won't fall victim to it. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly felt a sense of satisfaction. This illusion experiment was a resounding success. How can one not feel fear? Seijimon scoffed, recalling how he had just seen himself struck down by shurikens on the battlefield, dying instantly. Feiju Qingting. Allow me to impart another method for countering illusions. The inherent flaw of this technique is quite apparent. At its core, it merely implants subconscious suggestions within the opponent's mind. As a perceptive ninja, if you can momentarily overcome your fears, you can utilize your heightened awareness to disrupt the seeds of subconsciousness with your chakra. Shall we give it a try? Upon hearing this, Shangshaiman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A smirk played on Feizhu Qingting's lips. He had fallen for it. Here it comes. He formed a hand sign. Suddenly, Shangshaiman felt as though he had been thrust back into the battlefield, surrounded by shadowy projectiles. This time, he recalled Feizhu Qingting's words and fought against succumbing to the illusion, focusing on his memories and emotions. Indeed, after a brief moment, he discerned a distinct point of information. He gently targeted the chakra to disrupt it. Instantly, the illusion vanished, and the chaotic projectiles seemed to have never occurred. Observing Shangshaiman's swift liberation from the illusion, Feizhu Qingting raised an eyebrow. Clearly, there is room for improvement. As expected, once I am adequately prepared, I shall challenge you again. I will not suffer defeat a second time. Shangshaiman declared defiantly. They were classmates, both with comparable performance. Yet after a stint on the battlefield, Feizhu Qingting had not only grown stronger, but had also ascended to the rank of Chunin. Pray tell, do you believe you can defeat Kakashi or Haku in the morning? Although they had only shared a semester with Kakashi, his exceptional prowess had left a lasting impression. Meanwhile, Haku, due to his remarkable talent, had graduated early in the 4th grade. Now, one had become a jonin, and the other, a special jonin. You think I can defeat those two? They are both jonin now. Feizhu Qingting sensed that Shangshaiman was venting his frustrations through others. If he were capable of winning, he could incite a fight after the war's conclusion. If not, it would assuage his earlier defeat. Indeed, those two are truly remarkable. At merely 12 years of age, they are already jonin. Uchiha Inawo is just a chunin like you. Shangshaiman felt the stark disparity between individuals. He remained a genin while others were rapidly advancing. Well, what significance does that hold? Winter is silent, yet encapsulates vast mountains and rivers in ice. The wind is voiceless, yet scatters myriad blossoms. We are all contributors to Konoha. No one is nobler than another. It is merely that their talents are slightly superior and their responsibilities greater. Rather than compare ourselves to them in terms of strength, we should measure our contributions instead, for strength exists to thwart foes and secure survival, not to engage in vain comparisons with comrades for the sake of vanity. Feizhu Qingting articulated. Promoting the will of fire, we must always be prepared, for this is Konoha's next answer. Upon hearing his words, Shangshaiman felt an instant surge of inspiration. Indeed, he too had been quietly contributing to Konoha. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was being observed. Sarutobi Hizashi, having completed his arduous tasks, recalled the boy with the bandaged head and employed a telescope technique to eavesdrop, fortuitously catching their dialogue. Winter is silent, yet encapsulates vast mountains and rivers in ice. The wind is voiceless, yet scatters myriad blossoms. Truly, a child who has inherited the will of fire, at such a tender age, already comprehends its essence. Chapter 10, Weeping Mike Gaiboom. As Feizhu Qingting was delving into his memories, he suddenly sensed a violent tremor. The vibration was faint yet unsettling. What is happening? As a perception-type ninja, and having gleaned much from the memories of adversaries, he deduced that a fierce battle had erupted near the village. Halt! Ceasing his actions, Feizhu Qingting concentrated his chakra to activate his sensory abilities. The disturbances within a 3-kilometer radius gradually coalesced in his mind, sharpening his focus on the tremors. To the southeast of the village. Although he had exceeded the range of his perception, through months of study, he combined geographical knowledge, air density, and mathematical principles to estimate that the source was not far from the village. Coupling this with the magnitude of the tremors, it was evident that the clash involved at least jonin-level ninjutsu to produce such chaos. Given the context of the original narrative he had perused, the time frame, and location, it was highly probable that his classmates were in peril, as Might Dai had once proclaimed, "In my wake, live on with passion and youth, wearing a smile." Recalling that moment, though not vividly, he surmised that Might Dai had conveyed this to Kai and the others, and it had moved him to tears back then. Assemble. Just then, an order rang out. At the sound, Feizhu Qingting set aside his thoughts and proceeded to the assembly hall. Members of the analysis team emerged one by one. An urgent mission had arisen. They were to immediately proceed to the village's main gate and collaborate with the Umbu dispatched by the Hokage for reconnaissance. Feiju Qingting, Dulijiong. Before all had arrived, Yamashiro Hachi hastily issued commands. Those whose names were called were to depart immediately. Understood. In an instant, Feiju Qingting and the others vanished. I hope this does not signify the continuation of war, Yamashiro Hachi sighed. He had not anticipated such a grand display of battle near the village. Whoosh. Utilizing the body flicker technique, they leaped across the rooftops of Konoha, Feiju Qingting's expression grave. I hope there are no unforeseen incidents. With my presence as a time traveler, I cannot guarantee that the plot will unfold as depicted in the original narrative. It now serves merely as a reference. Upon meeting the Umbu, everything will be led by them. Is that clear? Dula Jiong addressed his comrades. Now he was the captain. Understood. Whoosh. They hastened to the main gate. Dula Jiong signaled. 2 teams of Umbu ninjas awaited, their animal masks signifying their readiness. Upon recognizing Dula Jiong's signal, they acknowledged that these were the ninjas sent by the village to assist them. The leading blonde-haired captain also returned the signal. Let us proceed. Without hesitation, the Umbu captain promptly issued commands. Such efficiency, truly commendable for the Umbu. Feiju Qingting mused. The existence of signals greatly enhances efficiency. It is no wonder there are specialized classes for signal training. Fortunately, he had studied signals well, and each time the village updated them, he diligently learned. Their recent gestures confirmed their identities, numbers, and the specifics of the situation en route. Whoosh. They raced through the trees at breakneck speed. Dula Jiong inquired of the Umbu captain regarding the Hokage's directives. The Umbu captain replied that a significant disturbance had occurred near the village, likely instigated by other villages unwilling to accept defeat in the war, aiming to ambush Konoha from the rear. For the safety of Konoha, we are ordered to gather intelligence. You are to monitor enemy movements. Understood. Knowing their purpose, the analysis team ninjas employed their sensory techniques to detect any potential enemy movements. Moments later, Feiju Qingting sensed 3 chakra signatures, each indicative of a chakra level comparable to that of a genin. Observing his comrades, he realized they had not sensed anything. Evidently, not everyone possessed his acute perception. At the 11 o'clock position, roughly 3 kilometers away, 3 chakra signatures manifested, their levels akin to those of genin. Though the possibility of deception could not be dismissed, Feiju Qingting did not conceal his abilities. As a sensory ninja, he was a prized asset to Konoha, and aside from other villages, none would wish him harm. Upon hearing this, his companions cast him astonished glances. Such formidable sensory prowess. The Umbu captain prepared for combat, setting traps about a mile away while the others readied themselves for an ambush, instructing Feiju Qingting to maintain his awareness of the enemy's movements. Understood, Feiju Qingting responded. He roughly surmised that the 3 figures were Might Guy, Ebisu, and Nara Shikamaru. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, prepared for battle, with his ninja tools ready to be unleashed at any moment. Soon, others also sensed the movements of the trio. In the dimly lit forest, 3 small figures dashed frantically, their demeanor utterly disheveled, with the boy in the green bodysuit weeping profusely. Both Ebisu and Nara Shikamaru were equally distressed, having just narrowly escaped death at the hands of 7 formidable foes. Had it not been for Guy's father's timely intervention, they would have had no chance to flee. Observing the tear-streaked face of Guy, they marveled at the unexpected strength of his father, capable of taking on 7 adversaries single-handedly. After a brief escape, the trio leaned against a large tree, panting heavily. Guy wiped his tears, yet his eyes remained like springs, unable to dry. It's all right. Uncle is strong. He will surely defeat the enemy, Nara Shikamaru reassured him. Indeed, Uncle is incredibly powerful. He can certainly vanquish our foes, Ebisu echoed. Upon hearing their words, Guy's sobs intensified. You don't understand. My father taught me that technique can only be employed when the most cherished companions or family are in peril. After using it, Ebisu and Nara Shikamaru exchanged glances, comprehending Guy's meaning. It was no simple feat for a lower-ranked ninja to confront 7 elite jonin. They had merely allowed themselves a moment of false hope. But your father has said that we should not squander our youth. Crying is futile. We must grow stronger to protect our comrades from harm, Ebisu insisted. Yes, I cannot cry. I must become stronger, inherit my father's path, and protect my comrades. Ebisu's words pierced Guy's heart like a ray of light. Indeed, I cannot betray my youth. I must grow stronger and safeguard my cherished companions. At last, Guy ceased his tears, his eyes radiating determination. Hey, isn't that Guy? Why the tears? Just as they planned to continue their flight towards Konoha to relay information about the 7 ninja swordsmen to the village, a familiar voice rang out. They looked up to see a figure with a bandaged face, leaving only the mouth visible, perched on a branch above them, flanked by several Umbu members. Fei Zhuqing. Chapter 11. Might die. It seemed to be a comrade from the village. What has transpired? The Umbu captain, recognizing Fei Zhuqing, halted his advance, ready to engage. Umbu, please save my father. He is battling the 7 ninja swordsmen, Guy exclaimed upon seeing the masked figure. Feeling as though a savior had arrived, everyone was taken aback. The 7 ninja swordsmen? How did they end up here? Enough chatter, lead the way. Fei Zhuqing, after confirming they were not enemies, approached the 3, performing hand signs before placing a hand on each of them. Guy and the others felt a wave of vitality return to their bodies, as if the fatigue they had just experienced was but an illusion. Hearing Fei Zhuqing's words, they nodded to the Umbu members and turned to lead the way. Go, relay the information to Lord Hokage, requesting reinforcements. The presence of ninjas of the caliber of the 7 ninja swordsmen must be taken seriously, the Umbu captain instructed. Fei Zhuqing silently gave a thumbs up, appreciating the diligence of his comrades. Yes, the shinobi summoned a hawk, attaching the information to its leg and sending it back to Konoha. Upon arrival, they found the battlefield in disarray, the terrain devastated within a 100-meter radius. Dad, Guy immediately noticed Might Die lying on the ground and rushed towards him. Fei Zhuqing followed closely, recognizing the familiar bodysuit, now reduced to a mere scrap, the rest of his body charred, his eyes wide open in a final gaze. It was clear he had fought with all his might. Let the senior rest in peace, Fei Zhuqing said, placing a hand on Guy's shoulder. He held great respect for Dai's actions, refraining from extracting memories for the 8 gates technique, as the village would not permit it. The Umbu captain and others gazed at the 4 fallen bodies and the ninja tools beside them, their expressions filled with incredulity. Who is he? They looked at Might Die, their eyes filled with astonishment. Be on guard. There are still 3 who have not been accounted for. They may not be dead. The Umbu captain, seasoned by battle, regained his composure and issued orders. The others, upon hearing his words, scanned their surroundings, beginning to search for any potential enemies. After a minute of heightened awareness, Fei Zhuqing confirmed, Captain, no enemies detected. We have not found anything either. The other 3 have likely escaped, others reported, compiling their findings. The Umbu captain nodded, instructing them to secure the battlefield and prevent any leaks of information. Understood. Fortunately, we are from the intelligence department and are prepared. We will handle the bodies, said Du Lujiao. The Umbu captain agreed. Subsequently, Fei Zhuqing produced a scroll, slowly unfurling it to reveal a series of technique symbols. The central character inscribed with the word corpse. As the hand signs were completed, the technique spread over Might Die's body, gradually drawing him into the scroll. Once secured, he handed the scroll to the Umbu captain. The others completed their tasks as well, while the Umbu carried the 4 swords after processing them. Guy and his companions could only watch in silence. Guy looked at the Umbu members with bright eyes and gathered his courage to approach the Umbu captain. Sir, can I join the Umbu? To join the Umbu, you must first become a chunin and then apply to Lord Hokage. I cannot make that decision. The Umbu captain replied with a smile. Guy's father had single-handedly defeated 4 elite jonin from the Mist Village. The captain believed Guy possessed similar potential. And if he were Hokage, he would gladly accept him. Fei Zhuqing, however, found this amusing, as did Ebisu and Nara Shikamaru. Guy, do not distract the Umbu. We must prioritize transporting these bodies and ninja tools back to the village. We can discuss other matters later. This place is not safe, Fei Zhuqing stated. Yes. Let us return to the village, stay vigilant. Though Guy was saddened, he understood the urgency and followed his comrades. Oh, by the way, the technique applied to you earlier requires a day of rest for your bodies to recover. Avoid strenuous activity, Fei Zhuqing advised them. What kind of technique is that? Will there be side effects? Ebisu asked anxiously. It had felt as though their stamina was boundless for a brief moment. And hearing Fei Zhuqing's words now raised concerns about severe repercussions. Nara Shikamaru furrowed his brow, analyzing the technique that was neither a nature transformation nor a medical ninjutsu. Since they had not felt any adverse effects, could it be an illusion technique? Ah, indeed, Shikamaru. You are so composed and analytical, Fei Zhu Qing Ting remarked with a smile. Correct, it is an illusion technique of self-inflation. This illusion causes your brain to send erroneous signals to your body, leading it to believe it is in peak condition. In such a state, the body unconsciously pushes its cells to provide energy, which ultimately strains the body. Thus, a recovery period is essential. Fei Zhu Qing Ting grinned. Knowing the two were top students at the academy and would quickly grasp the underlying principles. Only Guy remained perplexed. Two teammates, aware of Kai's character, exerted all their efforts to convince him that he deserved a day's respite. It was only through this persuasion that Kai ceased his relentless pursuit of youthful vigor and continued training. Mike Guy, a man of considerable intellect and radiance, possessed a keen sense of detail, surpassing even Kakashi in his attentiveness. The swift and agile dragonfly caught a glimpse of Mike Guy. At this moment, Mike Guy had come to terms with the reality of his father's passing, responding to his teammates with sincerity rather than indifference, as if to assure them that they need not worry about his well-being. From the myriad details gleaned from the original work, Dragonfly perceived that Kai's heart was profoundly sensitive, particularly regarding emotions. He was a man imbued with fervor, yet not lacking in meticulousness. It was only later that he recalled the earlier technique, a hastily developed genjutsu that could be viewed as a form of self-hypnosis. It seemed effective on others, but was only viable with those he trusted. As they engaged in idle chatter, a squad of Umbu ninjas appeared ahead, and after some communication, it was revealed they were the reinforcements previously requested. Soon, they returned to Konoha. After submitting their mission reports, everyone returned home to rest. When asked if they had to attend the analysis class, they replied in the negative. Dragonfly had hoped for the chance to dissect the body of a jonin to absorb some of their experience, but that seemed unlikely. Thus, having completed their task, he indulged in a generous bowl of ramen at Ichiraku, also taking the opportunity to strengthen his bond with Iam. Chapter 12. Classmate Exchange. So, this is a confidential matter. In the training ground, Dragonfly conversed with Kai. Mike Guy responded, "Yes, Lord Third instructed me not to disclose this matter." Dragonfly quipped, "Well, I'm curious how your father, a mere chunin, managed to take down 7 jonin." Noticing that Kai, despite his lingering melancholy, was beginning to emerge from it, Dragonfly refrained from probing further. He wasn't particularly curious about the 8 gates, understanding it was a renowned taijutsu of the Hokage. However, such secrets were not for a mere chunin like him to uncover. "All right, Dragonfly, let us engage in a youthful duel," Mike Guy exclaimed enthusiastically, seemingly invigorated by his father's death, which had ignited his youthful spirit. "Isn't your target Kakashi?" Dragonfly inquired. "Please don't switch targets. I can't endure that kind of youthful fervor." Mike Guy earnestly replied, "Kakashi hasn't returned to the village yet. And since you are now a chunin, you must be quite formidable. I wish to challenge you." "Well, since you've earnestly invited me, I shall oblige." Dragonfly was eager to gauge the current level of Kai's taijutsu. With no further ado, the two sprang into action, establishing a suitable distance before performing the necessary hand seals. Their gazes sharpening. Nearby, Ebisu and Shiranui Gunma watched the spirited clash with a sense of helplessness, yet they observed attentively. They were well aware of Kai's prowess, while Dragonfly, as a classmate, had not delved deeply into his capabilities, only knowing he had seen battle as a member of the analysis class. However, he was already a chunin, far ahead of them. The combat commenced with a resounding impact. Kai's taijutsu was indeed formidable, at merely 13 years of age. He had mastered the Leaf Village's basic fist techniques. His shuriken and kunai throws were of intermediate proficiency. Faced with Dragonfly's shuriken assault, he adeptly countered with his own or deflected them with kunai. It was evident that he was not alone in his growth on the battlefield. Dragonfly realized that without employing some unique techniques, simply defeating Kai would be impossible. He had no intention of using ninjutsu. Instead, he engaged Kai in a battle of taijutsu. "These two have grown remarkably fast," Gunma remarked, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Ebisu nodded in agreement. "I never expected Dragonfly's taijutsu to be on par with Kai's." Witnessing the evenly matched exchange between Dragonfly and Kai was astonishing. It was important to note that Dragonfly's academic performance was above average, and as a sensory-type ninja, his physical prowess should not have rivaled Kai's. "This taijutsu feels somewhat familiar. It isn't purely from the Leaf Village." Gunma analyzed Dragonfly's movements. Ebisu concurred. "There's a blend of styles from a Wagakure and Kumogakure, mixed with the Leaf's basic fist techniques. It seems that during his memory absorption, he was influenced by his enemies, leading to his personal improvements in taijutsu. Both were highly intelligent ninjas, excelling in the knowledge imparted by their education and daily experiences. They quickly deduced Dragonfly's fighting style. As they had stated, this was Dragonfly's enhancement of taijutsu. He understood the indispensable nature of taijutsu for a ninja, thus he endeavored to elevate his shortcomings. Against enemies capable of absorbing ninjutsu or rendering genjutsu ineffective, taijutsu would adequately safeguard his survival. Hence, he adeptly handled Kai's onslaught. This was a culmination of his progress over the past half-year, not merely a simple practice of genjutsu. With a smirk, Dragonfly blocked Kai's attack with one hand while forming seals with the other. Upon witnessing this, Kai's pupils dilated. Shadow clone technique. In Kai's eyes, it appeared as though Dragonfly was surrounded by multiple clones, all attacking him from various angles. Shuriken, kunai, and ninjutsu struck him with overwhelming force, leaving him disoriented and sent flying. After rolling several times on the ground, he managed to regain his footing, leaving his two teammates in stunned silence. This conclusion had been far too swift. It seemed as though Dragonfly had merely tested Kai's abilities with taijutsu before swiftly overcoming him. Moreover, if he had not been mistaken, Kai appeared momentarily distracted, as if something had obscured his vision, leading to his rapid defeat. Haha, it's over, Kai. Your taijutsu has indeed improved, Dragonfly exclaimed, forming a reconciliation seal with a hearty laugh. However, he inwardly reflected that regardless of how strong he might become in the future, he still felt quite inexperienced. His taijutsu was impressive, yet his battle experience was insufficient. The earlier genjutsu should not have allowed him to be so easily bested. Might Guy scratched his head and gave him a thumbs up, saying, as expected of Dragonfly, who has already been promoted to Chunin and can lead a team. I still have a long way to go. I must punish my own laxity by performing 1,500 leg kicks. Gunma and Ebisu approached the two, inquiring about what had just transpired. Due to their angle, they had not witnessed Dragonfly's hand seals. Ebisu was equally curious. Might Guy, upon hearing their inquiry, dismissed the immediate punishment and stated, I was careless and fell victim to Dragonfly's clone technique. Clone technique? The two were perplexed, having not seen any clones. Dragonfly clarified, well, it's a type of illusionary clone that only the caster can perceive. As long as one follows the school's method for dispelling genjutsu, it can be easily undone. This technique was inspired by the Mist Village's holographic clone, which he had developed. Its advantages included low chakra consumption, but it had its drawbacks. Unlike the holographic clone's full projection, it could be dispelled by methods to break genjutsu. The two finally understood, committing this knowledge to memory in anticipation of countermeasures. This exemplified their qualities as ninjas. Meanwhile, Dragonfly, having absorbed the memories of numerous ninjas, recognized the significance of intelligence. He was also aware that somewhere, a black and white figure might be observing. He lacked a bloodline limit and should not be targeted. However, given the possibility, Dragonfly certainly would not dismiss the notion. Therefore, he prepared corresponding countermeasures for any information that might be revealed by that figure. Perhaps I want to be monitored after all. Subsequently, the group engaged in a discussion about the means of ensuring survival during warfare. They delved into intricate details, ranging from intelligence analysis to the utilization of chakra. All participants were exceptionally gifted, including Guy, a character often perceived by fans of the original work as a hot-blooded youth incapable of ninjutsu, who surprisingly offered many insightful perspectives. Feiju Qingting discerned that Guy was a remarkably meticulous individual, far from the reckless persona one might assume. No wonder he managed to gradually uplift Li from his feelings of inferiority. Through the analyses shared by his comrades, he learned a great deal, reflecting on how advantageous it was to have a sharp mind in the present moment. As he pondered this, the trio's impression of him underwent a significant transformation, all due to Feiju Qingting's astute observations that were both incisive and highly practical on the battlefield, as if he had fought hundreds of battles. They unanimously regarded him as a genius, akin to Kakashi. Time flowed swiftly. Feiju Qingting worked quietly and diligently, enjoying pleasant conversations with Shobu. It was during this period that Orochimaru returned with his team, accompanied by the legendary Minato Namikaze. Meanwhile, troops remained stationed on the battlefield to guard against potential counterattacks from other villages. In the welcoming party, Feiju Qingting noticed Orochimaru was absent, likely disliking the atmosphere. The war had finally come to an end, allowing for a long-awaited period of stability, aside from the turmoil brought by the Nine Tails. Reflecting on this, he turned to the escorting team and finally spotted the fabled yellow flash, Minato Namikaze. True to the legends, he radiated warmth and positivity. The level of adoration from the surrounding crowd spoke volumes about his current reputation as they cheered for him. After a brief glance at the person he wished to see, Feiju Qingting turned to head home, realizing their interactions would be limited. He had no intention of seeking favor with the powerful. He merely wished to align himself with Yamashiro Aoi for safety. Under the auspices of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, the political affiliations were evidently clear, with high status involved. In the ensuing days, a grand funeral was held for comrades lost in the war, attended by all ranks of Konoha, from elite jonin to lowly genin, paying their respects at the gravesite. It was here that Feiju Qingting encountered pivotal figures of the Hokage, including Orochimaru, Minato, Kakashi, and Guy, many familiar faces. At this time, Orochimaru appeared youthful, and Minato was only around 20. Others were also in their prime. He even spotted the pregnant Kushina Uzumaki. Her vibrant red hair and immense chakra exuding a palpable sense of pressure, impossible to overlook. The funeral was solemn, with the third Hokage extraordinarily refraining from promoting his doctrine of the will of fire in public, choosing instead to silently honor the fallen comrades. With the ceremony concluded, the war was over, and Konoha gradually returned to its normal rhythm. Feiju Qingting soon received news that the third Hokage would indeed be selecting the fourth Hokage. After a month of deliberation, a conclusion was reached. Minato Namikaze would succeed as the fourth Hokage. The atmosphere in Konoha buzzed with excitement as the third stepped down and Minato ascended, garnering widespread public support. On the day of his succession, all residents of Konoha gazed at the figure adorned in the Hokage cloak, illuminated by the sunlight, embodying perfection. Apart from a few shadowy characters, no one opposed him. Feiju Qingting did not encounter Orochimaru, uncertain if he was angered by his inability to assume the fourth Hokage role or engaged in his human experiments. He also did not see the infamous leader of Root, Danzo Shimura, which left him somewhat disappointed. It seemed that unless a particular task arose, their paths would not cross again. Perhaps it was for the best. Instead, he decided to indulge in a bowl of ramen. Feiju Qingting arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, and upon seeing him, the owner, Tucci, was inclined to hand him a rolling pin, humorously suspecting that the young lad was pursuing his daughter. However, adhering to professional decorum, he maintained his natural smile as he served him. Pork bone ramen, enjoy. Thank you, Tucci. Where's Shobu? Feiju Qingting inquired politely while his eyes scanned the bustling establishment. He noticed a grandmother struggling to manage her bowl of noodles. Tucci was not displeased with Feiju Qingting, but rather, he simply wasn't prepared to embrace the role of a father-in-law just yet. How about I assist you? I'm quite nimble, Feiju Qingting suggested, noting Shobu's absence amidst the busy kitchen. Tucci's expression hardened. No, I must take responsibility for the quality of my food. You lack the culinary training. I fear you would tarnish my reputation. This was non-negotiable for him. Seeing Tucci's firm stance, Feiju Qingting decided to compromise. Very well, I'll help knead the dough. As a ninja, I possess strength. Without waiting for Tucci's consent, he swiftly finished his bowl of ramen and slipped into the kitchen. Hey, don't get carried away, Tucci exclaimed in surprise. However, Feiju Qingting had already begun. After observing for quite some time, he knew he was not yet adept with the ingredients. But kneading the dough was an area where he had gained proficiency. He skillfully combined flour with an appropriate amount of water, kneading, slapping, and stretching with fluidity. When the dough began to dry, he ensured to moisten his palms slightly to maintain its moisture. His keen intellect allowed him to discern the optimal consistency of the dough at its peak elasticity. The sensory perception of a ninja meant that the necessary components for the dough were not beyond his awareness. Tucci was left dumbfounded by Feiju Qingting's technique and proficiency. You've clearly had some training. Don't pretend this is your first time, he chided, continuing to work on the noodles for customers. Feiju Qingting replied with a smile. I come here every day and learned by watching your movements. Just look at how I'm replicating your technique. With his assistance, Tucci's workload became significantly lighter, and the pace of service quickened. Recognizing Feiju Qingting's rapid learning ability, Tucci felt satisfied. This young man possessed commendable aptitude, if he did indeed become a son-in-law. Upon retirement from being a ninja, he could inherit the ramen shop. With this thought, he began explaining the process and nuances of noodle making to Feiju Qingting. With this guidance, Feiju Qingting, already skilled, became even more adept. At that moment, a golden-haired figure entered, accompanied by a red-haired woman with a noticeable baby bump. The fourth Hokage. Feiju Qingting was startled and immediately bowed. Goodness, he has only been in office for half a day and already brought his wife to enjoy ramen. You're a ninja, aren't you? Minato observed, noting Feiju Qingting's absence of a forehead protector today, as he was free from missions due to Minato's succession. Yes, I'm from the analysis team, a member of the Yamashiro Aoi squad. Feiju Qingting replied earnestly, mindful of the presence of Kushina, the Jinchuriki, ensuring his gaze remained respectful. He has been helping me out since I'm quite busy, Tucci interjected quickly, concerned for Feiju Qingting's standing. Haha, Kushina's belly is getting quite big. It won't be long now, Minato remarked. Upon hearing this, Kushina beamed with happiness, gently caressing her belly. Yes, it's almost time. Minato took note of Feiju Qingting's name. 1 pork bone ramen and 1 seafood ramen. Yes, Hokage-sama, Feiju Qingting replied, joining in to assist with the preparations. Feeling no trepidation. After all, he was a legitimate inheritor of the will of fire. However, he preferred to avoid entanglements with such prominent figures. A ninja's duty was to focus on their work and excel in their craft. Chapter 14. A date. Has Naruto been well-behaved today? Minato inquired while waiting for his ramen, turning to Jyoshing Nai. She gently caressed her belly and replied, he has been very good. How could he misbehave? Once he grows up, I hope he becomes a man like Jiraiya-sensei. I'm sorry for not being able to be by your side every day, Minato said. Oh, not at all. You're doing this for the village, and now you've become Hokage, right? You won't have to go on missions as often now. As the couple conversed, their eyes were solely on each other. Handaka observed them with a reminiscent smile, while Feiju Qingting silently consumed the dog food they were serving. Well, at least I get to enjoy their love, he consoled himself, knowing that Naruto might not always have the luxury of such moments. With a light heart, he skillfully kneaded the dough, swiftly shaping it into elastic noodles. Here you go, he exclaimed, presenting the steaming bowl of ramen to Minato. Enjoy your tonkatsu ramen. Thank you. My good sir, Minato replied graciously. Just then, Shobu entered, carrying a box of noodles. Feiju Qingting's eyes brightened as he set aside his work and approached her. Let me help you. You must be tired, he said, wiping the sweat from her brow with a tissue. Shobu smiled in response. Thank you. No need for formality. Heh, he chuckled, his cheeks slightly flushed, though the bandages covering his face concealed his embarrassment. Their intimate interaction naturally caught the attention of the two powerful ninjas nearby. Look, Minato, she is just as gentle as you once were, Jyoshing Nai remarked nostalgically. Minato's face reddened at the memory of his youth. Haha, indeed. We are both children who have inherited the will of fire. As Minato glanced at Feiju Qingting's face, he understood why the young ninja was helping in the shop. Love had blossomed. He had almost suspected a leak in their whereabouts just moments before. Shobu, I could use your help, Handaka called from afar. Coming. I'll assist for a bit, and we can hang out later, Shobu replied. Humph. Today marks your day as Hokage. I'm off duty too. Look, I've learned to knead and pull noodles. Feiju Qingting exclaimed as he proudly showcased his handiwork. That is impressive. I've been practicing for quite a while. Shobu responded, her admiration evident. New brain, new skills. Feiju Qingting grinned, his confidence soaring. He cast a glance at Minato and Jyoshing Nai, raising his chin defiantly. Just a bit of dog food. I can throw it around too. By the way, you and Kakashi are classmates, right? Minato asked, perhaps slightly wearied by the previous banter. Yes, along with Obito and Rin. I heard they were learning from you, Hokage. Feiju Qingting replied, a hint of envy in his tone. Kakashi's rapid ascent to Jonin was undoubtedly aided by a great mentor. Talent alone could not compensate for the lack of experience in battle, and a good teacher could swiftly guide a student through their novice phase. Thankfully, Kakashi's talent shone through, allowing him to advance from the memories he absorbed. Obito. Minato's expression dimmed at the mention of his fallen student. Guilt washing over him for not having protected him. Obito is gone, he said solemnly. I apologize, I didn't mean to offend, Feiju Qingting said, offering a string of apologies while internally affirming the truth of the situation. It seemed that some aspects of the original story held validity. What of Kakashi and Rin? Are they safe? He inquired, wishing to express his concern. Minato smiled softly. It's nothing. In war, death is inevitable. Which is why we must grow stronger to protect our village and comrades, right? Indeed, this wretched war, Feiju Qingting echoed, sharing his disdain for conflict. He would rather be a sloth in peaceful times than a dragon amidst turmoil. Having the rare opportunity to converse with one of the most popular figures from the original story, Feiju Qingting felt at ease. As long as he carefully chose his words to avoid revealing sensitive information, he spoke freely, sharing insights on various topics, though he refrained from discussing broader political matters. Minato was pleased with the young man's demeanor. Talented, composed, and astute, he had not broached any overly sensitive topics. Their conversation flowed easily, with Jiuxing Nai occasionally chiming in, creating a jovial atmosphere. Shobu watched the engaging exchange, her cheeks tinged with pink. Feiju Qingting's earnestness was undeniably charming, especially given that he was conversing with the newly inaugurated fourth Hokage. One by one, bowls of noodles passed from Feiju Qingting's hands, while Handaka served steaming ramen. Before long, Minato and Jiuxing Nai finished their meal, bidding farewell to Feiju Qingting as they departed, undoubtedly burdened with the responsibilities that came with his new title. As they left, Feiju Qingting's mind raced. From their conversation, he gathered that Rin was still alive. It seemed that the tragic event had yet to unfold. He pondered why Kakashi hadn't joined them. Perhaps he was busy with a special mission, unable to even attend the Hokage's inauguration. All right, you two should go out and explore. There aren't many customers now, and I can manage alone, Handaka said as the sun began to set. Lanterns illuminating the night market. Seeing the closeness between Feiju Qingting and his daughter stirred unease in Handaka's heart. Though he was pleased with Feiju Qingting, he promptly urged them to leave, preferring not to witness their intimacy. Then I'll go out with Qingting, Shobu exclaimed joyfully, pulling him along as they dashed out. Oh, daughters grow up too fast, Handaka sighed, shaking his head. Qingting, can you take off the bandages so we can stroll together? Shobu asked eagerly. Of course. I'll show my face while accompanying you, he replied, happy to oblige. Shobu was ecstatic as they enjoyed various activities, catching bubble fish, playing darts, and indulging in takoyaki and sushi, while the moon silently watched over them, illuminating their shared moments. Alas, fortune did not favor Qingting. An unwelcome guest intruded upon their blissful outing. Hey, isn't that Captain Qingting? You actually have a girlfriend now? Seiji Min's voice rang out as they meandered through the market. With an exasperated sigh, Feiju Qingting turned to face him, signaling for him to leave. However, Seiji Min appeared unfazed, raising an eyebrow. Today marks the fourth inauguration. Everyone is in high spirits. The night market is bustling, so I thought I'd take a stroll. But who would have guessed you'd be here with a girlfriend? His words made Shobu blush, nearly causing her to let go of Qingting's hand. I'm not, she stammered. Mind your own business. If you disturb me again, our next spar will show you true pain, Feiju Qingting threatened, gripping her hand tighter. This time, he wasn't hiding behind bandages, and his piercing gaze intimidated Seiji Min, reminding him of their earlier sparring match where Qingting had employed Jinjutsu. TCH, I'll find someone too. I'm ignoring you now, Seiji Min retorted before retreating. That's my colleague, Seiji Min. He's just a bit chatty, Feiju Qingting explained to Shobu. The dragonfly spoke of the shy expression on Changpu's face, her mind lingering on Feiju's words. What does having a girlfriend matter to you? With the interruption from Sheng Jimin, the atmosphere between the two intensified, and throughout their journey, Changpu exhibited a bashful demeanor, a stark contrast to her previously confident self. Meanwhile, behind them, the scheming Sheng Jimin employed all his ninja skills, reaching the pinnacle of stealth. Cursed be the day they flaunted their affection before me. Do not think that becoming a chunin makes you exceptional. Next time, I shall secure a girlfriend and flaunt my affection in your face, he vowed with a glare, determined to make Feiju taste the bitterness of jealousy. Their date was merely a fleeting interlude. Life must continue. Since that evening, despite their youth, their bond had deepened. Feiju returned to work, his heart captivated by a girl and comforted by his father's cooking upon returning home. One day, another mission awaited him, an assignment involving a chunin from the hidden mist village. His mind traversed a tunnel of memories, fragments of information regarding assassination, espionage, and ninjutsu flooded his thoughts. Suddenly, through meticulous integration and analysis, a crucial piece of information crystallized in his mind. The hidden mist village had smuggled something through the borders of the bear country. A wave of shock coursed through him as he realized this intelligence was somewhat outdated, having transpired some time ago. He removed the ninja tools from his head and proceeded to the office of Yamamoto Kaichi. Knock, knock. Come in, he heard. Feiju opened the door to find Yamamoto immersed in paperwork. Master Kaichi, there's a situation. From the memories of the Hidden Mist Village, I discovered that 2 days ago. They seemingly transported something covertly across the borders of the Fire Nation. Really? Elaborate, Yamamoto responded, his attention piqued. Important intel would not prompt such urgency from his subordinates without reason. According to memory, an elite escort was involved. Given the current state of the Hidden Mist Village, particularly the heavy losses incurred by the 7 ninja swordsmen, I suspect they are preparing to retaliate against Konoha. However, with the 4th Hokage in power, this is a time of strength for Konoha. Thus, I surmise that the item they have smuggled could be connected to the tailed beasts. Feiju recounted the memories he had gleaned, narrating them as a story while presenting his analysis separately to avoid biasing his superiors. Tailed beasts? Yamamoto's mind reeled with the implications. He reflected on the information and followed Feiju's reasoning, recognizing its potential validity. First, document your findings and analysis, and await further instructions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yamamoto hastily exited the room. Feiju sighed, knowing that this was likely Kakashi's fault. He could only do so much. He hoped for some change. This was both a reflection of sympathy for his classmate and a means of soothing his own heart. However, according to his calculations, the incident had likely already occurred. In the Hokage's office, Yamamoto reported the vital intelligence to Namikaze Minato, augmenting Feiju's analysis with his own insights. After listening, Minato conducted his own assessment. Lin, tailed beasts, Kakashi, the Bear Country, and the Hidden Mist, this is dire. Assemble the Umbu and the Sealing Team. Follow me. Minato's analysis birthed a foreboding intuition. Half a day's journey from Konoha. In a forest, the sound of crackling thunder startled the birds. Kakashi's eyes widened, pupils constricting as he felt his hand pierce through the chest of Noara Rin. The aftermath was chilling. A hidden mist jonin broke into a cold sweat, narrowly escaping death. Minato, commanding the Umbu to follow closely, utilized the body flicker technique to hasten his pace, ensuring he would not miss the opportunity to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. A flash of yellow streaked through the forest, showcasing his prowess as Hokage. The Umbu, recognizing the urgency, pushed their limits to keep up, aware that should anything happen to the 4th, they would bear the blame. Upon arrival, Minato was met with a scene of devastation, craters, fallen trees, and scattered shurikens and kunai littered the ground, alongside the bodies of hidden mist ninjas and a kneeling Kakashi. Kakashi! Minato's voice jolted him from his stupor. Kakashi, staring blankly at the lifeless form of Rin on the ground, muttered, I've killed Rin. His eyes devoid of life, he lamented the tragedy. Meanwhile, Feiju had completed his report. The written documentation finished. As for Kakashi, he could only leave his fate to chance, realizing his current strength was insufficient to thwart Madara or Kagaya's schemes. Avoidance was not a viable option. Pain had obliterated Konoha once, and he could not place his hopes on Naruto's words or Pain's change of heart. Before that day arrived, he must master the ability to evade the almighty push or eliminate the initiator of that power. The plight of Kakashi pierced his heart once more. Such unforeseen circumstances, beyond his control, were disconcerting. He could devise ways to avert war, but his father, Changpu, and Uncle Ichiraku could not. Thus, he resolved to hasten his development, aware that he could not afford to be complacent. Simultaneously, a thought formed in his mind, facing tailed beasts and bloodline limits. These monstrous abilities required more than conventional ninjutsu. He needed to establish a greater advantage. He had considered the possibility of synthesizing bloodlines, yet the challenge was formidable, and time was not on his side. Bloodlines were merely a foundation, necessitating the development of numerous ninjutsu from that point onward. Hence, he turned his attention to secret techniques, specifically the amplification genjutsu akin to the Nara clan's ancestral ninjutsu. Chapter 16. Secret Techniques. Bloodlines represent unique attributes of chakra, birthed from a special combination, while secret techniques, as Nara Shikamaru described, involve a unique ratio of spiritual and physical energy. Normal chakra combines in a 1-to-1 ratio. However, the creation of secret techniques requires a specific blend of these energies. Feiju meticulously analyzed the information at hand, organizing his thoughts. Bloodlines were well known among many ninjas, yet knowledge of secret techniques remained scarce due to their perilous nature. The danger lies in the uncertainty of which ratios would yield a stable and unique chakra without a one-to-one combination of spiritual and physical energies. Only such chakra serves as the foundation for developing secret techniques, yet it poses significant risks. Diminished physical energy could lead to the newly created chakra consuming spiritual energy, and vice versa. This challenge was one he needed to overcome. He already had a plan. First, he would favor a higher ratio of spiritual energy. Second, he had a connection to a family of secret technique practitioners from whom he could inquire about the creation of secret techniques, provided he refrained from prying into their secrets. With a plan forming in his mind, he returned home for a meal, knowing that nourishment was essential for the tasks ahead. After satisfying his hunger, he was summoned by Yamamoto. Upon entering, he found Yamamoto and the fourth Hokage waiting. "Hokage-sama," Feiju greeted respectfully. "Dragonfly, I came to see you, and I hope to obtain clearer intelligence from you." Minato smiled warmly. "Is it regarding the hidden mist?" "Indeed, as the Hokage had requested." Feiju Qingting had no choice but to recount the situation once more. He understood that Minato was concerned about the clarity of certain intelligence, which also indicated his seriousness regarding the matter. Minato nodded repeatedly in approval of Feiju Qingting's detailed report. Indeed, he was a talented individual. The third Hokage had not been mistaken. After their previous encounter, Minato had delved into Feiju Qingting's background and discovered that the third had met him and provided some guidance. According to the third's evaluations, Feiju Qingting was a young man who had inherited the will of fire. It was evident now that his abilities were among the best in his cohort. Once Feiju Qingting finished his explanation, Minato smiled at him and then vanished from his sight. What just happened? Feiju Qingting feigned confusion, astonished by the sudden disappearance of the Hokage. Yamashita Hachi chuckled. That was the Flying Thunder God technique, a forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage. Only the fourth possesses the innate talent to master it. I see, how enviable. I wish to learn it as well. Feiju Qingting genuinely desired to acquire this skill. His talent was commendable, and his reflexes were sharp. He believed that apart from his chakra reserves, he had no significant shortcomings compared to ordinary ninjas. Haha, that's not possible. The Flying Thunder God is a forbidden technique, and the training process involves considerable risks. Only those who have received the Hokage's approval are permitted to learn it, Yamashita Hachi stated. By the way, boss, I have something I'd like to consult you about. What is it? It's regarding some secret techniques. Well, young man, I didn't expect you to possess such talent. However, this is quite dangerous. So let me explain it in detail. Thank you, boss. Yamashita Hachi, as a leader, was exceptionally competent. Even during non-working hours, he engaged in candid discussions with his subordinates. When faced with Feiju Qingting's inquiries, he generously offered the best advice. Of course, as one of the heads of the intelligence division, he was adept at discerning what should and should not be said. In the course of their conversation, it became clear that Feiju Qingting's intelligence work had garnered significant merit. Time flew by swiftly. Although the war had ended, post-war management was equally crucial. There was much to restore. For instance, some strategic resources were gradually becoming available. Explosive tags, shuriken, and other combat resources that had required special requests during the war were now readily available in ordinary ninja tool shops. Feiju Qingting also threw himself into the work of rebuilding the village. With the war concluded and enemies diminished, the workload for memory retrieval had correspondingly lessened. In his free time, he took on odd jobs, such as helping the Hokage organize documents or standing guard at the village gates. Indeed, he had become a gate guardian. Wherever there was a need, there he would be. Seeing his diligence, I prepared bento for him every day, which filled him with happiness. This motivated him to train even harder, and he made rapid progress in mastering secret techniques. His jinjutsu skills also improved significantly, leaving his peers like Seiji Guy and Ebisu at a loss. Even Guy, with his fiery youthful spirit, dared only to challenge him sporadically. Once ensnared by his jinjutsu, even if one broke free, the lingering emotions would remain, causing discomfort. Especially the mind-reading technique. Even Guy could only manage to resist it with difficulty, let alone Ebisu and others. Clang. A blade sliced through a kunai, resting against Feiju Qingting's neck. "You lose," stated the masked youth, Kakashi, calmly. "Ah, I still can't overcome you, Kakashi." Feiju Qingting waved his hands in resignation. "It's merely relying on the Sharingan." Kakashi lowered his weapon, his Sharingan slowly rotating. He could hardly believe that this expert recommended by Guy had such formidable jinjutsu skills. Without the Sharingan's prowess, he would have been utterly helpless against him. Furthermore, in terms of taijutsu, he was hardly inferior to Kakashi or Guy. Haha, a ninja doesn't rely on anything. Feiju Qingting would not utter foolish remarks like if it weren't for the Sharingan, you would have lost. Such statements were only for the simple-minded. A ninja's profession was assassination, devoid of any need for fairness or morality. If one were to speak of fairness, it would only pertain to refraining from using forbidden techniques against comrades. But next time, haha, your Sharingan will be of no use, Feiju Qingting declared with a confident smile. Kakashi paused at his words, gazing intently at him. Who instilled such confidence in him to confront the Sharingan? One must understand that only by wielding the Sharingan could one grasp its true utility. Its perceptive abilities were unparalleled, far beyond those of ordinary ninjas, and its resistance to genjutsu was comprehensively enhanced. Just moments ago, it had been the Sharingan that had unraveled Feiju Qingting's genjutsu. Oh, as expected of my lifelong rival, he actually managed to defeat the dragonfly, cheered Guy on the side, exuberantly declaring that he would run 5 laps around Konoha as a reward for himself. Feiju Qingting's expression darkened. What an absurd scene, more outrageous than an anime. Kakashi felt the same, especially after Guy had recently been promoted to Chunin a few months ago, fueling his fervent challenges against Kakashi, vowing to engage him in a contest of strength. Feiju Qingting gazed skyward. The chaos of the Nine Tails was approaching. Chapter 17. The Nine Tails. It was yet another tranquil night. 9 months had passed since Minato took office as Hokage, and Konoha was entering its 48th year. Boom. A tremendous energy surged from within Konoha, sweeping in all directions. Beep, beep, beep. The village's highest alert sounded. At the moment the sound resonated, all ninjas awakened from the shadows, their hearts racing. This alarm would only ring in Konoha during dire moments of life and death. Whoosh. All ninjas leaped onto rooftops to assess the situation, awaiting commands. Those nearest to the source of the sound could already see the colossal figure looming above Konoha, its 9 tails swaying ominously. What manner of monster is that? As its tail swept through, numerous buildings were destroyed, and countless residents perished. Son, what is that? Feiju Dongqing and Feiju Qingting stood atop a roof, gazing at the towering beast. Feiju Qingting sighed inwardly, so it has finally arrived. That must be the 9 tails. Dad, you go evacuate the residents according to Konoha's emergency procedures. You know what to do, right? Feiju Qingting instructed. Feiju Dongqing nodded. After all, he had once been a Chunin. When Konoha sounded the highest alert, all Chunin followed established protocols to evacuate residents to shelters. Make sure to protect Ayam and Uncle Shouda. Feiju Qingting quickly set off towards the 9 tails. They were not the only ones taking action. All ninjas ranked Chunin and above began to mobilize. The lower-ranked ninjas, under the guidance of their Chunin superiors, were responsible for evacuating civilians. An emergency order was issued for everyone to protect non-combat personnel. At that moment, Nara Shikaku's voice resonated in the ears of all ninjas. Commands were being issued in rapid succession. Meanwhile, a large number of ninjas had already engaged the 9 tails. The first to arrive were Inuzuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. Their orders relayed through Yamashita Hachi's telepathy. Shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, attacks from numerous ninjas seemed to merely tickle the 9 tails, serving only to infuriate it. Boom. Bearing the name of Hokage, Minato vowed to protect the village at all costs as he faced the colossal beast. The 9 tails also turned its gaze towards him, opening its mouth to unleash a massive black sphere. I won't allow you to harm the village, he declared, knowing he had to choose his landing point wisely against that immense energy. In the face of the giant-tailed beast bomb, Minato formed hand seals and used a space-time barrier to redirect the attack. Bang! A tremendous explosion erupted outside the village. The sheer force of the energy sent shivers down Feiju Qingting's spine. The terrifying tailed beast, the 9 tails, was battered and scattered, and it seemed that the 4th Hokage had confronted Obito. It was time for me to unleash my own will of fire. After more than a year of training, I was no longer the rookie stepping onto the battlefield. I was determined to minimize casualties. As I approached the 9 tails, I observed numerous ninjas restraining it. The creature was far more intimidating in reality than in the anime. Its overwhelming presence was palpable, and I felt the pressure it exuded. Guy, Kakashi, what's the situation? I inquired as I landed beside them. It appears this beast is under the control of the Sharingan, Kakashi replied, gazing into the eyes of the 9 tails. All right, it's time for me to ignite my youthful energy, Guy exclaimed, preparing to confront the Nine Tails head-on. The third Hokage and 2 advisors had also arrived. My sensory perception expanded, and I could detect the massive chakra of the Nine Tails, which was no longer interfering with my awareness. I sensed 3 figures approaching, no 4. The Nine Tails was incredibly resilient, and Konoha's ninjas were struggling to defeat it, but they could at least momentarily suppress it. Suddenly, one ninja soared into the sky and engaged the Nine Tails in combat. Oh, it's Master Dingzhu. So impressive, so youthful. Guy's eyes ignited with fervor as he watched the formidable figure battle such a colossal foe. Witnessing my teacher take on such a mighty opponent filled me with adrenaline. Boom, boom, boom. Naturally, Master Dingzhu was no match for the Nine Tails. His massive form only managed to mitigate the creature's area attacks, preventing further harm to civilians. Other ninjas rushed in to support him. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Body Flicker Technique, and a plethora of explosive tags ready. Let us join the fray, Kakashi commanded. All right, let my blazing energy burn. Guy responded enthusiastically. Stop. You are to gather at the assembly point. A figure bearing a sword blocked our path. Why, Asahi? Guy asked. By order of the third Hokage, the swordsman replied. We can be of assistance, I insisted. He could indeed lend a hand, much like Master Dingzhu, to provide some distraction. That's an order, Asahi stated firmly. TCH, let us go then. After all, it's an order, and the third Hokage has already arrived, Guy concluded. Acknowledging the inevitability of compliance. It seemed Asahi, a jonin, was already on the scene, while I pondered why Kakashi had to leave as well. Kakashi remained silent, merely glancing back at the Nine Tails. Soon, we reached the assembly point. To our dismay, the orders we received were to protect the residents. We were not to engage in the Nine Tails subjugation. I sighed inwardly, relieved yet disappointed. Protecting the civilians was indeed crucial, though I had hoped to test my newly developed jutsu against the Nine Tails. The scene among the residents was one of chaos and terror, their faces marked by fear. While splitting from Guy and Kakashi, I moved through different areas to evacuate the populace, maintaining my awareness on the battlefield. The third Hokage and his comrades had already made their entrance, and it was my first time witnessing the 2 advisors in action. The third Hokage's techniques, which I had seen in the anime, included 5 elemental ninjutsu, composite attacks, and shuriken shadow clone techniques. Mito's technique was awe-inspiring. Countless colossal weapons rained down from the sky, temporarily subduing the Nine Tails. The scrolls unleashed a deluge of attacks upon it, complete with explosive tags that made the beast howl in pain, causing its 9 tails to thrash wildly. Even Shimura Danzo joined the fray, utilizing wind techniques that inflicted further agony upon the Nine Tails, which only made it more ferocious. Meanwhile, Tintin was on support, providing medical assistance. Oh, she is akin to Tintin, a master of ninja tools, I thought, noticing the Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes had vanished. Surely, the 4th Hokage had intervened. Even so, the combined assaults of many ninjas merely restrained the creature. Finally, the 3rd Hokage employed summoning jutsu, presenting a legendary scene as he thrust a golden staff into the Nine Tails, driving it out of the village. Chapter 18, Ruins and Debris Incredible. I could not help but admire the prowess of those who emerged from the Warring States period. Whether it was the 3rd Hokage, the strongest of his kind, or his fellow masters, they were truly exceptional. Although I had not witnessed their capabilities in the original narrative, their presence was undeniably formidable, rivaling that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom. As the Nine Tails was expelled from Konoha, a silhouette dashed forth, swiftly enlarging as it captured the creature and forced it back down. Was that a Kimichi Choji? I mused, recognizing the robust chakra emanating from him, coupled with his immense size. I had previously focused on the elder ninjas, but I had overlooked this character who had only made a few appearances in the anime. However, he seemed to have aged significantly. His strength had waned compared to Dingzhu, though his combat experience was invaluable. In that moment, he managed to temporarily suppress the Nine Tails, using all his might to pin it down. Other ninjas rushed to provide support. I shook my head and redirected my attention to evacuating the civilians. This was a battlefield beyond my involvement. Initially, I had believed my newly developed jutsu would find its place here, but it seemed even my support paled in comparison to the seasoned veterans. Konoha had numerous capable shinobi, yet I had yet to spot Orochimaru. With the 3rd Hokage having forced the Nine Tails out, it indicated that the conflict would soon reach its conclusion. I arrived at the ruins left in the wake of the Ninetales rampage, rescuing several residents trapped beneath the debris. Witnessing the destruction and the loss of loved ones brought tears to many eyes, a haunting scene that would remain etched in memory. There were countless individuals in despair, with the Ninetales' colossal form wreaking havoc and destruction upon Konoha. I fulfilled my duty, saving those still alive, and tended to the injured using the battlefield first aid techniques I had studied in my spare time, stabilizing their wounds. For those who had lost limbs, I applied pressure to stop the bleeding and employed genjutsu to suppress the pain signals reaching their brains. This was the extent of what I could do. My skills in medical ninjutsu were still amateurish. The cries of anguish from the residents echoed in my ears, the sorrow of families torn apart resonating profoundly within me. Thank you, noble shinobi. Thank you. Among the voices of gratitude, there were also those weeping for lost parents. The sight tugged at my heartstrings. If I were to lose my father in Shobu, would I not feel the same? This only solidified my resolve to grow stronger, not just to save the world, but to protect myself and my family. The ruins defined the scene at the heart of Konoha. There were many shinobi like me, returning to the battlefield where the Ninetales had rampaged to rescue those still clinging to life. Meanwhile, beyond Konoha, the battle raged on. Perhaps due to the distance between Minato and Obito, I had not sensed their conflict all night. I knew that after a time of destruction, the commotion in the distance began to wane. Surely, Minato was returning. At that moment, I caught sight of Naruto's teacher, Irika Yumino, who was weeping amidst the rubble. He appeared to be a few years younger than me. The bamboo dragonfly did not take the opportunity to forge connections at this time. The loss of his parents weighed heavily on him. Dragonfly, can you sense if anyone else has been left behind? The three members of Team Cabin approached him with inquiries. Xianjian and Hebe came along later. As a sensory ninja, the bamboo dragonfly took on the role of leader to enhance the efficiency of the rescue efforts. No, everyone who could be saved has been saved, he replied, shaking his head. Many have perished. No wonder there would be so much resentment towards Naruto in later years. The anger of the masses is difficult to appease, and the repercussions are far-reaching. Team Cabin let out a sigh of relief. The night-long rescue mission had left them breathless. Fortunately, with the dragonfly's timely assistance, further casualties were avoided. Xianjian gave him a thumbs up, while Kai and Hebe rested back-to-back on the ground. Don't flatter me. This is a collective effort, not just my achievement as a sensory ninja, the bamboo dragonfly humbly remarked. Time was still ticking away. In the distance, dawn slowly broke, casting a melancholic light over Konoha. At the Iam residence, Dragonfly, are you all right? Iam breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him return unscathed. The bamboo dragonfly embraced her. I possess great skills. Of course, I am fine. Though Konoha has suffered significant losses, I may have a lot on my plate moving forward. After a night of rescue work and a morning spent drafting reports, he finally returned from the mission. Meanwhile, Konoha's specific plans had yet to materialize. However, it was likely that he would be quite busy in the future. For now, he would take a moment to rest. I'm just glad you're safe. Your contributions to the village make me proud, Iam said, standing on her tiptoes to lightly touch his face. Hey, don't act like I don't exist, you rascal. A voice chimed in, as a finger tapped incessantly on the side of his head. Seriously, maintain some distance, would you? Beside him, Feiju Dongqing observed this scene with a smile, thinking to himself, what a good lad. It seems I need not worry about my son's future marriage. Nevertheless, I am proud of you, Dragonfly. Keep it up, Hondai encouraged him. With the approval of his beloved and his future father-in-law, the bamboo dragonfly felt invigorated, ready to embrace the responsibilities of a diligent worker. After conveying the situation to his family, the next day, he arrived at the analysis department. He could sense that the mood among his colleagues was quite grim, a cloud of sorrow hanging over them. Upon his arrival, they merely nodded in acknowledgement. Shengsheimen arrived late, and sighed upon seeing the bamboo dragonfly. So, any news? What happened yesterday? He knew that the bamboo dragonfly had keen sensory abilities and might possess valuable intelligence. All he knew was that the Ninetales had invaded the village, causing devastating losses. Everything else remained a mystery. Well, all the top-tier experts have mobilized. From the commotion, it appears that the Hokage has succeeded, the bamboo dragonfly responded, relieving Shengsheimen's anxiety. That's good to hear. We should receive official notifications soon. The bamboo dragonfly refrained from divulging too much information. The death of elite fighters was sensitive intelligence that could not be carelessly shared, as it might attract the envy of other villages. They themselves had suffered significant injuries in the aftermath of the conflict. As expected, shortly after they began work, the order from Yamashiro Itachi arrived. All members of the analysis department were to participate in patrolling the village. Clearly, they had lost many vital combatants in the confrontation with the Nine Tails. Even members of their analysis team were now required to patrol. As he walked alongside Shinzaiman through Konoha, the bamboo dragonfly's sharp senses detected the absence of Uchiha figures on the streets. It seemed that the third Hokage or other higher-ups were beginning to suspect the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan truly posed a troublesome legacy. Chapter 19. The Touch of Destiny in Konoha. The bamboo dragonfly paused to patrol the area assigned to him, diligently utilizing his sensory ninjutsu. Having experienced war firsthand, he dared not let his guard down, even having read the original story. The profession of a ninja demands vigilance, as the risk of misfortune is exceedingly high. He could not be certain whether spies from other villages might be lurking during such tumultuous times. In fact, it was almost certain that they were. Each village lacked neither spies like Orochimaru. This was a consequence of their chosen vocation. However, after a day of patrolling, the bamboo dragonfly encountered no enemies. Instead, he observed that the residents below were gradually emerging from their grief and beginning the reconstruction of Konoha. Upon reaching the memorial stone, he alighted on a nearby tree branch and saw Iruka sitting before the stone, tears streaming down his face as he held a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. After watching for a moment, he resumed his patrol. There were many individuals like Iruka, but since he was a familiar face, he lingered a little longer. Moreover, if memory served him right, the third Hokage would soon come to comfort him, so he felt no need to intervene. As he continued his patrol, the bamboo dragonfly practiced the body flicker technique. With his sharp reflexes and strong learning capabilities, he would not neglect such a vital mobility ninjutsu. The foundational D-rank body flicker technique was just the beginning. He had also acquired other variations from enemy ninjas' memories. He frequently crossed paths with other patrolling ninjas from different villages. Did he just signal me? One ninja who passed by him suddenly halted, making a hand sign to indicate he was an ally before vanishing like a shadow. The patrolling ninja scratched his head, thinking, this body flicker technique is truly remarkable. As night fell, the bamboo dragonfly concluded his shift and handed over to the next group of ninjas. He arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, where Ayam had prepared a lovingly crafted dinner for him. Dragonfly-kun, you've worked hard. Ah, it smells amazing. Ayam's culinary skills have surpassed Uncle Hand-Eye's. The bamboo dragonfly exclaimed as he savored the delicious ramen. Kid, are you looking for a beating? Don't step on my turf, Hand-Eye retorted, though his ears perked up at the praise. His smile revealed satisfaction with the bamboo dragonfly's words. Yes, Uncle, your cooking is second to none in the world, the bamboo dragonfly replied, thinking to himself that his own skills had also improved significantly, rivaling those of Hand-Eye. His learning ability was simply exceptional. Sprinkle some water. Ayam leaned over the table, gazing at the bamboo dragonfly with a beaming smile. You look so handsome when you eat. After spending some cozy moments with Ayam, he returned home. Feiju Dongqing was busy crafting figurines, a source of income for him. Despite having only one hand, he skillfully transformed processed reeds and bamboo into a dragonfly in no time. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Dad, teach me how to fold this. He was inspired to create a new illusion technique. The previous series of mind-reading illusions had proven potent for ninjas, yet they had clear weaknesses. Once one illusion was broken, it became easy to unravel others. The principle relied on the reverse operation of mind-reading techniques to disrupt the enemy's brain and chakra. If the enemy lacked neural connections or had their nerves severed, they would be left to rely solely on taijutsu and ninjutsu. He was confident in his abilities in those areas, but they lacked the distinct advantages of illusions. Seeing the figurines sparked thoughts of the secret techniques he had developed. This could lead to something promising. Feiju Dongqing frowned at this. Why learn this? Is it for gifts for Ayam? Ninjas already have a plethora of skills to master. Why waste time on this? I hadn't considered that, but my aim is not for gifts. It's for a new secret technique that suits these figurines perfectly. What can it do? And when did you develop a secret technique? I had no idea. Father, it has not been long since I acquired it, and I have yet to utilize it in practice. Well, you have always held your own opinions since childhood. Feiju Dongqing ultimately conceded, provided it served a purpose for him. However, he was soon met with disappointment, just as he finished explaining the technique for weaving bamboo. The Feiju dragonfly had already crafted a complete dragonfly figurine, Wherever he spoke, the Feiju dragonfly learned instantaneously, requiring no repetition. Gradually, cold sweat began to form on his brow. Within less than an hour, the Feiju dragonfly was innovating and creating shapes that he had not even thoroughly researched. Hey, this is rather simple, he mused, thoroughly enjoying himself. To him, the difficulty of this figurine felt akin to that of making a bowl of instant noodles, quite easy to master. In an instant, a bamboo weaving resembling an iris materialized in his hands. You little rascal, go play by yourself and do not disturb me. Feiju Dongqing promptly shooed him away, preferring not to see him. Years prior, after suffering a broken arm and retiring from the art of sealing, he had dedicated half a month to learning how to weave a dragonfly figurine to support the Feiju dragonfly. The latter chuckled and returned to his room, gazing at the iris in hand. In an attempt to experiment with his ideas, he swiftly formed hand seals. A unique chakra was refined, which he directed towards the figurine. The secret technique, pointing hand, was successfully unleashed. The iris figurine gradually transformed before the Feiju dragonfly into a living iris. It gazed silently at him, yet did not utter a word. Success. The Feiju dragonfly continued to manipulate its movements, and soon, the figurine was moving about the room like a ninja. In reality, this was an illusion. This was the secret technique he had developed, pointing hand. A figurine released with this technique would manifest as an illusion in the minds of those who beheld it, without the need to disrupt the enemy's chakra. What one saw was the illusion. For those susceptible to the technique, what they perceived was indeed reality. It was as if the Feiju dragonfly had created a semblance of life. However, he needed to imbue this entity with his abilities, otherwise, it would possess no consciousness or combat awareness. This task rested upon the shoulders of the Feiju dragonfly. The essence of the technique involved reversing a mind-reading technique, imbuing the figurine with his combat experiences and memories to execute the secret technique. It bore resemblance to the ability of super beast imitation, albeit one involved figurines and the other involved paintings. This aligned perfectly with the nature of in release, creating form from nothingness. With careful guidance from Yamanaka Hachi and bolstered by his own formidable talent, his secret technique finally emerged. The subsequent step involved organizing his memories, infusing varied thoughts into different figurines, while also customizing memories to suit the shape of each figurine. These aspects still awaited development, as they were not yet suitable for combat. Moving forward, he could continue refining this skill, for the work of the analysis team could not be neglected. The diversity of combat strategies would hinge upon it. Chapter 20. The death of the fourth Hokage and the ascension of the third. The fourth Hokage met an untimely demise during the confrontation with the Nine Tails. Subsequently, I assumed the role of Hokage in the interim until the fifth Hokage emerged. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood upon the Hokage platform, the wind billowing his Hokage cloak. A heavy atmosphere enveloped all present. The fourth had scarcely held the position for a year, and this vibrant leader was now lost, leaving the villagers and shinobi in disarray. It was unexpected that he perished not in war, but in the face of the Nine Tails. The Feiju dragonfly stood among the ranks, beside the likes of Doku and others. Gazing at the elderly third Hokage, he pondered why it was not the third who had fallen. Surely the forbidden techniques left by the second and the ninjutsu developed by others should have provided some means of addressing this. The Nine Tails had existed for millennia. It was illogical to believe it could only be controlled now. Perhaps the third was unskilled in sealing techniques and could not seal the Nine Tails within Naruto. Such reasoning might be tenuous, as the original work did not elaborate on this. Even a bright mind like his could not fathom it. Alas, just as peace had been achieved, turmoil was bound to follow. Hoshigaki sighed. Indeed, a period of sorrow lay ahead. The Feiju dragonfly concurred. The implications of the fourth's death were profound. Much like the passing of the third Kazekage, the third Raikage, or any other Kage, it would significantly alter the balance of the ninja world. The disappearance of the third Kazekage had precipitated the Third Shinobi World War. The death of the third Raikage had led to Kumo's defeat in battle. Now, the demise of the third Hokage would leave Konoha in a state of vulnerability. With the passing of Minato, it was certain that the Land of Fire and other nations would seize many resources previously directed towards Konoha. The most immediate consequence would be a reduction in mission assignments, a factor that fundamentally impacts Konoha's foundation. According to the Feiju Dragonfly's assessment, other nations, witnessing the fourth's untimely death after merely a year in office, would foster distrust towards Konoha, resulting in a decline in mission assignments. A decrease in missions would hinder the growth of Konoha's shinobi, creating a cascading effect. To stabilize the situation in Konoha, the higher-ups opted not to hastily select another Hokage, instead allowing the third to continue in his capacity to stabilize the village. The third's return to power aimed to provide solace to the departed souls. The death of the fourth, along with the loss of numerous jonin in the fight against the Nine Tails, left those at the memorial stone in mourning. Among the most affected were Kakashi, Iruka, and others. The Feiju Dragonfly had participated in numerous memorial services after each war, and this was no different. Thankfully, his family remained safe, allowing him to focus on offering solace to the fourth's spirit. He held deep respect for that radiant fourth Hokage, as well as for his wife. Their character was noble. It had been quite some time since the incident involving the Nine Tails. The living continued onward. Feiju Dragonfly, the Hokage summons you to the office. Just as the Feiju Dragonfly was engrossed in studying a book titled Theoretical Research on Barrier Ninjutsu, the Umbu suddenly appeared. Is there anything I need to prepare? He inquired, closing the book. It had been a year and a half since the third's return to power, and the Feiju Dragonfly had grown taller. Diligently working in the analysis team without a hint of slackness, he was perplexed as to why the Hokage had summoned him. The Umbu were not required. The Feiju Dragonfly stepped out of his home, the sun shining brightly overhead, a harbinger of clear skies. Yet, his mind raced with speculations about the third's reasons for summoning him. As an elite member of the analysis team, he had excelled and was promoted to special jonin, surpassing Yamanaka Hachi. Since the analysis team rarely engaged in combat, his other skills were seldom showcased, leading him to suspect it might pertain to a reconnaissance task. Certain missions required fieldwork, necessitating swift information retrieval, akin to his previous encounters with his companions when gathering intelligence on Kisame. Knock knock. The Feiju Dragonfly arrived at the Hokage office and rapped on the door. Hokage-sama, Feiju Dragonfly seeks an audience. Enter. Creak. Upon opening the door, he saw the third looking up, surrounded by a pile of documents, with two other shinobi assisting him. Hokage-sama. It appears you have trained diligently over the years. You have grown quite strong, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a smile. Hokage-sama, allow me to clarify. It is handsome and tall, but not particularly strong, the Feiju Dragonfly replied. His slender physique not qualifying as robust. Haha. Indeed, my eyes must be failing me, Sarutobi chuckled. This child truly spares no effort in teasing. I have called you here to assign you a task. Yes. As you are aware, the war and the Nine Tails incident have inflicted significant losses upon Konoha's core forces, and it has yet to fully recover after more than a year. Indeed, the Feiju Dragonfly acknowledged, fully understanding the gravity of the situation. Uncertain of his intentions, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, your capabilities have garnered the recognition of both myself and the advisors, and having experienced the battlefield, you possess considerable expertise. Therefore, I would like you to lead a team of newly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy. What are your thoughts on this matter? Taken aback by the request to lead a team, Feiju Qingdiao had not anticipated this outcome, despite his prolonged contemplation. Although he yearned for a tranquil existence in the analytical class, he bore the mantle of a man who inherited the will of fire. Such an opportunity was not one to refuse. Moreover, it had been quite some time since he had ventured outside, and the prospect of guiding a team and witnessing the splendor of the ninja world was indeed appealing. Certainly, it is my duty to contribute to the legacy of Konoha, he affirmed with unwavering conviction. Hiruzen, pleased with his resolute response, felt reassured that he had made the right choice. Over a year ago, he had sensed that this young man was destined to uphold the will of fire, and that sentiment remained unchanged. Excellent. Here is the list of those you will be leading, he said, handing over a document. As Feiju Qingdiao opened the list, he noted the names, Yumino Iruka, Mibu Shinobi, and Jishin Taisien. Recognizing Mibu Shinobi immediately, he turned to examine their profiles. Yumino Iruka had outstanding theoretical results, average practical performance, and excelled in ninjutsu, though his taijutsu was merely mediocre. Mibu Shinobi also boasted commendable theoretical scores and average practical results, with a notable proficiency in ninjutsu. The photograph depicted a young man with a distinctive head wrap, revealing only a few strands of hair and his facial features. Jishin Taisien, on the other hand, displayed exemplary results across the board, particularly excelling in space-time ninjutsu and the manipulation of ninja tools. His image showcased a youth with his hair neatly concealed, possessing an aura befitting a protagonist. Ah, it seems I am to become the teacher of Naruto's teacher, he mused. Though it appears Iruka is more suited to the role of an instructor based on his profile. He pondered why Mibu Shinobi concealed his head, questioning the aesthetics of such a choice, while noting Jishin Tieshien's resemblance to the renowned 12 ninja warriors of later generations. To already possess proficiency in space-time ninjutsu and tool manipulation before graduation suggests a well-to-do family, and their parents must be formidable as well, he concluded, forming judgments about his 3 disciples. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen remarked, "These are promising candidates. Do you have confidence in nurturing them into capable ninjas?" "Absolutely." Feiju Qingdiao replied with certainty, recognizing the evident lack of talent in this cohort compared to his own graduating class, which had included remarkable individuals like Guy, Kakashi, Obito, and Asuma. In contrast, Iruka was considered the standout of this group, despite his potential as an exceptional teacher in the future. "Go on then. The students must be eagerly awaiting your arrival," Hiruzen urged. "Understood," Feiju Qingdiao acknowledged as he exited the Hokage's office. "Isn't it a bit premature for Qingdiao to assume the role of a team leader?" the secretary queried. "One must possess the capability to lead a team to become a chunin, as per Konoha's regulations. He is now a jounin. Self-doubt should not be entertained," Hiruzen replied. In the Ninja Academy, Mibu Shinobi excitedly wondered who their team leader would be. The young man, with his head wrapped, appeared somewhat mischievous. "If only we could have the esteemed Mito as our captain," Jishin Taisien mused, twirling a shuriken in his hands. Yumino Iruka, however, remained quiet, gazing ahead as if lost in thought. "If my father were still alive, he would surely be leading us," he reflected, only to be jolted back to reality by his teammates' nudges. "As long as I can learn something, I will be content," he smiled. Having emerged from a year of mourning and now aspiring to become a nurturing teacher. As they awaited their leader, the sound of footsteps caught their attention, and they eagerly turned towards the classroom door. Entering was a young man clad in a ninja vest, hands tucked into his pockets, his head entirely wrapped in bandages, with the Konoha forehead protector tied over his eyes. "Yumino Iruka, Jishin Taisien, Mibu Shinobi," he announced. Upon hearing their names, the trio responded in unison, "Yes. I am your captain, Feiju Qingdiao. Until further notice from the Hokage, I will lead you. Are you prepared to become ninjas?" "Ready," they affirmed. "Excellent. We shall convene at Training Ground 98 tomorrow morning. Do not overindulge at breakfast. I shall treat you to something delicious. Now disperse and rest. For our schedule will become quite demanding starting tomorrow," he instructed before swiftly performing hand seals and vanishing from their sight. Remarkable, he vanished in an instant. Mibu Shinobi exclaimed in awe. "That must be a form of body flicker technique," Jishin Taisien speculated. "No, that was the shadow clone technique. A high-level ninjutsu that only jounins can master," Iruka clarified. "Wait, we're being led by a jounin?" Mibu Shinobi exclaimed excitedly. "Have you noticed how young our captain seems?" Jishin Taisien remarked. With his face mostly covered in bandages, Feiju Qingdiao's age was indeed difficult to ascertain. They would find out tomorrow. As Feiju Qingdiao strolled through the streets of Konoha, he reflected, "I never expected to become a captain so soon, having never led a serious team myself." Stretching his limbs, he considered the preparations he needed to make for the following day's responsibilities. Unlike the antics of the third Hokage and Kakashi, who engaged in playful exercises like bell stealing, he planned to assess the true capabilities of his 3 students first before determining his teaching approach. As the captain, he felt compelled to demonstrate his strength to cultivate their trust. Speaking of which, that Ebisu fellow truly has a knack for teaching. He became a chunin in just 3 months, and his instructional abilities have skyrocketed, he mused. He had unknowingly wandered to the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, where he crafted a rose from palm leaves, beaming as he stepped inside. Look what I've brought you, a hand-woven rose." Upon entering, he was met with the gaze of 2 familiar faces. "Ah, youth is indeed in the air. It seems Qingdiao has found his true love," Guy exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, his grin radiant. Kakashi, looking impressed, nodded in acknowledgement. Busy tending to her duties, chuckled softly as she accepted the rose, placing it in a nearby vase adorned with other crafted flowers, their lifelike beauty on full display. "Haha, what brings you 2 here?" Feiju Qingdiao inquired, noticing their presence. "Guy is now a special jounin, and I just returned from a mission in the Land of Snow. Since I've completed my task, we decided to share a meal together," Kakashi explained. "Ah, the Land of Snow. I've heard it is perpetually blanketed in snow and breathtakingly beautiful. Did you bring back any local delicacies? Feizhu Qingdiao inquired, eager to learn more. The flying bamboo dragonfly has heard of the land of snow. It seems that the plot from the theatrical version is indeed present. However, I wonder if Naruto will venture to the land of snow again. After all, it is home to chakra technology from the ninja world. I wonder if Kakashi managed to bring any back. The feudal lord has changed, and I almost perished there myself. One could hardly call it a specialty. I nearly became one. Kakashi sighed in resignation. Oh, the land of snow is merely a small country, and yet it nearly claimed your life? Do not underestimate any foe. They possess chakra amplification devices that can significantly enhance a ninja's abilities, and every one of them can wield ice release. The snow ninjas are formidable. Enough of this. What about you? Still diligently analyzing? Kakashi retorted. Don't mention it. I just received a mission, starting tomorrow. I will be leading a team composed of fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy, replied the flying bamboo dragonfly as he sat down and eagerly consumed the ramen served by the staff. Huh, quite the image. But considering we all emerged from the baby class, it's rather exciting. Guy laughed heartily. Do not speak nonsense. I am not part of that, Kakashi thought to himself. Chapter 22, The Trial Training, Ground 98. The morning sunlight graced the earth. Iruka's trio was languidly waiting for the flying bamboo dragonfly's arrival. Is the captain going to be late? Nishikawa muttered. Grr. His stomach growled. He hadn't eaten breakfast, tempted by the feast the captain had. He should be arriving soon. Wait, what is that? Just as Thorny Line was about to speak, a tremendous commotion erupted from the forest. Buzzing. The trio turned to see the trees bending under pressure as if some monstrous creature were approaching. Goodness, what a colossal beast. A dragonfly, towering 2 stories high, appeared, its 4 wings fluttering as it nimbly approached them. It seemed to have noticed them, its multifaceted eyes swiveling. Whoosh. It hovered above them, its forelegs poised to strike. Buzzing. Swish. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly, teleporting away just in time. Boom. The dragonfly struck the ground, leaving a massive crater. How could such a creature exist in the hidden leaf? Nishikawa shouted, cold sweat breaking out. Be cautious. This must be a summoned beast the captain is using to test our abilities. We must work together to defeat it and not allow the captain to underestimate us, Iruka deduced, recalling the captain's name as he observed the dragonfly. Thorny Line, upon seeing the dragonfly, also realized this and unfurled a lengthy scroll. Bang! With a flick of the scroll, a barrage of shurikens shot forth like meteors towards the colossal beast. Clang! The giant dragonfly flailed its 6 limbs, deflecting the projectiles. But that was not the end. Thorny Line summoned a meteor hammer. Nishikawa, realizing the moment, hurled shurikens as well, entangling the beast's limbs with wire while it was preoccupied with defending against his teammates' attack. The meteor struck, sending the giant dragonfly hurtling backward, rolling several times on the ground. Boom. Iruka, not to be outdone, unleashed a fireball that followed suit. Success. The trio laughed, having struck the beast with their ninjutsu. But suddenly, Iruka sensed something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, there was no giant beast, only a damaged figurine. Half of the charred dragonfly, emitting wisps of smoke, was no larger than a palm. Watch out. Bang. As he assessed the situation, a pangolin burst from the ground, sending Iruka flying. He rolled several times before coming to a stop. A woo. Though puzzled by why the pangolin emitted a wolf-like howl, Thorny Line and the others were gravely concerned. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Iruka stood, striving to analyze the various elements at play. First, this was certainly not a summoned beast. Judging by the first giant's traces, it could not be a transformation technique either. If it were an illusion, it could not have caused such damage to the ground. He observed the crater left by the dragonfly and the burrow made by the pangolin. What exactly is happening? In the sky. Oh dear, quite the impressive teamwork. You managed to defeat one of my dragonflies. The flying bamboo dragonfly perched atop a giant eagle, watching the skirmish below with a smile. In terms of performance and cooperative abilities, they surpassed Naruto and Sasuke, the protagonists. It appeared that the trio had been diligent students at the academy. These gigantic beasts were merely disposable summoned creatures he had conjured using a secret technique. Without chakra to sustain them, they would vanish. Thus far, he had developed only 4 types of summoned beasts: a dragonfly, a pangolin, a giant eagle, and a colossal whale suited for underwater use. Thunderous sounds. The flying bamboo dragonfly observed the battle below with great satisfaction. When the trio was left in disarray by the pangolin, he dispelled the jutsu and leapt from the sky. Huffing and puffing, the trio was bewildered. Huh? Where did it go? Thornyline shook his head, searching. Something appeared to be descending from the sky. Nishikawa pointed to a black dot under the sunlight, which grew larger in their sight. Oh no! The three immediately scattered. Upon turning back, they found no commotion as anticipated, only the flying bamboo dragonfly smiling at them. Well done. You all possess considerable strength. He praised his subordinates, giving them a thumbs up. Captain, you nearly scared me to death. I thought another giant beast was falling from the sky. Nishikawa patted his chest, still shaken by the earlier two colossal creatures. Irika, was that just now a summoning technique? That was an illusion. Huh, an illusion? The trio looked incredulous. Illusions did not manifest in such a manner, and how had they fallen victim to one? The flying bamboo dragonfly produced a dragonfly figurine, resembling the earlier beast, and smiled. Let me teach you your first lesson. Never be deceived by appearances. This illusion belonged to a category of real illusions. When an intelligent being fell prey to it, the illusion would transform into reality, hence the damage caused to the terrain. This meant that at the moment you beheld that dragonfly, it had become a genuine giant beast. But we didn't see it before the giant beast appeared. Irika contended. However, I did see it. The flying bamboo dragonfly pointed to himself. The trio understood, realizing that he had cast the illusion while they had borne the consequences. Their eyes sparkled. That technique was impressive, and they wondered if they could learn it. They gazed at the flying bamboo dragonfly with fervent admiration. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you wish to learn? Uh-huh. The three nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice. This jutsu is quite challenging. So if you wish to learn, you must put in the effort. I will teach you earnestly, the flying bamboo dragonfly assured them. But whether you can master it is uncertain. Even I took over a year to perfect the 4 types I have developed. The difficulty in creation and in learning is not vastly different. Given your talents, I do not expect you to master it. Hooray! The trio cheered, seemingly undeterred by the difficulty ahead. Now, let us adhere to the traditions of the hidden leaf. First, introduce yourselves, then we shall take a picture, and afterward, I will treat you to a grand feast. The flying bamboo dragonfly smiled at their delighted expressions. I will go first. I am Thornyline. My dream is to become the greatest master of ninja tools in the hidden leaf, and I adore ramen. I am Irika Yamano. My dream is to educate and nurture talent for the hidden leaf, and I too enjoy ramen. I am Nishikawa. My dream is to join the torture and interrogation division. And I admire my senior, Ibiki Marino. I love grilled meat. I am the flying bamboo dragonfly, and my dream is to lead an unremarkable life. Raising 2 children, a boy and a girl, with my wife, and watching them grow, nurturing a family, and eventually spoiling my grandchildren. Snap! The 4 individuals captured a photograph together. Feiju Qingting stood behind, his hands gently resting on the heads of Jishi Xian and Irika, while Narashino crossed his arms, standing in the center. Chapter 23, The Will of Fire, A New Dawn in Konoha. At a Kimchi-s barbecue restaurant, the sound of sizzling filled the air as Irika and his companions indulged in their meal. No need to rush. You needn't worry about finances until my pockets are empty, Feiju Qingting assured them. He picked up a piece of grilled meat and enjoyed a bite. This is delicious. When will we embark on our mission, Captain? Jishi Xian inquired, anticipation evident in his voice. Irika echoed, Indeed, I wish to master all the skills of a ninja to pass them on to my future students. We'll begin right after we finish eating. It will be a demanding task, perfect for freshly graduated genin like you, Feiju Qingting replied with a smile. What kind of mission is it? Is it something grand, like capturing enemy spies or defending our nation? Narashino asked eagerly. Not at all. Those tasks are mere child's play. Upon hearing this, all 3 gazed at him with intense curiosity. Could it be a mission concerning the very survival of Konoha? It is indeed a formidable task regarding the survival of our village. Was the captain truly acknowledging them in such a manner? Could it be that their recent victory over a monstrous beast had earned them his respect? You'll find out shortly, Feiju Qingting teased. Oh, come on, Captain. Just tell us. Less chatter. Eat up if you want to know. The trio hastened their eating in response to his words. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a tall figure appeared, accompanied by a seemingly gentle woman holding a chubby child. Well, if at Isnt Qingting, are you leading a mission? The tall figure greeted. Feiju Qingting turned with a smile. Yes, it's finally my turn to lead, Dingswa Senpai. It's been a while. He then glanced at the small figure in the woman's arms. Was this Dingji the same age as her daughter? Little Dingji, plump and adorable, seemed to understand Feiju Qingting's words and turned to look at him, though soon his gaze shifted to the grilled meat. Isn't he adorable? Dingzhua beamed with pride. He clearly inherited your excellent genes. He will undoubtedly surpass you and become a pillar of the village, Feiju Qingting complimented. Dingzhua laughed heartily, of course. Just look at this physique. It's reminiscent of my youth. By the way, this meal is on me. Little Dingji pointed eagerly at the meat on the grill, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Here, Uncle will give you some. Just call me Uncle. Feiju Qingting offered a piece of grilled meat to the child. Uncle, good boy. Feiju Qingting smiled, placing the meat in his mouth. Dingzhua and his wife did not intervene. In the world of ninja, it was perfectly fine for children of this age to enjoy grilled meat. Watching little Dingji savor the food, Feiju Qingting couldn't help but smile. This child was growing remarkably, able to utilize the Akimichi clan's most potent secret techniques without any external aid, an achievement unmatched by any previous member of the clan. The trio greeted Dingzhua as well, and soon, the family settled at their own table, sharing a warm meal together. All right, once we're full, we'll set off. The mission awaits. Yes, the three exclaimed excitedly. In the Konoha residential area, among the farmlands, three figures diligently planted seedlings in the fields. Feiju Qingting observed from the edge, engrossed in a book, occasionally displaying an expression of enlightenment. Narashino called out, Captain Qingting, is our great mission really just planting seedlings? Of course. Don't ninjas need to eat? If we don't eat, we'll starve, right? Planting crops ensures that countless ninjas do not go hungry. Isn't that a truly noble endeavor, far greater than waging war against other villages? Feiju Qingting glanced at them, satisfied to see they weren't slacking off. But it's so boring. Irika lamented, his spirits dampened. Is this truly what ninjas should be doing? Jishi Xian echoed his sentiments. A ninja must endure what cannot be endured. If you can't handle this, how can I trust you with more challenging tasks? Feiju Qingting retorted. And have you truly studied diligently at school? This question sparked dissent among the trio. Captain, I was the top of my class in theoretical knowledge. Do not underestimate me. Irika protested. He had indeed put in the effort to become a great educator. Theory and practice are different. And who says farming isn't something a ninja should do? It's not just a task for ninjas. It's a vital aspect of our community. Feiju Qingting closed his book, speaking earnestly. But what is the use of it? Jishi Xian countered. The other two nodded in agreement, questioning the relevance of endurance. Very well, I will give you your first lesson. Pay attention and don't slack off. All right, go ahead, they all replied, eager to see what he would concoct. They were confident in their own learning abilities. The first point, a ninja's chakra requires the fusion of physical and spiritual energy to be refined. This task will help you accumulate spiritual energy. They nodded in agreement, but remained skeptical, as other missions could serve the same purpose. Second, a ninja is a covert profession. Espionage and intelligence gathering require a cover identity. And being a farmer is an excellent disguise. The trio scoffed, recalling that the school's espionage lessons never mentioned farmers as a viable option, as the identity would not contribute to intelligence gathering. Is there a third? They inquired, curious about what the captain would fabricate next. If others are doing it and you are not, it will portray you as an outsider, which contradicts the great principle of unity and friendship in Konoha. It would undermine our village's solidarity, marking you as a heretic. Therefore, you must participate. Seeing their perceptiveness, Feiju Qingting revised his earlier pompous words and pointed to another group engaged in planting seedlings nearby, speaking earnestly. How infuriating. When watching anime, Naruto's team could easily be swayed by Kakashi, but why not here? Irika suddenly understood. So this is what Lord Third meant by the will of fire. It's to forge our spirit of fire, right? Truly, as expected of a captain, to be able to lead, he must be a ninja with awareness. Excellent. We cannot stand out. Let us work hard to inherit the will of fire, Narashino declared, his enthusiasm rekindled. Jishi Xian's eyes sparkled with resolve. Watch me as I demonstrate the art of planting with determination. Feiju Qingting stood flabbergasted, questioning the efficacy of his own intellect. After pondering for a long time, his ideas paled in comparison to the third Hokage's teachings. Chapter 24, Deception in Konoha. This fervor would likely wane within a few days, and they would discover that the will of fire was but an illusion. Feiju Qingting stood atop a building, observing the trio as they searched for cats. They were ignited by the spirit of the will of fire, but he could guarantee that after a few more days of such D-rank tasks, they would grow impatient. Just like Naruto and his peers in later generations, it wasn't that he didn't wish to undertake other, more advanced missions. Since the death of the fourth Hokage, the tasks and resources allocated by other nations, including the Land of Fire, had indeed diminished. Only during the third Hokage's administration had there been a slight alleviation in this regard over the past year. The number of missions was not as plentiful as anticipated, and those suitable for their novice team were even fewer. Well, let us keep it serious and teach them as much as possible to stave off boredom. As their captain, I am entitled to 30 of the rewards for completing missions. I cannot allow them to stop. So, once the trio grew weary, he planned to offer them some incentives to keep them motivated, definitely not for that 30 reward. However, this job is truly effortless. As long as I supervise 3 individuals, I can reap the rewards akin to collecting rent. Yet, where has that wretched cat gone? Rin Xingnin lifted a wooden bucket and peered inside. Nothing. Hey, how could there possibly be a cat there? Be serious, Irika remarked, observing his futile search. Their current mission was to locate the cat of a noble matriarch, which had purportedly accompanied her for decades. After searching for half a day, they had only spotted its droppings on the roof occasionally. He was beginning to doubt the very existence of the feline. Hey, Captain, are you certain that cat even exists? Irika shouted towards Feiju Qingding on the rooftop. Feiju Qingding pointed to his head, questioning their tracking techniques learned in school. Don't tell me you've forgotten everything since leaving? If you cannot even find a cat, how will you handle more challenging tasks? The outside world is filled with cunning and treacherous ninjas. The captain's mockery was particularly stinging. After all, the 3 of them were exemplary students and could hardly endure such derision. Unwilling to accept defeat, they racked their brains, drawing upon their knowledge from the ninja intelligence class, solely to prove the captain wrong. Feiju Qingding shook his head. He had hoped that their initial probing during the drills would yield some promise, especially given that their team combat skills surpassed those of Naruto's generation. Yet, it appeared that aside from combat, they were lacking in other essential areas. He retrieved paper and pen from his bag, documenting their strengths, weaknesses, and reflections on their training. As the team leader, he was determined to fulfill his responsibilities diligently. Unlike Kakashi, who had been rather lax in his guidance of Naruto and Sakura, even Sasuke, in his view, had merely been taught Chidori, with fundamental skills being imparted only years later. Thus, he sought to learn from this experience. As a diligent worker, one must strike a balance, neither drawing too much attention for being overly exceptional nor fading into obscurity. In the afternoon, the trio finally located the cat, thanks to Irika's extensive knowledge and understanding of feline behavior, as well as the information provided by the cat's owner. However, they emerged from the endeavor dusty and disheveled. Nevertheless, they were elated, standing before Feiju Qingding, awaiting his commendation. Sigh. Feiju Qingding suddenly exhaled, contemplating a premature motivational boost to instill in them the right memory, but ultimately refrained. Not everyone possesses his ability to manipulate memories. For ordinary individuals, it would merely be a burden. True knowledge is only earned through effort and time. Observing his sigh, Irika and the others felt their smiles fade. Captain, did we perform poorly? Irika glanced at the sun above, recalling their day's efforts, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It did seem they had underperformed. The other 2 shared his sentiment, having hoped for praise. No, well done. Feiju Qingding did not belittle them. Really? This only heightened their unease. They were top students, and upon reflection, they were somewhat aware of their own shortcomings. Indeed, although their initial performance in locating the cat was lacking, they gradually applied the knowledge acquired in school, demonstrating notable improvement. Rin Xingnin's keen perception, Irika's analytical skills, and Tai Xian's formidable physical capabilities were commendable. Feiju Qingding gave a thumbs up. Yet, his words did not lift their spirits entirely. They still felt a tinge of disappointment. What's wrong? Did it take us too long to grasp this? Is it indicative of our inadequacy? Why do you say that? As the captain mentioned, if it took us this long to find a cat, how could we possibly locate those sly enemy ninjas? Smack. Feiju Qingding playfully tapped their heads. You've only just completed your first day of tasks. What do you expect? Do you know of Kakashi, the copy ninja? You mean the Kakashi who graduated at 6? The 3 inquired. Indeed, that's him. When he graduated, he also undertook similar tasks as you. Their eyes brightened with the revelation. Moreover, he took a considerable amount of time to find a cat, which means he was no different from you. Their excitement grew. And he had one aspect where he couldn't compare to you. Feiju Qingding paused for effect. While he was uncertain about Kakashi's actual experiences, it did not deter him from embellishing his narrative. The will of fire. The reason it took him so long is that he lacked team spirit and underestimated the abilities of his comrades. He relied solely on himself. Thus, his will of fire pales in comparison to yours. With this revelation about the now elite Kakashi, their spirits reignited, seemingly erasing all prior disheartenment. Captain, how do you know so much? Tai Xian asked curiously. Because I was his classmate, hence I know a bit more, Feiju Qingding replied. Hey, Captain, how old are you? Rin Xingmin suddenly inquired. The other two also took notice, scrutinizing Feiju Qingding with newfound intrigue. They had previously assumed he was considerably older due to his tall stature and the ambitious nature of his self-introduction, but now they were doubtful. Haha, I'm 2.5 years older than you. Does that mean we should call you older brother? Be serious. Please refer to me as Captain. Did you undertake similar tasks right after graduating, Captain? No. I was far more impressive than Kakashi. Upon graduation, I joined the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War and achieved significant merit within 6 months. Feiju Qingding raised his index finger in emphasis. That's impressive. The trio gazed at him with admiration. Chapter 25. Customized Training Plan in Konoha's Ichiraku Ramen. Qingding, I heard you've started leading a team. Is it dangerous? The chef inquired while serving a bowl of noodles. Feiju Qingding reassured him that leading a small team wasn't perilous. It wasn't like they were executing an S-rank mission. So the difficulty was manageable. The chef nodded in understanding. Are you not concerned about not being with the team? Oh, these are merely physical D-rank tasks. With shadow clones watching over them, it's more than sufficient. Feiju Qingding expressed his nonchalance. Today, I wanted to see Shobu. What's wrong with using shadow clones? Would they dare to complain? Shobu giggled behind him. Brother Qingding, isn't that inappropriate? I see other ninjas taking their duties seriously. Haha, I'm earnest too. The tasks entrusted to me by the village are executed with clarity. No one can point fingers. Feiju Qingding slurped his noodles. He was not lying. He did invest considerable thought into the well-being of his team, as it constituted his primary responsibility. However, those three had maintained their enthusiasm for nearly half a month. Even when faced with D-rank tasks, they would become invigorated simply by discussing the will of fire. It was utterly absurd. Had he known, he would not have needed to devise so many strategies to motivate them. Simply discussing the will of fire would suffice. To maintain a steady job, he had thoroughly researched this aspect. After half a month of minor tasks, the trio had finally consolidated much of what they had learned in school. Reflecting on past anime, he had often wondered why Konoha assigned graduates to start with D-rank missions, considering they possessed chakra, granting them a significant advantage over ordinary individuals. Now, as a captain, he understood the reasoning behind it. These minor tasks can cultivate a ninja's patience, determination, tracking, and analytical abilities, serving as the initial application of knowledge acquired in school. Much like the first thoughts that arise on the battlefield, the essence of a ninja lies not solely in mastering ninjutsu, but in skills such as intelligence gathering and analysis. To achieve this, employing fundamental mathematical concepts, like projectile motion, during combat is essential. Without such knowledge, accurately throwing shuriken or kunai at an opponent becomes exceedingly difficult. Shobu, let us discuss our marriage plans. I wish to have 2 robust sons with you, whom I aspire to nurture into formidable beings surpassing even the god of ninjas. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Feiju Qingding turned to Shobu and uttered these significant words. Swish! Shobu's hands faltered in their work, and her face flushed instantly. A rosy hue that made her all the more endearing. What did you say? Her voice trembled. I proposed we discuss marriage. That's out of the question. You are still young and must wait a couple more years, Shota interjected with a serious expression. Of course, I'm aware of our youth. I merely thought it prudent to start planning. Feiju Qingding scratched his head, eager to approach this aspect with care, as it represented his dream, an important life decision. Very well. I shall help you find an auspicious date, but this is work time. Let us not discuss such matters here. Come to my house in the evening, and we shall continue our conversation, Shota remarked, observing the curious gazes of the patrons around them. The blush on Shobu's face faded, though her shyness lingered, filling her heart with sweetness. I usually carry myself with such poise. Why do I become so flustered around Qingding? Feiju Qingding beamed, his smile nearly splitting his face. This matter of lifelong commitment was now without question. Run along to your teammates. Do not let Lord Hokage catch you slacking, Shota urged. Eager to dismiss him as discussing such topics in front of customers felt odd. All right. After finishing his ramen, Feiju Qingting exited and headed northward. Ding. The 98th Training Ground. First, never act impulsively. Second, never engage in anything detrimental to the village. Third, never abandon the belief in the will of fire. Yes, Captain. Upon arriving, Feiju Qingting overheard his shadow clone using a rather cliché catchphrase while instilling principles in the three youngsters, causing him to halt in his tracks. Wait, do I also have such juvenile thoughts? Release. The trio of Iruka and his friends were fired up, only for the captain to suddenly vanish, sending chills through them. Shadow clone. Ha ha ha. Had they forgotten the words of the shadow clone? It was merely a joke. Emerging from the shadows, Feiju Qingting chuckled awkwardly. Iruka, puffing out his cheeks, clenched his fists. How could we forget the captain's words? They are anything but a joke. We will certainly remember them. We understand your determination to carry on the will of fire and recognize you as its true heir. While we have much to learn, do not underestimate our resolve. His companions, Jisiki and Nara, nodded in agreement. How could they fail to feel the fervent spirit of their captain? Their grades in the third Hokage's Will of Fire course were exemplary. They understood the significance of the captain's three tenets, which encapsulated his essence. Though lacking the flavor of the third Hokage's teachings, his sincerity earned them even greater respect for him. Observing Iruka's expression and listening to his words, Feiju Qingting could already envision the day he would become a teacher at the Ninja Academy, especially with Naruto attending. That boisterous fellow might even adopt an additional catchphrase. And if Sasuke were influenced, one could only imagine him shouting, "First, never act impulsively." He quickly shook his head to dispel the thought. Such a scenario was too absurd. Ahem, as long as you understand my intentions, keep these words to yourselves. Now, I will teach you how to enhance your ninja abilities. Feiju Qingting promptly changed the subject, reluctant to discuss this any further, as it was nonsensical to reason with those who could endure a month of tedious D-rank missions under the banner of the Will of Fire without growing disheartened. He could only marvel at the third Hokage's brilliance. Hearing their captain speak of new teachings, the trio's attention was indeed diverted. Captain, what is it? Is it that genuine illusion technique of yours? In truth, they were growing weary, but they believed that completing D-rank missions would aid their comprehension of the Will of Fire, which is why they persevered. During this past month, you have accumulated a certain amount of spiritual energy, and your practical experience in information gathering has improved significantly, along with your patience. Overall, your qualities as ninjas are rapidly advancing. However, beyond merely acquiring information and possessing unwavering will, one must also enhance individual strength to fully harness the power of that information. Thus, I have devised a step-by-step training regimen to help you become exceptional ninjas. Upon hearing their captain's acknowledgement, the three felt a sense of reassurance regarding their efforts over the past month, and the subsequent words filled them with joy. As for the genuine illusion technique, that is beyond your current capabilities as fledgling ninjas, so remember not to be overly ambitious. Chapter 26. The Rebellious Asuma Konoha. The 98th Training Ground. The three youths sat cross-legged on the ground, leaves affixed to their foreheads, hands forming the tiger seal. Feiju Qingting, meanwhile, perused a book titled Barrier Ninjutsu Volume 7, an indispensable resource for learning barrier ninjutsu. Learning truly captivates the mind. Captain, will this really enhance our abilities? Iruka strained to concentrate his chakra at his forehead. Indeed, an exceptional ninja must maintain focus at all times, enabling them to discern an enemy's intentions amidst the frantic chaos of battle and respond swiftly to deploy their ninjutsu. Feiju Qingting replied, without diverting his gaze from the book. Jisiki interjected, I understand now. It was Iruka's lack of concentration that led to him missing the pangolin emerging from beneath the ground during his earlier battle with the summoned beast. That was merely my oversight. Iruka pouted. Concentrate and refrain from speaking. Jisiki is correct. The pangolin's movements underground create substantial noise. By consciously being aware of potential threats from all directions, one can detect disturbances beneath their feet. Ninjas must remain vigilant of new foes at all times. Surely. That was covered in school, Feiju Qingting affirmed Jisiki's statement. Furthermore, the third Hokage once stated, wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire is ever burning. Concentrating your chakra onto the leaves signifies igniting the initial flame. This is your moment to embody the will of fire. Upon hearing this, the three immediately felt invigorated and endeavored to focus their chakra on the leaves on their foreheads. This is truly effective. Long live the will of fire. Observing their earnest efforts, Feiju Qingting couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the third Hokage. His meticulous strategies to guide the trio towards their goals paled in comparison to the simple invocation of the will of fire. In this regard, he conceded that the third Hokage was unparalleled in his persuasive prowess, surpassing even Naruto. He then redirected his focus to the barrier ninjutsu manual in his hands, which elaborated on various aspects of barriers, including seals, chakra allocation, and barrier nodes, all densely packed with information. He was confident that once the storyline commenced, he would rank among the elite ninjas in the ninja world, yet he could not guarantee Konoha's safety from destruction. Nor could he assure that he could thwart Pain's devastating attack before it unfolded. Thus, he sought to carve out a unique path through barrier techniques to avert Konoha's obliteration at the hands of Pain's formidable jutsu. In this domain, the art of barrier techniques is undoubtedly achievable. He has thoroughly immersed himself in the first 6 volumes of the barrier manual. And although there are still over 10 volumes remaining, he is confident in his ability to complete them. He is now poised to experiment with the various manifestations of barrier techniques. These preparations are merely precautionary. Who knows, by then, I might already be invincible? Such are the musings of Feiju Qingting. The philosophy of precaution, inherent in ninjas, has been fully embraced by him. Observing the trio, he notices they have entered a focused state. However, their ability to concentrate is still rather sluggish. He also discerns that each gentle breeze from the outside world distracts them slightly. Perhaps it is time to test the barrier ninjutsu. Feeling invigorated, Feiju Qingting prepares to apply the theoretical knowledge he has just reviewed. He retrieves several forbidden character papers from his ninja tool pouch and flings them onto the surrounding tree trunks in the training ground, beginning to form hand seals with both hands. The art of barrier ninjutsu is exceedingly intricate, and even now, it took Feiju Qingting a full minute to complete his seals. This is the most complex seal he has crafted since his arrival in this world, the silence barrier. As the 4 forbidden symbols align with his completed seals, chakra intertwines, transforming into an invisible dome that envelopes the entire training ground. The 3 individuals striving to concentrate suddenly sense a shift in their environment. The sounds of the wind, the chirping of cicadas, and the songs of birds have all vanished. The process of refining and concentrating chakra accelerates. Meanwhile, Feiju Qingting meticulously assesses the advantages and disadvantages of the barrier ninjutsu. The advantages lie in its capacity for multiple users and its diverse functionalities. However, its significant chakra consumption necessitates a continuous supply. It is thus suitable only for traps or positional warfare. The original text does not elaborate extensively on barrier ninjutsu, often portraying it as somewhat awkward due to its frequent breaches by rogue ninjas. Nonetheless, from the perspective of the silence barrier, it certainly possesses commendable attributes in certain aspects. In the blink of an eye, another month has elapsed. With the enhancement of the new technique, the trio's progress has accelerated, allowing them to concentrate more readily. Once they reach a certain level, Feiju Qingting removes the barrier, enabling them to advance step by step. They can now rapidly focus during sparring sessions, whether casting ninjutsu, throwing shurikens, or analyzing the surroundings, demonstrating significant progress. In his spare time, Feiju Qingting also discusses wedding plans with Xiaoda and Changpu, setting the date for 2 years hence, when he will be 17. For those in the ninja world, where the lifespan is often double that of his previous life, this is not considered an early marriage. Consequently, he is in high spirits, so much so that even Irika and the others can sense his joy. Upon learning that their captain has acquired a fiancée, the team is taken aback, unable to believe it. Yet, disbelief is futile. Feiju Qingting invites them to enjoy ramen, and given their affectionate demeanor, how could they not believe? On this very day, a mission order arrives from the Hokage, summoning him to the Hokage's office with his team. Feiju Qingting, accompanied by Irika and the others, stands earnestly before the third Hokage, who has aged considerably since their last encounter. Irika beams upon seeing the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, recognizing Irika, smiles and remarks that he has heard he has become an excellent genin. Irika, in response, glances at Feiju Qingting and excitedly claims that he still pales in comparison to their captain. Sarutobi Hiruzen nods kindly and turns to Feiju Qingting, entrusting him with an important mission that he must fulfill. Me? Feiju Qingting questions, puzzled, yet he vows to complete the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighs, explaining that the mission requires locating Asuma Sarutobi and relaying information back. If he can persuade him, even better. Asuma Sarutobi? The members of Feiju Qingting's team express their confusion. The Sarutobi name, could it be related to the Hokage? Feiju Qingting is momentarily taken aback, realizing that this is the time when Asuma rebelled and fled Konoha. He is the son of the Hokage, whose lack of proper guidance during his upbringing has led him to become increasingly rebellious. Recently, he has gone missing, taking advantage of a mission to disappear, although he has been spotted in the Land of Fire. Hence, I need to ascertain his whereabouts, Sarutobi Hiruzen laments. Thus unfolds Chapter 27, a glimpse of the unexpected. At the gates of Konoha, Irika and the others await Feiju Qingting, their backpacks ready. The official mission is about to commence, and Irika, brimming with confidence, declares that he will complete it in a day. After all, it is merely a matter of finding someone. With his extensive experience in tracking, he feels supremely confident. Similarly, Minami and Jishi, previously swayed by the will of fire, are equally enthusiastic about this B-ranked mission, which involves ninjas. Why hasn't the captain arrived yet? We've been prepared for so long. Irika exclaims. Apologies, apologies. I lost track of time saying goodbye to my fiancé. Feiju Qingting suddenly appears behind them. The abrupt sound startles the trio, but upon hearing their captain's voice, they relax. Irika pats his chest, exclaiming, Captain, you frightened us. And how did you go from having a girlfriend to a fiancé? You've set a wedding date, haven't you? Get ready to celebrate my wedding, hee. Feiju Qingting boasts. In Konoha, many remain unmarried, save for the fixed pairings of the 12 ninja guardians. While Kakashi's generation only includes Kurenai and Asuma, along with Tsukikage and Yuzuki Yugao. By getting ahead of the curve, he can later tease them. Moreover, ninjas must constantly be aware of their surroundings, discerning when to rest and when to enter a focused state. They cannot remain perpetually tense, as that would harm their mental state, nor can they let their guard down, for enemies could strike at any moment. In closing, Feiju Qingting imparts this wisdom, valuable insights for a ninja's survival, drawn from his extensive studies of ninja memories and personal experiences. Understood, Captain. While they acknowledge his wisdom, they still contest, arguing that one cannot remain vigilant at all times. Even the greatest ninja cannot achieve such a feat. All right, let us depart for the Land of Fire's Soul Street. With a whoosh, four figures advance through the forest in a diamond formation. According to the Hokage's intel, Asuma was sighted in Soul Street 2 days prior, albeit briefly. Upon arrival at our destination, we will immediately commence information gathering. Do you understand? Feiju Qingting instructs his team. In Konoha, he is a teacher. Beyond its borders, he is the squad leader and cannot afford to be negligent. Yes, Captain. The seriousness of Feiju Qingting's demeanor influences the trio, shifting their expressions from joy to earnestness. As they move, Feiju Qingting periodically assesses his teammates, pleased to see that they have successfully mastered the technique of channeling chakra to their feet, a testament to his teachings, and a slight smile graces his lips. Their heightened focus proves invaluable for controlling chakra. Over the past month, not only have they learned to concentrate their attention at will, but they have also become adept at assessing their surroundings, allowing them to refine their chakra for counterattacks in brief moments. Techniques such as tree climbing and water walking have been mastered within days, and they now apply these skills while on the move. Half a day later, the four arrive at Soul Street, which is, in fact, a lively town. They select an inn as their rendezvous point, after which they disperse to gather information. Feiju Qingting strolls alone through the bustling streets, observing everything around him. His formidable intellect and profound knowledge enable him to mentally catalog all that he perceives. The advantages of being a sensory-type ninja manifest here. Within a radius of several kilometers, few things escape his keen scrutiny. His experiences, from the battlefield to mind reading, allow him to process the gathered information with the ease of a bird extracting eggs from a nest. Asuma, according to the words of the third Hokage, appears to be on a quest to find the gem within his heart. Is that not so? Furthermore, as stated in the original text, it seems that Asuma served as one of the 12 guardian ninja of the Dame until he retrieved this inner jewel prior to his return to Konoha. Might I await him in the capital of the Land of Fire? Images of various elements from Soul Society flickered through my mind. The beautiful women in the hot spring establishments, the currency exchange below, the voluptuous ladies in the casinos, and so forth. Upon further contemplation, a tremendous chakra presence surged into my consciousness, accompanied by a smaller chakra signature nearby. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Deep inside, I marveled at how small the world seemed, even though I was reluctant to believe it. Indeed, it was the dream goddess of countless Naruto fans, Tsunade, the gambler entrenched in the vices of Konoha. Yet, what connection did that have to me? I already possessed my own goddess. After a moment of perception, I diverted my attention, merely committing the information to memory. Every piece of external intelligence could prove useful. I focused my awareness on the trio of young ones, who appeared to be diligently gathering information about Asuma. Irika ventured to the inn to inquire, while the Mibu ninja sought information at the hot spring. The astute Ketsuki Iron Thread opted for the sausage shop and noodle restaurant, gathering details that indicated Asuma's preferences. I was already aware that Asuma would undoubtedly head towards the capital of the Land of Fire. With nothing else to do, I returned to the inn, picked up a notebook, and leisurely began to sketch and jot down my ultimate thoughts on Jinjutsu. Firstly, historical revisionism, embedding a segment of history into the enemy's memory to alter their perception of oneself. Secondly, the illusion of ephemeral beauty, manipulating the enemy's form, touch, shape, and sensory perceptions to achieve genuine deception. Thirdly, the pivotal touch, developing this based on secret techniques, utilizing in-release to create from nothing, deceiving the heavens and oneself, thereby attaining the ability to manipulate the world's phenomena through Jinjutsu. During my guidance of Irika and the trio, my studies extended beyond barrier techniques, with Jinjutsu remaining my primary focus. The 3 ultimate series of Jinjutsu represent my explorations over the past 2 years, yielding 3 exceptionally challenging ultimate illusions. Each one presents significant difficulty, potentially requiring a decade to master, thus necessitating careful consideration. I did not allow any moment to slip by without research. Time passed swiftly in study, and as night fell, I sensed the return of the 3 young ones, prompting me to tuck away my notes. Knock, knock. Come in. Oh. So exhausted. I never imagined finding a person would be so much harder than searching for cats or dogs. The 3 entered, panting heavily. What did you discover? I inquired. Irika, disheartened, replied that there was not a single lead, as if he had never set foot in Soul Society. The Mibu ninja conveyed that he too had failed to gather any intel on Asuma-senpai. Ketsuki Iron Thread, however, cheerfully reported that Asuma-senpai had indeed been spotted 2 days prior, indulging in a feast of sausages at the sausage shop, but thereafter, there were no further updates on his whereabouts. The other 2 looked at him in amazement, surprised that there was indeed information to share. I praised Iron Thread for his adeptness and encouraged the others to learn from him in the art of intelligence analysis. His attention to those seemingly trivial details could very well delineate the divide between a chunin and a jounin. Irika, feeling somewhat chagrined, vowed that next time, he would not allow Iron Thread to outshine him. What about you, Captain? What intelligence have you gathered? Once the trio had shared their findings, they turned their gaze towards me. Chapter 28, The Land and the Street of Souls, the Inn. Based on the gathered intelligence, Asuma was likely to follow this route, gradually making his way to the capital of the Land of Fire, where he would linger for a while. In response to my subordinates' inquiries, I had prepared in advance, producing a map of the Land of Fire. I traced a winding line from Soul Society to the capital upon it. Irika and the others observed intently. Indeed, their captain had deduced Asuma-senpai's final destination, while they merely confirmed his presence in the area. Ketsuki Iron Thread, more perceptive than his companions, pondered how I had arrived at the conclusion that Asuma-senpai would head towards the capital. Given that our intelligence was consistent, it stood to reason that if I could analyze Asuma-senpai's trajectory from it, there was much to learn. Finally, I seized the opportunity to elucidate my reasoning. Firstly, any sentient being undertaking an action must have a purpose. The trio nodded in agreement. Secondly, based on the information provided by the 3rd Hokage, Asuma's quest is to seek the gem within his heart. Allow me to clarify, each person's gem is unique. For instance, my gem encompasses my village, my father, my fiancé, and my comrades. Asuma, however, lacks such a gem, which is why he is in search of it. Similarly, do not presume that your gems are merely your village or your parents. It is a feeling. Once you find it, You will no longer be confused about why it is termed a gem. Currently, you may lack this clarity. The trio nodded in acknowledgement once more. Thirdly, based on human psychology, alongside the previously established information, and by confining his operational range to the land of fire, he will inevitably be influenced by what psychology refers to as the bandwagon effect. When an individual is lost, they tend to gravitate towards populous areas, distancing themselves from Konoha. For the third Hokage mentioned that Asuma is somewhat rebellious, indicating he has had disputes with him. Thus, after an argument, he would subconsciously seek to escape from home? Katsuki Iron Thread remarked. Indeed, you are correct, I affirmed, pleased with his insight. According to mathematical probability, there exists an 85.6% likelihood that Asuma is following this route, not 100%. And why 85.6? Irika exclaimed. It is merely the most probable scenario, understand? When a target is uncertain, we must learn to navigate based on known information, proceeding in the most likely direction. Well, that concludes our brief analysis. Upon your return, be sure to review it, striving for the next time, not to rely on my analysis. The trio nodded vigorously. Genuinely appreciating the lessons learned, they realized that what they had been taught in school about mathematics and psychology held practical value. They felt that my knowledge was indeed profound. With excitement, the three returned to their rooms, continuously replaying my words in their minds, aspiring to emulate my ability to derive vast intelligence from minute details. The captain is truly remarkable. Irika lay on his bed, filled with admiration for me. Such analytical prowess and extensive knowledge inspired his reverence. He resolved to become a man like me in the future. The gates of Soul Society. Next stop, let us embark once more. The four of us set forth again, playfully bantering while learning along the way. With our understanding of Asuma's potential route clarified, our objectives were distinctly defined. Upon reaching each town, I would instruct the trio to scout for information to validate my hypotheses. Each time they returned with intelligence, I would guide them on how to analyze it, nurturing their skills step by step. An increasing volume of intelligence corroborated my analysis. Asuma was indeed traversing the path I had outlined. This further elevated the trio's admiration for me and intensified their dedication to learning. Observing their progress, I couldn't help but smile. Perhaps these three would eventually rise to the rank of Jounin in Konoha. My primary aim was to hone their abilities, whether in intelligence analysis or physical chakra control, ensuring they laid a solid foundation during this mission. As for Asuma, he was not the only one being sought. I had no doubt that the third Hokage had dispatched Umbu spies in pursuit as well. Looking ahead, Asuma ultimately returned safely, having mastered the secret techniques of the Temple of Fire. Thus, he remained unhurried. If all three could ascend to the rank of Jounin, their collective strength against Akatsuki would be formidable. The presence of more capable individuals ensured greater safety for him and his family. Cough, cough. What exactly is my jade? In a tavern in Tongzi City, Asuma, a young lad with a heart-shaped face, puffed on a cigarette, occasionally choking on the smoke. His eyes were filled with confusion. Hey, kid, drinking alone? How about sharing a drink with us, big brother? A few men clad in white suits, their faces menacing, eyed Asuma with ill intent. Get lost. Don't disturb me, Asuma retorted, putting down his cigarette and glaring at them. The men in white exchanged glances and produced several watermelon knives, iron rods, and flails from behind. Boy, if you buy us a drink, we'll forgive your rudeness. Otherwise, you'll regret it, the leader of the white-suited men sneered. Asuma summoned a blade of chakra, refusing to entertain them further. At another table in the tavern, a young monk observed the scene and slowly approached. Benefactor, might you spare this individual for the sake of a humble monk? The monk smiled at them. The men in white initially considered striking him, but halted upon noticing his attire. After a shared glance, the leader glared at Asuma, muttering, "Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered a master of the Temple of Fire." Then, he led his lackeys away, vanishing from the tavern. Seeing this, Asuma sheathed his weapon and expressed his gratitude. "No thanks needed. I presume it was a mere trifle for you to handle," the young monk replied with a smile. "My name is Dilu, what about you?" "Asuma," he replied, his brow furrowing with contemplation. "You seem burdened by worries. I have a question for you, monk. What is jade?" "I cannot say, but I know that doing nothing will certainly not lead you to find it," Dilu smiled. "However, my master once said, if you are lost, then go out and experience the world. One day, you shall discover it." Asuma was taken aback by these words. His hasty departure from Konoha had indeed been motivated by a desire for adventure, drawing him toward bustling places. Dilu's words resonated with him, especially since the Temple of Fire was another significant institution in the Land of Fire aside from Konoha. Perhaps he would gain greater understanding there. Do you have any introductions? Asuma suddenly inquired. Dilu chuckled. You are a ninja, aren't you? I am heading to the capital to join the 12 Guardian Ninja to protect the daimyo. Would you consider joining us? As for the possibility of being a spy, he would only need to pass through the Land of Fire's scrutiny. Chapter 29. Asuma's swish, clang. In the forest, shuriken and kunai clashed. Thud. Several figures were entangled, and among them were Asuma and Dilu. Dilu, Sarutobi Asuma, are these enemies of yours? Asuma asked, deflecting a shuriken with his blade. Clang, clang. The relentless onslaught from outside left them overwhelmed. Dilu transformed his chakra into a 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara, blocking the incoming attacks. My apologies. I neglected to mention that as a monk dispatched by the Temple of Fire to the capital as a guardian ninja, I will be targeted by various factions. Whether they aim to assassinate me or usurp my identity to strike at the daimyo, this journey will not be smooth. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma countered the enemy's advances, forming hand seals to unleash a vast cloud of gray mist that engulfed their foes. The unidentified ninja were seized by terror at this assault. Their eyes filled with dread. Boom. The gray smoke culminated in an explosion. The screams of the few caused a momentary pause in the attacks from the other ninjas. Seizing the opportunity, Asuma used all his strength alongside Dilu to dispatch the remaining enemies. It seems being a guardian ninja is no easy task. Asuma wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thank you. I appreciate your help, Dilu replied with a smile. Who were these people? Asuma inquired, examining the bodies on the ground, but finding no specific intelligence. Aside from their usual ninja tools, there was nothing to indicate their identities. Those who dare to assassinate someone from the Temple of Fire would certainly leave no trace, Dilu remarked. Not necessarily. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and both men's expressions turned grave as they entered a battle stance, their gazes drawn to the source of the sound. For figures appeared before them. The leader's face wrapped in bandages, and all wore Konoha headbands. Upon seeing this, Asuma's expression soured. That old man. Does he still wish to meddle in my affairs? Hey, long time no see. You wouldn't have forgotten me, would you, Asuma? Feiju Qingting waved with a smile. At this, Asuma focused on him, recalling a slender figure from his past, one that was easily overlooked before graduation at 9. Feiju Qingting, he asked uncertainly. Dilu, overhearing their conversation, relaxed a bit, realizing they were acquainted. Feiju Qingting pretended to be hurt, clutching his chest. We were classmates for 3 years, and you still can't remember? How disheartening. He then turned to the 3 younger ninjas. Make sure you don't forget your comrades' names. That would be terribly disrespectful. The 3 younger ninjas, now aware of Asuma's presence, dared not take their attention away, recognizing the impropriety of such banter. Hey, how did you end up here? Did the 3rd Hokage send you to find me? Asuma, though slightly embarrassed, inquired with concern. Feiju Qingting responded, how rude. That's your father. You shouldn't call him old man. After the jest, he turned serious. Indeed. The 3rd Hokage summoned us to see what you've been up to. If possible, we'd like you to return with us. Take me back? You'd have to break my limbs to drag me. Asuma adopted a fighting stance, focusing all his attention on the 4. Dilu, loyal to his comrade, stood beside him. Though I may not know what is happening, if it comes to battle, count me in. Seeing the 2 ready for a confrontation, Feiju Qingting sighed. The 3 younger ninjas looked to him, awaiting their captain's next move. Feiju Qingting, feeling exasperated, spread his hands. See, this is what happens when one lacks the will of fire. He dares to act against his comrades in the village. Do not follow his example. This is the Hokage's fault. When you become captains, ensure you educate your subordinates well. The 3 nodded in agreement, acknowledging their captain's commitment to the will of fire. Asuma frowned deeply. What do you mean? Are you implying that the old man failed in his teachings? Despite his disagreements with the old man, he would not allow others to speak ill of him. You are merely a captain. What right do you have to speak of the Hokage? Asuma coldly challenged. Feiju Qingting smirked. By your mere existence, Asuma, your rudeness and obstinacy grant me that right. TSK. This remark ignited Asuma's fury. In his youthful zeal, he disregarded all else. He merely wished to teach this insolent fellow a lesson. Everyone, step aside. Let me give you a lesson in combat. Oh, and move those corpses. They'll be useful later. Feiju Qingting calmly instructed the three. He then turned to face the approaching Asuma. Clang. Kunai and Chakra Blade clashed as the two locked eyes at close range. Ah, so you are indeed the son of the Hokage. Your mastery of wind release has reached impressive heights, Feiju Qingting taunted, watching as Asuma's kunai was slowly sliced by his razor-sharp chakra. Would release, rising dragon. In a flash, the right foot kicked out, and Asuma, ever vigilant, tilted his head back, narrowly avoiding the foot of the flying bamboo dragon as it grazed his chin. The Leaf Village's downward strike was interrupted by Asuma, who, with both hands, blocked the legs of the flying bamboo dragon. Damn, this fellow's taijutsu is incredibly formidable. Asuma's astonishment grew with each exchange. Every move executed by the flying bamboo dragon was a common taijutsu technique, yet each strike was elusive. Like antlers on an antelope, impossible to grasp. His once proud martial skills seemed to vanish before the adeptness of the flying bamboo dragon. Meanwhile, the trio, upon receiving orders from the flying bamboo dragon, transported the body out of the battlefield, their expressions filled with confusion. Observing the two combatants, particularly the captain who had thoroughly subdued the esteemed Asuma, the trio's mouths formed a perfect O. Dilu felt a chill run down his spine. Such terrifying taijutsu. It was astonishing to see the powerful Asuma so thoroughly dominated. Given their time together and the occasional ambush from foes, he had come to respect Asuma's capabilities, especially his martial prowess. Who was this remarkable opponent? Fire release, ash pile burning. Realizing taijutsu was ineffective, Asuma resorted to throwing a few shurikens to restrain the flying bamboo dragon, exhaling a plume of smoke in frustration. He was desperate. Never had he been so thoroughly overwhelmed by a peer. The flying bamboo dragon, however, seemed to revel in the battle, feeling invigorated as if his very bones were revitalized. In response to Asuma's fire release, he formed hand seals, summoning water release, water barrier. Not forgetting to explain to the trio, he noted that water release was the ideal counter to fire release. Boom. Asuma's ash pile burning had no effect on the water barrier, which the flying bamboo dragon effortlessly blocked. The words of the latter only fueled Asuma's fury. The youthful indignation flushed his face with heat. Chapter 30. The Art of Nariku's Vision Reformed. Don't underestimate me, you jerk. Asuma's ire was ignited by the disdainful commentary of the flying bamboo dragon. With a slight retreat, he retrieved a wind attribute shuriken from his tool pouch, and, as he threw it, formed hand seals. Swish, swish, swish. The shuriken shadow clone technique unleashed a deluge of massive shurikens upon the flying bamboo dragon. Yet, in that fleeting moment of unleashing his jutsu, regret washed over him. The flying bamboo dragon was from the village, not an enemy. This was excessive. Just as he hoped the flying bamboo dragon wouldn't be too incompetent to avoid his onslaught, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a smile from the latter. This bewildered him. How could one smile in the face of such an attack? Asuma's indignation peaked. How could an elder allow such a person to lead? Bam! Just as his doubts about the third Hokage's judgment emerged, a colossal pangolin erupted from the ground, shielding the flying bamboo dragon from the barrage of shurikens. Puff, puff, puff. Buzz. The pangolin was pierced by the wind shurikens, yet the assault continued. Asuma, you truly are the son of the third Hokage. It seems your rudeness is matched by some measure of strength. The laughter of the flying bamboo dragon echoed as he soared into the air on a dragonfly, evading the attack while praising Asuma. Is that a summoning beast? No. Wait. Asuma's pupils constricted as he realized the pangolin bore no corpse. His keen eyes spotted a pangolin figurine on the ground. This is a secret technique. Don't lose focus in battle. I'm coming in, the flying bamboo dragon declared. Asuma looked up to see a pendulum swaying in his hands. In an instant, he felt dizzy, transported to a world brimming with asparagus, uncontrollably stuffing it into his mouth. So disgusting. Asuma quickly recognized he had fallen victim to an illusion. Release. He ceased channeling chakra, and in that moment of complete cessation, he erupted with chakra, dispelling the interference within him. Yet, when he opened his eyes, he found himself ensnared in the grasp of a gigantic dragonfly. The flying bamboo dragon smiled, noting, Asuma, you still have much to learn, even as a special jonin. With such ease, he had resolved the situation, likely due to prior intelligence. Irika, Tessun, Mibu Shinobi. Remember, enemies will not notify you before they strike. In such situations, swiftly analyze the type of ninja you are facing and make judgments to determine how to respond. He continued instructing the trio. Asuma's expression darkened. Had he not been in the Leaf Village for only a few days, only to be captured again? Suddenly, he felt the grip on him loosen, and he fell. Ugh! As he landed, the taste of asparagus surged back into his mouth, inducing nausea. Damn it! I thought the illusion was dispelled. He loathed the taste of asparagus, and questions swirled in his mind. Why had he been released? How do you like my reformed Nariku's vision, which forces enemies to consume their most detested food? Unlike the original illusion that merely incited fear, this version specifically targets tastes. Though it may be limited in scope, it proves quite effective. The flying bamboo dragon explained, retracting the dragonfly and addressing Asuma. Impressive, Captain. Irika and the others approached, filled with admiration for his prowess. This was their first time witnessing their captain in battle, especially against someone as formidable as Asuma, and he had emerged victorious. Asuma's gaze was complex. How could this individual, who graduated after him, so easily claim victory? Why did you let me go? Aren't you afraid I might run away? Despite his strength, Asuma mused that if he wished to leave, the other would be powerless to stop him. Dilu quietly approached. Considering that if Asuma did not wish to return with the Leaf's people, he could buy some time. Given that they were all part of the Fire Nation's organization, the adversary would likely not make things difficult for him. In response to Asuma's query, the flying bamboo dragon chuckled. Huh? Do you think you are someone significant? Just a rebellious youth. Capturing you would make no difference to the Leaf. My mission is merely to retrieve your intelligence. The third Hokage did not mention capturing you, but rather suggested persuading you. Asuma first seethed, then fell silent, ultimately settling on a resolute expression. All right. I will not attempt to persuade you. Your eyes tell me it is futile. However, I will report your intelligence to the Hokage as it is. The flying bamboo dragon, seeing the determination in Asuma's eyes, had no intention of altering his fate. He merely acted as a worker, assisting the third in educating his son, which lay outside the scope of his mission. Asuma was taken aback, gazing deeply at him. So it seems we need not fight. Dilu interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Ugh! Asuma gagged again, turning to the flying bamboo dragon. Hurry and dispel this illusion. That taste is unbearable. The flying bamboo dragon shrugged. Sorry. But that's merely the aftertaste of the illusion. Once you momentarily succumb, that flavor lingers in your mouth for quite a while. This illusion is akin to feeding you the most repugnant food. Dispelling it merely means swallowing it, and the taste remains until your body digests it. He chuckled, noting that he could not truly release him from the flavor, only suppress or eliminate his sense of taste. Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief. You can't dispel it? How long must I endure this flavor? A wave of despair washed over him. You are quite something. I will remember you. When we meet again, I shall make you pay. Asuma cast a deep glance at him, committing every detail of today's battle to memory, waiting for the opportunity to impart a lesson. Humph. You intend to follow this master of the fire temple? Flying bamboo dragon addressed the two. Approaching the fallen enemies, he formed hand seals, placing his hands against the nerve center at their temples. The long-forgotten scent of memory flooded back into flying bamboo dragon's mind. Asuma and Dilu exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what the three little ones were up to. Irika proudly declared, the captain is an elite of the analytical class. He is employing a mind-reading technique. The captain has stated that a competent ninja must conceal all intelligence as much as possible. By revealing the captain's information like that, you might find yourself in trouble, remarked the thorny iron line. Perhaps the technique the captain just developed is not aimed at our enemies, but rather at our own team. It might even be used on you, speculated Minbu Ninja. Irika recalled the captain's words. That illusion would force him to consume the most distasteful and unpalatable food. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. No way, he thought, glancing at Asuma, and promptly fell silent, for Asuma bore a nauseating expression, suggesting that the most unpalatable flavor still lingered in his mouth. He had no desire to experience the captain's powers firsthand. Chapter 31. A tax-paid excursion, the forest, the battlefield. All right, that's enough. If you wish to join the 12 Guardians, you must tread carefully. Flying Bamboo Dragon began to recount the memories he had gleaned. According to his insights, it seemed that the feudal lords had been assassinated by ninjas on numerous occasions. The Fire Temple, a long-standing institution cultivating guardians for the Fire Nation, had records of assassinations in every generation, all aimed at diminishing the protective forces surrounding the feudal lord. Evidently, Aside from the 5 great ninja villages, the power dynamics within the Fire Nation were quite complex, as evidenced by these individuals' memories. That's none of your concern. Whether to join or not is my decision. Although Asuma felt a degree of gratitude towards Flying Bamboo Dragon for his assistance, he would not betray his own convictions. Lu, observing him, expressed gratitude, knowing that possessing some intelligence on the enemy would make things significantly easier. Flying Bamboo Dragon shrugged, stating, "Your matters are not my concern. That is for the 3rd Hokage to handle. Let us go, boys." You finally made it out, and since the mission was completed so swiftly, I shall guide you through the Fire Nation, broadening your horizons and teaching you a few new things along the way, he told Iruka and the others. Yay! What new ninja techniques? They inquired eagerly. Captain, you haven't taught us any techniques yet. Nonsense. The essence of being a ninja is not merely in the techniques. What I impart is far more crucial. Flying Bamboo Dragon teased the squad as they departed from Asuma and Lu's sight. Is this the elite of Konoha? Truly impressive. Lu thought, having witnessed the earlier battle. He realized that his current abilities were insufficient to impress Flying Bamboo Dragon. Asuma pondered for a moment. Watching the retreating figure of Flying Bamboo Dragon, his hands clenched tightly. Indeed, he is a formidable individual, rivaling Kakashi, he mused. Furthermore, that illusion was even more potent than the one favored by his beloved Hong. Ugh, the thought of that illusion made Asuma feel nauseous again. As they traversed the path to the next town, Flying Bamboo Dragon conjured a flying eagle in his hand, sending a message soaring into the sky. Caw! Wow, Captain. Your illusions are becoming increasingly impressive. You can even use them to send messages? Iruka exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with desire to learn. Ordinary messenger eagles require extensive training. Yet for the captain, it was merely a matter of ninja technique. No point in envying. I've already ascertained that neither you nor Iron Line possess the talent for illusions. Flying Bamboo Dragon quipped, shattering Iruka's fantasies. Iruka's face fell instantly. Meanwhile, Minbu Ninja's eyes brightened at the captain's words. Captain, does that mean I have the talent for illusions? That would be fantastic. He had long coveted the captain's illusions, and if he could learn them, he would undoubtedly surpass Iruka and Thorny Iron Line, becoming the team's standout member. Flying Bamboo Dragon nodded. As Iruka and Thorny Iron Line gazed enviously at Minbu Ninja, their eyes nearly overflowed with admiration. This is the captain's signature skill. However, possessing the talent for illusions does not guarantee one can master my secret techniques. That depends on your innate abilities. And secret techniques are not easily learned. Minbu Ninja indeed had the potential for learning illusions, but to grasp the secret techniques, he lacked sufficient aptitude, relegating him to learning the more commonplace illusions like Hong. Yet, they refrained from voicing these thoughts. Hey, what about us? Do we possess any talents? Iruka inquired, impatience evident on his face, as his teammates had already received their evaluations. Well, of course, everyone has their talents, and as for yours. Flying Bamboo Dragon began to tease. Caw! The flying eagle entered the borders of Konoha, soaring over the village en route to the communication department, landing on a designated perch for messenger eagles. Once it touched down, the overseeing ninja approached to retrieve the message. This is from the ninja who went out to gather intelligence. He needs to deliver the information to the Hokage, one ninja stated. It's not urgent. Let us wait until the Hokage is finished with his tasks, another replied. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen marveled at Flying Bamboo Dragon's unexpected capabilities, surprised at how swiftly he had relayed Asuma's intelligence. In just a few days, he has located Asuma and engaged him in battle. I clearly have not adequately guided Asuma. That is my responsibility as a father. Sarutobi sighed. The report detailed Flying Bamboo Dragon's complaints about Asuma, highlighting his lack of courtesy towards his companions and his almost forgetful demeanor. He mentioned being nearly frightened by Asuma's powerful techniques, including the explosive ash technique and the terrifying wind shuriken clone technique. Thus, he intended to keep the squad members within the borders of the Fire Nation for a while, allowing the bustling atmosphere to soothe their wounded spirits, while also monitoring Asuma's movements. He assured that no time would be wasted and pledged to educate Iruka and the others thoroughly, striving to cultivate them into independent ninjas as soon as possible. Hokage-sama, isn't this just slacking off? We should bring them back to assist the village with tasks, the secretary responsible for handling documents questioned. In his view, Flying Bamboo Dragon had merely embarked on a leisurely trip oblivious to the village's pressing needs as it gradually recovered from the chaos of the Ninetales incident. Sarutobi chuckled softly. Let them be. Konoha has nearly returned to normal. Moreover, he had heard from the communication department's ninja that after the eagle returned, it transformed into a grass-weaved messenger eagle, necessitating additional manpower for task notifications. With the Hokage's decree, the secretary found it difficult to argue. After all, the third Hokage was the highest authority. Following this, Sarutobi fell into contemplation. Asuma would likely not return soon, but he now recognized that he had underestimated Flying Bamboo Dragon's abilities. The method of communication he employed belonged to the realm of secret techniques, akin to the art of heart painting, falling under the category of in release, one a form of painting, the other weaving. Truly, he was a remarkable talent. At the grand waterfall of the Forest of the Fire Nation, three figures closely observed Flying Bamboo Dragon, awaiting his guidance. Minbu Ninja possessed a talent for illusions and held an advantage in their study. He nodded in agreement. Irika had solid theoretical knowledge and foundational skills, demonstrating considerable talent, and his gentle nature suggested a potential aptitude for teaching. Upon hearing this, Irika's face lit up, as it aligned perfectly with his aspirations. The neural responses of Iron Wire are exceptional, particularly in spatial awareness, demonstrating remarkable talent in the use of concealed weapons such as shurikens, alongside a rare aptitude for time and space manipulation. Upon hearing this, the Thorn series Iron Wire scratched his head in disbelief, realizing he possessed such a talent for spatial manipulation. Typically, he found the use of spiritual ninja tools to be effortless, unaware that it stemmed from an innate ability. However, aside from his proficiency in illusions, his skills were rather rudimentary. Thus, he might not be able to impart advanced techniques. The words of Flying Bamboo Dragon weighed heavily on both Iron Wire and Irika, bringing them downcast, while only Narashin eagerly looked at Flying Bamboo Dragon, mindful of his teammates' sentiments without overstepping. Chapter 32. Teaching under the Great Waterfall, a thunderous roar erupted. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Wind release, Emerald Gale. Earth release, Quicksand Trap. A water dragon surged forth from the surface, propelled by Irika's control, targeting Flying Bamboo Dragon. Iron Wire infused his shuriken with wind chakra, creating a pincer move alongside Irika. Beneath Flying Bamboo Dragon's feet lay a quicksand trap, designed to ensnare him and support his teammates. Facing these assaults, Flying Bamboo Dragon merely smiled, quickly forming hand seals. In an instant, the attack struck him. Bang! A piece of wood appeared in his place. Ah, a substitution technique, Irika lamented. The water dragon bullet and the wind-infused shuriken struck only the wooden decoy. Panting heavily, all three were exhausted. Such techniques took a considerable toll on their chakra. Is this all there is? At an unknown moment, Flying Bamboo Dragon was suspended vertically beside the waterfall, forming hand seals. He pressed downwards. Small earth pillars erupted beneath them like celestial blossoms. However, Flying Bamboo Dragon moderated the force, gently lifting them before halting his movement. Ah! All three jumped in surprise, clutching their backsides. This marked the third day of their special training. Under Flying Bamboo Dragon's guidance, they had identified their chakra natures using chakra paper. Irika, water and fire attributes. Iron Wire, wind attribute. Narashin, earth attribute. Each was taught a B-rank jutsu, allowing them to grasp the challenges inherent in mastering ninjutsu. Yet, he underestimated his teaching prowess. All three had already managed to release it flawlessly within 3 days. Frustrated, Narashin exclaimed, "Captain, did you not claim that you only knew a little about ninjutsu outside of illusions?" He felt deceived by his leader, initially believing his skills were modest. They confidently engaged in a 3-on-1 spar, restricting their captain's use of illusions and taijutsu. To their astonishment, what he referred to as a little was far from trivial. His jutsu moved with the precision and fluidity akin to his limbs, effortlessly countering their every attack as if he had foreseen their moves. The other two nodded in agreement, sharing the same realization until today as confrontation. Flying Bamboo Dragon chuckled. "Indeed, it is merely a little, but your lack of proficiency is the issue, not my strength. Understood? Now, today's sparring concludes. Let us review your current deficiencies." He pointed at Irika. "Your mastery of chakra transformation is inadequate, leading to significant discrepancies in both attack power and speed. Thus, you must focus on refining your control over jutsu's form." Turning to Narashin, he continued, "You two have faltered in form mastery, resulting in the slow formation of the quicksand trap. The training in illusions will commence only after you establish a solid foundation. Finally, he addressed Iron Wire. Your talent surpasses theirs. Both your attack speed and jutsu formation are notably swift. Therefore, you must delve deeper into the nature of wind to sharpen your attacks. He imparted guidance generously to each disciple. The fundamental concepts of chakra nature transformation and form transformation, which Naruto had struggled to grasp under Jiraiya for 2.5 years, were thoroughly instilled in them. Although challenging, these teachings were essential. Mastery of one's chakra nature was pivotal for promotion to Jonin. Only by understanding their own transformations could they learn to manipulate various elemental techniques, equipping them to confront diverse adversaries. This was the common pathway in Konoha, with exceptions like Guy. Fortunately, Flying Bamboo Dragon had a basic understanding of all these aspects. He aspired for all his disciples to attain Jonin status before the onset of the narrative, as failing to do so would bring him great embarrassment. According to the original story, Kakashi had only Sakura as a Jonin under his tutelage, while the other 12 from Team 7 had all become Jonin following the Fourth Great Ninja War. Defeat was not an option. Though Flying Bamboo Dragon remained steadfast in his role as a laborer, he recognized the importance of maintaining pride, especially with a wedding on the horizon and the prospect of raising a family. He needed noteworthy experiences to boast about. But for today, that shall suffice. Come, let us indulge in a hot spring. I have heard of a delightful inn in a nearby town. He understood the necessity of balance, for even a ninja must occasionally relent from rigorous training. Oh yeah, the trio exclaimed with excitement. Following their captain was a pleasure, as he often treated them to grand feasts and enjoyable activities, despite the arduous training. Observing their elation, Flying Bamboo Dragon retrieved a dragonfly-shaped wallet, counting the contents. It was sufficient for their return to Konoha. A portion of it was a gift from Ayam, who had provided him with funds for his mission. How fortunate it was to have a wealthy girlfriend. Thus, the Flying Bamboo Dragon squad led a cyclical lifestyle. Each morning began with a hearty breakfast in the bustling town, followed by training to enhance their ninja skills. They would return for lunch, gathering intelligence for Asuma, and in the evenings, at Flying Bamboo Dragon's request, they would embark on nocturnal training to refine their nighttime operational abilities. In the absence of distractions, the trio made rapid progress, though it was not astronomical. After all, even prodigies like Neji and Sasuke would struggle to achieve significant advancement after merely a month of training. Such growth requires time and consistency. Flying Bamboo Dragon refrained from teaching them overly complex jutsu, recognizing that foundational skills were paramount. Emphasis was placed on chakra control, transformation, elemental nature alterations, weapon throwing, taijutsu development, practical exercises, and tactical responses to various battlefield scenarios. These constituted the core of his teachings. The foundational qualities of a ninja were meticulously curated from the memories of countless shinobi. With a solid foundation, even in his absence, their learning pace would accelerate significantly. In reality, the one who progressed the most was, unexpectedly, Flying Bamboo Dragon. Setting aside illusions, he grew increasingly adept at ninjutsu, continuously improving in various aspects of a ninja's skill set. Indeed, the most effective way to learn is to teach. He never anticipated that instructing his disciples would further enhance his already formidable talents. Regarding the fundamentals of ninjutsu, he could now confidently assert that even Jiraiya would not compare favorably, whether in chakra capabilities or the comprehensive knowledge necessary for a ninja's training. Perhaps only in the realm of intelligence gathering did he still have much to learn, as he was not a spy-type ninja, but merely a laborer in the analysis department. Possessing that skill was already commendable. Chapter 33. Return to the village in the capital of the Land of Fire. The Dragonfly Squad confirmed that Asuma had joined the 12 Guardians and promptly relayed the intelligence back to Konoha. After wandering around the capital, Feiju Qingting was truly astonished by the technology within the ninja world. He acquired several useful tools, such as radios and telescopes, which, even for ninjas, are quite handy. Engaging with the real world contrasts starkly with merely watching anime, revealing nuances that the original work might not portray. One such nuance is the common belief that Konoha possesses the strongest power. Yet, why does it not seek to dominate? In Feiju Qingting's perception, the capital of the Fire Country is enveloped by a massive barrier, and there are many formidable individuals, including the 12 guardian ninja of the daimyo and various noble clans' private ninja armies, whose strength should not be underestimated. Konoha is merely the largest military organization in the Fire Country, but not the only one. Feiju Qingting and his companions, after several days of exploring the most prosperous locales of the Fire Country, set forth on their journey back to Konoha. They had been away for nearly a month, marking their longest mission yet. However, the lack of opportunities to truly showcase their skills left the three young ninjas feeling somewhat regretful. Irika, treading lightly, hastily followed behind Feiju Qingting, exclaiming, "Upon our return, others will surely fall behind in strength. Haha." Minamino Ninja remarked, "That is inevitable. The captain's teaching ability is remarkable. I feel I could take on 10 of my former self from a month ago." Jieshi Taisien added, "Thanks to the captain's guidance, I have completed the development of a new technique. I can boast to my father upon our return." They felt fortunate to be assigned to Feiju Qingting's team, especially with such a dedicated captain who treated them like disciples, even in unfamiliar territories. Regrettably, they were unable to learn the captain's secret techniques. Even Minamino Ninja, with his talent for illusion arts, found them too advanced. Mastery of mind-reading techniques requires not only innate ability, but also significant accomplishments in illusion arts, alongside an understanding of human chakra pathways at the level of a medical ninja. It was simply too demanding. Enough chit-chat. I must accelerate. Use the body flicker technique. It is one of the most useful skills on the battlefield. Feiju Qingting formed seals to refine his chakra and suddenly surged forward. At the gates of Konoha, Kamizuki Chuin and Gongzi Tai, feeling rather bored, occasionally registered the returning ninjas. Such monotony. Why must we guard the gates? Kamizuki Chuin sighed. Word has it that Feiju Qingting has already begun leading a team. It's frustrating. We've at least been promoted to Chunin, yet we weren't assigned a team. Gongzi Tai replied. Fortunately, at least Kai is still on a mission with Lord Dingzhua and isn't executing solo tasks. Otherwise, I would be terribly envious, Kamizuki Chuin said, recalling the man in the green jumpsuit with the watermelon hairstyle. "Ah, my hammer is eager for action." Gongzi Tai yawned. Someone approaches. The two turned their gaze outward, spotting a familiar figure accompanied by three young ones, gradually making their way towards them. "Hey, Chuin, old Tai." Feiju Qingting greeted them, instantly recognizing the duo. "Greetings, senior." The three young ninjas responded politely. Gongzi Tai narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. "Why do I have to be called old Tai? Am I that old?" He then glanced at the three young ones, questioning, "Is this the team you brought? I hope their talents aren't wasted." He expressed his skepticism. After all, Feiju Qingting's performance had not been superior to theirs in the past. Now, he had not only been promoted to Special Jonin, but was also leading a team. Ridiculous. I am a man who embodies the will of fire. How could I squander their youth? Tell me, what do you think of following me? Feiju Qingting shot him a glance and addressed the three. In unison, they exclaimed, "The captain is the best. He is incredible, the most competent ninja in the world." Kamizuki Chuin and Gongzi Tai exchanged skeptical glances. Could he have been brainwashed by the dragonfly? Haha, enough of this. I need to return and report on the mission. Farewell. Let us drink together sometime, he said, finishing the registration before leading the three young ninjas back. As they watched Feiju Qingting depart, Kamizuki Chuin remarked, "Did he just say he wants to drink with us?" Gongzi Tai replied, "Very well. Next time, let us see if we can outdrink him. What does it matter if he is a jonin? I have never feared anyone in terms of alcohol tolerance." Feiju Qingting and the three young ninjas each went their separate ways. He first arrived at the Hokage's office to present his report detailing Asuma's experiences in the capital of the Fire Country. He had organized the report during his return journey. Although he had provided a brief update earlier, the formal procedures of Konoha still required adherence. "Excellent work, Qingting. Now, go and rest," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gentle smile as he reviewed the report in hand. "Yes," Feiju Qingting replied, exiting the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the documents. Reflecting, "Asuma, I hope you find your own path." He felt a generational gap in his understanding of Asuma, making communication difficult. For now, he could only allow him some time to cool off while observing him closely in the Fire Country. Meanwhile, Jieshi Taisien returned to Konoha, unable to contain his excitement. After parting ways with his teammates, he sought out his former classmate, Kamino Chisu. "Are you looking to spar with me?" Kamino Chisu asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Jieshi Taisien concealed his inner excitement and replied calmly, "Indeed. I've made significant progress training with the captain and wanted to test my skills against you." Finally, he would have the opportunity to showcase his abilities. Kamino Chisu belonged to the Scythe clan, and they had always been evenly matched at school. There was no better person to spar with. Moreover, they were good friends, and winning would be all the more satisfying. Alright, just so happens that I've also been training with my teacher, and feel I've made great strides as well, Kamino-Chisu said internally, thinking. You think progress is all I've achieved? Just wait and see. I'll show you who is stronger. After their brief conversation, the two arrived at Training Field No. 45. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a dim, yellowish light at a 35-degree angle on the horizon. Here I come. Prepare to witness my progress. Who's afraid of whom? The two took their stances and, in a flash, drew their weapons. In an instant, Jishi Taisien hurled several shurikens to test the waters. Clang! Clang! Kamino-Chisu brandished two scythes connected by chains, twirling them to deflect all the shurikens. What incredible strength! Jishi Taisien felt as if he had struck something far heavier than himself. How is this possible? He has only been out of school for less than 2 months. Clang! Clang! The combat continued. Jishi Taisien noted that Kamino-Chisu's practical experience was lacking. Despite having the body techniques of the Scythe clan, he appeared somewhat awkward in his movements. The techniques that had once posed a challenge for him in school now revealed numerous flaws. In a flash, Jishi Taisien identified several ways to counter his attacks. However, to test his own abilities, he refrained from using ninjutsu and instead engaged in close combat with kunai. In the training ground number 45, Jishi Taisien skillfully deflected Kamino-Chisu's scythe with his kunai, bringing his weapon to rest at Kamino-Chisu's neck. Haha, you've lost. Kamino-Chisu regarded him with a deep gaze and lowered his weapon. How have you become so formidable? The recent battle had left him feeling utterly constrained. As if Jishi Taisien had predicted all his possible moves and countered them perfectly, striking at every point of discomfort. With a smile, Jishi Taisien replied, Haha, it's all thanks to our Captain's prowess. Every day, he engages in relentless practical training with us, employing a myriad of techniques, which has rendered me quite adept at pure physical skills. This fills him with immense pride. Captain Dragonfly is truly remarkable. During combat with the captain, he realized the captain's formidable strength. Yet, it was only when applying the captain's teachings against Kiryu Kyuki that he could truly appreciate the captain's prowess. He is likely one of the strongest in the entirety of Konohagakure. Meanwhile, Mibu Shinobu easily defeated his classmates using the most basic illusion technique, a modified version of the flying bamboo dragonfly's Naruto. His desire, akin to that of Suki's iron wire, was to showcase his training results to acquaintances upon returning to the village. However, having learned from the captain, he understood that ninjas must not casually divulge information. Thus, he remained tight-lipped about the abilities of the flying bamboo dragonfly, merely expressing admiration for the captain's teaching prowess when questioned by his peers. I certainly do not wish to experience the captain's modified Naruto. The three of them had suffered enough. The captain seems to relish using such tormenting techniques to motivate them, and even the thought of it sends a shiver down his spine. By a secluded river in Konohagakure, Irika was practicing water release. A water dragon swayed in the river, twisting and turning as if dancing. With only a dragon's horn and a long body, it was evident that this was the water dragon bullet technique, albeit in a cartoonish form. Damn, the transformation of ninjutsu is surprisingly difficult to master. His diligent practice aimed at swiftly grasping the transformation techniques taught by the captain. According to the captain's explanation, to accelerate both the release and formation speed of the water dragon bullet technique, one must have a deeper understanding of transformation. This is an essential task, aside from hand seals. Clap. Another failure. While he was earnestly practicing, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly observed him from behind. Upon witnessing Irika's ability to perform such a challenging ninjutsu, a smile graced his face. The capability of the flying bamboo dragonfly earned further merit in his mind. Noticing Irika's disheartened expression, he approached him. What seems to be the matter? Is the ninjutsu proving too difficult, leaving you feeling dejected? Irika, panting, turned to face the third Hokage, his face lighting up. Lord, third Hokage. He then replied, not really. The captain also mentioned that mastering ninjutsu is not something that happens overnight. It requires consistent practice day after day. Yet, even though I can perform the hand seals, the speed and power of my technique fall far short of the captain's. This reminded him of the first time the flying bamboo dragonfly had demonstrated the water dragon. A majestic dragon towering 30 meters high, with even its swaying whiskers possessing more power than his current water dragon. Its form was incredibly imposing. capable not only of causing immense destruction with a single strike, but also of carrying them through the skies. That was the true water dragon bullet. According to the captain, achieving such a feat was within his grasp, provided he mastered the fundamentals he had been taught. Now, seeing the third Hokage and then looking at his own water dragon, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Lord Third Hokage, do I lack talent? He inquired. The things the captain teaches. Even Suki can apply wind nature transformation to his ninja tools. Irika had previously doubted himself, feeling far inferior compared to his teammate, Suki. The flying bamboo dragonfly had reassured him that their talents were comparable, which was why he persevered. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared momentarily taken aback. Irika, mastering transformation and nature alteration is a skill that only jonin are required to possess. For you at this stage, it is still too early, which is why you harbor such doubts. Upon hearing this, Irika's eyes brightened. Right now, you simply need to practice more. You will gradually grasp transformation. Every jonin has learned from the ninjutsu of their predecessors. Directly mastering transformation or nature alteration is not something just anyone can achieve. Irika nodded, realizing how highly the captain regarded them. Teaching jonin-level techniques to mere genin. Everyone has their own strengths. You are a meticulous child with a calm demeanor, making you more suited to researching fundamental concepts and expressing them clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly. I too have walked this path in my youth, and as a ninjutsu scholar, I am here to guide you. Really? Irika thought. Once the Hokage speaks, it is a promise unbreakable. At Ichiraku Ramen, after bidding farewell to the third Hokage, the flying bamboo dragonfly arrived at the shop, oblivious to the children's boasting. Currently, he yearned to see Ayam, whom he had not met in quite some time. Slurp. Ayam's ramen was indeed delectable. Nothing else could compare. The flying bamboo dragonfly praised her. Ah, it's the same familiar flavor. Hearing this, Ayam's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. How embarrassing, she said, playfully glancing at him. You know, my skills were honed in the capital of the fire country and then refined here. Don't think I'm unaware, you're just flattering me. Not at all, dear father-in-law. Your talent surpasses mine. Who could possibly compare? The flying bamboo dragonfly exclaimed with a slurp. Thank you for your hard work on this mission. You've been away for so long, Ayam said. It was no trouble at all. Just the thought of you waiting for me in the village makes it all worthwhile, he replied. Are you uninjured? Who am I? The finest sensory ninja in the Konoha analysis class. How could anyone possibly hurt me? Absolutely impossible, he boasted, thumping his chest to reassure her. The sense of security was paramount while away from home, so he emphasized his strength in front of Ayam, unbothered by others' speculations about his abilities. I believe in you. Those words made the flying bamboo dragonfly's heart soar. Truly, she is his beloved. The ramen tasted even better now. After a moment of sweet intimacy, they were playfully ushered out by Ayam's father, hand in hand, ready to explore the village. Clearly, Ayam's father was a good man, understanding and considerate. Strolling hand in hand through the bustling streets of Konohagakure, they leaned on each other, sharing laughter. The flying bamboo dragonfly recounted many amusing tales from the land of fire, its splendor and various technologies, including cinemas. Currently, Konohagakure lacked cinemas, which might take several years to introduce. Meanwhile, Ayam shared many amusing anecdotes from the ramen shop. For instance, there was a 2-year-old blonde child in the village, often referred to by residents as the reincarnation of a nine-tailed fox. This rumor spread like wildfire, leaving everyone who encountered the child feeling uneasy. Chapter 35. Naruto in the bustling streets of Konohagakure. Look, that's him. Ayam pointed at a suspicious little boy. The flying bamboo dragonfly turned to see a small child with a head of yellow hair. His tiny frame wandered the streets, seemingly trying to approach anyone of the opposite gender for a hug. However, as soon as pedestrians caught sight of the blonde child, their faces contorted in fear, quickly retreating. Hug! Naruto exclaimed, extending his arms as if seeking a hug. Yet, the moment he approached, everyone shooed him away. Eventually, seeming exhausted, he squatted down on the ground, tears cascading down his cheeks. At such a tender age, he couldn't fathom why everyone despised him. Whenever he appeared, they all ran away, while adults would embrace other children. Alone, he seemed incredibly lonely. Just then, a shadow loomed over him. Naruto looked up to see a frightening adult wrapped in bandages, accompanied by a woman with a smile. Dragonfly, don't you fear? People say he is the embodiment of the nine-tailed fox, Ayam asked curiously. She had no notion of the fox spirit, only recalling that the flying bamboo dragonfly had once mentioned the nine-tailed fox to her nearly 2 years prior. At that moment, a great commotion ensued. What she beheld was not a fox spirit, but a solitary child. One could only wonder what had transpired with his parents to allow such a young child to wander alone. The flying bamboo dragonfly gazed at Naruto and chuckled lightly. A fox spirit? More than a year ago, I was unafraid of it, and a year later, I certainly shall not be frightened. Besides, it is not a fox spirit, merely a little brat. He squatted down, reducing the distance between himself and Naruto. Naruto observed the flying bamboo dragonfly, sensing that he was unlike anyone else. Reminiscent of the third Hokage. Hug. Little Naruto spread his arms wide. The flying bamboo dragonfly detected several hidden figures from the umbu, yet he still lifted Naruto into his embrace. In his perception, it felt as if he had cradled a massive conglomeration of chakra. With his formidable sensing abilities, he could discern the vast chakra concealed beneath the sealing technique, akin to what he had sensed before with the nine tails, albeit less exposed and less oppressive. The flying bamboo dragonfly pondered. As for why a mere 1.5-year-old Naruto was alone on the street, he could not fathom. Yet, from the hidden ninjas nearby, it seemed likely that the third Hokage had released him for a stroll. That was the only assumption he could make. Otherwise, the umbu would have long since guided Naruto back. Observing the umbu, who were restless and poised to act, the flying bamboo dragonfly shook his head. The fourth Hokage's achievements had placed Naruto in such an environment, a sign of the third's incompetence. Even with external interference, it should not have come to this. However, he chose not to intervene. Today was merely a chance encounter with Naruto. What harm was there in playing with him for a while? Wow, how adorable. I am. How about we have 4 children in the future? The flying bamboo dragonfly jested. I am blushed. If you wish, Dragonfly-kun, we could. Oh. How could he utter such overt words in public? And how could she respond in kind? Goodness. Yet, this little brat was undeniably charming. Ayam pinched Naruto's cheek. Ayam. You must call me sister. Okay? What is your name, little one? In a fit of excitement, Naruto exclaimed, Sister Ayam, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Clearly, despite his tender age, his awareness was not significantly less than that of a 6-year-old child from the flying bamboo dragonfly's past life. I am the flying bamboo dragonfly. Remember, I have held you. He passed Naruto to Ayam, who cradled him. They had embraced a fox spirit. How terrifying. Were they not afraid of death? I still cannot forget the scene over a year ago when the fox spirit shattered my home with a mere claw. So dreadful. The onlookers, witnessing their audacity, instinctively recoiled. If the fox spirit were to erupt, they would be doomed. Little Naruto, clearly aware of the murmurs, wore a glum expression. In the Hokage office, Hokage-sama. Someone has lifted the Jinchuriki. Should we implement specific measures? The masked umbu inquired of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who is it? Were you not instructed to prevent Naruto from venturing into the streets? Sarutobi replied sternly. Umbu, a ninja named Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, seemingly on break today. Despite their internal grumbling about the orders to limit Naruto's interactions, they reported. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly? He hasn't done anything, has he? He is merely playing with the Jinchuriki alongside a girl who appears to be his girlfriend. The umbu had not anticipated that despite the rumors of Naruto being a fox spirit, someone would dare to embrace him. Only those who had experienced the Nine Tails power understood the danger it posed. Generally, such a person was either reckless or had ulterior motives concerning the Jinchuriki, which is why they reported back. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated, seemingly deep in thought. Hiruzen, anyone who approaches the Jinchuriki must have ulterior motives. Hand him over to me, and I will extract all the information from him. An elderly man with a scar on his chin and an air of competence slowly entered the room. His bold demeanor caused cold sweat to bead on the brows of the umbu nearby. Danzo, you need not concern yourself with the Jinchuriki. What of Orochimaru's intelligence? Sarutobi Hiruzen deftly diverted the conversation. He trusted the flying bamboo dragonfly, having witnessed him embody the will of fire in its most profound essence. Every step he took resonated with that will, whether during the Third Shinobi World War, in the analytical classes, or as a squad leader. He was unwavering in his commitment to the will of fire. Thus, he could not allow Danzo to undermine the flying bamboo dragonfly's potential. Humph. It is your indecisiveness that has allowed him to escape. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago, Danzo scoffed. A year ago, I believed he had merely strayed momentarily. Little did I know he would accomplish so much. I shall find him and capture him. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Over a year ago, Orochimaru's defection had deprived Konoha of a high-level combatant, impeding its recovery. Danzo, the latest news indicates that Orochimaru seems to have vanished in the land of bears, whereabouts unknown. Then let it be. There is no need to search for him specifically. With Orochimaru's abilities, seeking him abroad would be akin to squandering resources, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded. Danzo had no objection, but had another matter to address. He cast a glance at the surrounding Umbu. Realizing the cue, they discreetly exited the Hokage office. What is it? Recently, there has been considerable unrest within the Uchiha clan. Danzo's words struck Sarutobi Hiruzen like a heavy tolling bell. Due to the aftermath of the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha had not been entirely relinquished from surveillance for over a year, leading to a significant constraint on Konoha's manpower. This discontent had sown seeds of rebellion among the Uchiha, with some even voicing radical thoughts of secession from the village. This was a persistent concern for the third Hokage. However, after a year of investigation, it had become apparent that the Uchiha lacked the ability to control the Nine-Tails during its rampage. The matter concerning the Uchiha shall be temporarily set aside. I will ensure our spies continue their watchful eye, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded after a long deliberation, opting for caution. Hiruzen, you shall come to regret this. Frustrated with the lack of desired action, Danzo stormed out. Chapter 36. Joyful Naruto on the streets of Konoha fly. The flying bamboo dragonfly appeared to have discovered a source of amusement, lifting Naruto by his armpits and tossing him into the sky, catching him again as he descended. The observing Umbu broke into a cold sweat. Were it not for the Hokage's prior directive to refrain from interfering with the interactions between the Jinchuriki and the flying bamboo dragonfly, they would have intervened. Nonetheless, they remained poised to act, fearful that the Jinchuriki might suddenly breach the seals. Meanwhile, the protagonist Naruto was filled with joy. This uncle, adorned with bandages, was not so terrifying after all. In fact, he was rather gentle. The smile at the corners of his mouth had a profound effect on Naruto, allowing him to cast aside the emotions he had absorbed from others and revel in the present moment. He was unaware that, at this instant, his fate had shifted. He was no longer the child everyone feared. The flying bamboo dragonfly gave little thought to such matters. He merely wished to do as he pleased without affecting his own life. What harm was there in playing with the fourth son? Would the third really reprimand him? At this young age, Naruto was all the more delightful. Once he matured and acquired the power of the Sage of Six Paths, such innocent play would no longer be possible. It was also a way to honor the fourth sacrifice, providing the hero's son with at least a measure of warmth. Naturally, he would not go out of his way to treat Naruto in any particular manner. His own talents did not need to be entirely reliant on the boy. As Naruto grew, the flying bamboo dragonfly speculated that his Jinjutsu would eventually reach the pinnacle of mastery. Ayame, witnessing the flying bamboo dragonfly's unabashed joy, felt her cheeks grow increasingly warm, her thoughts consumed with the idea of having children with him. Perhaps they could have several charming little ones, just like Naruto. Little did she know, around the corner, a young boy was leading another child, roughly the same size as Naruto, observing the playful duo. Sasuke gazed at the scene of Naruto being lifted high by the flying bamboo dragonfly and tossed into the sky, his eyes gradually brightening. He turned to his elder brother, Itachi, and expressed his desire, "I want to do that too." Itachi smiled in response. "All right, we can try that when we return." Sasuke's face lit up with excitement. However, Itachi's thoughts wandered elsewhere as he observed the flying bamboo dragonfly. This individual is quite formidable. He contemplated using his Sharingan to scrutinize the dragonfly, but a shiver coursed through him. Observing with the Sharingan could lead to dire consequences. "Let's go. Mother has prepared some delicious sweets," the dragonfly announced. "Yes, I must be lifted high next time," Sasuke chimed in, though he was puzzled, yet still elated, holding Itachi's hand and skipping along. Unbeknownst to the flying bamboo dragonfly, he was under observation, and if he were aware, he would surely wonder what would befall Itachi. In a world known for its ocular techniques, such as the Sharingan and Byakugan, precautions were naturally taken against the extreme dangers posed by these eye techniques. The dragonfly had laid an information protection network around him, specifically designed to counter visual and perceptive ninjutsu, regardless of the type of eye or perception. Anyone attempting to delve deeper into observing him would be met with a tumult of chaotic memories embedded within his body. This was to prevent any accidental harm. Yet it was not without its discomfort. Thus, The Byakugan could not peer through him, nor could the Sharingan replicate the ninjutsu he wielded. Naruto, my sister and I are heading off. Where do you live? Do you need me to escort you home? The flying bamboo dragonfly inquired, glancing at the sky before setting Naruto down. The mere question made the surrounding Umbu tense. Probing into the Jinchuriki's residence was undoubtedly suspicious. Ah, never mind. I know you can find your way back. Just don't get lost, he added, sensing the unease around him and smirking. Such timid fellows. It's merely the Nine Tails. Just wait until I can handle it. Reluctantly, Naruto turned back multiple times, pouting as he addressed the dragonfly. Will I see you again? Head home now. I am a ninja protecting the Leaf Village. Even if you don't see me often, once you become a ninja, you will surely encounter me. The dragonfly waved with a smile. Do your best. I am cheered for Naruto. His heart brimming with determination, Naruto resolved to become a ninja. 2 years later, the flying bamboo dragonfly had married Ayam, hosting a wedding of modest size with just the right number of relatives. The two finally united as partners. On that day, the dragonfly was exceedingly joyful, having truly become a man in this world. Ichiraka ramen had grown increasingly popular, and his father's weaving skills had improved, as he began saving for his grandchild. However, in those 2 years, he had not once seen Naruto, while Ayam had encountered him numerous times due to her increasing missions. The power of the Leaf Village was gradually being restored, and the third Hokage regained recognition from various nations, resulting in an influx of mission resources. This led to the dragonfly's work becoming ever more frequent, occasionally leading a team to complete tasks and guiding them in their further training. At present, they had all become Chunin, acknowledged by the Hokage as capable of leading a team. The dragonfly's duties had finally returned to their original state. As an intelligence ninja in the analysis division, he still relished this role. Leading a team, even Irika's trio was not so difficult to manage. Initially, it was manageable, but as they progressed and became familiar with the dragonfly's circumstances, they grew bolder, eager to extract more from their captain. Ah, it's finally over. The dragonfly clinked glasses with Seiji. You rascal, I envy you for getting married, Seiji admitted with jealousy. In the past, he had vowed to flaunt his romantic conquests before the dragonfly, yet now, the dragonfly had married before he could even begin. How vexing. Haha, that's not all. I might even be cradling a son next year. You ought to hurry as well. After all, you are a Chunin now. The dragonfly beamed at the thought of his wife. The first step of his dream was to marry a gentle, virtuous, and wealthy woman. And the next was to start a family, hoping for 4 or 5 children. They were already preparing, and if luck was on their side, perhaps they would be classmates with Konohamaru and the others. By the way, why did you give up on the idea of continuing to lead teams? Wouldn't it be more lucrative? Seiji inquired, puzzled. Once was enough. It's not an easy task to manage. I'm not cut out for it. The dragonfly replied self-deprecatingly. Some experiences only require one encounter. Guiding graduates is too taxing, whereas working in the analysis division is preferable, with fewer responsibilities and proximity to home. As for money, my wife has that covered. I don't understand. I heard your subordinate, Jiki, has become a pillar of Konoha. He'll likely surpass me and become a jonin soon, Seiji remarked, skeptical of the dragonfly's assertion of being unsuited for leadership. Moreover, Irika had also become a Chunin and was now teaching at the Ninja Academy, potentially on the path to becoming a jonin himself. There was also Rin, who had joined the torture and interrogation division and had recently achieved many accomplishments, becoming a mainstay there. This left Seiji baffled. For someone as outstanding as the flying bamboo dragonfly, why remain in the analysis division? Chapter 37, Barrier Techniques. Inverted Golden Bell at the Konoha Tavern. How are they doing? They're managing. They've barely become Chunin. It will still be a while before they reach Jonin, the dragonfly replied. Talent truly defines a person's life. He believed that in terms of ninjutsu, aside from certain forbidden techniques, he was not inferior to the third Hokage. Yet, despite having diligently summarized and taught, the trio's growth could only be described as decent, not exceptional. Ordinary jonin seemed to be their ceiling. You should be grateful. They are only 14, with vast potential for growth. Unlike me, at 17, still just a chunin. I probably won't make it to jonin. Seiji lamented. He looked at the dragonfly, recognizing the true genius he was. Whether in learning or teaching abilities, he was exceptional. Enough of that. Let's toast to your return to the analysis division. Clink. The two happily drank together. The dragonfly was genuinely content. This was the life a Hokage should lead. With a wife, friends, superiors, a father, and disciples, he need not concern himself with the intrigues of higher-ups. Moreover, the analysis division was devoid of such complications. There was no mutual suspicion among colleagues. The work was straightforward, merely reading memories and reporting them. The two shared laughter until Iam approached, tugging his ear and dragging him back. At the dragonfly's home, another drink? Are you coming home? Iam asked, arms crossed, looking at him seriously. The dragonfly laughed. It's just colleague bonding. Strangely, after their marriage, Iam's demeanor subtly changed. In certain aspects, she had transformed from a girl into a mother of the household. Unlike other wives, Iam's personality had become increasingly distinct, seemingly influenced by him. Just then, Iam's cheeks flushed slightly. Dragonfly-kun, today we shall engage in some morally questionable activities. Morally questionable activities? The dragonfly looked at her slightly tipsy face, understanding immediately. Come on, if you want a child, just say so. In an instant, they found themselves entwined in the intimacy of their shared bed. At Training Ground 98, shuriken were positioned at 6 specific locations around the training area. Trees, rivers, and ground barrier techniques formed an inverted golden bell. The flying bamboo dragonfly formed hand seals, 100 in total. Chakra surged within him, and the shuriken, each tied with a talisman, began to react with one another. A massive golden bell enveloped Training Ground 98. As he completed the final seal, the golden bell inverted. In a hushed moment, the entire training ground vanished, leaving only an expansive, desolate landscape. In the distance, birds perched in the trees widened their eyes at the sudden disappearance. They squawked a few times before taking flight, leaving behind a scattering of droppings. Beneath the ground, an ethereal golden bell took shape, visible only to the solitary figure of the flying bamboo dragonfly. Within this golden bell lay the entirety of the 98th training ground, complete with mountains and rivers, all intact and unmarred. After 2 years of diligent effort, this barrier technique had finally come to fruition. The flying bamboo dragonfly absorbed the ambience, feeling no difference from before. He still stood at the center of the training ground. The river flowed as it always had, and the trees thrived in their place. Yet, the area covered by the freely formed barrier had distinct boundaries. Beyond these borders, everything remained unchanged. Above him, the sun still shone, and the water continued to flow gently. From the perspective outside the barrier, it appeared as if nothing had altered. It was merely a flat expanse. This was the culmination of his painstaking research into seals and barriers, crafted to protect his family against the formidable techniques of pain. This spatial barrier possessed no extraordinary powers, rendering it impossible for external forces to breach it. As for techniques like Flying Thunder God and Kimui, their ability to penetrate the barrier remained uncertain. Kimui was likely infeasible, as it lacked coordinates. However, if coordinates were provided, Flying Thunder God should be able to penetrate it. Yet, how many could achieve such a feat? The only drawback was that the barrier he had constructed was limited in size. To extend it across the entirety of Konoha, he would require the consent of the Hokage and the 2 elders. The 3rd Hokage was no longer an option, being indecisive, and he would have to wait for Tsunade's succession to make such arrangements. The recent disturbance had originated from this very location. As he pondered, a voice reached his ears. 3 figures approached from the distance, astonished at the barren land before them. Such a vast training ground had seemingly vanished. Yet the emptiness communicated the undeniable truth. This was no illusion. The Uchiha Guard? The flying bamboo dragonfly mused. He wondered if their Sharingan could perceive the truth. Uchiha Shursui rubbed his hands in the dirt and scanned the surroundings. What is the situation? Whose technique is this? One Uchiha inquired. It appears someone has employed an enormous earth-style technique to flatten this area. Another speculated. Uchiha Shursui responded, No, this is not a ninjutsu. Sharingan, activate. He widened his eyes, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan, scrutinizing the training ground for any clues. The more he observed, the deeper his frown grew. The boundary of the flat land suggested that the river had just entered this space, seemingly transitioning from another realm. Shursui approached the edge of the flat land. Attempting to discern how the water flowed, he discovered that it appeared as if a river had always existed there, flowing normally. An illusion? Shursui had faith in his Sharingan and refused to accept this as mere illusion. Nevertheless, he tested it by disrupting his chakra. There was no change. The other 2 Uchihas experienced the same. What on earth was happening? The 3 regrouped, their brows furrowed in silence. Could there be a spy attack? But why such a commotion? The startled birds had provided ample evidence that something significant had transpired here, leaving them perplexed. Uchiha Shursui decisively stated, "We must return to report to the Hokage." "Why report to the Hokage? Patrolling Konoha is our duty as the guard," one Uchiha retorted. "For them, such matters should be investigated by the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha's affairs are also the village's affairs," Shursui replied solemnly. The growing radicalism within the clan weighed heavily on him. He sensed the dissatisfaction of those around him, each word dripping with discontent towards the Hokage, filling him with sorrow. "Dragonfly-kun, I brought lunch." I am called out. Arriving at the training ground, what met her eyes was the fierce trio of Uchihas, the once familiar environment now reduced to a flat expanse. The smile faded from her face, tears welling up as she looked at the three. "You are the guard. Where's my husband?" A dreadful premonition gripped her heart. She feared the flying bamboo dragonfly had been captured by the guard, as she recalled him speaking of researching some ninjutsu. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 38. Reunion. Uchiha Shursui, upon hearing her words, looked at Ayam with newfound clarity. "Dragonfly-kun, who are you?" She must be a resident of the village. The Dragonfly-kun she mentioned must be the root cause of the training ground's disappearance. They planned to detain her for questioning. The two Uchiha exchanged glances, preparing to apprehend her. "Stop. You cannot simply arrest her. She clearly isn't a ninja, her chakra too weak to extract," Shursui intervened. The two Uchihas were displeased with his approach. The Uchiha had the right to seize and interrogate first, but Shursui's interference felt obstructive. However, respecting Shursui's position as captain, they maintained their composure, despite their agitation. They would report to the clan leader upon returning home. "So, where have you taken my husband?" Ayam's tears threatened to spill, unable to comprehend their conversation. "Who is your husband?" Shursui inquired. This situation might genuinely be tied to this individual. Could she be a spy? "It's me." A voice that sent shivers down their spines resonated, and the ground beneath them began to shift. Trees, grass, and the flowing river, along with the training posts they had been unaware of, suddenly materialized. Everything seemed to revert to its original state. Shursui's Sharingan whirled, detecting no other signs. It was as if the previous flatland had been a mere illusion. However, a man with his face bandaged now stood before them, having spoken the earlier words. The three Uchihas tightened their grips on their blades, vigilance etched on their faces, fixated on the flying bamboo dragonfly. Remarkably, he had appeared before them without a sound, despite being from the clan with the strongest perceptive abilities in Konoha. The flying bamboo dragonfly, seeing Ayam approach, felt a pang of distress. He had intended to restore the scene after their departure, wishing to keep unnecessary attention at bay, but had overlooked Ayam's mealtime visit, especially upon witnessing her tears. His heart ached, and he promptly dispelled the barrier, gradually revealing himself to the three Uchihas. He had no desire to engage with the Uchiha, nor any interest in their Sharingan. His only curiosity lay in how his illusion would fare against their eyes. Yet he could not allow them to interrogate his wife. That was the essence of his training. Thus, as soon as Ayam arrived, he prepared to lift the barrier. "Wife, it's all right, didn't I tell you? Your husband is quite formidable." The flying bamboo dragonfly quickly embraced Ayam, taking the lunch she held. "Let me see what delicious food you've brought today. Is it the best ramen you've made?" Upon seeing that the flying bamboo dragonfly was unharmed and had time to comfort her, Ayam's tears vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. She had genuinely feared that her husband had been captured. "It's all good now." "Kid, not at all. Who are you? What just transpired here? If you do not clarify, I will charge you with espionage." The slightly plump Uchiha unsheathed his blade, his dual Tomo Sharingan swirling ominously. The other lean Uchiha mirrored his actions, prepared to unleash their might at the slightest hint of deception from the flying bamboo dragonfly. Even Shursui gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike. For within his Sharingan, he sensed an overwhelming strength emanating from the man merely through his stance. If he were an enemy, he could not guarantee that the opponent would be subdued in a short span of time. Fortunately, he did not seem to be an adversary. His gaze fell upon Shobu, this woman who was his wife, showing no signs of being a spy. Yet, vigilance could not be relaxed, for the safety of Konoha was at stake. As the security team approached to apprehend her husband, Shobu's heart tightened, her worry evident as she observed Feiju and the dragonfly. Feiju placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, signaling her not to fret, then turned to face the three members of the security team, particularly the Jonin, who had a renowned reputation. The slightly plump Uchiha barked. Enough with the idle chatter. I ask you what you were doing just now. Do not presume to ingratiate yourself with the Uchiha clan. You are unworthy. If you choose not to speak, I must insist you accompany us to the security team for further inquiry. Shirzue frowned. Did this person know him? A jonin from the analytical team? Speak, he demanded. What just transpired here? Although there is no charge against you, for the sake of Konoha's security, I trust you understand the necessity of this. Listening to their tone, Feiju sighed. The usually mild-mannered Uchiha Shirzue seemed to exhibit the clan's infamous traits. To prevent Shobu from worrying, he explained that he was merely experimenting with a new jutsu, and the earlier commotion was an unintended consequence of his training. He had not anticipated that his routine practice would attract the attention of the security team. Amidst the tense gazes of the three, he produced his identification as a Konoha Jonin, complete with a photograph, identification number, and graduation date. This is my proof. May we take our leave? Feiju replied, exasperated. For the Uchiha clan truly was a source of discomfort, reminiscent of law enforcement in his past life, where every action could be misconstrued as suspicious. Proof could be fabricated. For a ninja, it was inconsequential. I suggest you obediently accompany us to the security team for a thorough investigation, the slightly plump Uchiha insisted, his Sharingan spinning. Locking eyes with Feiju, Shirzue was taken aback, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. How audacious! Has the clan become this reckless? He muttered to himself, casting a glance at Feiju, hoping he would remain unscathed. The illusion of the Sharingan was unparalleled, with no defenses in place. The likelihood of breaking free from its grasp was non-existent. In truth, Feiju had detected the moment Shirzue began to channel chakra, yet he refrained from a powerful counterattack. Curious to experience the capabilities of the Sharingan firsthand, he sought to gauge how his own illusion-breaking techniques would fare against the opponent's Jinjutsu. In the realm of illusion, he found himself bound to a colossal pillar, which extended stone blocks to ensnare him. Feiju assessed the situation. The binding illusion was flawless, and without prior strategy. A typical jonin would undoubtedly succumb. However, at the instant of the illusion's manifestation, a fantastical point of light within his heart erupted, disrupting the chakra flow and emitting a peculiar wave. This caused the Jinjutsu to rebound. A muffled grunt escaped the slightly plump Uchiha, his eyes vacant and his body paralyzed, as he remained motionless under the bewildered gazes of Shirzue and the lean Uchiha. At that moment, Feiju regained consciousness. It appeared that his reflective technique had been remarkably successful, dispelling the illusion in the blink of an eye. He felt content. It had seemed a lengthy ordeal, yet it transpired in mere moments. The reflective technique was his creation to counter illusions, capable of rebounding ordinary Jinjutsu. Even if it failed to reflect, it could disturb the chakra within, allowing him to break free from the Sharingan-side techniques without assistance. He had drawn inspiration from the original narrative, where the Jinchuriki utilized tailed beasts to dispel illusions, employing sealing and barrier techniques to create an S-rank Jinjutsu. This was indeed his first S-rank illusion, with a difficulty level exceeding standard training. Other Jinjutsu, while powerful, did not reach the S-rank threshold. He then turned his attention back to the Uchiha across from him. Chapter 39, Clash of Illusions Konoha Training Ground Number 98. Employing Jinjutsu against fellow villagers is somewhat tarnishing the Uchiha's reputation. It seems they have fallen from grace, Feiju remarked. At this moment, he felt no fear of the Uchiha clan, for Shirzue could never employ the Kotoeme Tsukumi against him. Even if he did, Feiju had methods to counter it. The operations of the Shinigami and the memory backups were indeed learnable, and he had unraveled the historical rewrites of Tsukishima. This technique he had translated to the Hokage, for he possessed that aptitude. Especially since his mind-reading technique was of the highest caliber, bestowing memories was not a challenge. What have you done to him? Hey, wake up! The lean Uchiha exclaimed, his expression alarmed as he glanced at his motionless comrade. Yet, the slightly plump Uchiha remained still, ensnared in the Jinjutsu. Shirzue disrupted the chakra of the slightly plump Uchiha, and gradually, the latter's gaze returned to lucidity. Be cautious, he can reflect Jinjutsu. Upon awakening, he promptly informed his teammates. In that brief moment, his ocular technique had been dispelled and reverted, which was truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Shirzue and the other Uchiha tightened their grips on their weapons. To lay hands on the security team, do you wish to become a rogue ninja? Shirzue glared at Feiju, although he was displeased with the slightly plump Uchiha's sudden aggression. He was even more incensed by Feiju's actions. "Ah, do not label me so hastily. I am but the inheritor of the will of fire." That was merely a reaction to a stimulus. "Your reasoning is quite unreasonable," Feiju retorted, his frustration evident. He had expected Shirzue to embody the maturity of the Uchiha, but it seemed he was selective in his demeanor. "Come with me to see Lord Hokage," Shirzue commanded, forming a single hand seal and vanishing from sight, only to reappear with his blade poised against Feiju's throat. Clang. "Shobu, why don't you step aside and witness your husband display his prowess while protecting the village alongside the Uchiha?" Feiju blocked the katana with a kunai, forming hand seals with one hand. A bird enlarged beneath Shobu's feet, lifting her into the sky before he faced Shirzue. "Come now, Shirzue. I've long heard of your esteemed reputation. Allow me to see if you truly live up to it." The wielder of Kotoame Tsukumi. "This promises to be an exhilarating battle." Clang. Clang. In an instant, the two figures clashed with the speed of lightning, the collision of kunai and sword igniting a flurry of sparks. Impossible. Is there truly someone who can keep pace with Shirzue's instantaneous technique? The slightly plump Uchiha, observing the fierce exchange, was taken aback. The combat between the two was such that even the dynamic vision of the Sharingan barely grasped the unfolding scene. It was evident that Shirzue's speed was on par with their captain, perhaps even slightly superior. How could the opponent, without the Sharingan, manage to perceive and manipulate his body with such velocity? The lean Uchiha, too, activated his Sharingan to observe the battle before retreating from the fray. Only Shobu, perched atop the Great Eagle, watched anxiously as the battle raged below. Though Feiju had often asserted his strength, her concern lingered, fearing for his safety. Lacking the perceptiveness of the Uchiha, she could only hear the sounds of battle and observe the residual images left by their swift movements. After exchanging a series of taijutsu strikes with Feiju, Shirzue quickly retreated, furrowing his brow. "His instantaneous technique is no less formidable than mine." Given the village's response, it's clear he possesses specialized abilities to counter illusions, and his taijutsu is exceptionally strong. It seems I must no longer hold back. With this thought, Shirzue cast aside restraint, forming seals to invoke a multitude of clones. Phantom instantaneous technique. A swarm of Shirzue clones surged towards Feiju in an offensive assault. "Naive. To consider yourself the future Uchiha's foremost expert. Allow me the honor of testing your skills." Feiju chuckled disdainfully as he faced the onslaught of the phantom clones. Before the perceptive ninja, the use of shadow clones was utterly laughable. With the art of illusion, Tatsuya modified the technique of Nariku's gaze. At the moment when his opponent's attention was most concentrated, he unleashed an illusion. Uchiha relied too heavily on the Sharingan, and for visual illusions like his, it was almost infallible. While the Sharingan naturally suppresses ordinary illusionists, he was no ordinary ninja. "Knowing I am an Uchiha, yet still attempting to ensnare me in an illusion?" Uchiha Shirzue frowned, but did not cease his actions. With the Sharingan active, countering illusionists was a trivial matter. The three tomo spun rapidly, using ocular power to shield his mind. Suddenly, bang! Before him appeared Uchiha Fugaku, leading the Uchiha rebellion against Konoha, the village in ruins, its residents weeping. Other villages seized the opportunity to plunder, hoping to claim a share amidst the chaos. He dispelled the illusion. The Sharingan turned, restoring his normal perception. As the flying dragonfly reappeared, surrounded by numerous clones launching a joint assault. Suddenly, bang! The scene re-emerged, shattered walls, Konoha in decay. The flying dragonfly drew ever closer. Yet each time he dispelled the illusion, it would ensnare him again in less than a blink. He had released an illusion only once. Yet whenever he thought he had broken its hold, he fell victim anew, indicating that his opponent's illusion was no ordinary trick. There must be some underlying mechanism. Shirzue, realizing this, ceased his offensive and retreated, focusing intently on the flying dragonfly. However, the illusions continued to assail him. His adversary, the flying dragonfly, merely crossed his arms, refraining from striking in this moment of vulnerability. Should he employ that? The persistent assault of the illusion weighed heavily on Shirzue. No, the illusion could not reform after being dispelled. There had to be a critical element he had overlooked, a relentless cycle repeating itself. He closed his eyes, as his Sharingan subtly transformed, no longer in the shape of three tomo, as he sensed fluctuations in chakra. Suddenly, when he dispelled the illusion yet again, he felt his own chakra flowing abnormally, a portion drained. So that was it. A terrifying illusion that exploited the enemy's chakra against oneself. Without the Sharingan, breaking this would be exceedingly difficult. Shursui marveled at the opponent's skill in illusion, while simultaneously contemplating a method of counteraction. Outside, the flying dragonfly smiled at him, convinced he was nearing a breakthrough. This technique, once understood, could even surpass the Shinichi Gate. He did not believe that, given enough time, the most gifted illusionist of the Uchiha would fail to break it. He was quite satisfied with this illusion throughout years of combat. This had become his most frequently employed technique, while many newly developed illusions had only been tested once. In all other circumstances, he had resolved enemies with this illusion, complemented by shuriken, earning him the nickname One-Trick Pony, which he found rather unappealing. Chapter 40, Resolution. Upon discovering the critical point, Shursui swiftly countered the flying dragonfly's illusion. However, he regarded the flying dragonfly with newfound respect. This individual's illusions were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Not only was he adept at dispelling illusions, but his own illusions were also exceptional and exceedingly difficult to counter. Had he attempted to launch an attack while Shursui was dispelling his illusion, he likely would not have emerged unscathed. Shall we continue? The flying dragonfly asked, arms outstretched. Shursui opened his eyes. His Sharingan reverted back to its three-tomo state, fixating intensely on the flying dragonfly. Just as he hesitated to take further action, a figure emerged. Enough! The battle ends here. He is not a spy. The three members of the security team gasped. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, addressing them, stating that the dragonfly was the leader of an analysis team under Hachi and a trusted companion. Thus there was no need for hostility. Lord Hokage, you arrived rather late. I almost lost control. The flying dragonfly quipped. Sarutobi cleared his throat awkwardly. Due to the influx of paperwork lately, I rushed here as soon as I received your message. I just find myself not as spry as I once was. In truth, he had been covertly observing the battle between the two, eager to assess the future of Konoha's ninjas. His gaze swept over the flying dragonfly. He had not anticipated that the dragonfly could contend with Shursui, and that Shursui had found himself at a disadvantage. It seemed the dragonfly had already earned the prefix of Special Jonin. Moreover, the recent illusion had ensnared even an Uchiha, rivaling the illusionary prowess of his teacher. Shursui and the others exchanged glances. When had the flying dragonfly communicated? Lord Hokage, since he is not an enemy, we shall resume our patrol. Very well, do so, and remember to submit a written report of the incident, Sarutobi instructed. Understanding the reason for the conflict was paramount. The Uchiha trio vanished in an instant, leaving the two remaining members with displeased expressions, having been belittled by a mere civilian. After the three departed, Sarutobi turned his gaze skyward. Bring her down. It cannot be comfortable up there. Yes. The flying dragonfly commanded the eagle to descend. And once he held Aoi in his arms, the eagle reverted to a figurine. What a useful secret technique. Your progress is astonishing. I remember our first meeting, when I frightened you. Now you possess such strength, Sarutobi praised. The earlier incident involved a tiny messenger bird relaying word to him. It appeared the flying dragonfly excelled not only in mind-reading techniques, but had also attained the level of a jonin in other areas. Ah, thanks to Chief Hachi's guidance. The flying dragonfly said sheepishly. Lord Hokage, Aoi also offered a respectful bow. She sighed in relief. Indeed, the dragonfly was the best. Your wife? Such a pity I was too busy to attend your wedding, Sarutobi lamented. The flying dragonfly, cradling Aoi, smiled. Konoha's duties take precedence. My wedding is of little consequence. However, you must attend the next joyous occasion. Absolutely, Sarutobi replied. Now, let us set aside idle chatter. Can you explain why you clashed with the security team? Sarutobi inquired seriously. The issues surrounding the Uchiha had escalated, and he feared someone might be instigating trouble. Although he had spies in place, he could not afford to neglect other precautions. It was merely a misunderstanding caused by testing a new jutsu. I will be more cautious in the future. Could you elaborate on this new jutsu? Perhaps I could offer you some guidance. Indeed, that would be wonderful. The flying dragonfly recounted the details of the incident, including the barrier technique and the conflict with the Uchiha in detail. Barrier technique? Sarutobi was surprised. Hasn't the flying dragonfly been focusing on mind-reading and illusion techniques? Why the sudden shift to studying barrier techniques? This puzzled him. He acknowledged the flying dragonfly's prowess in illusions, but honestly, barrier techniques were notoriously difficult to master. According to his intelligence, the flying dragonfly led a very structured life, completing village tasks daily and dedicating leisure time to studying illusions and secret techniques. Although reports from the Umbu indicated he often read books on sealing and barrier techniques, Sarutobi doubted the flying dragonfly had the energy to devote to such studies. Yes, 2 years ago, the Ninetales incident made me realize that facing such a colossal threat could inadvertently harm countless civilians. Thus, I began contemplating ways to prevent such occurrences, which led me to barrier techniques. Today, I successfully developed a small barrier technique and decided to test it, which caused a bit of a misunderstanding. The flying dragonfly explained candidly. Initially, I hesitated to disclose this technique, as the personality of the third may inadvertently reveal sensitive information to a certain shadow. Such a revelation could have immeasurable repercussions on his life, which is not what he desires. However, since we have arrived at this juncture, sharing it poses no issue. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shobu, he allowed them to experience a barrier technique, causing the training ground 98 to vanish once more. An impressive barrier technique indeed. Yet, it may not yet suffice to protect Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the surrounding changes in astonishment, marveling at such a fantastical concept. Of course, this is a minor version. The variables in a larger scale are too numerous. For now, we shall focus on developing this small barrier technique, with the hope of eventually enveloping the entirety of Konoha within its protective confines. Excellent. Truly, as one who inherits the will of fire, your thoughts and aspirations possess great vision. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his satisfaction. Should the day arrive when the flying bamboo dragon can complete this grand barrier, the dangers facing Konoha would be significantly diminished. Given your resolute efforts, I shall undoubtedly offer my support. Henceforth, I will dispatch a team from the barrier division every week to assist you in mastering this technique. It must be fully developed. Sarutobi Hiruzen left no room for the flying bamboo dragon to refuse, clearly recognizing the significance of this barrier technique for Konoha. The flying bamboo dragon, feeling helpless, pondered whether he should have conducted his ninjutsu experiments in a more remote location. Yet, he found no possibility of refusal. The Hokage, akin to an emperor, had issued a directive, and he must comply without hindrance. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded before vanishing from his sight. "Are you all right, my husband?" Shobu hurriedly brushed off the dust from him. "I am well. However, I must apologize, as I will now have to work overtime every week." "As long as you are fine, it is of no concern. Such overtime is for the sake of Konoha," Shobu declared proudly. "Indeed, you are my beloved wife. Today, we shall indulge in a grand feast." Chapter 41. Shoji Yamanaka, the guard unit. "Captain, that fellow actually dared to resist our guard unit. Even the Hokage must be apprehended for questioning, rather than allowing him to depart unchallenged. How can we maintain the dignity of the Uchiha?" The slightly plump Uchiha said, still unwilling to relent. "Do you take the Uchiha for fools? This is the guard unit, a department dedicated to protecting the village, not a fiefdom of the Uchiha." Uchiha Shursui frowned. The slightly plump Uchiha expressed his dissatisfaction. "Skinny Uchiha. Captain, we must investigate that individual. He was able to rebound our Uchiha Jinjutsu. His capabilities are unlike anything we have encountered before." The fact that the Uchiha could lose in a Jinjutsu confrontation against a commoner was nothing short of miraculous, especially under the hand of Uchiha Shursui, the strongest Jinjutsu user among the Uchiha. The captain had actually been bested in a battle of illusions. The keen perception of a ninja allowed him to discern that Shursui had indeed fallen victim to the Jinjutsu of that individual, only managing to break free after considerable preparation. Upon hearing this, both the slightly plump Uchiha and Shursui furrowed their brows, though their thoughts diverged. The slightly plump Uchiha was preoccupied with eliminating the threat to the Uchiha, while Shursui pondered the extent of the opponent's sense of belonging to the village. "Go to the archives and retrieve the information on the flying bamboo dragon. I wish to discern his true identity," Shursui instructed his subordinate, harboring doubts. The skinny Uchiha complied and returned within 15 minutes. "Captain, here are the details on the flying bamboo dragon." The archives were surprisingly accommodating, seemingly anticipating our visit, he reported. "It appears that the Hokage wishes for us to be informed," Shursui deduced. He understood that this must have been a directive from the third Hokage, otherwise, the archives would have remained confidential, requiring a complex procedure to access such information, all to prevent the village's intelligence from being carelessly disclosed. He perused the documents. 17? Oh, 17 years old, the same age as you, Captain? The skinny Uchiha remarked in surprise. Aside from Kakashi, is there truly another talent in Konoha that can rival Shursui? Indeed. Graduated early at 11. He joined the Third Great Ninja War as a member of the analysis team under Yamanaka Inoichi, contributing significantly to Konoha by gathering intelligence on enemies, thus rising to the rank of Chunin and eventually becoming a special Jonin, serving as a team leader in the analysis division, specializing in Jinjutsu. The fourth Hokage remarked, a calm and talented companion. The third Hokage commented, a man who inherits the will of fire. As Uchiha Shursui read the information, his expression gradually relaxed. With commendations from both the fourth and third Hokage, he surmised that he could not be an adversary. Moreover, it was evident that the information was not comprehensive, likely curated by the third Hokage for their perusal. How infuriating that he has garnered the acknowledgement of both the fourth and third Hokage. What merit does he possess? The slightly plump Uchiha fumed. Despite their disdain for commoners outside the renowned clans of Konoha, they held deep respect for Minato, the Hokage, a true paragon of leadership. Such a Minato had recognized the flying bamboo dragon as an ally. The skinny Uchiha shared similar sentiments. It appears we cannot act against him. We must trust in the power of the Sharingan, which is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Uchiha Shursui was aware of their thoughts, believing the flying bamboo dragon could pose a threat to the Uchiha. Yet, only he knew that the power of the Sharingan was not something a commoner could aspire to attain. Very well, let us archive this information, ensuring the guard unit can access it whenever necessary, he concluded. Understood. The flying bamboo dragon remained oblivious to the high regard in which the fourth Hokage had held him, and he was entirely unaware of the third Hokage's evaluation as well. At present, he was not concerned with the Uchiha, nor did he wish for the third Hokage to discover his new technique or the impending overtime. Instead, he and Shobu were relishing a hearty meal together. For him, being a ninja was merely a vocation, one that provided a means of self-defense, not the entirety of his existence. Thus, he cherished the time spent with family, striving to be present with them as much as possible. Those three were quite intimidating, Shobu remarked, offering a piece of sushi to the flying bamboo dragon. He opened his mouth wide to take a bite, and, in turn, offered a piece to her. No worries. Even the most fearsome cannot contend with me, your husband. There is no cause for concern. He flexed his bicep, indicating his strength. Shobu erupted in laughter, the earlier fears dissipating. The pair enjoyed their time together at the sushi restaurant, sharing laughter and joy. Outside, Yamanaka Inoichi entered with a young girl in tow. Oh, young dragon, he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the flying bamboo dragon. He approached with the little girl in hand. The flying bamboo dragon puffed out his cheeks upon seeing Yamanaka Inoichi and the girl. Well, if it isn't the busy Inoichi. Is this your daughter, Ino? It's my first time meeting her. She's adorable. Good to see you, Ino. Shobu greeted with a bow. Hello, Ino. Quickly greet your brother, dragon. Yamanaka Inoichi encouraged the little girl. However, upon seeing the flying bamboo dragon and the bandages on his face, Ino took 2 steps back, hiding behind Yamanaka Inoichi's leg. Her large eyes peered out at him. Brother dragon, Ino called in a sweet, high-pitched voice. Hello, little beauty Ino. Come here, let me give you a hug. The flying bamboo dragon's eyes lit up. Like Naruto, the young Ino was indeed adorable. He crouched down, eager to embrace her, but she evaded him, clinging to Yamanaka Inoichi's leg. I told you not to keep wrapping your head. Look how frightened my beloved daughter has become, Yamanaka Inoichi chuckled. Feiju Qingting exclaimed, nonsense. This is an unconventional beauty, don't you think, Ino? He turned his gaze towards Ino, who appeared startled. Shobu, standing nearby, stifled a laugh, observing his speechless expression. This is my wife, Shobu, Feiju Qingting introduced. Ah, I know her. She's the daughter of the ramen master from Ichiraku, Yamashiro Kaichi recalled. Soon, they all gathered around a table to share a meal. Through their conversation, it became evident that Yamashiro Kaichi's wife, concerned about his constant work, had insisted he take their daughter out to play today, knowing there were no pressing matters at the Konoha analysis class. Thus, they strolled through the streets with little Ino, and, upon spotting a sushi restaurant, decided to enter. Coincidentally, they ran into the others, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. The four engaged in light-hearted discussions, ranging from leisurely interests to various hobbies, but deliberately avoided topics of work. Feizhu Qingting, who had always dreamed of having 4 children, was particularly taken by the adorable Ino and began to entertain her with illusions. His gaze frequently met Shobu's, causing her cheeks to flush. She was well aware that he often spoke of wanting to have 4 children. Little Ino watched Feizhu Qingting's hands, feeling an odd fascination as they seemed to bloom like flowers, sometimes blossoming and sometimes wilting. No matter what type of flower she wished to see, it would appear on his hands, which she found utterly magical. She reached out with her tiny hand, but only grasped at air. Yamashiro Kaichi sighed, recognizing how extravagant it was for his subordinate to amuse a child with such illusions, reflecting on how impressive the skills of his subordinate had become. Chapter 42. Gossip. Itachi outside the Sushiro in Konoha. Little Ino waved goodbye with Yamashiro Kaichi's hand in hers. Goodbye, Brother Qingting. I'll see you when I enter the Ninja Academy. And you can teach me that jutsu that turns flowers, she exclaimed joyfully. Of course. Feizhu Qingting replied with a smile. Shobu, watching her husband, remarked, you truly love children, don't you? We must strive to have our own soon. Just look at how adorable Ino is. Let's aim to start our family early so that our little one can marry her. Feizhu Qingting chuckled. How embarrassing to say such things in public. Shobu blushed, her tiny fists playfully hitting him in the chest as she glanced around at the bustling crowd. Later that evening, Feizhu Qingting diligently pursued his goal of starting a family. Days passed, and at the analysis class, a conversation sparked. Have you heard? Another genius has emerged from the Uchiha clan. Truly a lineage of brilliance. Saishiman and his colleagues were engaged in idle chatter. Feizhu Qingting, ever fond of gossip, listened intently. Beyond his daily studies and work, nothing pleased him more than hearing the latest news from Konoha. Names both familiar and unfamiliar, events both known and unknown, enriching his knowledge with amusing anecdotes. Do tell, what have you heard? You know about Uchiha Itachi, right? Saishiman's eyes darted around, hinting at a secret. The others were left speechless. It was common knowledge. Last year, he graduated from school at the age of 7, and it was said he attended classes using shadow clones. Eventually, during a brawl with older students, he was caught when a teacher unexpectedly appeared, revealing his extraordinary talent. This was widely known. It was quite a lively affair, only slightly less impressive than Kakashi's early graduation at 6. I heard that just a few days ago, he activated his Sharingan because his teammate was killed, Saishiman mused, clearly impressed. And did he manage to turn the tables on his opponent? Someone inquired. Saishiman shrugged, unsure. Uft. If you don't know that, what are you even talking about? It's just the Sharingan. Any Uchiha with talent will eventually awaken it. Feizhu Qingting nodded in agreement, affirming that any Uchiha with ninja potential could likely awaken their eyes. How should I know? I've heard it's classified information. I only got it from my aunt's cousin's brother-in-law, whose daughter married into the Uchiha clan. The colleagues found this uninteresting, expecting something more substantial. Deleiji, I heard you're teaching at the Ninja Academy. You must have met Itachi. What do you think of him? Feizhu Qingting asked, curiosity piqued. Just like he occasionally acts as a team leader for missions, the other Chunin in the analysis class also have side roles. There's nothing else. It's not wartime, after all. Ninjas need to earn a living, Deleiji explained. After the Nine Tails incident, he began teaching at the Ninja Academy. The others were intrigued, as this was juicy gossip about one of Konoha's strongest clans. Deleiji pushed his glasses up, stating, he is a prodigy, rivaling Kakashi, if not surpassing him. And please, call me Captain Deleiji, not whatever ridiculous title you have for me. He was aware that his subordinates often called him by nicknames due to his strict training methods. Understood, Captain. They replied. Oh, to be compared to Kakashi, he truly is remarkable. How enviable to belong to such a bloodline clan. His colleagues expressed their admiration for the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai, lamenting that if they had such abilities, their potential would be greatly enhanced. I wonder if he can withstand a single blow from Qingting's Narakushin Jutsu. A voice suddenly chimed in, causing everyone to gulp at the thought of that unpleasant taste. Impossible. That technique is beyond human capability to endure. Not even the Sharingan can withstand it. They argued, recalling their experiences with Feizhu Qingting's techniques, which they found far more unbearable than anything else. Feizhu Qingting was speechless, wondering how he became the topic of conversation. I merely intended to let you all taste the flavor of the food you despise. Is that so hard to comprehend? He retorted. It seems Captain Qingting is truly formidable. Forget Kakashi and the Uchiha. He is the real deal. Saishiman proclaimed loudly. Indeed. Forget Kakashi and Uchiha. Captain Qingting is the best. They echoed, erupting into a lively uproar. Yet, Feiju Qingting felt displeased, realizing they were merely elevating him to a pedestal. I only wanted you to experience the most distasteful flavors. Is that so outrageous? He grumbled. If you continue to speak like that, I might just have you sample my newly developed Naraku Shinjutsu 20, Beijing Doji. Infused with what I believe to be the most unbearable taste, not what you find distasteful. With a sinister grin, he added, whoosh. In an instant, he declared, I just remembered I have work to do. Me too, Kaichi replied. The captain wants to treat us to dinner. I must take my leave. I need to report my work as well. I shall also depart. With that, they vanished without a trace. How pathetic. A ninja who cannot even endure a mere taste of food. How can they withstand the trials of battle? Feiju Qingting scoffed, still intending to showcase his newly devised jutsu. Ninjas had endured various forms of interrogation, whether through beatings or other painful experiences, hence the term ninja. Based on this understanding, he invented a food-flavored jutsu, Naraku Shinjutsu 20, which differed from the first generation that merely invoked fear. The second generation could incorporate unpleasant tastes he had gathered. Having experienced the bitterness of Beijing Doji in his past life, he included that loathsome flavor in his jutsu. Once an enemy was caught, the jutsu would stimulate their facial and glossopharyngeal nerves within a mere second, creating the sensation of having consumed copious amounts of Beijing Doji. Even if the target dispelled the chakra, the flavor would still linger, etched into their mind through those nerves. This was a product of knowledge. Unlike other jutsu, which simply ceased upon dispelling, this jutsu would leave an impact, albeit diminished. Alas, if only I could avoid the stench of rotten eggs. It would surely prove more effective than Beijing Doji, Feiju Qingting lamented. The merits and drawbacks of this technique were twofold. It required first-hand experience of the taste for effective implementation, necessitating deep understanding of flavor perception, which demanded extensive study of medical texts. Even he found it challenging to delve into such dense material. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi is now being targeted by Obito. He recalled their earlier conversation. Uchiha Itachi had already awakened his Sharingan, and his intersection with Uchiha Shursui was about to commence. Thankfully, he was not born into the Uchiha clan, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, he would have had little time for training, learning, and balancing work while searching for a wife and preparing to start a family. Perhaps he would have been driven to strengthen himself immediately after his reincarnation due to the impending clan massacre. In the original narrative, few notable figures from my cohort ended up marrying, right? I am truly the victor. Chapter 43, The Team Konoha. Hokage's Office. Dragonfly, this mission is entrusted to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed him a document. Feiju Dragonfly accepted the file and opened it. It contained a series of intelligence reports. The Umbu had detected the activities of ninjas from the Land of Lightning at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron. And the movement was quite significant. It seemed to be a probe or something similar. The specific information came from an Umbu ninja who returned from the brink of death after reconnaissance. Due to this intelligence, Konoha had lost several elite spies. The village suspected that the Land of Lightning aimed to sever the cooperation between the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron, thereby cutting off Konoha's primary supply line for ninja tools. Therefore, I want you to lead a team to enhance patrols along the border of the Land of Fire. You are a sensory-type ninja, and I have confidence in your perceptive abilities, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated solemnly. The strength of a ninja is built upon ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and intelligence. Among the lower and middle ninjas, including jonin, the vast majority of their power relies on ninja tools. If the supply is cut off, leading to a shortage of ninja tools in Konoha, it would weaken Konoha's strength, which is unacceptable. Furthermore, the ore for these tools primarily relies on cooperation with the Land of Iron, making this situation particularly grave. What about the barrier technique teaching? Feiju Dragonfly scratched his head. Not long ago, he had been told to teach the barrier class, and now he was assigned another task, truly disrupting his rhythm. Moreover, the conflict with the Land of Lightning was perilous and exhausting. Coupled with his recent efforts to conceive, Aoi was already pregnant. So he did not wish to leave Konoha and wanted to spend more time with her. The barrier technique matter could be set aside. The immediate priority was the border incident, which is of utmost importance. I have also arranged for several helpers to form a team with you, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared decisively. Helpers? Yes, 3 assistants. You 4 will form a patrol team, and the captain is someone you know, Hayakawa Asai, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. As for the other 2, you'll learn when you assemble. He smiled. No, that is my teammate. Is it really necessary to keep me in suspense? Is this what a ninja should be doing? Does he not realize the potential impact of inaccurate intelligence on the mission? Feiju Dragonfly thought to himself. All right, but Hokage-sama, please remember to help me find a replacement for my companion. He spoke up. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. If you have something going on, I can allow them to leave first, and you can postpone for a few days. What is the matter? This child, doesn't he seem like one who would refuse to execute a mission? Haha, it's nothing serious. It's just that my wife is pregnant, and I don't want her to worry too much. You know how dangerous the ninja profession can be. I fear for her mental well-being, Feiju Dragonfly chuckled. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. All right, I will do my utmost to find a replacement for you, allowing you to return and accompany your wife. I understand that sentiment. In his youth, he had felt similarly. Even now, he worried about Asuma in the Land of Fire, fearing he might perish in the capital. However, now that his eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant, it brought him some comfort. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Whoosh. Feiju Dragonfly vanished from the Hokage's office. As he walked down the streets of Konoha, Feiju Dragonfly felt a pang of discomfort. He had thought that working overtime was already challenging enough, but this was even more distressing. Guarding the border was, aside from espionage missions, one of the most exhausting and dangerous tasks. Who were the other two teammates besides Asahi? Feiju Dragonfly pondered the potential ninjas, Kakashi, Shursui, or Yamato. Returning home, he saw Aoi basking in the sunlight at the doorstep, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Here he was, unable to be by the side of his pregnant wife, in this frustrating ninja world. Honey, I'm back. Just in time. Dad went out to buy groceries, saying he wants to make a delicious meal for me. Aoi smiled, gently caressing her belly with love. Oh, when Dad returns, there is something I need to tell you. What? You're going to guard the border? That is wonderful. This is Hokage-sama recognizing my son, Feiju Dongqing said excitedly upon returning with groceries. Upon learning about the mission Feiju Dragonfly was to undertake, he was overjoyed. What does this signify? It indicates that his son was more accomplished than he, undertaking such a challenging mission. Aoi, though a flicker of concern crossed her face, forced a smile. Yes, don't worry. We will support you, but you must be careful. Yes, I will complete the border mission as quickly as possible, Feiju Dragonfly nodded. Sensing Aoi's mood shift, he felt a bit distressed. But work must continue for the sake of stability. After dinner, he spent more time with Aoi, carefully strolling through the streets, sharing some humorous anecdotes from his past life to elicit her laughter. According to Konoha's tradition, border guards are rotated every 3 months, so he would not see his wife for a while, which weighed heavily on Feiju Dragonfly. He hoped to alleviate Aoi's worries as much as possible. The next day, morning arrived. Sunlight bathed the main gate of Konoha, where the duo guarding the entrance stood watch. Whoosh. Feiju Dragonfly landed outside the gate, glancing around until he spotted a figure before him, a tall ponytail, and a large sword strapped to the back. The silhouette, illuminated by the morning light, appeared exceptionally steady. Captain Asahi, long time no see, Feiju Dragonfly spoke. Hayakawa Asahi turned and smiled upon seeing him. Dragonfly, long time no see. You still look as spirited as ever. Haha. I look forward to your guidance on this mission. Feiju Dragonfly realized it had been a long time since they last met. Apart from their time in school and during the Ninetales incident, Asahi appeared even more handsome now, exuding a mature man-esque composure. Compared to Kakashi, he appeared more mature. Where are the others? Hokage-sama is really something, not telling me the names of the other two teammates and making me guess. How shameless, Feiju Dragonfly complained. Suddenly, from behind him, a voice chimed in. Hey, be careful when you speak about Hokage-sama. He might put you in a difficult position, kid. A girl with gray-brown eyes, dressed in a fishnet outfit beneath her ninja vest and sporting purple hair, visibly exuded confidence. She was chewing gum. Pop. He turned to look. I should be 2 years older than you, girl. Feiju Dragonfly recognized her as one of Orochimaru's underlings, who had yet to reach the level of elite jonin. What did you say? Call me girl. Do you know who I am? Yuzuki Azuki replied, her eyes wide with anger. Feiju Dragonfly chuckled at the sight of Orochimaru's subordinate. Also, I'm married now, and I'm about to have a child. You could even call me uncle, and I wouldn't mind. Upon mentioning Orochimaru, Yuzuki Azuki's bright demeanor suddenly darkened, her fists clenched. However, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, she was taken aback, examining the person before her, whose face was wrapped in bandages, revealing only the forehead protector and mouth. With a slender physique, she huffed, "Marriage will only hinder your path as a ninja. How can you be so happy?" Chapter 44. Uchiha, Azuki, Hayakawa Asahi older sister. You shouldn't say that. Only through marriage and bearing offspring can we carry on Hokage-sama's will of fire, right? A young boy about 1 meters tall, adorned with a ping-pong ball pattern, appeared. His eyes expressed a melancholic depth, as though harboring countless stories. He opposed Azuki's words while simultaneously agreeing with Feiju Dragonfly's stance. "Greetings, young one. Who might you be? Surely not one of our comrades. If so, it would be wise for you to hone your skills before embarking on a border mission, which is far beyond your capabilities." The youthful visage of Uchiha Itachi drew a frown from Akamatsu. How could the third Hokage dispatch someone so young for such a task? It seemed utterly reckless. As the morning light broke, Bayun introduced himself, stating, "Now that our team has gathered, let us take a moment to present ourselves and our respective skills, so I may make the necessary arrangements." The young boy stepped forward, addressing the elder ninjas. "I am Uchiha Itachi, skilled in analysis, fire release techniques, shuriken manipulation, and the insight provided by my Sharingan. I humbly ask for your guidance." Feiju Qingting observed the boy, noting the fatigue etched beneath his eyes, as if he had not slept in days. Is this truly Uchiha Itachi in his youth? Quite unappealing, lacking the charm of Sasuke. It seems that maturity does not favor children. To Feiju Qingting, Itachi was merely a child, despite his aspirations for Hokage at the tender age of 7. He pondered the third Hokage's intentions. Just recently, he had heard whispers of Itachi's involvement in the demise of his comrades. And now he found himself on the same team. Was Uchiha Obito's fate to repeat itself? Furthermore, the fact that such a young child was entrusted with a mission at a potentially volatile border raised questions about the third's confidence in their abilities. He glanced at the others. Bayun and he were both jonin, indicating a level of trust from the Hokage. Akamatsu, a chunin, possessed balanced skills and experience in combat and reconnaissance. She furrowed her brow, surprised to discover that this small boy belonged to the illustrious Uchiha clan. And a prodigy at that. Graduating at the age of 7 was no small feat. As for the notion that only through procreation could one's will be passed down, such musings were futile. Finding a suitable partner was no easy task. She glanced at Feiju Qingting, who, fortunate as he was, had already wed. Feiju Qingting chuckled. "I am Feiju Qingting, adept in mind-reading techniques and possessing a solid grasp of illusions. I am also a sensory-type ninja, capable of battlefield first aid." At this, the attention of the others turned toward him, surprised by his diverse skill set. Bayun had not anticipated his proficiency in battlefield medicine, a skill not mentioned in the Hokage's dossier. It appeared this classmate had learned much during the Third Great Ninja War, filling him with a sense of pride. Though it was merely first aid, it provided the team with a medical ninja, easing the burden of their mission. Uchiha Itachi raised his chin, acknowledging, "You possess impressive abilities, senior. It seems you are also an exceptional ninja." His talent in mind reading would undoubtedly make their task more manageable than anticipated. Akamatsu eyed him skeptically. "Young one, do not boast too freely. The disparity in intelligence can be deadly." Her words bore weight, as she did not believe that Feiju Qingting, merely 2 years her senior, could possess such extensive knowledge. After all, she had trained under Orochimaru and had not mastered much herself. "I have faith in my seniors," Itachi affirmed confidently. Feiju Qingting grinned and retorted, "Is that so? I am a jonin, while you are merely a chunin." His words provoked Akamatsu's ire, causing her to grit her teeth in frustration. "Being a jonin is nothing to boast about. I too shall rise to that rank in due time." Feiju Qingting laughed. "Enough squabbling. I am your captain, Bayun, a jonin of Konoha, proficient in body flicker technique, illusions, wind release, and taijutsu. Now, ensure your ninja tools are in order, as resupplying at the border will not be easy." With that, he issued his command. The trio ceased their banter and began inspecting their equipment. Feiju Qingting diligently checked his gear, understanding that thorough preparation was essential for mission success, regardless of his formidable abilities. He certainly did not wish to become a widower at such a young age, having yet to raise a son or daughter. With a swift motion, the 4 of them departed after registering with the gate guards. The Land of Lightning lay northeast of the Land of Fire, connected by a narrow isthmus. Their destination was the Land of Iron, where they were tasked with neutralizing the infiltration of Cloud Ninja into the Land of Fire and uncovering their intentions. As they traversed the rugged mountains, Bayun elaborated on their mission. The most plausible reason for their incursion is to disrupt the mineral supply between the land of fire and the land of iron. Or perhaps to gather intelligence on the internal affairs of the land of fire to devise strategies against Konoha. Feiju Qingting added, "We must also consider the possibility of interference from other villages, such as the land of water and the land of soup, which are separated by sea from the land of iron. I've gleaned from the heads of comrades and the memories of foes that the land of water is experiencing significant upheaval. They may seek to fortify their resources through trade with the land of soup, which has maintained a favorable relationship with them." Akamatsu frowned. "This complicates matters. Originally, the land of lightning was a formidable challenge, and now we face numerous uncertainties." They turned to their captain, who nodded. "Indeed, the situation is precarious, which is why the Hokage has assembled this special operations team. According to his intelligence, the enemy is targeting our mineral trade, aiming to undermine Konoha economically. This is also why the land of iron has sought our assistance." Each member contributed their insights, unraveling the intricacies of their mission. With the exception of the prodigious Uchiha Itachi, the other three were veterans of the Third Great Ninja War, and they quickly devised several strategies. Feiju Qingting felt at ease. Knowing he was joined by such formidable allies, the Orochimaru trained Akamatsu, the Jonin Bayun, and the genius Uchiha Itachi. They were dependable partners. Unlike the tumultuous dynamics often seen with Naruto and his teammates, he marveled at the third Hokage's foresight. Unlike the simplistic portrayal in anime, the reality was far more intricate. The mineral trade formed the bedrock of prosperity for the ninja villages. Losing access to the resources required for crafting ninja tools would diminish their strength by over 20%. This was a conclusion Feiju Qingting had drawn from years of experience. Even those he considered talented, including the third and fourth Hokages, would find their combat effectiveness significantly diminished without their tools. He hoped for a successful mission as he leaped through the treetops, silently praying. Having just left Konoha, he already found himself yearning for his wife. Chapter 45. Experience the flavor of my illusions in just 2.5 days. The four of them hastened their journey and finally reached the border. They completed the handover with the station ninja from the land of fire. Here, there were no fortifications. Only towering trees, with rest areas for the ninjas spaced at intervals, as patrols were required. "Senior Qingting, may I inquire about something?" After the handover, as they rested, Uchiha Itachi approached Feiju Qingting. Taken aback, Feiju Qingting replied, "Ask away." He was curious what question this genius might have, given their brief acquaintance. "What do you believe is the will of fire?" Itachi posed a question that was both expected and surprising. He was eager to understand how others perceived their village, especially when he heard that the elder before him was the inheritor of the will of fire, a paragon of virtue. Since his graduation, he had been a steadfast executor of this very will. Feiju Qingting glanced at him unexpectedly. The third Hokage was not mistaken, for this young man possessed a maturity of spirit beyond his years. Rather than directly inquiring about the village and family, he opted for subtlety. With memories of the original work and years of training in ninja prowess, he discerned this intention easily. The will of fire, after all, signifies the protection of the village and family. Feiju Qingting's response was simple: to follow his own path. He harbored no grand aspirations of changing the world, and his words were merely cliches. "What if you had to choose between your village and your family?" Itachi pressed on. Feiju Qingting raised an eyebrow. Having just praised him moments ago, it seemed that while his thoughts were mature, he still retained the impetuousness of youth. Why ponder such things at a tender age? Such internal conflict would only drain one's spirit. Better to strengthen oneself during this time. Feiju Qingting refrained from answering directly, believing that internal strife at such a young age was indeed alarming. It was likely that Itachi's future afflictions would stem from such inner turmoil. Moreover, he had no intention of making choices for Itachi. Upon hearing this, Itachi fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Feiju Qingting, as if he sought to extract something from him. Feeling the weight of Itachi's gaze, Feiju Qingting quipped, "If you keep staring at me like that, I'll have you taste some hardship. You may not realize, but during my analysis class, those fellows were terrified of me. Even the captain, known as the Demon Sergeant, trembled before me. You think you're the later Itachi? Striking you now would be akin to hitting a child. We are comrades." Itachi remained unmoved by his words, evidently unconvinced that he would harm a fellow companion. Right. I too am curious, said Mitarashi Anko, perched on a tree branch. Her long legs crossed as she chewed gum. Feiju Qingding picked up his binoculars, scanning the surroundings. After you endure some hardship, I will answer your questions, to spare you from asking such trivialities in the future. He declared this while forming hand seals with one hand. As the two prepared to react, they found themselves enveloped in an illusion. Suddenly, Itachi was confronted with an endless feast of grilled meat. Despite his attempts to maintain control, his body betrayed him, devouring the food voraciously. Meanwhile, Anko faced a vibrant, devilishly red chili pepper, which, to her horror, sprouted limbs and leaped into her mouth. Outside the realm of their minds, both bodies twitched involuntarily, Anko turning crimson. Itachi furrowed his brow in confusion. The food I despise is merely unpalatable? Feiju Qingding observed Itachi's reaction with intrigue. It seemed he led a healthy life, having never truly encountered anything distasteful. His gaze shifted to Anko, who was flushed and heaving, her lips taking on a sausage-like appearance. The effects of the illusion were evidently manifesting in her physical form. Such is the consequence of asking sensitive questions, he mused, smirking at their predicament. To prevent them from posing similar irrelevant inquiries in the future, he felt compelled to teach them a lesson. However, he remained vigilant, not neglecting his duties, as he awaited their release from the illusion while also honing his sensory abilities, extending his awareness over several miles. After years of training, both his physical and spiritual energies had grown immensely. His chakra was now more abundant than Kakashi's, and his sensory range had expanded from 1 mile to several. While he could not yet rival the later Naruto, he was certainly formidable. Occasionally, he sensed the passage of ninja beasts within his radius. Were it not for his keen insight, he might have captured a few as summoning creatures. Just then, the team leader Bayan, who had just finished a handover and set out to patrol, came into his awareness. His dedication surpassed even that of Feiju Qingding, who had vowed to be a diligent worker. Yet, he dared not underestimate this classmate, who had risen to Jonin faster than anyone else after Kakashi. An illusion? Itachi realized the moment he entered the mental space. However, before he could break free, grilled meat was already being shoved into his mouth. There was no escaping it. He had tasted the meat he deemed the most unpalatable, yet he managed to endure it. The young mind raced at high speed. Had he truly struck at a comrade? Was his will of fire a facade? Had he deceived the third Hokage? No, that was implausible. He had spoken of having a wife and soon a child. A ninja devoid of the will of fire could not possess such clear vulnerabilities. To his knowledge, none of the rogue ninjas from Konoha had progeny. Did this mean he was attempting to convey that the will of fire was inherently his? That all decisions must be made independently? Also, he mused. This grilled meat was truly dreadful. Damn, what kind of illusion is this? Anko, in her mental realm, faced the fiery red chili peppers and finally succumbed to the overwhelming pain, unleashing her chakra to dispel the illusion. As her vision returned to reality, she felt the lingering heat in her body and glared at Feiju Qingding, who was still scanning the area. Hey, I was merely curious. Why did you drag me into this? Feiju Qingding lowered his binoculars, apologetically stating, It's nothing. I merely wish to showcase my abilities. And should you ever ask such trivial questions again, you shall experience my ultimate illusion. Humph. He then turned his attention to Itachi, who had just broken free from the illusion. Itachi's gaze was fixed intently upon him, seemingly unfazed by his words, still awaiting a response. Such a stubborn lad. Feiju Qingding continued, The will of fire embodies protection, guarding that which you wish to protect. As for the dilemma of choosing between family and village, it is not within my consideration. With the time spent pondering such choices, we might even surpass the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and your ancestor Uchiha Madara. Achieving a balance of power. Choices are for the weak, the strong take all. Feiju Qingding spoke slowly. Susanoo and the great Buddha. Together we could vanquish 4 nations. Who dares oppose us? Who could possibly oppose us? Itachi's eyes flickered. He felt that the elder's words held merit, but did not believe anyone could reign supreme over all. Thus, when faced with irreconcilable circumstances between village and family, a choice was inevitable. He silently committed Feiju Qingding's words to memory, aware that he could glean no further insights from this elder. Yet, he would not abandon his efforts to forge a bond that might ease the tensions between his family and the village. Anko, her irritation subsiding, scoffed. Your ideals are quite beautiful, but even the third Hokage couldn't achieve such things. Not even the fourth Hokage or the legendary three could navigate the battlefield without making necessary choices. Even I had to choose between Orochimaru and the village, ultimately siding with the village. Orochimaru too must balance his ambitions with the village's interests. Hence, I say your questions are utterly trivial, especially you, Itachi, who seem determined to know. Feiju Qingding sighed. The will of individuals varies. You can only seek references, but ultimately, the decisions rest on your own shoulders. At last, he pointed to his head and addressed Itachi. I understand, Senior Dragonfly. Realizing that further inquiries would be futile, Itachi remained resolute. Hey, don't think that what happened earlier is forgotten. I will eventually give you a good beating. Akato recalled the scene of consuming chili peppers, tears welling in his eyes. Overwhelmed by discomfort, occasionally, the sounds of animals echoed through the forest. All right, we've rested enough. It's time to get to work. We didn't come here for idle chatter. Just look at our Captain's enthusiasm, said the dragonfly, feeling his strength returning. Let us complete the mission swiftly, so we can return to Konoha before the next handover. Uchiha Itachi and Akato also assumed a serious demeanor. Understood. This is a new technology from the land of fire, wireless communication. The dragonfly tossed them a device to wear around their necks, resembling earphones from a past life, albeit smaller. Wireless communication? They examined the device closely, noting its rounded shape. It's a recent invention from the past year. It's somewhat cumbersome. With a range of only 1 kilometer, but it's better than nothing, Dragonfly nodded. This is a product I acquired in the land of fire. Though the technology is still a bit lacking, its limited range and bulkiness are its drawbacks. However, it does have advantages. They can communicate at any time within a short distance. Let us give it a try. The dragonfly explained its usage before moving away to test it. Hello, can you hear me? Itachi heard the dragonfly's voice emanating clearly from the device around his neck. He glanced around, confirming that the dragonfly was not nearby. Realizing that the sound was generated solely by the device, his eyes brightened gradually. Following the dragonfly's instructions, he fiddled with the device and responded, received. Oh, this is excellent. How did I not notice it before? I must equip one of these when I lead a team in the future. Just as he finished speaking, Akato's voice came through the device. Patrol in your own way, but don't stray beyond the wireless range. Report any anomalies promptly. Bayun's voice also came through. Hey, Captain, you have one too? Of course, since I'm classmates with the captain, I had to ensure proper communication with such a convenient device, the dragonfly replied. Above, in the sky, clouds drifted. That area is the essential trade route between the land of iron and the land of fire. About 3 kilometers from the site where the trade convoy was ambushed. The dragonfly, seated atop his eagle, surveyed the surroundings with binoculars. A vast road stretched before him, flanked by towering trees, extending far into the distance. This marked the 5th day of their border patrol, yet progress remained elusive. With the dragonfly's keen senses, Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, Akato's reconnaissance abilities, and the captain's vast experience, they had yet to uncover any leads. He even obtained the captain's permission to explore the route from the land of iron to the land of fire thoroughly. Is that a convoy for mineral trade? Suddenly, a caravan came into view, comprising approximately 50 individuals and several horse-drawn carts, with patrolling ninjas escorting them. Their cautious demeanor indicated they were likely aware of the recent troubles. The dragonfly pressed the wireless device, reporting, a mineral convoy of about 50 individuals has entered our patrol range. The possibility of an ambush cannot be ruled out. Received, came the replies. Confirming that all voices were clear, he focused on the convoy, mentally cataloging the number of individuals, vehicle count, their expressions, and the traces left by the carts using polar coordinate equations to retain the scene in his mind. He then recorded the details on paper. Something seems amiss. He studied the data at hand, noticing several individuals displaying unnatural expressions, their eyes darting about furtively. Occasionally, their glances fell upon the patrolling ninja, exhibiting subtle micro-expressions that seemed inconsistent when observing the carts. While this behavior could be deemed normal, when all data was aggregated, it appeared rather suspicious. He then directed his eagle to hover above a forest and descended gradually. Bayun and the others awaited him. Did you discover anything? Bayun inquired. Based on my analysis, this convoy is under surveillance. There are spies among them. If my deduction is correct, an attack will likely occur in a narrower section of the road after a certain distance. The dragonfly recalled meticulously, confirming his assessment before addressing the captain. How could you ascertain that there are spies in the convoy from such a distance? Akato asked, intrigued. Itachi also turned to him. If they had already engaged, they would have informed their companions. The silence indicates they are merely observing. The dragonfly explained, transformation techniques, regardless of the type, mimic reference subjects. A few individuals displayed micro-expressions that normal humans wouldn't typically produce, likely due to inadequacies in their transformation techniques. Furthermore, the upcoming area is an excellent ambush site. Coupled with our previous intelligence, we can deduce a few things. However, I do not dismiss the possibility of error. If I am mistaken, it merely indicates that the convoy is safe. All data forms a closed loop, akin to police evidence. As long as the loop is completed, the probability approaches nearly 100%. Chapter 47, Enemy Attack Whoosh. With the dragonfly's intelligence, the force swiftly advanced towards the convoy's direction. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were fixed on the dragonfly, admiring the senior's analytical prowess. Stealth, set traps. Bayun signaled the team to take action. Understood. Whoosh. They coordinated their efforts, efficiently setting up a series of traps in a short time. The dragonfly also meticulously arranged his traps. Hand seals formed, and a massive pangolin emerged, burrowing into the ground. He restored the surface grass and set additional explosive tags in other locations. Barrier traps. These maneuvers had become second nature to him, lacking the chakra reserves of Senju Hashirama. Employing such chakra-conserving strategies was unavoidable. Consider Haiden being eliminated by Shikamaru's traps. In a war of attrition, Shikamaru would undoubtedly prevail. Thus, I learned my lesson. Recklessness must be avoided. I have a wife waiting for me at home. Whoosh. Shadows flitted about. A group advanced swiftly beneath the dark canopy of trees. Captain, Konoha must be aware of the intelligence by now. Why take such risks with supplies? One remarked. Leading the group was a robust man, muscles bulging from his arms. Yet he spoke with restraint. According to village intelligence, Konoha has accelerated its recovery over the past 2 years. We must hinder their resurgence. Indeed, based on the intel from our spies, we should arrive at our destination just as the convoy reaches. There shouldn't be any Konoha ninjas lying in wait, right? Someone voiced their concerns. At most, there will be the border patrol from the Land of Fire. Normally, they operate in groups of 4, with our 8. They wouldn't stand a chance. That's right, and Konoha's shinobi are quite weak, hardly comparable to our strength. Do not underestimate them. There may be traps. Upon reaching a bend, they concealed themselves among the treetops, observing the external road while setting their traps. The quality of Bayun's teammates filled him with satisfaction. Each displayed no signs of clumsiness in their stealth abilities. Particularly, the 8-year-old Uchiha Itachi demonstrated extraordinary skill, truly a prodigy. The dragonfly performed hand seals to sense. A black and white perception interface expanded outward in a circular pattern. Suddenly, 8 blue chakra sources appeared in his mind. Enemies, 8 in total, are approaching rapidly from the 7 o'clock direction. It is estimated that they will arrive before the convoy reaches its destination. They are all elite fighters. So we must tread carefully, remarked Fei Zhu Qingding solemnly. Is their chakra particularly strong? Bayun asked, aware of Fei Zhu Qingding's perceptive abilities, which primarily focus on sensing chakra. The foundational strength of a ninja rests upon their chakra. Thus, the intensity of one's chakra can be indicative of their overall power. While chakra alone does not define a person's strength, a formidable chakra is certainly not weak. Yes, there are 2 whose strength is comparable to ours. They are likely the captains of 2 separate squads, Fei Zhu Qingding explained. Hongdo and Itachi's expressions also turned serious. Is this the intensity we are to expect in our first skirmish at the border? Bayun furrowed his brow. Given that their chakra levels are similar, we must assume that they have at least 2 jonin among them. Can you hold off one of them? You need to eliminate one quickly and then come to my aid. Have no fear. Leave one to me. You should resolve your situation swiftly and assist the others. Fei Zhu Qingding pointed to a nearby genin and shunin. Indeed, even if the enemy consisted of only 2 jonin, their team still had 2 members who were not particularly strong. As for himself, he felt confident. Even if the raikage were to come, he could stall them for a moment. A clever mind and various tactics breed confidence. The remaining task should be manageable for me and Senior Hongdo, Itachi suddenly interjected, his tone filled with assurance. However, Hongdo was not as confident. She was uncertain about handling 2 enemy squads, even with the brilliant young Itachi alongside. Her doubts stemmed from his youth. He was simply too young. Itachi's Sharingan activated, the two tomo shimmering in his eyes, in the presence of these eyes. As long as the disparity in numbers and strength isn't overwhelming, we will prevail. Surprised, Hongdo marveled at the young Uchiha's achievement in awakening the Sharingan at such a tender age. How remarkable! The Uchiha clan continues to produce geniuses. And he is merely 8. Fei Zhuqing praised, looking at the double tomo Sharingan. You can handle those minor nuisances quite well. I've heard that Uchiha Madara awakened his Sharingan at 15. You've surpassed him at 8. Your future is indeed bright. Itachi, however, remained humble, stating that he did not dare to compare himself to his ancestors. Excellent. With your Sharingan, holding off the enemy should pose no problem. Additionally, we set traps in advance, so we should be fine, Bai Yun stated, though he mentally prepared for an emergency. Suddenly, Fei Zhuqing's expression sharpened. They're coming. The convoy approached steadily from the distance, with several ninjas and warriors providing protection. The carts creaked under their weight. Leading the procession was a burly man in an elaborate kimono, directing his subordinates with authority. Suddenly, shuriken and kunai shot forth from the surrounding forest. Enemy attack. As the warning was shouted, several guards fell lifelessly to the ground. The guards responded swiftly. In the midst of their tension, several individuals from the convoy unleashed bolts of lightning, striking down their assailants. Kill them, the burly man commanded, witnessing the enemy's boldness. How dare you attack a noble of the land of iron? You shall feel the sting of my blade. He drew his katana, poised to counter the incoming shuriken. The betrayal from within his ranks only fueled his fury. 8 figures emerged from the shadows, swiftly dispatching the guards with lightning-enhanced strikes. Within moments, the once sizable escort was reduced to a mere handful. You should have known better than to trade with the land of fire. A dark-skinned man with an explosive hairstyle taunted. Who are you? Do you not know who I am? You will not escape my wrath. The burly man seethed with rage. Is that so? Lightning release, thunder spear. Chapter 48. Misalignment of vision to dare rampage at the borders of my land of fire. Do you not respect Konoha? Just as the Cloud Ninja prepared to unleash their lightning technique, a voice from the sky shocked them. They looked up to see an enormous toad descending from above. Scatter. The leader of the Cloud Ninja retreated, joining his comrades in a hasty dispersal. With a thunderous crash, the colossal toad landed before the convoy, with Fei Zhuqing standing atop it, smiling. Step 1 of the strategy: disperse the enemy, successfully executed. As the cloud forces retreated, they remained vigilant, aware of both the descending foe and their surroundings, showcasing their extensive combat experience. Bai Yun, seizing the opportunity, launched a surprise attack, causing an explosion that scattered debris like leaves. Reappearing, he slashed at the enemy's neck with his katana. At that critical moment, the enemy was not to be underestimated. They drew their weapons to block the attack. Wind release, breakthrough. Bai Yun formed hand seals, unleashing a tempest that struck the enemy. The leader of the Cloud Ninja felt the sharp pain coursing through his body, glancing at the crimson stains that marked him. Are they from Konoha? Utilizing the momentum from the wind technique, he swiftly retreated into the forest, seeking to engage in guerrilla warfare. Tree binding technique. One Cloud Ninja, upon hearing the incantation, turned only to be met with a pair of crimson eyes. He froze, vines ensnaring him as a massive tree erupted from the ground behind him. Jinjutsu. Just as he attempted to break free, a giant serpent appeared, clamping down on his head. With a swift motion, the head rolled away, blood spraying into the air as the Uchiha's small but potent ally executed the maneuver flawlessly. Well done, Itachi, Hongdo praised, tossing the severed head aside as the serpent morphed back into her arm. Damn it, they're the enemy. The remaining Cloud Ninjas, witnessing their companion's demise, glared in fury. This time, they did not give Hongdo and Itachi a chance to counterattack. Instead, they focused their efforts on the two. Your opponent is me, Fei Zhuqing commanded, urging the toad beneath him to leap in front of a suspected jonin attempting to assist his allies. This man, with dark skin and a scarred face, wielded twin blades and lacked a forehead protector, eyeing Fei Zhuqing with caution. You're seeking death. Chuan Jie formed hand seals, gathering chakra at his mouth, unleashing a lightning spear toward Fei Zhuqing. Too hasty, are we? Fei Zhuqing formed his own seals, moving like a blur to complete them just before the attack arrived. Wind release, breakthrough. His wind technique shattered the lightning spear, continuing on to strike Chuan Jie instead. Chuan Jie, realizing that the wind user was a formidable opponent, swiftly vacated his position, charging at Fei Zhuqing Ding with his blades crackling with electricity. This wind user requires my full attention in battle, as well as the threat posed by his summoned creature, Chuan Jie analyzed, keeping a wary eye on the massive toad beneath Fei Zhuqing Ding. In the fleeting moment when the flying bamboo dragonfly unleashed its wind release, he realized that his restrained position placed him at a disadvantage in long-range combat. Acting decisively, he swiftly closed the distance to his adversary. Crackling, the active cells of lightning surged, enhancing his speed remarkably. As he approached the flying bamboo dragonfly, his gaze remained fixed on the enemy. Suddenly, the flying bamboo dragonfly formed hand seals. Another wind release? He pondered. Apologies, but it seems you are destined to perish by my hand. After a protracted preparation, he noticed that the anticipated attack had yet to materialize until he was near the summoned creature of his opponent. He swung his blade, only to find it met with emptiness. Again he struck, and again, nothing. What is happening? Chuanjia discovered that no matter how vigorously he swung, the blade was always a mere inch away from the toad. Even with the rampant lightning coursing through the weapon, the gap remained. However, his extensive combat experience prompted him to consider a possibility. Lightning body technique. Chakra within him transformed into lightning, disrupting his own chakra flow. In an instant, the situation before him shifted and his pupils constricted. It was indeed an illusion. There was no proximity. He had only moved 2 steps and was still 10 meters away from the flying bamboo dragonfly. A visual type illusion, perhaps? Remarkable. My visual distortion technique has been unraveled in such a brief encounter. Truly impressive. The flying bamboo dragonfly, perched atop the toad, chuckled. The chakra required for the illusion was minimal, allowing him to experiment on the battlefield more effectively than he had anticipated. As for the toad beneath him, it was merely a mimicry of Jiraiya's summoned beast, drawn from previously gathered memories. Once more, boom, crackle, thunder echoed as they engaged in close-quarter combat. With the colossal beast advancing, zing, Uchiha Itachi tilted his head back, feeling the blade slice through his hair, scattering it into the air. His kunai flew, colliding with the enemy's weapons just as they were about to be intercepted, striking from unconventional angles. Clang, clang, clang. Such martial prowess and swordsmanship, truly the hallmark of the Cloud Village? Itachi observed his techniques being effortlessly countered, his brow furrowing in concern. Even with the Sharingan, overcoming so many adversaries proved to be a formidable challenge. He needed to devise an alternative strategy. His gaze fell upon Akane, who was also in a dire state, her body marred by numerous wounds. Had it not been for the unique nature of the enemy's snake-based secret techniques, she would have likely succumbed to paralysis from their lightning attacks. The number of foes had escalated from 6 to 11, as 5 additional spy ninjas had emerged from within the convoy. Together, they formed an overwhelming force. Otherwise, he and Akane would not be in such a precarious position. In the distance, Akane's shadowy serpentine technique repelled the enemies, and she exchanged a glance with Itachi, gradually retreating toward the forest in sync with the rhythm of battle. Whoosh! Lightning release, shuriken, and kunai clashed fiercely in the heat of combat. My lord, should we extend our assistance? Questioned the guards of the rugged-faced elder, observing the Leaf Village ninja diverting the enemy's attention. If the Leaf ninjas faltered, it would be their turn next. The others frowned at the suggestion. The rugged-faced elder, relieved yet discontent, replied, "No, we must remain here. We cannot afford further losses." He gazed at the ravaged ground, with shattered carts and fallen guards and servants. A pang of sorrow surged within him. It was all due to the tardiness of the Leaf Village. His fellow guards echoed in agreement. Yes, let them clash. And we shall act when the moment is right. A month's pay for this peril? What madness! They cast disapproving glances at the guard who had first spoken. Chapter 49. Weary Uchiha Itachi, Thunderous Roars. 2 figures approached rapidly, the clash of kunai and blades igniting sparks. A colossal dragonfly descended from the sky, its 6 appendages targeting Chuanjia. Another eagle circled aloft, poised to strike at any moment. This left Chuanjia in a state of great distress. The summoned beasts of the enemy appeared to be seasoned veterans, brimming with combat experience. Each time he attempted an attack, it was preemptively countered, or thwarted by the diving eagle waiting in the wings, disrupting his rhythm. His physical techniques suffered greatly. Moreover, the orchestrator of this assault was no novice, employing illusions, martial arts, and wind techniques with remarkable skill. Throughout this confrontation, he had endured significant hardships. Especially after falling prey to an illusion, he had tasted something worse than excrement. He could not identify the flavor, but it bore a hint of bean, albeit faint. Were it not for the Cloud Ninja's superior physique and willpower, he would have been thoroughly ensnared by the opponent's illusion long ago. Clang! Bang! The flying bamboo dragonfly retreated, casting a sidelong glance at Chuanjia as it formed hand seals. Ever vigilant, Chuanjia sensed the impending threat and readied himself to dispel the illusion. He had already suffered greatly from inattention. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Upon completing the hand seals, a flurry of cherry blossoms began to cascade from the sky. The pink petals stood out vibrantly amidst the chaos of battle. With a mere gesture, the flying bamboo dragonfly commanded the blossoms to surge toward the adversary. Trees along their path succumbed, their leaves falling prey to the onslaught. Crash! Any object touched by the cherry blossoms was swiftly cleaved apart, each petal akin to a divine weapon. Chuanjia was acutely aware of this, and with the electricity invigorating his cells, he retreated rapidly. Astutely, he recognized this as a wind release ninjutsu. Should he attempt to counter with lightning release, he would fall into the trap set by his opponent. Furthermore, with illusions affixed to the attack, being ensnared would spell doom. His years of battlefield experience urged him to retreat swiftly, seeking alternative angles for an assault or to employ more specialized techniques. Whoosh! He moved with great speed. Yet the flying bamboo dragonfly merely smiled. Boom! Just behind Chuanjia, the ground erupted as a pangolin burst forth, sinking its jaws into his waist. Ripping! The moment the flying bamboo dragonfly initiated the illusion and coaxed him with wind release, the pangolin emerged in the blink of an eye. Chuanjia was abruptly severed in two. Damn it! Chuanjia seethed with frustration at being outmaneuvered. Glancing at the distant flying bamboo dragonfly, he vowed that even if he could not kill you, he would take down one of your summoned beasts. Crackle! The severed halves of his body erupted with fierce lightning, illuminating the area for several meters. The pangolin, unable to evade in time, was charred black. Just before Chuanjia lost consciousness, he beheld the pangolin transform into a shattered bamboo structure. The perilous world of ninjas demanded constant vigilance, for every individual possessed a unique skill. The flying bamboo dragonfly sensed the complete dissipation of his enemy's chakra and exhaled a sigh of relief. An elite ninja was indeed formidable, without intelligence. Even he could not subdue them swiftly. Moreover, this final gambit was likely a last resort technique for mutual destruction. Fortunately, his keen perception and diverse skills served him well. The resolve and tactics of the Cloud Village ninjas effectively countered his illusions. The extent of his techniques had taken him by surprise, as he had not anticipated such a severe counter against his illusions within the ranks of Cloud's elite. Techniques that incited fear, disgust, or pain were readily suppressed and dispelled by their tenacious willpower. It became evident that his illusions required significant refinement. Even the method he devised to induce self-generated illusions had been broken consecutively by the adversary. Each attempt met with failure led to another. His illusions could only momentarily disrupt the opponent's rhythm, leading to greater expenditure of chakra without the capacity for a decisive blow. This revelation made him acutely aware of the inherent flaws in his illusions, relegating them to mere support roles. Fortunately, his repertoire was vast and not confined to illusions alone. However, the presence of such a significant flaw amidst his greatest strengths was simply unacceptable. If every willful ninja could withstand the illusions of this esteemed jonin, it would render his perceptive abilities utterly futile. While Feiju Qingting excels in several areas, the disparity in illusion techniques remains considerable. Illusions must evolve towards concealment, being difficult to detect and irreversible, or develop outwardly, akin to the capabilities of a technique like pointing the eye. These are merely his contemplations. Concealment and evasion involve manipulating the five senses: shape, form, texture, quality, without adjustment, leading the enemy to misjudge distance and timing in subtle ways. The recent use of visual distortion illustrates progress in this domain. The irreversible aspect pertains to memory implantation, employing mind-reading techniques in reverse to ultimately insert historical constructs. However, the practical application of this in combat has proven ineffective, as the enemy's resistance significantly undermines the technique's efficacy. A gradual incursion is requisite. Abrupt actions yield minimal advancement. The inspiration for techniques akin to pointing the eye, which blurs the lines between illusion and reality, has sparked within him. The very thought of controlling the elements through illusion, reminiscent of the original character Onma Bayun, ignites a thrill. These thoughts flitted through Feiju Qingting's mind. Amidst ongoing battles in the distance, he focused his senses and discerned that the captain's adversaries were growing weak in chakra, indicating a likely victory. However, the struggle faced by Uchiha Itachi and Akane appeared arduous, with the enemy numbers exceeding 10. The fact that the duo had endured thus far was commendable. Feiju Qingting, sensing the situation, smiled. He then swiftly moved to provide support. Breathless, Akane and Itachi stood back to back, their clothing tattered and their bodies stained with blood, panting heavily. The diminutive Itachi wore a serious expression, seemingly devising strategies to combat their foes. Akane, gasping while surveying their encirclement, exclaimed, "Damn it! Why haven't the captain and Feiju Qingting resolved their situation yet? It's inevitable. Jonin are far more challenging to deal with than us," Itachi replied softly. His body pushed to its limits. At just 8 years old, frequently utilizing his Sharingan had drained his chakra. Even Akane was utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, their opponents were not faring much better. After falling into the traps set by the duo, the enemy ranks had dwindled from 11 to 6. Yet, they remained in a far superior state compared to the two. "Are we to perish here?" Akane mused. The Kumonin, upon keen observation, recognized the duo as being on the brink of collapse, exchanging glances before commencing hand signs. Chapter 50. Uchiha Itachi's heart-piercing strike boom. A Kumochunin, caught off guard, was impaled through the chest by a pangolin emerging from the ground, shocking his comrades and drawing cold sweat. Whoosh! Another fell victim to a kunai. The others quickly regained their composure, retreating and focusing on a figure emerging, carrying a lifeless body, accompanied by the pangolin. Lord Chuanjia. The Kumonin gasped in horror at the sight of the corpse he held. The once heroic Chuanjia had now fallen to their enemies, instilling fear among them. Itachi and Akane exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing the newcomer. Just as the Kumonin's attention was diverted, Feiju Qingting initiated his jutsu, illusionary tree-binding kill. With a rustling sound, the remaining 4 adversaries found themselves ensnared by long trees, their limbs immobilized. Terror washed over their faces. This illusion allowed them to retain their sanity, and they realized they had succumbed to an illusion. However, given Feiju Qingting's current mastery of illusion techniques, coupled with their prior exhaustion, they pondered how to escape. "Damn it! My chakra isn't sufficient to withstand the lightning body technique." The 4 struggled desperately, attempting to break free through sheer force. Feiju Qingting shook his head. The essence of illusion was self-binding, not binding the enemy. Even if they were physical prowess experts like Guy, they could not escape through brute strength. Surveying the chaotic battlefield littered with shuriken, kunai, and the aftermath of ninjutsu, he mentally retraced the scene with mathematical precision and geographical awareness. He then glanced at his 2 teammates, grinning slightly. "Well done. Not only did you dispatch 5 foes, but you've also managed to hold your ground. Truly worthy companions." After being rescued, Itachi and Akane exhaled in relief, sinking to the ground to rest. Upon hearing Feiju Qingting's words, Akane rolled her eyes. "Spare us the idle chatter. If you had arrived any later, we would have been done for. I am utterly exhausted." Itachi regarded Feiju Qingting before turning his gaze toward the 4 immobilized enemies. "Is this a traditional Konoha illusion, binding kill?" he surmised, elevating his internal evaluation of Feiju Qingting. Not only had he embraced the will of fire, but he was actively manifesting it. Reflecting on Feiju Qingting's earlier words about possessing the power of the first Hokage and Uchiha forebear, he understood that such strength could protect both village and family. Could he achieve the same? Itachi shook his head internally. Even the first Hokage and Uchiha forebear had to negotiate with other nations. How could one possess the strength to protect everything? Had they not also perished in battle? The historical accounts, including those of the Uchiha, lack records of the 2 founding elders dying peacefully. This suggests they met their ends in combat. This realization further solidified his conviction, aligning him more with Shusui's sentiments that only through the resolve to forsake everything could peace be attained for Konoha. Having witnessed the horrors of war at such a young age, he recognized the fragility of peace. Unaware of Itachi's thoughts, Feiju Qingting approached the terrified 4. After performing hand signs, he placed his right hand over their temple, where the nerves are most concentrated and nearest to the brain. The illusionary time-space tunnel re-emerged, granting him a glimpse into the life of the ninja. experiencing it from an almost first-person perspective. After a moment of concentration, he finally pinpointed the crux of their mission. "Stop! What have you done to him?" A nearby Kumonin shouted in outrage. "Damn it, you Konoha scum. Captain Saimatsu will kill you. Just give us a swift end." "You bastard." The others echoed, realizing their dire predicament and attempting to provoke Feiju Qingting into executing them. "Patience, your turn will come," Feiju Qingting replied with a slight smile, commencing the reading of the second individual's memories. Such crude provocations could not sway his ironclad resolve. As for their so-called Captain Saimatsu, he had already sensed that the enemy had been eliminated earlier and was en route to support them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Regardless of how the four struggled, their memories were systematically extracted by Feiju Qingting, who also gleaned the thoughts of the Jonin's severed head beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Akane, seated on the ground, observed Feiju Qingting's peculiar action of touching each enemy's head, muttering, "Doesn't he have some strange fetish for touching heads, does he?" At this, Itachi replied, "Akane. He's using a mind-reading technique to gather intelligence on the enemy. He mentioned it during his introduction. Have you forgotten?" Akane felt a surge of joy at being called sister by Itachi, but her face flushed upon realizing her earlier mistake. Such misinformation should not have occurred. And the more she pondered, the redder her face became. What a disgrace to expose her blunder in front of an 8-year-old. It is entirely the fault of the flying bamboo dragonfly. During the introduction, there was no memorable point, causing me to forget. Yes, it is indeed his fault. Itachi observed her changing expressions, pondering how terrifying this female ninja was, as she seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of his thoughts at that moment. Though he believed he had effectively applied his studies in psychology, he found himself unable to fathom the current thoughts of this older sister. With a swift motion, the flying bamboo dragonfly dispatched the 4 adversaries using shuriken. She then gathered the corpses of the fallen enemies and placed them into a heap. From her waist pouch, she retrieved a scroll, unfurling it upon the ground. Pressing her hand on the blank space, runes began to emanate from the scroll, ensnaring all the corpses. Gradually, the bodies transformed into luminous strands, absorbed into the center of the scroll, where the character for corpse emerged. The flying bamboo dragonfly then tucked the scroll back into her pouch. "Hey, why did you collect the bodies?" Red Bean inquired, perplexed. Itachi, hearing this, became more curious. "Sister Red Bean, the corpses are a vital source of intelligence for ninjas. Whether extracting information from the enemy's body, discovering methods to counter their jutsu, retrieving memories, or conducting other experiments, they are invaluable. I recall our second-year intelligence class mentioning this. The Konoha Medical Corps was established precisely for this purpose." Red Bean's face flushed crimson, feeling a deep sense of shame with each of Itachi's statements. Although she was a chunin, she often overlooked such fundamental knowledge. "Indeed, Red Bean. Did you not learn under the tutelage of Orochimaru? I heard he defected from Konoha for the sake of experimentation. He should have taught you various methods of handling corpses." The flying bamboo dragonfly added with a smile. "You brat. I forgot those crucial details because Orochimaru sealed my memories." "Yes, that's right. What gives you the right to look down on me? Who do you think you are? You're not even the team leader." It seemed she had found an outlet for her frustration, directing her ire not at the 8-year-old Itachi, but at the flying bamboo dragonfly, her hands expressing a myriad of emotions. Chapter 51, Unexpected Gains Whoosh. Just as the flying bamboo dragonfly endured the relentless berating from Red Bean, Bai Yun Zhaochen emerged from the dim forest path. Observing the group engaged in conversation and the surrounding scene, he surmised that his teammates had concluded their battle. Clang! He sheathed his katana into its scabbard. "The captain has arrived," announced the flying bamboo dragonfly. Red Bean, hands on her hips, paused her chatter upon seeing Bai Yun Zhaochen. "Are you injured, Captain?" "No, I'm fine. What about you? Where are the enemies?" Bai Yun Zhaochen inquired, scanning the vicinity and noticing the absence of enemy corpses, which furrowed his brow. "This one sealed them away." Red Bean pointed at the flying bamboo dragonfly. She held great admiration for this feat, though it seemed simple. It was a sealing technique not easily mastered. Even she, a former disciple of Orochimaru, had given up after a time. The mark on her neck had been sealed by the third Hokage. "Captain, what of your opponent's body? I have already extracted the memories from the others, leaving only yours." "Apologies, the enemy was formidable, and the battle was intense. I had to dismember them. I doubt the mind-reading technique would yield any results now," Bai Yun Zhaochen sighed. The opponent was a ninja from a great nation, skilled in techniques that caused swift demise. I see. That's all right. I shall report the intelligence I gathered just now, the flying bamboo dragonfly declared. The others perked up their ears in anticipation. According to the memories I accessed, these individuals are indeed from the hidden cloud village. They are part of a strike against the trade routes of the Iron and Fire countries, comprising 2 significant squads. Their orders were to ambush merchant convoys trading with the Fire country, and this has been ongoing for some time. There are also 2 other elite teams, making a total of 4 elite squads in action. Given the current situation, it appears they have realized Konoha is preparing to counterattack and will make a final stand before retreating to the Land of Lightning, leaving behind a mess for Konoha to handle. Itachi interjected, so, this attack might be their last? That is a possibility. Then have we not essentially completed the mission assigned by the third Hokage? Red Bean exclaimed excitedly. This was an S-rank mission, and its completion would yield a handsome reward, allowing her to indulge in delicious tricolored dumplings for a long time. They had completed it in just a few days, a feat of perfection. If only this guy were as charming with his words as Itachi. However, it could also be a trap, a counterstrike. We must remain vigilant. We need to continue patrolling the border and relay this intelligence back to Konoha. This trade route is crucial. We cannot afford to be careless. If possible, Dragonfly, locate the other 2 teams and eliminate them, Bai Yun Zhaochen asserted, revealing a more composed side of his leadership, devoid of any sentiment toward enemy ninjas. Understood. Let us tidy up and meet with the convoy's leader to display Konoha's strength and assure the Iron Country merchants. The flying bamboo dragonfly replied. Over the years, he had learned much beyond mere ninjutsu. Even if not specialized, he had gradually absorbed knowledge in various fields. Such knowledge was of great importance for a politician. He aspired to be a competent worker, ensuring stability by understanding the minds of those in power to secure his own position. Indeed, Dragonfly speaks wisely. Let us converse with them before pursuing the remaining 2 enemy squads, Bai Yun Zhaochen nodded. Itachi observed everything, his perception of the flying bamboo dragonfly elevating once more. Truly, she was a ninja praised by the third Hokage for her fiery will, always considering what would benefit Konoha. He felt he had much to learn. My lord, should we not depart quickly? If those from Konoha are defeated, we are doomed, a guard said after waiting a long time. Listening to the intermittent sounds of clashing weapons in the forest, feeling an invisible pressure weighing down upon him. The other guards shared similar sentiments from the earlier situation. Their strength seemed insufficient to escape the enemy's onslaught unscathed. Now was the perfect moment. A burly uncle frowned, realizing the guards' reasoning held little merit. Even if they fled, they would not get far, as the enemy's strength would surely catch up. These guards were merely afraid of death, wishing to evade their fate. Had they known, they should have hired ninjas from Konoha. Just look at them, 4 of them bravely facing off against over a dozen enemies. But what if Konoha? Just then, unusual sounds emerged from the forest alongside the road. All the guards immediately drew their weapons, anxiously watching the shadow emerging from the darkness. Upon realizing it was a group of Konoha ninjas, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The burly uncle's eyes lit up. Since Konoha's 4 had emerged, it indicated that the enemy had been repelled. He leaped down from the cart and hurried toward them, his face beaming with gratitude as he addressed the Konoha ninjas, thanking them profusely for resolving the issue of the marauding bandits. It was no trouble at all. These cloud ninjas dared to wreak havoc on the borders of the Fire Country. They had it coming. Rest assured, we from Konoha have dispatched reinforcements to the border. No one shall dare to trouble you again, Bai Yun Zhaochen replied. Cloud. The burly uncle's face darkened upon hearing this. So it was this group. Damn the Land of Lightning for such despicable acts. He recalled that many of the Iron Country's merchant associations had dealings with the Land of Lightning. Now, to target Konoha, they had brought trouble upon themselves. He resolved to rally the strength of the Iron Country's merchant associations to suppress the trade prices of the Land of Lightning, ensuring they understood the consequences of their actions. Thank you. I shall recommend to my colleagues in the Land of Iron to employ the Leaf Village ninjas for their security. The merchant, Uncle Mao, did not mention any benefits for the Leaf Village, as that would contradict his commercial persona. Nevertheless, Bai Yun Zhaochen was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. As was Feizhu Qingting, the Hidden Village operates as a military mercenary organization, with 70% of its operational funds derived from various factions' commissions. Uncle's remarks might indeed bring profits to the Leaf Village. If they achieve this, it would signify a significant accomplishment. allowing them to exchange it for new ninjutsu to further their growth. With their objectives met and unexpected rewards in tow, the four merely exchanged a few words with Uncle Mao before bidding farewell and disappearing from sight to pursue the remaining two teams. Swish, swish, darn Leaf Village. They should have arrived earlier. After the Leaf Ninjas departed, Uncle Mao gazed at the fallen comrades around him, tears welling up in his eyes, overwhelmed by the heavy losses. While he admired the strength of the Leaf, he could not help but lament their tardiness. He had merely kept his merchant facade intact moments ago. Chapter 52. Instructions Whoosh. The four moved swiftly through the forest. Feiju Qingting occupied the center of their formation, employing sensory ninjutsu, while the other three, led by Baiyun Zhaochen, flanked him with Uchiha Itachi and Hondo providing support on the two wings. This formation had been maintained for quite some time, patrolling in the same manner since they had eliminated two teams from the Cloud Village 3 days prior. On that day, they had gone to the designated rendezvous point, but found no traces of the enemy. Realizing that someone from the teams they had eradicated had used a special method to relay information. Thus, they had adopted this rapid patrol formation. The guards around Feiju Qingting were bold in their sensory efforts. Stop. Did something catch your attention? The four halted and looked towards Feiju Qingting. Gurgle. His stomach grumbled embarrassingly. He was hungry. The other three exchanged glances. They soon found a sheltered spot, hunted for prey, and began to cook. Sizzle. Captain, we've patrolled the border with the Land of Iron twice now, yet there are still no signs of the enemy. We must send someone to gather intelligence in the Land of Iron, Feiju Qingting suggested while flipping the roasted meat in his hands. Over the past few days, it wasn't just him who had been on sensory patrol. Hondo had utilized her legless creature for scouting. Itachi had been carried into the sky to survey with his Sharingan, and even Baiyun Zhaochen employed battlefield reconnaissance techniques. It could be deemed a comprehensive search. Aside from eliminating a few wandering ninjas attempting to infiltrate the Land of Fire, they had yielded no results, leaving them utterly exhausted. The relentless work day and night made Feiju Qingting long for his wife's ramen. What a laborious existence. At this moment, Itachi and Hondo were also mentally and physically drained, especially Itachi, whose youthful age belied his remarkable talent and mature mindset. However, beneath his calm exterior, fatigue shone in his eyes. Baiyun Zhaochen, I have already sent a message to Lord Hokage. From now on, we will slow our patrol rhythm and await his instructions. Understood. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Feiju Qingting relaxed as well, having awaited this very statement, though he could not voice such negativity. He was a diligent worker for the Leaf Village, after all. Now that we have some downtime, I shall impart some battlefield experience to you. Valuable knowledge from a veteran of the Third Great Ninja War, he proclaimed, standing atop a tree branch. Baiyun Zhaochen shot him a glance, noting his tendency to boast before his teammates, yet he was unexpectedly composed and full of wisdom, consistently offering effective advice. He then took hold of his weapon, sitting against the branch to rest his eyes. Did you know, during the Third Great Ninja War, I was invincible, never losing a battle, instilling fear in my enemies? Feiju Qingting exclaimed, his words laced with pride as he recounted his illustrious achievements on the battlefield. Uchiha Itachi listened with rapt attention. Get to the point. Those who lost their battles are usually dead. Must you boast? Hondo interrupted, her irritation visible. And who exactly was instilling fear? The only ones who have done that are the late White Fang and the fourth Hokage. Even the third Hokage and the legendary Sannin could not accomplish such a feat. She had also witnessed the battlefield and expected Feiju Qingting to possess some valuable insight. But he seemed to be merely bragging. Itachi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could you tell me more about White Fang, the fourth Hokage, and the Sannin? Hondo noticed his eager expression and cleared her throat, feeling a sense of pride. She then began to narrate the illustrious deeds of these esteemed figures. Although some of her memories had been sealed due to her time with Orochimaru, those were primarily related to him. These years had not been in vain, and her storytelling was vivid and captivating. Feiju Qingting fell silent, realizing the focus had shifted away from his own accomplishments. How did this turn into Hondo boasting about others? I've wasted years. Meanwhile, Itachi, upon hearing about the White Fang's sacrifice for his comrades and the fourth Hokage's selfless act to protect the village, felt a surge of thoughts. These were the great predecessors of the village, embodying the will of fire. Such hard-earned peace should not be jeopardized by the radicals within their clan. All right. That concludes my tale, Hondo said, wiping the sweat from her brow, feeling fatigued from her narration. But finally done. Now it's my turn to share some combat techniques, Feiju Qingting interjected. Since he had led a team once before, he realized that teaching others was immensely satisfying, especially when instructing two renowned characters from the narrative. Hondo and Itachi leaned in, eager to absorb his knowledge. One was a disciple of Orochimaru, and the other hailed from a clan of formidable warriors. Yet, Feiju Qingting, having taken down a Jounin, was clearly exceptional, making his insights highly valuable. Feiju Qingting did not treat them lightly. He earnestly explained techniques, battlefield intelligence gathering, first aid in combat, support strategies, and trap design, practical experiences that bore tangible benefits. Finally, as he concluded, intelligence is the lifeblood of a ninja. Itachi and Hondo sat up attentively, realizing the significance of the information they had just received. Analyzing the situation is your key to overcoming adversaries, he continued, and they nodded in agreement. Adopting diverse strategies is fundamental for countering intelligence gathered on the enemy's state. They acknowledged the profundity of his words with nods. Ultimately, every jutsu has its weaknesses. Identify and overcome them to secure victory. Just as Feiju Qingting finished speaking. And while the two were deep in contemplation, the sky echoed with the cry of an eagle. Bayun Zhaochen opened his eyes, forming hand seals to initiate a jutsu. A falcon descended from the heavens, landing on his shoulder, carrying a small pouch on its back. The three turned their attention to their captain, understanding that it was a message from Lord Hokage. Captain, quickly see what instructions Lord Hokage has for us, Hondo urged, her anticipation palpable. Bayun Zhaochen wasted no time and opened the letter. His expression shifted as he furrowed his brow, then relaxed. Chapter 53. Sparring. The Hokage has dispatched reinforcements to gather intelligence in the Land of Iron. Our only responsibility is to patrol the borders and prevent the Cloud Village from invading the Land of Fire, Bayun stated in the morning. Upon hearing this, Feiju Qingting scratched his head, feeling 100 times more agreeable. If we had to infiltrate the Land of Iron to gather intelligence, that would indeed be a formidable challenge. Espionage is the most perilous and challenging task for a ninja. Although the Land of Iron is a neutral country and does not classify ninja without proper clearance as invaders like the 5 great nations do, the profession of a ninja assassin is not to be taken lightly. As the largest military institution within a nation, they typically employ severe measures. The Land of Iron, despite its neutrality, will not permit one to haphazardly collect national intelligence. Being discovered would be exceedingly difficult to escape from. When reading the original work, one might perceive that aside from the 5 great nations, the power of other countries is weak beyond measure. However, through actual experience, Feiju Qingting realized that this is a misconception. Such weakness is a comparison of great powers, not a mere individual against an entire nation. As the original text described, Scorpion's puppet technique could devastate a country, but that refers to nations composed of only a few cities, not the Land of Iron, which boasts hundreds of towns. According to Feiju Qingting's recollections, if he is not mistaken, the cult that birthed Haiden resides in the Land of Water. However, Konoha's investigation into the Land of Water has yielded little progress, only revealing the existence of an evil religion. This indicates that the strength of other nations is not something that can be easily breached by an individual, and the same applies to the Land of Iron. Oh yes, so all we need to do is keep watch at the borders, and once our duty is fulfilled, we can receive an S-rank mission? Hondo exclaimed, filled with excitement. This would mark her first solo accomplishment of an S-rank task. Uchiha Itachi also smiled subtly. This would be his first S-rank mission as well. He glanced at the captain and Feiju Qingting, recognizing that the success of this mission hinges upon these two, akin to the 3rd Hokage, sending them to learn. This has been his contemplation these days. Why would the 3rd Hokage assign such a difficult task to him and Hondo, 2 relatively weak ninjas? Apart from his Sharingan and Hondo's summoning technique for reconnaissance, it seems there is also an intention to cultivate their skills. The 3rd Hokage's nurturing genuinely treats Uchiha as a member of the village. However, the clan's Itachi shook his head, hoping for some leniency. Otherwise, well, one must always be prepared. Should the reinforcements dispatched by the 3rd Hokage encounter trouble, we will certainly need to provide support, Bayun stated, nodding in agreement. It is not that simple. Until the circumstances in the Land of Thunder are clarified, Konoha must remain prepared for war. One cannot relax merely upon receiving a fragment of intelligence. Feizhu Qingting stretched lazily, reminding everyone that in the battlefield, no matter how trivial, they must remain vigilant until their mission is completed. Itachi and Hongdo nodded in affirmation. Half a month passed. Go for it. Go for it. Uchiha, give it your all. At the temporary encampment, Feizhu Qingting observed Baiyun and Uchiha Itachi in a standoff, a red flag inexplicably appearing in his hand, waving energetically. Hongdo beside him watched in disbelief. She thought she was already quite eccentric, yet this Feizhu Qingting surpassed her in absurdity. Clang! Baiyun's greatsword clashed rapidly with Itachi's short blade, each collision sparking with intensity. Despite his youth, Itachi's swordsmanship was commendable. Under the dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan, he gradually began to keep pace with Baiyun's attacks. The Uchiha-style sword technique flourished in his hands. This has become their daily routine, sparring and nurturing the younger generation. For half a month, the border remained relatively uneventful, with most days filled with routine patrols. Given this, Feizhu Qingting and Baiyun would take turns conserving their energy to confront potential enemies, while the other trained Itachi and Hongdo in combat. Currently, it was the captain and Itachi engaged in combat, focusing on swordsmanship to enhance Itachi's practical skills. Feizhu Qingting could see that Itachi's talent was truly remarkable. His progress in swordsmanship had reached half of Feizhu's own speed. Although he was merely practicing casually, the flag in his hand continued to wave incessantly. Such opportunities for leisure were rare. Hey, stop shouting. I need to focus on the fight and learn. Hongdo exclaimed in exasperation. Feizhu Qingting looked at her skeptically. Are you even learning? I feel like you've become rather arrogant, claiming to learn from Orochimaru's secret techniques. I find that hard to believe. Hearing the word arrogant irked Hongdo. Just yesterday, while battling Feizhu Qingting, he had said the same thing. At that time, she was confident that this man, 2 years her senior, only had a slight edge in combat experience. His jinjutsu was rather standard, and she had merely been careless. In yesterday's battle, Hongdo had utilized the snake techniques learned from Orochimaru, prepared to give him a taste of defeat. Unexpectedly, he countered with a bizarre jinjutsu, mocking her for her arrogance. And she had failed to dispel it properly. Now, she felt disgusted. Of course, she had to admit that Feizhu Qingting was a genius. However, Itachi, currently engaged in battle, was a genius among geniuses. Possessing the Sharingan bloodline limit, exceptional swordsmanship, commendable physical prowess, mastery of fire techniques, and formidable jinjutsu, all at such a young age. One would wonder how he acquired so much. Initially, she believed that after fighting alongside Itachi for the first time, she had analyzed his capabilities. Yet she was defeated in their recent skirmish. Sometimes, she pondered, who truly is the Chunin and who is the genin? With Itachi's talent, had he not succumbed to the inner struggles of youth, he might very well declare in the Boruto era, Sasuke, you have grown complacent. You are weaker than a mere six-path. Feizhu Qingting mused. What a pity. Apart from the influence of the Uchiha bloodline, Itachi's mindset had taken root and flourished through years of ideological clashes, which could not be altered. Unless one day, Feizhu Qingting's ultimate jinjutsu was completed, rewriting history and altering memories, there might be a glimmer of hope. But Itachi would not wait. He would not allow anyone to rewrite his memories. Clang. Unbeknownst to Itachi, who was unaware of the two criticizing him from behind, he was currently struggling to perceive the captain's movements through his Sharingan and mount a counterattack. In this process, he learned a great deal. Feizhu Qingting had once said that every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. The same should apply to physical techniques and swordsmanship. However, he quickly discovered in battle that despite perceiving the captain's intentions, his physical limitations hindered his ability to retaliate. This was what Brother Qingting meant, diversifying one's methods of learning. Otherwise, even if one could analyze an opponent's moves and intentions, they would still be unable to overcome them. Clang. Baiyun placed his sword against Itachi's neck, concluding today's sparring. Chapter 54. Shape Manipulation Land of Fire. Border. Be cautious. Feizhu Qingting took a breath, his right hand wielding the great sword aimed at Itachi, while his left hand inadvertently formed a hand seal for a jinjutsu. Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, and to his eyes, Feizhu Qingting's speed appeared remarkably slow. The trajectory of the great sword was laid bare before him. Even without activating his Sharingan, he could perceive it, vastly different from their earlier sparring. Could it be a ruse? Suddenly, he noticed one of Feizhu Qingting's hands vanish from his sight, obscured by his body. Remembering Feiju Qingting's proud technique of performing hand seals with one hand, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Initially intending to block the attack with his ninja blade, he sought to distance himself from Feiju Qingting swiftly. There was no time. Despite sensing a distance of approximately 10 centimeters between Feiju Qingting and his ninja blade, his sleeve was abruptly torn. It was as though Feiju Qingting's sword had extended invisibly. Pat. Retreating a few steps, Uchiha Itachi frowned at the sight of his great sword. What transpired earlier? Was the blade truly extended? What of Itachi? The dragonfly's weapon penetrated a vulnerable area of the body, compelling a defensive stance. How could such a grievous error occur? This is unlike him. Akane, observing from the rear, furrowed her brow. After 2 months of interaction, she had gained a profound understanding of Itachi's capabilities. Such a blunder would be uncharacteristic even for a freshly graduated genin. It was certain that Itachi would be defeated by the dragonfly, yet not in such a manner, surely? Bayun pondered for a moment and remarked, "Did you notice that hidden hand? He must have stealthily employed an illusion, ensnaring Itachi." Akane paused, reflecting on the dragonfly's earlier movements. Indeed, she had not seen his other hand. Recalling his one-handed hand-sealing techniques and illusionary prowess, she felt reassured. As long as it was not Itachi's fault, she could accept it. What kind of illusion was this? The dragonfly certainly had a knack for concealment. Over the past 2 months at the border, aside from patrolling, they had engaged in mutual sparring and learning, maintaining their skills. Everyone held the dragonfly's illusions in high regard, to the extent that they had even prohibited him from using his nauseating taste-based illusions. This was the strongest illusionist she had ever encountered. It's not that he's hiding. It's that you cannot compel him to unleash his full power, Bayun stated. Akane was at a loss for words. She understood this too. Yet, in the face of an illusionist and being unable to decipher it, it was a disgrace to the ninja profession. Uchiha Itachi, after a brief contemplation, also considered the hidden hand of the dragonfly, as well as the common illusions he employed. The blade had not extended. Rather, it had appeared misaligned in his perception. The illusion had caused him to misjudge the blade's form. He arrived at a conclusion: release. With this thought, he immediately employed a method to dispel the illusion. Observing the grinning dragonfly, who awaited his recovery, and the katana in his hand, Itachi understood. Although the blade seemed unchanged through the Sharingan, it appeared to have lengthened by approximately 10 centimeters. Such a cunning illusion. As a fellow illusionist, Itachi recognized the terror of such a concealed technique. In standard illusions, foes can swiftly realize they are ensnared by an illusion. Barring those they cannot break, they can respond quickly. However, illusions like the dragonflies, which leave victims unaware of their entrapment, are truly fearsome. Had the dragonfly not held back, his arm would have been lost. Itachi gazed at the severed sleeve of his arm. "Ah, have you realized? What do you think of my new illusion? Over these 2 months of patrolling, I have not been idle," the dragonfly remarked, oblivious to Itachi's astonished expression, finding it somewhat dull. "People who are too clever lack fun. I wanted to see you astonished and pleading." "A new illusion?" Itachi inquired. This meant the illusion had been crafted within the last 2 months, evoking a sense of inferiority within him. Everyone spoke of him as a genius, yet perhaps this individual before him was the true genius. The dragonfly nodded. The shape-shifting illusion can alter the enemy's perception of an object's form, meaning that at the moment of being ensnared, I define all shapes. However, the object's original shape remains. Thus, it is your perception that changes, not the actual form of the object. Therefore, this implies you have a method to counter it. Come, let me see if you are truly a genius. As he smiled while wielding his blade, the three, including Itachi, found his words terrifying. Even with knowledge of the intelligence, responding would not be easy. They must allocate part of their focus to remain vigilant against potential illusions. Even if they were aware they had not been ensnared, they could not afford to be careless. Failure to articulate could lead to dire consequences for the enemy. Conversely, revealing this information would mean the enemy would act as if they had an additional adversary, diverting part of their attention. In summary, possessing intelligence and lacking it both yield effects against the enemy, unless, of course, the enemy is a robot devoid of awareness. Itachi began forming hand seals, exhaling a massive fireball towards the dragonfly, obscuring their line of sight and thwarting any illusions. He then retrieved kunai from his person, securing them with wire and launching them in various directions. So quick to devise a method to prevent being ensnared by an illusion. However, Obstructing my line of sight also obscures yours, the dragonfly remarked, perceiving Itachi's naivete. The katana transformed into a small dagger, which he stowed away before forming hand seals. Earth-style, subterranean voyage. He did not require his eyes to navigate. This method merely rendered his visual illusions ineffective. Emerging from beneath the great fireball, he surfaced before Itachi and made a face at him. Suddenly, he was met with a barrage of kunai from all directions. Ensnared by the wire, they launched toward the dragonfly. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan whirled, observing his every move to make timely adjustments. The youth lacks martial virtue. Ambushing a 17-year-old elder, the dragonfly remarked. His expression calmed despite the incoming kunai. Wind style, severing air. A formless force intercepted the multitude of kunai, sending them spiraling away from the dragonfly's center. The sound of kunai embedding into trees echoed, punctuated by dull thuds. Well done, let's leave it at that. You've improved recently, the dragonfly applauded. Akane approached, pointing at his face. Hey, that's unfair. You obscured your eyes, preventing Itachi from utilizing his illusions. The dragonfly shrugged, then practiced more. His cheeky demeanor incited Akane's ire. Yet she knew she could not best him. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, vowing not to let him escape her grasp. Itachi, lost in thought, silently began to gather the surrounding ninja tools back into his possession. Chapter 55, Forbidden Techniques. Land of Fire. Order. A hawk circled in the sky before descending after 2 laps. According to Lord Third's intelligence, the Land of Lightning has withdrawn its troops, and our ninja squad is en route, Bayun announced, examining the message in her hand. The dragonfly stretched. Ah, it's finally over. 3 months. Do you know how I've spent these 3 months? Patrolling, training, patrolling, training. Akane and Itachi have nearly been driven to the brink of sanity. Both were geniuses. Yet in his presence, they were often psychologically overwhelmed by his sudden new illusions. Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, had finally tasted the bitterness of foods he once despised, such as Beijing doji, bitter melon, and cilantro. Previously, he had loathed grilled meat, yet now his palate had shifted. Akane too had expanded her list of disliked flavors, adding a few more items beyond just chili peppers. In summary, the dragonfly's life was fulfilling, although engaged in work. He did not neglect the joys of life. When he missed his wife, he would send messages back to report on safety. His unique pointing hand could endow beasts with special memories, guiding them on the correct path, even knowing to register at the main gate of Konoha. He referred to the beasts endowed with abilities as phantom beasts, believing it added a touch of prestige to their title. Uchiha Itachi felt a sense of relief within. He never wished to battle Dragonfly again. The experience of being mercilessly beaten with no chance of victory was one he had now encountered. Upon returning, he vowed to study diligently, aspiring to break through his illusions. This became Itachi's next modest goal. The Dragonfly had shared many of his illusions, and Itachi had learned a wealth of intelligence from him. Itachi believed that once he was adequately prepared, he would certainly render his illusions ineffective. He had learned much from the Dragonfly, particularly in the realms of illusion and combat. However, there was one aspect he would never emulate: the Dragonfly's penchant for mischief, seeming to derive a peculiar satisfaction from playing pranks on him and Akane, akin to the triumph felt by a renowned individual unexpectedly struck by an ordinary person. This left Itachi feeling quite perplexed. He could not fathom the source of this sentiment. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Just you wait, insufferable Dragonfly. Once I return to the village, I shall master a counter to your ninjutsu. Akane's eyes blazed with fire. The Dragonfly wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. You are welcome to challenge me. I have recently devised new illusions that I shall allow you to be the first to experience. He genuinely had ideas. After months of intense study, he felt that visual-based illusions no longer sufficed. He had become quite adept at manipulating the shapes of illusions. Next, he aimed to tackle the auditory illusions, the most difficult to guard against within the 5 senses. Primarily, visual illusions encountered ninjas like him who did not rely on sight, making them somewhat obsolete. Visual illusions were also the most frequently deciphered. While he believed there were still advancements to be made in shape manipulation, the enhancement of his abilities in this area would be more significant than the vertical improvements. Akane paused, her face betraying terror. Wait, so we are merely test subjects? I will report this to the third Hokage, she exclaimed indignantly. Oh, these are just minor illusions. The real advanced techniques are ones the third instructed me not to use against comrades. He won't concern himself with these, the dragonfly retorted nonchalantly. He spoke of mind-reading techniques, which could be considered a trump card. However, with so many methods at his disposal, he had forgotten to test them on his enemies. A glance at Uchiha Itachi indicated he intended to keep something in reserve. Who knew what challenges lay ahead? Itachi was still young, with limited tactics and insufficient countering abilities. The landscape would be different once he matured. What? These are merely minor illusions? Akane's composure crumbled. The illusions that she and Itachi had labored to decipher were trivial in the dragonfly's eyes. Upon hearing this, Itachi was equally shaken. Reflecting on his clan's teachings and the various illusions documented in their archives, he realized that compared to the dragonfly's previously showcased illusions, they were not classified as forbidden techniques. He was curious about the so-called techniques that the dragonfly deemed unsuitable for use against comrades, particularly those worthy of the third's personal instructions. Otherwise, would you think I would need to use my trump card against you? Not just me, but the captain as well, the dragonfly smiled. Akane and Itachi turned to the captain. Hate nodded. Every jonin possesses a repertoire of techniques that extend beyond a singular method. For instance, if you aspire to ascend to jonin, you must learn not only the ninjutsu you currently excel in, but also the properties of other elemental ninjutsu to better respond to various ninjas. This prevents any one element from being countered. Just like during our last battle against the Cloud Ninja, both the Dragonfly and I impressed you with our wind techniques. Should the Cloud Ninja encounter those from the Stone Village, the advantage would shift. Itachi's illusions, along with your snake-based secret techniques, Akane, can only be foundational for jonin advancement once they are deemed uncounterable by a singular ninjutsu. This is too difficult, Akane exclaimed, throwing her head back in despair. The transformation of chakra properties was something she had learned from Orochimaru and was no ordinary challenge. Furthermore, this was merely the foundational requirement for jonin, leaving her feeling hopeless about her prospects. Itachi absorbed this information, recognizing that such knowledge was still beyond the reach of a genin in his clan. However, he understood that being uncounterable was fundamental for a ninja. The dragonfly patted her shoulder. Do not lose heart. Even with my numerous techniques, I have yet to advance to a full jonin. I am merely a special jonin. You will find your own path. Do not worry. Bastard, Akane retorted, delivering a kick in frustration. This implied she would only be a special jonin. The dragonfly deftly evaded her strike. Enough of this. Rest well. Once the handover is complete, we shall return to the village, Hade instructed. The following day, the dragonfly sensed a group of ninjas approaching from the direction of the Leaf Village. The leader possessed a chakra far more substantial than that of ordinary ninjas, at least greater than that of Hade and the dragonfly. Clearly, the village was still cautious, sending a skilled replacement. The other three observed as he stood, turning their gaze toward the same direction. Shortly after, a stout figure clad in a red vest came into view. Upon reaching a certain distance, they could see each other clearly. Hate exchanged a covert signal with the approaching group, confirming their identities before moving closer. It's the dragonfly. We shall take over from you for the patrol. Dingswa greeted the dragonfly with a smile. The companions behind him were unfamiliar to the dragonfly, likely a newly formed team. After some time apart, Dingswa appeared even more robust. The dragonfly politely complimented him. Indeed, his strength was impressive. It was no wonder he could withstand the Ten Tails in the past. This also explained the substantial chakra he sensed from the approaching group. Upon receiving the compliment, Dingswa scratched his head, pleased. Haha, really? Hate, as the captain, nodded in agreement. He then briefed Dingswa and his team on the recent patrol status before leading the dragonfly and his companions away. Chapter 56. Return Swish. At the main gate of the Leaf Village, Shingetsu and Genko were registering traders and ninjas. Suddenly, Shingetsu turned to the road outside the gate. Clop, clop, clop. Leading the group was a young man wearing a forehead protector, his ponytail swaying as he bore a sword, accompanied by three teammates in ninja vests, advancing steadily. Shingetsu nudged Genko. Hey, it's Hate and the dragonfly. Those two are on a mission together. Genko turned to the gate, witnessing his former classmates approach. How unfair. Hate and the dragonfly can collaborate on missions while we are stuck as gate guards. He felt a pang of disappointment, yearning for a chance to embark on a mission as well. Hey, old friends, why are you back here as gate guards? It's so unfair. Why am I not out there? As the four drew near, the dragonfly recognized his old classmates. Hate also smiled and nodded at them. Shingitsu completed their registration with a sigh. Let us skip the small talk. I wish I could travel to various countries like you. I don't enjoy traveling. Besides my analytical work, guarding the gate has become my dream. The dragonfly scratched his head. Why travel? After all these years, what haven tea I seen? It's exhausting, and I can't even see my wife. The thought of his wife made him eager to reunite. Brother. At that moment, a cute child with a spiky hairstyle appeared, calling out to Itachi with a bright smile. He took a few small steps and rushed over. Just as he stepped on a small stone by the roadside, his face registered fear as he stumbled. Itachi swiftly appeared before him and caught him. Sasuke, don't be mischievous, Itachi said, lifting the beaming Sasuke into his arms. I heard today is your day back from guarding the border, so I came early to wait for you. Behind Sasuke, Mikoto observed the harmonious scene between the brothers, covering her mouth with a chuckle before turning to Hate. Thank you for your care. In the early morning, Bayun nodded slightly, saying, no need. He is my comrade. Not a disciple, so there's no question of taking care of him. Besides, he is quite formidable, truly a genius among the Uchiha. In Itachi's embrace, Sasuke's big, round eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing praise for his brother. Brother is the best, he exclaimed, waving his little hands adorably. The charming Akane, observing the delightful Sasuke, approached with a smile, eager to pinch his cheeks. However, with a swift motion, Sasuke swatted her hand away and nestled his head deeper into Itachi's shoulder, fixated on her with wide eyes. Akane's smile faltered, and she forced a grin, saying, I am your brother's teammate and take good care of him during missions. May I pinch your cheeks, please? Sasuke remained silent, burying his head even further. Come on, play with Akane, dear, Itachi encouraged. No, Sasuke replied obstinately. Then may I have a hug? Akane persisted. Feiju Qingting, observing the 3-year-old Sasuke, noted how his adorable eyes starkly contrasted with that of Orochimaru's father. He produced a slender piece of bamboo from his pocket, and, as Sasuke turned to look, he deftly manipulated it, revealing a miniature figurine, beginning from the feet, moving up to the ankles, waist, body, and finally the head. A mini-Q version of Itachi emerged in his hands. Sasuke's eyes brightened as he gazed at the figurine, exclaiming, It's brother. What do you think? It looks just like him. If you play with me, this will be yours. Feiju Qingting smiled, holding up the small Itachi figurine. Akane gritted her teeth, realizing she had been outdone again. I must learn this craft when I find the time. Just as Feiju Qingting sensed Sasuke's interest and thought he might agree, Sasuke turned his head away, rejecting the offer. Yet his gaze remained glued to the figurine. Hey, my resourceful teammate, you can't escape my grasp. Akane suddenly felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her, the earlier displeasure dissipating. Perhaps learning a craft wasn't necessary. Saving money for sweet treats was far more enticing. Onlookers chuckled, never expecting the Uchiha to exhibit such a delightful side, so different from the members of the security force. Itachi also smiled, realizing that with a little effort, the Uchiha could indeed integrate into Konoha. Observing Feiju Qingting, he understood that there were ninjas in the village who bore no malice towards the Uchiha. How dare you, kid? You think you can refuse what I offer? Feiju Qingting playfully lifted Sasuke from Itachi's arms, dangling him before himself and placing the figurine in his hands. You thought you could escape my clutches? Huh. Soon. I shall boast that I am the man who carries the son of the legendary Sasuke. That proud and arrogant youth now dangled like a puppet in his grasp. Indeed, one must seize the opportunity early, whether to tease or to play. As Sasuke observed the bandaged face so close, he seemed to snap back to reality, suddenly bursting into tears. Tears streamed down his cheeks, yet he clutched the small Itachi figurine tightly. Those nearby stared in disbelief, questioning the necessity of teasing a child. Uchiha Mikoto felt slightly awkward, silently lamenting, This mischievous fellow, I hope he doesn't negatively influence my little Itachi during missions. Itachi himself felt exasperated, having sensed the peculiar mischief in his strong teammate, now affirmed by this incident. Feiju Qingting, with a stoic expression, returned Sasuke to Itachi's embrace. All right, little crybaby. Back to your brother you go. My figurine is yours now. Gazing at the adorable Sasuke, Feiju Qingting's thoughts drifted homeward. It had been over 3 months. And in 7 months, his own baby would arrive, undoubtedly even cuter than Sasuke. Imagining Sasuke's future self, full of bravado in front of the strong, he felt certain that his own child would surpass him. Brother, Sasuke murmured, clutching Itachi tightly with one hand while holding the figurine in the other. The tears had faded, replaced by joy as he gazed happily at the small Itachi figurine. Chapter 57. Rest. Danzo in the streets of Konoha. Sasuke clung to Itachi's back. Tightly grasping the small Itachi figurine, curiosity piqued. "Brother, who is that bad uncle?" he inquired. Behind them, Uchiha Makoto shared the sentiment, wary that such a quirky character might influence little Itachi negatively. Itachi chuckled. "That is a special jonin of the village, Senpai Feiju Qingting. He is not a bad uncle, but he bullied me." Sasuke protested, recalling how he had been made to cry. "Special jonin?" Makoto echoed, surprised that 2 jonin had been dispatched on a single mission. Relieved to see Itachi unscathed. Clearly, Itachi's teammates were quite reliable. Indeed, a powerful Genjutsu user. "I believe he could rival Brother Shursui," Itachi remarked. Since his previous teammates had perished and Shursui had rescued him, they had forged a bond. Knowing Shursui's prowess, Itachi viewed him as the strongest Genjutsu user among the Uchiha. The emergence of Feiju Qingting had opened his eyes to the existence of formidable ninjas beyond the Sharingan. Makoto was taken aback. How could this be? As the clan leader's wife, I have heard Fugaka speak of Shursui as the strongest genius of the Uchiha in a decade, with Genjutsu superior even to that of the clan leader. Yet a mere special jonin, like Feiju Qingting, can be compared to Shursui? Sasuke, playing with the figurine, asked, "What is Genjutsu?" Feiju Qingting, sitting across from Ayam, animatedly recounted his exploits. "With a Genjutsu feint, I adorned the battlefield with splendid cherry blossoms, sending my foes to their demise while I remained unscathed." He spoke with gentle yet forceful tones, as if narrating his brave deeds to Ayam's unborn child. Ayam, caressing her belly, chuckled at Feiju Qingting's antics. "Did you hear that, little one? Your father is quite strong. You must grow up to be a formidable figure, just like him." "Of course, my child will not be inferior to others," Feiju Qingting declared with pride. He had envisioned rivaling Kakashi Hatake, Zayun Hatake, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Hashirama, and even Madara Uchiha, believing that under his guidance, his son or daughter would be capable of defeating Madara and even kicking the first Hokage, achieving at least the strength of his grandfather. This was a confidence derived from fatherhood. And to set a proper example, he knew he must not be complacent. As he was not the team leader this time, he was relieved from tedious reports and hurried to see Ayam, sensing the vibrant life within her. Feiju Qingting felt a deep sense of satisfaction, leading to his earlier boast of providing prenatal education. After a brief moment of intimacy with Changpu, he made her realize the strength of his abilities, assuring her that the risks of external missions were minimal and that there was no need for concern. Only then did he begin to contemplate his academic pursuits for the coming period. To serve as a role model for the younger generation, one must naturally possess commendable strength. Presently, his capabilities still fell short compared to the world-destroying ninjas of the later stages. He pondered his own growth. The study of mind-reading techniques could not be neglected. He viewed this series of skills as a trump card in decisive moments. His current mastery of the Eye of Insight had reached an impasse. The summoned illusions were not as versatile as he wished. For instance, transforming into a Kagerō merely resulted in a robust ninja, devoid of the ability to unleash Kamehameha or energy slashes. He could not utilize ninjutsu either, indicating that his current prowess in this realm was limited to summoning various types of strong bodies and imbuing them with rich combat experience through the mind-reading techniques. His methods were rather singular. He had an inkling regarding the ability of illusions to deceive the heavens and the earth, contemplating a fusion of the sealing techniques and barrier techniques he had previously studied. However, this idea was still in its nascent stages, and he decided to set it aside for the time being. If memory served him right, there existed a ninja clan in the shinobi world that dealt in weather manipulation. He could intentionally seek them out later to expedite his progress. As for the series of sensory manipulation techniques, he had achieved a modest level of success in visual illusions, at least sufficient to contend with ninjas of Shursui's caliber. His mastery of shape-shifting manipulation was also unparalleled. The next step involved researching the quality, form, texture, scent, and sound. Initially, he focused on the realm of sound. Compared to other domains, sound-based illusions held significant advantages. They posed less difficulty, had a wider reach, and were harder to defend against. Thus, he decided to delve into sound-based illusions, confident that, with his ample talent and the considerable time until the Fourth Great Ninja War, he would have enough opportunity to develop them fully. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the task report submitted by the morning's white cloud. It meticulously detailed the events of the mission, including any changes in the terrain along the borders, the frequency of merchant caravans, and fluctuations in weather conditions. Upon reviewing the capabilities exhibited by Feiju Qingting, he raised an eyebrow at the impressive display of taijutsu, ninjutsu, sensory perception, genjutsu, and analytical skills, alongside effective communication with his companions. The report even included a recommendation from White Cloud suggesting that Feiju Qingting was deserving of promotion to Jonin. Although special Jonin were categorized as Jonin within the system, there remained a distinction in nomenclature. Special Jonin possessed formidable combat prowess, but had weaknesses, making them susceptible to targeting in cases of intelligence leaks. True Jonin, on the other hand, were not easily countered by singular abilities. The compensation for both categories was the same, as they belonged to the same administrative framework, which served as a crucial indicator of a ninja's capabilities in Konoha. Hiruzen firmly believed that Feiju Qingting was indeed ready for this advancement. In terms of leadership and personal strength, he was on par with Kakashi and White Cloud. Thus, it would be rather unreasonable not to promote him. However, it was still necessary to consult with the two advisors regarding the appointment of a Jonin, as such decisions required not only the Hokage's endorsement, but also reports to the higher echelons of the Fire Nation. Official Jonin received a monthly salary in addition to their mission assignments. Hiruzen, desiring to secure the necessary funds, could only submit his report. He summoned two old friends to discuss the matter, assigning them the responsibility of this task. Mito Minyin and Tsunade Haruno nodded in agreement. As they were the advisors responsible for various civil affairs in Konoha, and such communication with the Fire Nation required their involvement. Hiruzen, this is a talent worth nurturing. Why not entrust him to me? I will ensure he receives the proper guidance, one of them suggested. During their conversation, a man with his arms crossed and a cross-shaped scar on his chin appeared before Hiruzen. Danzo, Feiju Qingting's abilities are already sufficient. He does not require Root's training. Do not make any rash decisions, or else the existence of Root may become unnecessary, Hiruzen retorted, unwilling to allow a ninja with a strong will to enter Root. Moreover, with Feiju Qingting's wife expecting a child, such a move was utterly inconceivable. These individuals represented the future of Konoha, not Root. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Danzo scoffed. He was well aware of the impracticality of his stance, yet he insisted on maintaining his claim to that authority. Chapter 58. Sound-based illusions in the Konoha district of Lijinshuan. The sounds of tinkling, clanging, and flowing water filled the air. The clear and melodious high notes, gentle and prolonged melodies, and deep, resonant bass flowed alongside the river. The notes, varying in pitch, emerged from the harmonica held in Feiju Qingting's right hand, dancing forth with a lingering breath. Initially, each note was played with hesitation, but gradually, they began to connect, and a cheerful melody unfurled from his lips. From the first timid notes, after merely a few scales and tentative sounds, he discovered a precise and stable pitch. As this joyful tune soared into the air, the birds perched on the trees by the river flew above him, circling in delight. Chirp, chirp. Feiju Qingting extended his left hand, and several small birds landed on his arm. Their eyes were filled with rapture as they bobbed their heads in rhythm. Flatterers, he mused inwardly, bemused by their adoration. He had merely skimmed through the various uses of the harmonica, and despite his talent, it was improbable that he could enchant the birds to such an extent in such a short period. Hey, Uncle Dragonfly! Just as he was about to resume his practice, a childish and adorable voice rang out from behind him. Feiju Qingting sensed several figures nearby, set down his harmonica, and turned slowly. Naruto stood there, a fishing rod slung over his shoulder, clutching a weathered bucket. Ah, Naruto-kun, you remember me, he exclaimed, retrieving some grains from his bag to feed the birds on his arm as a reward for their flattery. He was pleasantly surprised by Naruto's remarkable memory. Having met just once at the age of 1, the boy was now almost 4 and still recalled their encounter. Beaming with joy at the recognition, Naruto exclaimed, Uncle remembers me. I'm a ninja, you know, intelligence is paramount. So how could you forget this little guy? Feiju Qingting pointed to his forehead protector. Naruto, with his small stature, looked up with his adorable blue eyes, blinking innocently. A ninja? Is that the kind of person who flies around tall buildings? Suddenly, Naruto's stomach growled. Ah, I have to go fishing now, he declared, patting his belly, feeling the urgency despite wishing to continue chatting with his uncle. He rolled up his pants and approached the riverbank, retrieving remnants from his tattered bag to bait his hook. With a flick of his small hand, the hook splashed into the water. Feiju Qingting smiled, picking up his harmonica to continue his musical practice. Sound-based illusions could be released without a thorough understanding of music theory, albeit with diminished efficacy, a lesson learned from many seasoned ninjas. Different melodies could impart varying enhancements to illusions. As he infused a small amount of chakra into the sound waves he played, the music spread through the air. While fishing, neither Naruto nor the hidden Umbu members surrounding them felt any disturbance. However, as the sound waves mingled with the river, permeating the depths, some fish that had been resting or barely stirring suddenly awakened to a surge of appetite. "Captain, this guy is a ninja. He can't be plotting against the Nine Tails. Can he?" One Umbu member remarked to the silver-haired, cat-faced masked leader. Another Umbu member chimed in, "Should we stop him?" They watched as Feiju Qingting casually conversed with the Nine Tails, their instincts as operatives stirred into action, fearing that the other party might be after the Nine Tails. The captain of the Umbu observed little Naruto, whose small frame was busy fishing with a rod, feeling a pang of sympathy. "I know that person. He wouldn't resort to such actions. Rest assured," he reassured. The other Umbu members, upon hearing this, restrained their impulses to drive the intruder away but remained poised for battle. The Umbu captain, watching the way the dragonfly played its melody, ceased further interaction with Naruto, feeling a sense of relief. Although his friend had never shown any interest in the Nine Tails, vigilance was part of their duty. He hoped to avoid confrontation with this friend. Suddenly, a fish, no larger than the size of a palm, was caught by the 3-year-old Naruto. He joyfully placed the fish on the grass, treating it like a treasure before tossing it into his bucket. "Why are the fish so easy to catch today?" he pondered, his little heart filled with curiosity as he beheld the bucket brimming with fish. At that moment, the sound of the uncle's music reached his ears, becoming increasingly pleasant to him. He then examined the fish in his bucket, lifting one to show the uncle. "Dragonfly uncle, I caught so many fish today. I'll give you one." The dragonfly was momentarily taken aback, a smile creeping onto his lips. "That's your catch. You should eat it yourself. I must head home now," he replied, putting away his harmonica and waving goodbye as he departed. Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment as the dragonfly vanished from sight. However, remembering that the uncle had remembered his name and even called him Naruto-kun, he regained his sunny disposition, feeling satisfied with his day's haul. Today was lucky. He decided to catch a few more fish to take home. Naruto glanced at his overflowing bucket and then at his attire, resolving to seize the opportunity to fish some more. "Why can't I catch any more?" he wondered, contemplating a change of location. Could it be that the uncle's song attracted the fish? He resolved to learn from the uncle the next time they met. On his way home, the dragonfly hummed a familiar tune. Encountering Naruto had been unexpected, and assisting him stemmed from his kindness. Though he refrained from overextending himself to avoid disruption to his own life, he was willing to help as long as it did not interfere with his family. For instance, he believed in performing small acts of kindness rather than grand ones, as large deeds could breed enmity, while small ones garnered goodwill. With a foundation in visual illusion techniques, he found that the difficulty of learning auditory illusions had diminished. Based on his recent practice, he deemed auditory illusions relatively simple. However, he mused over the scarcity of information regarding this subject in Konoha, suspecting that their musical aptitude might be lacking. Only someone of his exceptional talent could deem it straightforward. Similar to visual illusions, auditory illusion techniques shared the same principle, inducing illusions in the enemy. The means of transmission differed, but the essence remained unchanged. Visual illusions could immobilize an enemy's gaze, effectively neutralizing a significant advantage. Referring to the original narrative, Asuma and Kakashi struggled against Itachi's illusions, resorting to brute force without knowing how to counter. Even the illusion master, Kurinai, found herself at a loss, highlighting the supremacy of visual techniques. In contrast, the advantage of auditory illusions lay in their range and ease of targeting, though the drawback was that they could be anticipated, allowing the enemy to devise countermeasures swiftly, just as he had done against that Jonin from the Cloud Village, creating a disorientation that caught them off guard. He reflected that he had not seen Iruka and the others in a while. They must have become Chunin by now, indicating significant growth in their abilities. Once he became familiar with auditory illusion techniques, he planned to practice with them soon, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect. After spending a few days with family, he occasionally helped his father weave adorable little animals for sale. With I am pregnant, she refrained from heavy labor, assisting their father with the tasks he undertook. The dragonfly, however, felt no inclination to spare his father from work. Instead, he found solace in his father's diligence. He recalled how in his previous life, his father would lie idle with a phone, reluctant to leave home even for a drink, wishing to drag him out for a stroll in the sun. He did not want his current father to fall into such a routine. Dragonfly, don't you have any missions lately? His father, Feizhu Dongqing, inquired with curiosity. The dragonfly had been toying with his harmonica every day, attempting to play music, which prompted concern. Even if you lack missions, you should still train. You used to be diligent, never missing a day as practice. He lamented that if he were to be injured, he would not attain the same renown as his classmate. Kakashi, the dragonfly replied, I have no missions. Even ninjas need rest. Guarding the borders can be quite exhausting. One cannot be perpetually engaged in tasks. But if you don't train, you might become rusty, and then you'll be just like your father, Feizhu Dongqing remarked, shaking his arm, which had lost 2/3 of its strength. Look, you can't even perform hand seals. Your ninja path will be ruined. I am chuckled softly at this, but grew concerned upon hearing that the dragonfly was neglecting training, fearing he might end up injured. The dragonfly, exasperated, responded, You truly are relentless. Do you still wish to be a ninja? Are you even cut out for it? I can perform hand seals with one hand, he stated coolly, demonstrating by forming seals with one hand, causing a butterfly he had just woven to come to life, transforming into a vibrant, multicolored creature that danced around Iam, dispelling her worries. The butterfly finally settled on her hair, fluttering its wings gracefully. In that moment, the dragonfly felt a lump in his throat. And I haven't neglected my training. I still spend time honing my physical skills and shuriken techniques daily. Recently, I've been practicing auditory illusions, illusions. He continued. All right, I get it, you're impressive. Feizhu Dongqing replied, feeling deflated, having intended to use his fatherly authority to educate his son, only to discover his remarkable abilities. Well done, dear, Iam chimed in with a smile. Suddenly, the dragonfly raised an eyebrow as a familiar figure sped toward his home. I have something to attend to. I'll be stepping out for a moment. With a swift motion, he activated the body flicker technique, disappearing and reappearing at his doorstep. Upon seeing the familiar masked face, he felt puzzled. Could it be another urgent mission? In an instant, the bandages that had been coiled around his arm now wrapped around his head, and he adjusted his forehead protector accordingly. He was unbound at home, but he preferred to be wrapped when outside. Is there another mission? Feizhu Dongqing murmured as he watched his son vanish. He had just been complaining, and now it seemed urgent matters had arisen. Iam's face reflected concern as she silently prayed that it was not a dangerous assignment. Don't worry about that rascal. He's quite capable, Feizhu Dongqing reassured her, observing her anxious expression. He can perform hand seals with one hand. Not just any ninja can do that. He had practiced for years to maintain his skills, only giving up when absolutely necessary. He believed in his son's abilities more than anyone else. Iam gently caressed her belly, thinking, yes, my husband is indeed strong. The Hokage has commanded that unless there is an emergency, you are to report to the Hokage building immediately, the masked Umbu relayed to the dragonfly, producing an official order paper to prevent anyone from bypassing the Hokage to issue commands to the village's jonin. Upon confirming the authenticity of the order, the dragonfly nodded in understanding. It appeared that this was not an urgent mission, but still a significant matter. With a swift motion, the Umbu departed. The dragonfly returned home briefly to inform his family before hastening toward the Hokage building. I almost forgot. I have an appointment with Irika today. I hope I won't be late. Suddenly, Feizhu Qingting recalled that he had arranged to test his students' abilities today. This was certainly not motivated by the recent advancements in illusion techniques. It was for Irika's growth. Meanwhile, he pondered why the third Hokage had summoned him. Could it be that the Cloud Village ninjas, unwilling to relent, were launching a counterattack? If so, it would be an urgent matter. Was it possible that my request to study the dark illusion techniques had been approved by the third? Just days ago, although I had resolved to develop sound-based illusions, I would not abandon other techniques, such as the dark illusion created by the second Hokage, specifically designed to counter the Uchiha Sharingan. Given the complexity of such forbidden techniques, I doubt the higher-ups in Konoha would grant me permission so readily. By the time they agree, I should have completed my foundational work on sound-based illusions. Oh, acquiring a forbidden technique so easily would be quite fortunate, though I remain skeptical. Whoosh. The scenery of Konoha rushed by. Soon, Feiju Qingting arrived beneath the Hokage rock, where the towering building loomed beneath the faces of the 4 Hokages. Thud thud. Familiar with the routine, he knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. As Feiju Qingting entered, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of several individuals within. Greetings, Hokage-sama, esteemed advisors. Before him sat Mito-Gate-In and Nara Shikamaru, the second of the legendary Sannin, flanking the 3rd Hokage. You have arrived, Feiju Qingting. Yes, Hokage-sama, what are your instructions? Feiju Qingting inquired. With a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen produced a document and handed it to Feiju Qingting. Congratulations. You have been promoted to an official jonin of Konoha. Additionally, Hachi has also been appointed as the head of the intelligence department. We all recognize your abilities and your commitment to protecting Konoha. You will assume the role of the class leader in the analysis department. Nara Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Indeed, as an official jonin, you will receive a salary from the Land of Fire. You must take your responsibilities seriously. Mito-Gate-In entrusted the significant duty of safeguarding Konoha to him. Feiju Qingting accepted the document and, upon reading it, confirmed that it indeed contained details regarding the responsibilities and benefits associated with the jonin rank. It was quite similar to that of a special jonin, with the addition of a fixed monthly salary of 500,000 ryo. Thank you, Hokage-sama, esteemed advisors. I shall fulfill my duties diligently, Feiju Qingting replied, joyfully stowing the document. A promotion and a raise. A fixed salary of 500,000 ryo is not a small sum. It equates to 500 exploding tags. That's enough to obliterate Haiden multiple times. It's worth noting that the current daily earnings of my shop barely reach over 100,000 ryo. In a month, that's only the equivalent of 4 or 5 days worth of business. Not much at all. Chapter 60. How did you know I am a jonin? Training ground number 98. Damn it. Did the teacher stand me up? Irika, sporting a forehead protector and a ponytail, bore a scar on his nose as he muttered incessantly, glancing at the sky. Today, the teacher had promised to assess his progress, and Irika was excited, arriving at the training ground early. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he realized the appointed time had passed without a sign of his teacher. Since becoming a chunin and leading a team a year ago, his progress had been evident. Coupled with the recognition from the 3rd Hokage, he had become a teacher at the Ninja Academy, diligently learning many things. Eagerly anticipating a chance to showcase his skills before Feiju Qingting. Caw! Just as he was growing anxious, a hawk's cry echoed from afar. Upon looking up, he saw a massive hawk soaring above him. Damn it! I still haven't mastered that technique. What a shame. Irika recognized the hawk as a sign that his teacher had arrived and reminisced about his time learning under Feiju Qingting. This secret technique, known as the finishing touch, had been studied by him and his 2 teammates. Unfortunately, only the Nara clan member had shown some aptitude for illusion techniques, managing to grasp a half-finished version. Neither he nor Jiki had succeeded in mastering it. This was why he referred to Feiju Qingting as his teacher, as he truly treated them as his disciples. Whoosh! Feiju Qingting leaped down from the sky, swiftly reducing the hawk and placing it in his bag. He landed gracefully, looking at Irika with a smile. Haha, it seems I am fashionably late. Indeed, teacher, I remember you are not one to arrive late, Irika curiously remarked. In his eyes, the teacher was the epitome of diligence, and he had never witnessed him tardy. Feiju Qingting raised his head and, employing the musical knowledge he had just acquired, spoke in a low, yet clear tone. Oh, how did you know I had just received my official jonin appointment in the role of class leader from Hokage-sama? Irika was momentarily taken aback, muttering, Teacher, I had no idea, but felt a sense of joy for his teacher. Well, now you do, don't you? Yes, indeed. Feiju Qingting nodded with satisfaction, appreciating Irika's perceptiveness. By the way, I heard you will be teaching at the academy? Irika nodded, excitedly responding, You mentioned my talent may not be exceptionally strong, but I am quite meticulous, making me well-suited for teaching. Plus, after a year of leading a team, I have come to realize this is a good choice, allowing me to contribute to Konoha and uphold the will of fire of Hokage-sama and yourself. Feiju Qingting had the urge to tell him that the will of fire was mere nonsense, akin to idol worship. Its essence was divine when effective and superstitious when ineffective. However, he held his tongue, as voicing such thoughts would be futile for others and detrimental to himself. He was indeed a staunch executor of the will of fire. How could he entertain such notions? Indeed, the will of fire is he and he is the will of fire. Excellent. Becoming a chunin at 14 and teaching at the Ninja Academy at 15, truly a testament to your talent. Keep it up, the future belongs to you, he encouraged, patting Irika on the shoulder. Compared to the original timeline, he had become a chunin 2 years earlier, which was quite impressive among commoners. Teacher, you are only 2.5 years older than me. Don't speak as if you were ancient. Irika replied, exasperated. Enough chatter. I didn't call you here for idle talk. Show me your progress over the years. If you embarrass me, you know the consequences, Feiju Qingting threatened. Gulp. At the mention of consequences, Irika's throat tightened, recalling the punishments he had faced under his teacher's guidance. Those experiences were fraught with danger, but were not as terrifying as this. Gaining newfound confidence, he reminded himself that he had become a chunin at 14, just 2 years behind his teacher, and had an additional year of leadership training. What was there to fear? Irika looked at his teacher, filled with determination. Come on, teacher. I am a man who will serve as a role model for my students, and I will not be intimidated by your illusions. His eyes gleamed with fervor. Oh. Feiju Qingting regarded him seriously, observing his confident gaze. Excellent. As expected of my disciple, such confidence is essential. Now, let me witness your current strength. Whoosh. Feiju Qingting retreated to a suitable distance and formed a hand seal. Irika mirrored his actions. The wind tousled their hair as they prepared. Whoosh. Clang. Shuriken clashed in midair, creating sparks of enthusiasm. Kunai also collided in a brief exchange, showcasing Irika's impressive taijutsu as he engaged with Feiju Qingting. Irika, this level of skill is insufficient. Feiju Qingting remarked, effortlessly countering all of Irika's attacks with a single kunai. Irika's lips curled into a smile as he exclaimed, of course not. The flying bamboo dragonfly, attuned to its surroundings, swiftly released the shuriken earlier cast by Irika, forming a vast array that encircled him. Flames danced forth as fire release techniques ignited, each ninja tool emitting slender lines of fire that converged around the flying bamboo dragonfly, creating an inverted bowl that rapidly constricted. The ground beneath was also ensnared by the jutsu. The earth cleaved into small squares, drawing ever closer. Irika, now with eyes shut, declared, Teacher, I shall not allow your genjutsu to hinder my resolve. Prepare yourself. He took pride in the fire release technique he had developed using the fire nature transformation taught by his mentor. Each flame is imbued with intense heat, possessing a cutting force even stronger than your wind release. Be cautious. A hint of pride tinged his voice, though a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Would he inadvertently harm his teacher? Thus, he revealed his jutsu. Suddenly, a hand clapped upon his shoulder. Who dares interrupt my duel with the teacher? Irika brushed the hand aside. In an instant, his eyes flew open to find the smiling visage of the flying bamboo dragonfly before him. Well done. You've even managed to develop your own jutsu. Impressive. Irika glanced at the area where his technique had just manifested, now resembling a charred landscape, the ground fragmented like a delicately woven tapestry. Was that a mere substitute? He pondered. In their earlier confrontation, the flying bamboo dragonfly had refrained from employing jutsu or genjutsu, relying solely on taijutsu and shuriken in their spar. Irika had believed his teacher was merely holding back, but the realization struck him. When had the substitute been created? Chapter 61, My Apologies. It was I who did it. As Irika's thoughts swirled, the flying bamboo dragonfly swiftly retreated, producing a harmonica. I've witnessed your progress. Now, allow me to demonstrate my own. Irika, caught off guard by the harmonica, sensed impending trouble. Whenever his teacher brought forth something new, it signified an impending surprise. With deftness, he retrieved a few shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, aiming to thwart the flying bamboo dragonfly's actions. Swish, swish, toot, toot, clang, clang. The incoming shuriken were deftly dodged as the teacher resonated with chakra, filling the harmonica with his essence, and began to play a lilting melody. I knew it. Irika realized the gravity of the situation. He had become his teacher's experimental subject once more. He could have easily landed a decisive blow but opted instead for the harmonica. Before he could finish his thought, darkness enveloped him. When light returned, he found himself suspended on a cross, facing a sinister old woman adorned with bandages, standing before a cauldron brimming with an assortment of unappetizing dishes. Irika felt not only a veil of darkness before his eyes, but also within his heart, especially as the old woman scooped a portion with a large spoon, her mouth involuntarily opening to feed him. No, teacher. Please, not this. echoed a desperate cry from his mental space, mirrored by his physical form, which screamed in unison. The flying bamboo dragonfly, having ceased his melody, sensed a surge of energy within Irika's chest, as if he were on the verge of retching. A smile crept across his face. Surely, Irika must find this hodgepodge delightful. With that, he conjured a rocking chair, settling down to await Irika's escape from the Jinjutsu. Without the continuous release of the illusion, a regular dispelling technique would suffice, though he wondered if Irika could withstand the grotesque flavors long enough to break free. The concoction, featuring fish mint, Beijing bean juice, cilantro rice, and durian dessert, should prove to be an overwhelming, albeit singular, sensory punishment. After all, Irika had faced such culinary horrors before. It was merely the first time they had come together. With furrowed brows, clenched cheeks, and a taut forehead, Irika's senses tightened, leaving him with a mere pinhole view. Tears streamed from the minuscule gaps, while mucus hung like crystal pendants, his muscles involuntarily tensed. I can no longer endure these sparring sessions with my teacher. After a brief period of adaptation, the realization struck him. This was an illusion, one that could indeed be dispelled. Focusing his remaining energy, he compressed his chakra to its lowest point before unleashing a sudden eruption. The frightening visage of the old woman faded, replaced by the serene sight of the flying bamboo dragonfly, seemingly asleep. He felt a cool sensation on his chin and, brushing his hand over the area, was met with a sticky texture that jolted his mind. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was mucus. Snap! Ah, Irika, how utterly disgusting. The flying bamboo dragonfly's voice rang out, revealing a camera that had captured the moment. Quite the progress you've made. You are on your way to becoming a competent teacher. Truly impressive. Irika's pleas to delete the photo were met with refusal, as the teacher praised him further. What a close call. I nearly forgot to document this moment. Imagine presenting Irika's embarrassing photos to the next generation when Naruto and his peers come of age. What a delight that would be. Irika lamented, Teacher, this isn't an assessment of my abilities. You merely wish to experiment with your new Jinjutsu. The flying bamboo dragonfly nodded, then quickly shook his head, exclaiming, Nonsense. I would never use my disciple as a test subject. I simply wanted you to experience the illusion for yourself, to enrich your teaching arsenal for the growth of Konoha. He patted his chest, affirming his sincerity. Irika, feeling even more despondent, replied, My Jinjutsu skills are limited to dispelling illusions, as you have pointed out. What? Did I ever say that? The teacher countered. No matter, I have grown. This jutsu has been specially processed. I have thoroughly studied the resonance between chakra and taste buds. By following my hand signs, one can release an illusion that induces specific flavors. But only applicable to humans, not summoning beasts, the flying bamboo dragonfly confirmed without hesitation. Irika's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? If so, could I use this to discipline any unruly students, just as you have taught us? Imagining himself as an unassailable teacher at the Ninja Academy, Irika's lips curled into a devious smile. No one understood the power of this Jinjutsu better than he did. It was the very force that had forged him alongside his peers, spurring their potential. Have faith. Do you doubt your teacher's prowess? The flying bamboo dragonfly boasted. Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Choji, I truly harbor no malicious intent. My goal is solely for the future prosperity of Konoha. If you happen to be caught in the crossfire, consider it for your own good. With a mischievous chuckle, the flying bamboo dragonfly's thoughts drifted to the prospect of using Irika's newfound technique on the next generation of ninja. Achoo! In a simple room, Naruto was enjoying ramen when he suddenly felt a tickle in his nose, nearly toppling the bowl with his sneeze. Startled, he quickly steadied it with both hands. Am I coming down with something? In the Nara household, Shikamaru, poised with a shogi piece, placed it on the desired square when he too felt an itch in his nose. Achoo! What's wrong, Shikamaru? Don't let a sneeze mask the impending reality of your defeat. Look, you strategically placed the shogi piece, effectively cornering Shikamaru. I refused to concede, yet an ominous feeling gnawed at my heart, leaving little Shikamaru perplexed. Upon hearing this, Look, you chuckled, asserting that a real man must acknowledge when defeat is inevitable. Not at all. Shikamaru countered, sneezing, It's nothing. Akamaru, let's try again. Little Inuzuka Kiba, scratching his nose, looked at his newly gifted companion Akamaru with a smile, eager to practice their coordination once more. At the barbecue restaurant, a sneeze escaped from the plump little Choji, who, despite being over 3 years old, skillfully grasped the meat as if wielding chopsticks to catch flies. Not even a sneeze could quell his appetite. Choji, slow down. You're catching a cold, his mother exclaimed, hurriedly handing him a tissue to wipe his nose. Chapter 62. The 8 Sense of Fire Testing Irika's Current Abilities. He was introduced to a new technique, receiving a scroll detailing his latest research, a sound-based illusion technique designed to evoke extreme flavors. This art comprised 8 variations: Beijing mung bean juice, coriander, fish mint, herbal tea, lemon acid, chili, stinky tofu, and mustard. Given its completeness, Naruto's modified technique was rendered obsolete, and the new technique was aptly named the 8 Sense of Fire by the swift bamboo dragonfly. Irika eagerly opened the scroll, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The 8 Sense of Fire, a classic illusionary technique embodying the will of fire, could compel mischievous students to pay attention in class. It was crafted by the legendary illusion master of Konoha, Bamboo Dragonfly, and passed on to his disciple Irika, with hopes for its further proliferation. Stealing a glance at his teacher, Irika mused, "You really know how to embellish your own reputation." Though he thought this, the specific methods of releasing the illusion and its 8 variations captivated him. Beijing mungbean juice. What a bizarre name. It must carry that dreadful smell of a filthy rag. The technique targeted the taste buds of ninjas, rendering it ineffective against summoning beasts or monsters. Its advantages were evident. This illusion primarily affected the physical body rather than the mind. It induced specific tastes through the central nervous system, glossopharyngeal nerves, and other bodily conduits, transmitting sensations directly to the brain. Unlike Naruto's modified technique, which relied on visual illusions to affect the mind, the sound-based illusion of the 8 Sense of Fire directly induced hallucinations in the body upon hearing the sound. The difficulty of countering it was significantly heightened. Teacher, you're truly perverse to have created such a technique. Surely you don't intend to use it for your own amusement? Despite the excitement of potentially mastering this extraordinarily twisted technique, Irika felt a twinge of unease at the thought of it being used on himself. Previously a visual technique, it was now auditory, making it even more challenging to defend against. Ridiculous. Do you think I am that kind of person? Just look at the description. This illusion embodies the will of fire, a great technique that has nurtured generations of talent. How could you think otherwise? Bamboo Dragonfly dismissed Irika's concerns. Irika's eyes gleamed with determination. Teacher, to test whether I can master it, allow me to try it on you. Stand still and don't defend yourself. Let us see if your illusion truly succeeds. You impudent brat, are you looking to take revenge on your teacher? Get out of here. Bamboo Dragonfly kicked him away. Irika, undeterred, brushed himself off and left. Bamboo Dragonfly shook his head and returned home, having officially become a jonin. Bamboo Dragonfly's father was elated, celebrating with drinks until he collapsed at the dinner table. His mother, Shobu, shared in his joy. Late that night, after completing his daily illusion research, Bamboo Dragonfly began contemplating his promotion to jonin and the responsibilities of leading the analysis team. After much reflection, it seemed harmless enough. Work had become more liberating, free from the scrutiny of superiors. No, Yamashiro Kaichi remained his superior, but in this role, he no longer needed to worry about appearances. Furthermore, he had a voice in various matters. Being a jonin signified an elevation in his capabilities, earning the trust of his subordinates through demonstrated competence. However, it also brought increased responsibilities. Sleep, he thought. This position is manageable. The next day, in the analysis team, Bamboo Dragonfly officially assumed the role of team leader under the watchful eyes of his many colleagues. This transition evoked nostalgia among them, recalling the once prodigious captain who had grown into their superior. Especially for Seiji, who had witnessed Bamboo Dragonfly's journey through marriage, promotion to jonin, and now to team leader. Duke Ryu, too, reflected on the unpredictable twists of fate. Despite his own unfulfilled potential as the demon sergeant, Bamboo Dragonfly had ascended to jonin status and was now his superior. It seems my abilities are formidable, having swiftly produced a jonin, he mused, casting his gaze upon the new recruits in the analysis team, who were respectfully facing their new leader, unaware that the infamous demon sergeant had set his sights on them. Bamboo Dragonfly's first order of business was routine. The workflow of the analysis team was already well established, requiring no alterations. The new team leader merely needed to collect and organize intelligence gathered by his subordinates for reporting. The work was relatively light. Of course, Being a team leader was not without its duties. As a senior member of a department, there was much to learn. He would need to seek guidance from Yamashiro Kaichi regarding interdepartmental coordination and liaising with the Hokage, while diligently applying himself to his work ethic. A document arrived from Sarutobi Hisashi. In 3 days, representatives from the Cloud Village would arrive in Konoha to discuss an alliance. Staring at the document, Bamboo Dragonfly was momentarily taken aback. Was a significant event from the original narrative about to unfold? The moment he learned of the Cloud Village's intent to ally, he recalled the incident of Hisashi's demise. His directive was clear: instruct his subordinates to avoid conflict with anyone from the Cloud Village. As the leader of the analysis team, it was not his role to engage with the Cloud Village. He merely needed to fulfill his responsibilities and would likely not encounter them. As for rescuing anyone, he felt powerless. In terms of perception, aside from their distinct characteristics, the Byakugan clan was not inferior to him. The fact that the Cloud Village could infiltrate indicated that they had employed some method to evade detection by the Byakugan. Alternatively, it could be that the Hyuga clan refrained from activating their Byakugan within the confines of their family. In any case, the situation was too convoluted for him to untangle, even with a sharp mind. Unless he could read minds one by one, he felt utterly outmatched. Furthermore, in the realm of politics, he humbly acknowledged his inferiority to the third Hokage. Each time he faced his juniors, a mere utterance of the will of fire could inspire their diligence. What could he offer? A heavy-handed technique like the 8 Sense of Fire or attempting high-level ninjutsu. None could compare to the effectiveness of the third Hokage's simple invocation of Fire's will. Thus, such matters were not his concern. He was merely a laborer, and doing his job well was already commendable. Earning a mere few $100,000 a month, he thought, what a risky endeavor. For now, all he needed to do was to steadily grow stronger, simultaneously feeling grateful that he had not been reincarnated into a Uchiha or Hyuga. Such lives, with their golden advantages yet devoid of freedom, seemed altogether hollow, an illusion of freedom. Presumably, the other higher-ups were already busy with their affairs. Indeed, the analysis team was the most leisurely department. Chapter 63, The Cloud Village Konoha's Main Gate. Under the arrangement of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a team awaited in anticipation as distant silhouettes gradually emerged. Caution was paramount. Not long ago, Yun-in had ambushed a merchant convoy from the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron. This so-called alliance could very well be a ruse orchestrated by Yun-in. In the shadows, several Umbu were monitoring the potential conspiracy. Such possibilities were not to be disregarded, yet since the Hokage had issued orders, it was imperative to adhere to them and fulfill the mission. How perplexing it was that the Hokage did not command a counteroffensive, as this pertained to vital trade concerning Konoha's ninja tools. This was Konoha, occupying the most fertile lands of the Fire Country. It was utterly frustrating. They still possessed considerable strength, as it was rumored that previously, at the border of the Fire Country, the esteemed Chuanjia and Chi Yao had been felled by a Konoha squad. Who was responsible for their demise? Was it the legendary Hatake Kakashi, who had acquired the Sharingan, or the renowned Shunshin Shizun, or perhaps an elite from the Hokage's direct Umbu? According to intelligence from our spies, it was 2 Jonin dispatched by Konoha, leading a pair of young ninjas named Baiyun Zhaochan and Feiju Qingting. It seemed Konoha was indeed brimming with talent. Yet, what did it matter? Should we successfully complete our mission, we would augment the strength of our village once more. Enough of this. Konoha has arrived. The envoys from Yun-in bore swords on their backs and exhibited formidable musculature. Feiju Qingting perused various documents and records left by the previous squad leader, striving to clarify the duties of the analysis squad in the shortest time possible, keen to familiarize himself with the rules. Some tasks were rather straightforward, although they demanded considerable mental effort. Fortunately, he possessed a sharp intellect. The squad leader's responsibilities entailed collecting and organizing intelligence relayed by subordinates and submitting crucial information to the Hokage. Additionally, he was tasked with analyzing the corpses of enemies, summarizing the strengths and weaknesses of their jutsu, and compiling reports for the Hokage. While the workload might not seem excessive, it was, in fact, quite cumbersome due to the vast array of information involved. Enemy jutsu, the evolution of coded signals, and deducing potential enemy movements from subtle details were all part of the job. For instance, modern economic analysis dictates that when a particular commodity experiences a surge in purchases or shipments over a specified period, it reveals a great deal. This was the essence of his true work. Reporting to the Hokage was the easiest part. Thankfully, this was his forte. By now, the Yuan envoy should have been engaged in negotiations with the third Hokage. He retained a semblance of curiosity, as this event was notable within the original narrative, and he was quite intrigued to discern the third Hokage's thoughts behind entrusting Hinata to them. 3 days had passed since Yuan's delegation had arrived. After extensive negotiations, the envoys had frequently contacted Yuan village, ultimately reaching a treaty of alliance, a non-aggression pact that could be shattered at any moment. During the alliance ceremony, the Hokage invited the heads of various clans and departmental leaders to partake in the proceedings, including Feiju Qingting. Boredom set in. He wished for a swift conclusion to return and delve deeper into his studies of sound-based genjutsu. He sighed, as recent promotions and the Yuan alliance had diminished his research time. He had been exploring the manipulation of enemies' auditory perception through genjutsu, and with a few more months of work, he would master the ability to dictate what sounds his adversaries could hear. Sound-based genjutsu was not merely about ensnaring enemies with sound. It also involved other methods capable of inducing auditory hallucinations. The realms of visual and auditory techniques intertwined rather than existing as separate entities. The formal alliance between Yuan and Konoha was established. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded the ceremony alongside the Yuan envoy. The next day, the Yuan envoy would return to their village. However, an incident unfolded. While Feiju Qingting was at home with his wife, the Hyuga clan struck in the shadows, assassinating the Yuan envoy who sought to abduct the main house's Hinata. The following day, Feiju Qingting received word of the turmoil. An atmosphere of dread enveloped Konoha as the news spread. Just a day after the completion of the alliance ceremony, a Yuan ninja lay slain in Konoha. This was utterly unexpected for the higher-ups of Konoha. The Yuan envoy, however, remained adamant, denying any involvement and instead casting blame upon Konoha, alleging that they feigned an alliance to lower their guard. Ultimately, they extracted intelligence from the envoy's remains, harboring ill intentions. As foretold in the original storyline, the world gained a youth who believed in fate, while a brother perished in place of his elder sibling. Yuan was left with a lifeless body of no consequence. In an instant, many high-ranking officials in Konoha were left in contemplation. Hyuga Niji clenched his fists, gazing at his father's portrait in the morning hall, his sorrow unmistakable. Hyuga Hayashi, accompanied by Hinata, laid chrysanthemums in tribute. After the Yuan envoy's departure, Feiju Qingting unexpectedly received a summons from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Qingting, the development team for the Dragonfly Barrier has been established, and I require you to assume an additional position. Sarutobi's eyes reflected a hint of fatigue, clearly burdened by the recent events. Understood, Feiju Qingting responded. The previously mentioned barrier technique development was only now being revisited. It seemed that this incident had prompted the third Hokage to consider more preventive measures. Although Feiju Qingting had not diligently researched barrier techniques recently, his prodigious intellect allowed him to refine his previous work with minimal effort. He did not intend to slack off. Rather, he was simply taking on more responsibilities, which would inevitably lead to an increased workload. Nevertheless, these were tasks that brought rewards, money and resources, so they were acceptable to him. Additionally, holding 2 significant positions would reduce his chances of leaving the village, granting him more time to spend with his family and wife, a prospect he welcomed. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "At your current level of ability, you should also be able to learn that genjutsu. I have approved your application." Hearing this, a smile graced Feiju Qingting's face. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. Very well, go ahead, but be cautious. That technique is quite perilous, so do not overexert yourself." Feiju Qingting dismissed any concerns, confident in his innate talent that rendered challenging jutsu a mere formality. With a smile, he exited the door, politely closing it behind him. Once Feiju Qingting had departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. "Ah, I am growing old. If only I were 10 years younger, I would not allow Yuan to act so brazenly. Now, I can only hope to cultivate more children like Qingting in the coming years." Regarding Yuan, it was not that he lacked the desire to confront them. Rather, he was constrained by fear. Just a few years had passed since the Third Great Ninja War, and Konoha was only beginning to restore its former vitality, allowing its residents to lead stable lives. If conflict were to erupt once more, not only would Konoha struggle to withstand it, but the higher echelons of the Fire Country would certainly not permit such occurrences. Chapter 64. The humiliated Mizuki at Training Ground 88. Irika, with his ponytail, practiced a newly acquired Jinjutsu, the Fire of 8 Incense. After forming the necessary hand seals, he grasped the whistle hanging from his chest, gathering chakra in his mouth as he played in a specific rhythm. The discordant sounds echoed, toot, toot, chirp, chirp, causing the nearby birds to panic and flee in terror. Meanwhile, at a distance from the training ground, a figure approached, curious to discover who was practicing ninjutsu to such an extent that it frightened the birds away. This young man, with a tall and lean physique, and a sports cap securing his hair, wore a strikingly handsome face adorned with blue hues, his medium-length hair framing his jawline. His expression one of curiosity. Had Feiju Qingting been present, he would have recognized him as Mizuki, one of Konoha's classic characters, a minor antagonist with a protagonist visage. Shuei Mu approached the training ground with a sense of curiosity, instinctively concealing his presence. As he drew nearer, an unpleasant melody wafted through the air, prompting him to frown in distaste. Who could be playing such a cacophony? However, after a few more steps, he sensed something amiss. His tongue began to involuntarily produce saliva, which brought forth a foul odor that permeated his mouth. What on earth was that? The moment the wretched taste filled his mouth, his stomach reacted violently, and a wave of nausea surged up his throat. Ugh! Leaning against a tree, he retched, expelling a considerable amount of vile liquid. What was happening? He couldn't comprehend why his body was responding this way. Had he fallen victim to a ninjutsu? Or was it simply the horrid music that triggered such a reaction? With these thoughts in mind, Shuei Mu suppressed the nauseating taste and continued to advance stealthily. A few more meters later, the music changed again, morphing into another dissonant tune. It seemed devoid of any musicality. Listening to this wretched melody, Shuei Mu couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Yet, before he could savor the humor, his expression contorted as an unfamiliar bitterness spread from his mouth. His features scrunched up, and saliva pooled in his mouth as he sought to dilute the acrid taste, only to find it futile. Was this some form of secret technique? As an experienced ninja, he understood that such occurrences were not mere coincidence. This music was certainly problematic. The thought of secret arts ignited a flicker of jealousy in his eyes. Why was he a commoner, born into a humble family, learning only the basic techniques after countless missions to earn his own ninjutsu, while others wielded powerful secret arts from a young age? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shuei Mu concealed his aura further, intent on approaching quietly to discern who was practicing this mysterious technique. The rhythm of the music shifted once more. Just as he sensed danger, a sharp, wasabi-like taste erupted in his mouth, flooding his senses and making him feel as though his very mind was being assaulted. How infuriating! He was determined to uncover the identity of the musician. After experiencing a barrage of 5 different unpleasant flavors, spicy, foul, cilantro, fishy, and sour, the sound finally ceased. Shuei Mu's distorted face quickened its pace, his stealth faltering as he felt an overwhelming urge to discover who was responsible for this auditory torment. Tap, tap. Irika set down his whistle, a smile spreading across his face. After days of practice, he had finally managed to use the Jinjutsu his teacher had taught him, albeit with imperfect control. However, with continued effort and his adeptness at chakra manipulation, he had no doubt that he would master it. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching and turned to see a familiar yet strange figure before him. Shuei Mu, whose features appeared flushed and purple, as if he were unwell, his steps unsteady. "Shuei Mu, is that you?" he asked, perplexed. "Are you here to practice as well? Are you hurt?" As Shuei Mu slowly approached, the familiar voice prompted him to raise his painful mask, revealing Irika. Irika. How could it be Irika, the one he had pitted? "Shuei Mu, is it really you? Are you all right?" Irika inquired, concern etched on his face. Shuei Mu offered no reply but quickly scanned the training ground for any other ninjas. He noticed the absence of anyone besides Irika, assuming that others had either hidden away or departed. Am I the only one here? Irika wondered aloud. Were there others? You idiot. After all the kindness I've shown you, I'm referring to that wretched musician who played that horrendous tune just now. Where's that person? Shuei Mu's visage twisted in rage as he shouted at Irika. Taken aback by Shuei Mu's expression, Irika stammered. The musician you mentioned might be me. He held up the whistle hanging from his neck. I was the one playing it. Shuei Mu was momentarily stunned. Irika's demeanor did not suggest deceit, but he remained unsatisfied. How could Irika possess such a secret technique? After confirming that Irika was indeed telling the truth and that no one else was present, He reluctantly accepted that this was Irika's handiwork. How infuriating. How could he possess such a technique? Though these thoughts raced through his mind, his expression softened into a practiced smile. Irika, I apologize if I frightened you. I was merely passing through when I became ensnared by your technique, mistaking it for an enemy attack. It was you who created this? That's splendid. By the way, what kind of ninjutsu was that? Why must it sound so dreadful? Upon hearing Shuei-mu's words, Irika felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The scroll from my teacher states that even if the enemy lacks human taste buds, the sound can still impact their ears, thereby creating an additional point of attack. But if it truly sounds that terrible, it's rather embarrassing. I hope no one says I lack musicality. He chuckled awkwardly. This was a gift from my teacher, a genjutsu called 8 Flavors of Fire. After a moment's contemplation, Irika cautiously asked, Shuei-mu, I hope you weren't adversely affected by it? Only then did he truly observe Shuei-mu's familiar face, noting the same discomfort he had experienced when caught in the technique under their teacher's guidance. A wave of guilt surged within him. Shuei-mu had always treated him kindly after the loss of his parents, offering comfort and encouragement, and now he felt terrible for having subjected him to such an ordeal. Shuei-mu had always been considerate of Irika, especially after the tragic passing of his parents. Now, Irika felt an overwhelming urge to hide his face in shame. Chapter 65, Barrier Class, Training Ground 88. 8 Flavors of Fire. Genjutsu? Taught by your teacher? Each of Irika's words intensified Shuei-mu's discomfort. The genjutsu referred to the 8 flavors he had just experienced. Curse the 8 flavors. Irika's teacher could not be one of the school's instructors or the third Hokage. It must be his former team leader, the Dragonfly. How frustrating. Even though they were no longer on the same team, why was he still imparting new ninjutsu to Irika? Why had he not been granted such a teacher? Shuei-mu maintained a smile, but jealousy twisted within him. He was aware that 2 years prior, he and Irika had sparred under Dragonfly's guidance, and given their relationship, he knew who Irika's teacher was. Had Irika not learned so many cultivation methods from him, he would not have advanced to the Chunin rank so swiftly. At that time, Shuei-mu had wished for Dragonfly to be his teacher instead of Irika, the unfortunate soul whose parents had perished at the hands of the Nine Tails. Yet, even now that they were no longer part of the same team, Dragonfly was still so kind to Irika, fueling Shuei-mu's envy. Why was it that the third Hokage, Dragonfly, and others treated Irika so well, while he, Shuei-mu, remained in obscurity, relying solely on himself? Your teacher is truly wonderful for teaching you such a secret technique. I'm fine. Your progress is the best news. Shuei-mu laughed heartily, feigning indifference. Seeing Shuei-mu's nonchalance, Irika breathed a sigh of relief. Dragonfly-sensei is amazing, but he has a peculiar sense of humor. For instance, this genjutsu, did you feel it? Its practical application in battle isn't significant. It was designed to intimidate students into studying diligently. Irika scratched his head and chuckled. The word students darkened Shuei-mu's expression momentarily. He recalled how both he and Irika had passed the trials of the Ninja Academy's teachers. Yet he had been delayed in attaining his qualification due to a mission in which he had allegedly killed a teammate to complete the task. Shuei-mu harbored deep resentment. Baya, in his endeavor to save his comrades, faced the scorn of many after a failed mission. He risked everything, refraining from directly accusing those responsible for the death of his teammate, sacrificing his own ascendance in the process. His bitterness stemmed from the perceived favoritism of the Hokage and the opaque mechanisms of Konoha. Why was it that all his efforts went unrecognized? In the Konoha Technique Library, Fei Zhuqing-ting was unaware that Irika had already located the first experimental specimen. Before him lay a scroll inscribed with the technique of dark movement. How is this technique attributed to the first Hokage? Fei Zhuqing-ting mused, raising an eyebrow at the name inscribed as its creator. To discover that this technique, capable of countering the Sharingan, was developed by Senju Hashirama was a remarkable surprise. Previously, he had thought it was created by Tobirama. It seemed that Hashirama was also a master of ninjutsu development, truly deserving of the title God of Ninjas. This revelation was both unexpected and yet somehow anticipated. During the Warring States period, when the Senju and Uchiha clans were the two most formidable rival families, the development of techniques to counter each other's abilities was understandable. Given Hashirama's innate talent, it was reasonable that he could create such powerful jutsus. You have only 1 hour. If you do not memorize the entire technique, you will have to wait for the next opportunity, the dark figures surrounding Fei Zhuqing-ting warned. their presence a reminder of the scroll's forbidden nature, one of Konoha's highest secrets. Fei Zhuqing was not surprised. He had already undergone several procedures just to glimpse the essence of the dark movement technique. As he expanded his perception, the scroll's symbols came alive in his mind like figures executing martial arts, each seal, each formula, and each detail swiftly embedding themselves in his consciousness. However, when he attempted to extend this perception further into the chamber, he was met with a barrier that hindered his observation. After a quarter of an hour, Fei Zhuqing concluded his study of the technique, mindful to conserve some energy. His efforts bore fruit, as he assessed the dark movement technique's difficulty to be rated A. It was an auxiliary illusion technique effective at close to mid-range, capable of robbing enemies of their sight and plunging them into a silken abyss of darkness, stealing away their light. The intricacies of its principles were exceedingly complex, explaining its effectiveness against the Sharingan. However, it also bore a flaw. If the practitioner mishandled it, they could find themselves ensnared in an eternal abyss of darkness, losing all light. This was a commendable illusion technique, adding yet another reference point within the realm of visual illusions. Fei Zhuqing felt immense satisfaction, particularly as it could ensnare even the Sharingan, a resource he desperately needed. The Sharingan possessed formidable insight and could track an opponent's chakra flow. Thus, facing such an adversary rendered illusion techniques significantly less effective. Against Shursui, Fei Zhuqing believed he could ensnare him quickly, not due to a lack of ability to counter, but rather due to intelligence disparities. Should they engage again, Shursui would undoubtedly be aware of his illusionist capabilities and prepare accordingly. For now, his illusion defenses could only mitigate the opponent's insights, while the chakra he released remained vulnerable. As long as Shursui's initiative was strong enough, he could resist many of Fei Zhuqing's illusions. Ultimately, illusion techniques relied on disturbing the enemy's chakra to induce hallucinations, and most were relatively easy to unravel. Techniques such as Bitian Shun, Dianjing Shou, and Izanami were exceptions. With the dark movement technique as a reference, he could draw upon its insights to devise countermeasures against powerful ocular techniques, as the ninja world was often referred to as the realm of ocular legends. This was of paramount importance. In the Konoha barrier class, at a clandestine training ground, Fei Zhuqing surveyed the three individuals before him. "Is it just the three of you?" he inquired. "Yes, Lord Qingting. We three are the ninjas responsible for maintaining and sensing barriers, acting under the orders of the third Hokage to learn from you." The leader, a Hyuga ninja clad in a ninja vest with white eyes, wore a forehead protector. The two behind him possessed rather ordinary appearances. Fei Zhuqing was slightly taken aback by the presence of a Hyuga clan member. "Indeed, my lord. I am Hyuga Tetsugen," the Hyuga ninja introduced. It appeared that each department included members from prominent clans, a not-so-uncommon occurrence, given the Hyuga clan's status as one of the strongest families. Fei Zhuqing nodded. "Then let us commence. I believe the third Hokage has informed you of my purpose as the team leader for barrier development, correct?" "Yes. The third Hokage mentioned that we are to develop a defensive barrier capable of countering large-scale attacks," Hyuga Tetsugen affirmed, with the other two nodding in agreement. There were no signs of dissent, for they understood the significance of the barrier class. The Hokage would not undertake frivolous endeavors. The presence of someone dispatched by the Hokage underscored his capabilities. "Very well. For the development of the ultra-large defensive barrier, we shall begin with the inverted golden bell technique," he declared. Chapter 66. The Perilous Fei Zhuqing in Konoha's Barrier Development Class. The special kunai encircling the training ground swiftly returned to the hands of Fei Zhuqing's team. "That will suffice for today. Let us conclude for the day and reconvene next week." "Understood, Captain," Hyuga Tetsugen replied respectfully. After a month of collaboration, Fei Zhuqing's mastery of barrier ninjutsu had left these seasoned professionals in awe. As elite ninjas meticulously trained by Konoha from a young age, they found their foundational knowledge in barrier ninjutsu lacking compared to the prodigy before them. Initially, while Fei Zhuqing possessed a profound understanding of barrier techniques, there remained much he needed to learn and inquire about. Yet, with each passing day, they witnessed his remarkable progress. His advancements in barrier development were nothing short of astonishing, evolving at an exponential rate. Simultaneously, they held deep admiration for the barrier ninjutsu he had created, the inverted golden bell barrier. In their minds, if they could successfully upscale this barrier, They could withstand the onslaught of formidable foes like the Nine Tails, provided they had someone to keep it at bay, thereby preventing any potential destruction. In response to such scenarios, it was akin to wielding a divine artifact. Fei Zhu Qingting nodded at them. Glancing at the time, it was nearly time to wrap up. The barrier class did not consume too much of his time. He only spent 2 days a week there, while the majority of his time was devoted to administrative duties in the analysis class. His daily routine consisted of going to work, returning home for meals, and engaging in regular training. His study of dark movement had reached a level of proficiency 2 weeks prior. As he had anticipated, there were some discrepancies. Dark movement was not solely an illusion targeting sight, but rather a widespread illusion. Any ninja within its range would become ensnared. This meant that once the technique was cast, all enemies' visions would be engulfed in darkness. Moreover, the technique required continuous application. Even if one disrupted the chakra, they would be struck by the illusion once more in the next moment. Only by completely isolating the practitioner's chakra or eliminating the practitioner could one unravel this illusion. For instance, the Uchiha's Susanoo could envelop oneself completely, thereby countering such a technique. Today was Ino's birthday. What gift should he procure? Oh, perhaps a Fei Zhu Qingting figurine would suffice. With a smile, he envisioned what he believed to be the most splendid gift. Indeed, he was a genius. In the Ninja Academy, Irika-sensei is here. Sit up straight. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to report Irika-sensei for using ninjutsu on the students. That won't work. I told my dad, and he supports Irika-sensei. How infuriating. Irika-sensei actually developed such a ninjutsu. It's utterly despicable. I heard it was taught to him by his teacher. Just wait. The dream of becoming Hokage is now left to you all. My dream has shifted to giving Irika-sensei and his teacher a good beating. Me too. In the second grade classroom, upon hearing that today's lesson was to be conducted by Irika-sensei, the previously boisterous children promptly returned to their seats, their chatter silenced as they assumed a serious demeanor, evidently engrossed in their studies. Even the proud scion of the Uchiha clan and the noble of the Hyuga clan appeared to be suffering as if they had tasted something distasteful, clearly enduring the torment of discipline. Thud, thud, thud. Irika entered the room, a book clutched in his arms, his face adorned with a warm smile. Observing all the students diligently engaged in their studies without a hint of noise, he nodded in satisfaction. Truly, I am remarkable. Even the esteemed Hibi-sensei could not command such compliance from students, yet I have achieved it effortlessly. Irika felt destined to teach in this school. His dreams, abilities, and character were all crafted for the noble pursuit of education. Suddenly, he noticed a hand raised among the Uchiha students and assumed the boy had a question. Uchiha-kun, do you have something to ask? As I have mentioned, restroom visits should be reserved for break times and not taken on a whim during class. Teacher, I merely wish to inquire about who your teacher is. A remarkable instructor like you must have been taught by an extraordinary ninja, correct? The other students perked up at this question, one they had pondered for a week. Do you know what a week of their lives has entailed? Aside from the top achievers, many had faced their share of reprimands. In this class, only a few diligent students had escaped unscathed, yet they had all heard tales of Irika's formidable ninjutsu, which deterred any thoughts of rebellion. Excellent question, Uchiha-kun. Everyone should learn from him. This is a method of gathering information, never ask directly, but rather inquire indirectly. Not just restroom etiquette, but also a compliment to himself. Irika was pleased with Uchiha's question. It seemed his encouragement had indeed inspired a spirit of earnest study among them. Teacher, do tell us, who is your instructor? I swear, once I grow up, I will surely give him a beating. Uchiha-kun declared without pretense. Irika chuckled. You possess courage. He is a jonin. Are you certain you wish to confront him? I too shall become a jonin, and with the Sharingan, I will surely defeat him. Uchiha-kun clenched his fists, teeth gritted. Growing up in the Uchiha household, he had never been subjected to such distasteful experiences. In his heart, he believed that the one who developed such techniques deserved contempt, only slightly less than those who insulted the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga boy seated beside him nodded in agreement, a rare moment of unity between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. His name is Hizuchu, and if you are able, do remember to land a few punches for me, the boy encouraged. Irika beamed at this camaraderie. The students were momentarily bewildered. Wait, we are the ones who should be beating him. How does that count as your contribution? They thought, realizing that they were more inclined to confront Irika first. At their tender age of 7, they harbored their own schemes, only asking for Hizuchu's name, refraining from any further thoughts of confronting Irika. Very well, Hizuchu, just wait until I have grown. I will take his ninjutsu from him and return it with interest. Uchiha-kun proclaimed with fervor. The Hyuga boy beside him also exhibited a glimmer of ambition. Some were already preparing to gather information on Hizuchu, intending to leverage their youthful innocence to approach him with feigned cuteness before delivering an unexpected blow. They felt a sense of unease if they did not strike. All right, enough idle chatter. It is time for mathematics. Pay close attention, or not only will you be unable to confront my teacher, but you shall also endure my fiery wrath. However, I am magnanimous. You may choose your flavor, Irika declared. At this, the students' expressions darkened, and they dared not speak further, their desire to confront him intensifying. Chapter 67. A unique gift. Embrace the justice of punishment in the Yamanaka household. Come, let us see what gift Uncle Hizuchu has prepared for you. Hizuchu sat across from little Ino, who was brimming with excitement. Before her lay a beautifully wrapped gift box, meticulously arranged by Hizuchu himself. Yamanaka and Noichi and Ino's mother smiled as they observed the interaction. Ino rubbed her hands together, glancing at the eccentric uncle, recalling how he had previously conjured her favorite flowers at will. I shall open it now. With hands clasped in anticipation, she slowly unveiled the box. What lay before her was an array of fluffy materials. As she peeled them away, the true nature of the gift was revealed. However, Ino's face fell. Inside was a figurine resembling Hizuchu, crafted from woven bamboo, with its hand resting on the head of a figurine of Ino herself, creating the illusion of an affectionate elder brother. Uncle Hizuchu, is this truly your idea of a magnificent gift? Ino expressed her disappointment. She had anticipated something beautiful, perhaps flowers, but instead received this toy. She cast a dismissive glance at Hizuchu. Inoichi and Ino's mother chuckled, surprised by the creativity behind Hizuchu's gift. Ino, you mustn't speak so. This is a birthday gift from your uncle Hizuchu, and it would be impolite to dismiss it, her mother gently admonished. Ino pouted, but this gift is far too abstract. I do not like it at all. Dear Ino, do not underestimate this figurine. It is a ninja tool personally crafted by Uncle Hizuchu, Hizuchu proclaimed with pride. Ninja tool? Inoichi raised an eyebrow. Since when could you craft ninja tools? I was unaware of this talent. Ino looked at Hizuchu in confusion. Just wait until you grow a bit more and can refine your chakra. By channeling chakra into it, the figurine will come to life, Hizuchu explained, performing a series of hand signs and infusing chakra into the figurine. To their astonishment, the figurine transformed, the two tiny figures now animated and smiling, albeit diminutive. Suddenly, the figurine of Ino spoke. Uncle Hizuchu is the most handsome man in the world. The Hizuchu figurine replied, Ino is the cutest girl in the world. This exchange repeated several times until the chakra was depleted and the figurines reverted to their original state. Ino was utterly speechless. While she was indeed the cutest girl in the world, Uncle Hizuchu was certainly not the most handsome man. What an unashamed uncle, she thought. Inoichi chuckled awkwardly at the situation. So, what do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Once you learn to refine chakra, you will hear the world's most handsome uncle speak to you every day. Hizuchu declared earnestly, evidently pleased with his gift. At her mother's urging, Ino reluctantly accepted the figurine, stating, very well, I will keep it, but please do not gift me such things in the future. Despite her reluctance, she resolved to preserve it, though she would never display it openly. It was far too embarrassing. Hizuchu felt a sense of satisfaction, his thoughts drifting to Uchiha Sasuke. That boy must be enamored with the figurine of little Itachi by now. In the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Sasuke, glancing at his older brother who had just exited for a mission, felt a tinge of annoyance. He retrieved the figurine of little Itachi, gifted by Hizuchu. You lazy brother. Always off on missions, and leaving me alone. Just wait until I get you back for this. Sasuke mused, playfully tickling the figurine's feet as a form of retribution for his brother's absence. The figurine of the little weasel has now developed a lovely patina. Its surface smooth and evidently well handled. It is clear that it has been frequently played with. The craftsmanship of the notorious uncle is commendable. Perhaps I shall ask my mother for some funds to procure a few more. However, where does this infamous uncle reside? Sasuke recalled this troublesome figure, pondering how delightful it would be if he could create a multitude of brother figurines. As days slipped by, the belly of Iam grew ever larger, and Feiju Dragon began to indulge in a bit of slacking off at work. Most of the time, he utilized shadow clones for his duties. while his true self remained at home to accompany Iam. With the enhancement of his physical strength and the accumulation of spiritual energy, his chakra reserves grew significantly, now only a quarter less than that of the third Hokage. This increase in chakra enabled him to develop new techniques and train with greater efficiency, accelerating his progress. It is no wonder that in the original story, the 12 young heroes exhibited a noticeably faster rate of growth, as their bodies matured and their spiritual reserves expanded. Their chakra increased, leading to longer training durations until they reached their limits. Of course, any form of idleness must be reported to the Hokage, for he is the inheritor of the will of fire. Both the analytical and barrier development classes hold significant responsibilities. Thus, he could not afford to be negligent with shadow clones. Being discovered would tarnish his reputation. Therefore, he chose to candidly inform Sarutobi Hiruzen, "My wife's belly is growing, and I wish to be with her. I am employing shadow clones for my work. You have no objections, do you?" It was a rather polite way of expressing his intentions. As expected, upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to object and granted his approval without hesitation. The truth was, his eldest daughter-in-law was in a similar situation, and he understood perfectly well. Moreover, even with shadow clones, Feiju Dragon was more than capable of fulfilling his duties in the analytical class. He left a shadow clone to keep Iam company while he proceeded to Training Ground 98, adhering to his long-standing routine. He understood the principle that a day without practice is akin to 10 days wasted, and thus he never slacked off in his own training. Hiss, hiss, hey, do you think he will really come? Surely, there can't be an error in the intelligence? At Training Ground 98, 3 small figures crouched in the grass, accompanied by a dog, peering curiously at the training grounds. Impossible. My intelligence course earned full marks. There can be no mistake. He practices here daily. And I heard he has been playing music lately. Huh. Does he, as a ninja, aspire to be an artist? Regardless of his aspirations. We must land a punch on his face. Exactly. It's all his fault that Irika-sensei learned that technique. According to our plan, we must act adorably. I even studied child psychology in the library specifically for this purpose, so he will let his guard down. All right, I'll rush in for a hug, and then take the opportunity to slap his face while you step on his foot. If Irika were present, he would recognize these mischievous second-year students, along with a third-grade leader, as they plotted against Feiju Dragon. Chapter 68, Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. As Feiju Dragon approached Training Ground 98, he sensed the mischievous trio hiding in the grass nearby. With a subtle smirk, he decided not to expose their presence and commenced his training. He began with a routine of 200 single-finger handstands, 2,000 push-ups, and single-arm push-ups, diligently practicing his physical techniques to enhance his chakra reserves. Such exercises were second nature to him. Although he lacked the innate physical talent of Guy, Feiju Dragon compensated with his intellect, utilizing techniques to make up for his physical shortcomings. Impressive. The only girl among the 3, Inuzuka Hana, watched in awe at his training method, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Coming from a family specialized in physical techniques, she recognized the difficulty of such training. Even her father couldn't manage it so effortlessly. Should we strike him? Is there an opportunity? Hana swallowed nervously, feeling that hope was dwindling. Is this truly Irika-sensei's teacher? He is so formidable. If we manage to hit him, will he retaliate? The boy with the parted hairstyle began to waver in his resolve. The slightly plump boy with whisker markings, however, was bolder. What is there to fear? We're just children. According to child psychology, as long as we don't intentionally wet ourselves on him, he wouldn't dare hit kids. Is that child psychology reliable? Questioned the boy with the parted hairstyle. Hana's determination shone through her eyes. Fear not. As long as we act before he realizes, we can claim that Irika-sensei sent us, and he will surely redirect his ire towards him. She recalled Irika's words, hoping that their mentor would want them to confront Feiju Dragon in the future. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, solidifying their plan. Achoo! Irika was sorting through student assignments when he sneezed, puzzled by the sudden chill in the air. Shaking his head, he glanced at the assignments in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. With the support of his new genjutsu, he felt invigorated at school. Wait, are those kids here to confront me? Do I know them? Moreover, is that rascal Irika trying to shift the blame onto me? Feiju Dragon mused internally while keeping his movements steady. Executing his self-developed flying bamboo fluid technique, he struck the wooden post before him. Bang! Bang! This technique combined elements from a wagakure, raikage, and konoha, tailored to suit his own physique and combat style. It wasn't superior to other styles, but was rather more fitting for himself. Suddenly, Feiju Dragon paused, directing his gaze toward a specific location. The trio of small figures finally emerged from their hiding spot, led by a girl with an inverted triangle pattern on her face, flanked by two boys who followed closely behind. "Hey, mister, are you a ninja?" Inuzuka Hana exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration, much to the discomfort of her companions. The eldest sister truly had the innate qualities of a ninja, able to adopt such a charming demeanor. Observing the markings on her face, Feiju Dragon recognized her as a child from the Inuzuka clan. "Yes, but don't you have classes to attend?" He was curious as to how these children intended to confront him. "Wow, amazing. Big brother, you're incredible. Is your dream to become Hokage? We came to practice ninjutsu today. Could you teach us?" The trio gazed at him with eyes full of wonder. Feiju Dragon, though aware of their pretense, found their innocence utterly endearing. They were far more charming than Itachi, and unlike their more burdened peers, these children retained their childlike wonder. He felt rejuvenated in their presence. Shaking his head lightly, Feiju Dragon replied, "No, I do not wish to become Hokage. I intend to pass on the mantle of Hokage to you. You are the future of Konoha. Now, tell me what you have learned at school so I may teach you. I am quite the genius in this regard." Upon hearing about his status as the Hokage's successor, the eyes of Hana and her companions sparkled with excitement, feeling that this could be a promising opportunity. They exchanged glances, reinforcing their resolve. "Brother, I too aspire to become a formidable ninja. Could you embrace me, allowing me to experience the greatness of a ninja?" Inuzuka Hana inquired with sparkling eyes. Takazuki Hyobu nodded in agreement. "Of course, but you must first introduce yourselves." Inuzuka Hana, Kazama Shirkuin, Izunoya Saizai. The trio could hardly contain their eagerness, with Inuzuka Hana even extending her arms for a hug. "All right then. Such brief introductions. I only recognize Inuzuka Hana, Yuki's sister. If my memory serves me correctly, her temperament resembles Yuki's quite a bit. Could this be an act?" Nevertheless, he lifted her into his embrace. Truth be told, Inuzuka Hana, being of the same age as Itachi, puzzled him with her boldness in seeking a hug. Izunoya Saizai and Kazama Shirkuin exchanged glances, each delivering a playful kick to Takazuki Hyobu. "Watch me knock you down." Unable to wait any longer, Inuzuka Hana transformed her expression, letting out a fierce shout as she landed a punch on Takazuki Hyobu's face. Taken by surprise, he loosened his grip, allowing Inuzuka Hana and her companions to swiftly retreat along the path they had come. "Hee, let me have the pleasure of experiencing the success of a ninja tactic." Takazuki Hyobu mused with a smile after feigning pain. He admired the cleverness of the young ones, though their scheme was rather overt. "Earth release, earth flow wall. Hooray. The tactic succeeded. We've struck down Irika-sensei's teacher," they exclaimed, their admiration for their leader evident, especially in her seemingly innocent demeanor. "What, you little rascals? Do you wish to be punished? Ah, forgive us, esteemed leader. You are indeed quite adorable." The three exerted all their strength, knowing they could not overpower Takazuki Hyobu and seeking to escape. Suddenly, they sensed something amiss. A cliff loomed before them. Swish! The trio halted at the precipice, gazing down at the dizzying height. The two boys even collapsed to the ground. "What is happening? Have we fallen under a genjutsu?" Realizing the dire situation, Inuzuka Hana glanced towards the distant forest and the even further hidden leaf village. Upon turning back, they found themselves surrounded by cliffs. They stood atop a massive earth structure, an impressive earth release technique. Just as panic began to set in, a dog bark echoed. Takazuki Hyobu appeared, holding a gray ninja dog and soaring in on a giant eagle, his smile broad. "Greymaru," Inuzuka Hana said, her concern evident. "Woof." Greymaru looked down, sensing it was best not to struggle, lest he fall. "Return Greymaru to me, big brother," Inuzuka Hana pleaded, worried about Takazuki Hyobu's intentions, particularly given his cheerful demeanor. Her two companions were already terrified. "Please spare us. It was Irika-sensei who instructed us to attack you," they cried, their earlier bravado evaporated. Yet they seemed to remember their plan. "Why would I harm you? You are the heirs to the Hokage. However, since you have attacked me, a punishment is in order." Takazuki Hyobu replied with a grin, tossing Greymaru back to Inuzuka Hana. He was certain Irika had said something about him at school. "Woof." Inuzuka Hana caught Greymaru and asked, "What do you intend to do? You just expressed a desire to learn about ninjutsu, did you not?" I will train you, Takazuki Hyobu declared. Train us? Indeed. You are from the Inuzuka clan, and those two belong to the Kazama and Izunoya clans, correct? According to my intelligence, the Kazama clan is gradually declining, while the Izunoya clan lacks even a single jonin. Since you have sought my guidance, and we share such a connection, I shall provide you with foundational training to enhance your chances of becoming jonin. Takazuki Hyobu regarded Inuzuka Hana and the two boys. As a high-ranking member of the Hidden Leaf, he was well aware of such information. Numerous small clans existed in the village, like the Kazama clan, renowned for their wind shuriken, and the Izunoya clan, known for their secret arts. Many of these clans had never produced a jonin. Even achieving the rank of chunin was a significant challenge due to their limited resources compared to larger clans like the Hyuga or even civilian ninjas, resulting in a dearth of middle-ranked ninjas among smaller clans. This also explained the scarcity of small clans in the original narrative. Thus, with leisure on his hands, he figured he might as well train the next generation while indulging in the fascinating techniques of other clans. Such young talents should indeed be prioritized within their families, as they were far too few in number. However, the rate of success was disheartening. Upon hearing about their clans from Takazuki Hyobu, Kazama Shurikuin and Izunoya Saizai snapped back to reality. The revelation that their clan had never produced a jonin left them feeling disheartened. They bore the weight of expectations from previous generations, which pressed upon them to break through and rise to prominence. We will undoubtedly become chunin, they declared with determination. Hey, I've stated as much, but shouldn't you aim to become jonin? Takazuki Hyobu replied, exasperated. This is a bit self-deprecating. The two boys hung their heads low, having been deprived of confidence through the generations that came before them. Inuzuka Hana furrowed her brow, surprised to discover her two companions lacked such confidence. Hey, don't let him underestimate you. We just landed a hit on him. Be more confident. We will surely become jonin, perhaps even the Hokage, she encouraged loudly. But this only caused her companions to lower their heads even further. While their talents were indeed commendable within their clan, they had not reached impressive heights, a reality they were well aware of, as reflected in their families' expressions. The scant numbers in their clan forced an immense burden upon them. Achieving the rank of chunin had become their primary goal. Regardless of what your goals may be, as individuals who have struck me and stepped on me, you have already earned a sense of pride, surpassing the talented ninja Kakashi and even Uchiha Itachi, as well as the disciple of the legendary Sannin, Mitarashi Anko. Takazuki Hyobu proclaimed with a smile. What? The trio looked up at him, confusion etched upon their faces. The first two names resonated with them, as Uchiha Itachi was a renowned genius who had entered the academy alongside their leader and had graduated some time ago. The latter was also a well-known figure, a disciple of the legendary Sannin, and surely possessed great talent. How could they possibly surpass such prodigies? Indeed, you are correct. Kakashi is my classmate, and he has yet to touch a single hair on my head. Takazuki Hyobu raised a finger. Itachi was my teammate not long ago, during our sparring. He was left hopping in frustration, unable to even lay a finger on me. The same goes for Anko. He continued, and you, with your outstanding qualities as ninjas, successfully discerned my intentions and struck me. You are remarkable. Do not underestimate yourselves, but do strive for improvement. Saizai and Shurikuin's eyes lit up. Is that truly the case? Have we surpassed such geniuses? Only Inuzuka Hana, with her keen insight, began to analyze his words. She longed to inquire, is this true? Yet, considering the state of her companions, she held her tongue. Now then, as a consequence for your earlier actions, your task today is to descend from this earth flow wall. Takazuki Hyobu gestured toward the ground beneath them. Three individuals and a dog gazed downward once more, feeling an overwhelming urge to leap into the abyss. Yet, reason prevailed over this impulse. Surely, one would perish from such a fall, remarked Inuzuka Hana. Woof woof, exclaimed Gray, equally exhilarated. The two youngsters nodded vigorously in agreement. With a swift movement, Feiju Qingting formed hand seals, causing a small yet towering pillar to rise prominently in the center of the earthen wall. Let us commence with the basics. Every 5 minutes, should I detect any signs of idleness, you shall experience the full force of my illusionary techniques. I presume that is why you intend to confront me, Feiju Qingting declared with a grin, having discerned the true motives behind the trio's visit. Little did he know, before he could indulge in the delights, his sister had already reaped the rewards. A sense of satisfaction enveloped him. He proceeded to impart the intricacies of chakra control for tree climbing, demonstrating several times as he guided them to ascend the central pillar gradually. Once they mastered this skill, they would be able to descend from the earthen wall independently. Having previously led a team, Feiju Qingting was well-versed in effective communication, tailoring his instruction to resonate with ninjas at different stages of development. Thus, his approach varied when teaching Irika and others, ensuring it was more suitable for these young children. Thud! The trio stared at the bandaged face and the harmonica in his hands, gulping nervously. Memories of their teacher Irika's technique surfaced, and they feared this individual was far more formidable. In that moment, they regretted their decision to confront him. Faced with the towering pillar, the three reluctantly began their practice under Feiju Qingting's guidance. Comparisons to several prodigies instilled newfound confidence in the two boys, dispelling any feelings of dejection. Their motivation surged. Especially with Feiju Qingting's threats looming over them, failure was not an option. They stumbled and fell from the pillar intermittently. Meanwhile, Feiju Qingting began to practice music, contemplating how to integrate the art of darkness into his combat techniques. Chapter 70. Sasuke. The art of darkness represented a distinct system within the realm of illusions. Unlike visual illusions that manipulate an enemy's chakra through sight, or auditory illusions that convey chakra via sound, this technique transmitted chakra broadly through the air, resembling the procedural release of ninjutsu, but yielding illusionary effects. Thus, merging the essence of darkness into his illusionary framework proved to be a challenge for Feiju Qingting, not something to be accomplished in just a day or two. He did not devote all his energy to this endeavor, but rather spent a little time each day accumulating experience until he could achieve mastery. His primary focus remained on conventional illusions, including visual and auditory types, as well as mind-reading techniques. His study of sound-based illusions, exemplified by the fire of 8 fragrances, relied on sound to transmit chakra and affect the enemy's senses. "Ah, it hurts," exclaimed Izunoya Kaikai as she landed painfully on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Gazing at the pillar, she yearned to unleash her family's secret techniques to destroy it. However, upon witnessing Feiju Qingting practicing music nearby, her resolve faltered. Wind Demon Jikuin struggled with the intricate manipulation of chakra, beads of sweat glistening on his division hairstyle and suspenders. Exhausted, he groaned, "Hey, put in a little more effort. I think I'm starting to get the hang of it." Inuzuka Hana lifted her feet off the ground, slowly walking at a 90-degree angle on the pillar. Just as she spoke, she tumbled down again. Her spirits soared, as this sensation was truly exhilarating. "It's not difficult at all," Kaikai, with her cherubic face, inquired. "How did you manage that, big sister?" Wind Demon Jikuin echoed her curiosity, as they felt utterly lost, often falling after just a few steps. Hannah encouraged them. "Just try this and that, and you'll find your rhythm." Suddenly, a familiar yet distinct melody filled the air, invigorating the trio. A tingling sensation surged through their bodies, instantly banishing their fatigue. "Keep striving. Once you master this, you will be liberated, otherwise." Feiju Qingting raised the harmonica in his hand, warning them not to dwell on the consequences and to focus on their practice. They fervently agreed, unwilling to endure another encounter with such a formidable technique. The sensation they had just experienced felt as if they were being whisked away to the heavens. No longer idle, the trio resumed their training. While Feiju Qingting observed their every move, frowning slightly. Hena demonstrated considerable talent in chakra control, yet the other two seemed rather inept. It appeared unlikely that these two young ones would master the basics anytime soon. He relaxed his brow. After all, he was merely assisting in their training, not attempting to transform them into sages. "Brother, is that wicked uncle truly over here?" Sasuke asked, holding Itachi's hand as they strolled through the spacious forest and pathway. Itachi chuckled. "Did you not call him a wicked uncle? Why seek him out then?" However, he found his brother's creation rather charming. Sasuke extended his right hand, clutching a small Itachi figurine, sunlight glinting off its surface. Uchiha Itachi smiled at the figurine before turning serious again, the bags under his eyes more pronounced. Clearly, the past month had wrought many experiences, hastening his maturity. "The wicked uncle you speak of trains at this training ground almost daily, so he is likely to be here at this hour. Why can that wicked uncle train every day while you are always on missions?" Sasuke asked innocently, not comprehending that whenever he wished to play with his brother, he was usually away on tasks, leaving little time for them to bond. Itachi replied with a smile. "Because I am a genin, and I must enhance my skills and experience frequently. Once I become a jounin, I will have more time to spend with you. Sasuke pondered. Is it similar to how father was? Quite so. Tap tap tap. Hey, brother, what is that? Sasuke looked up, as a towering stone wall cast a shadow over them. Itachi, with sharper senses, spotted Feiju Qingting perched on the edge of the wall, playing a melody. That must be the earth-style ninjutsu released by your wicked uncle. He is likely training, Itachi explained to Sasuke. Huh, why are they here? Feiju Qingting sensed the presence of Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke within his range. Could they be training at Training Ground 98 as well? That seems unlikely. The Uchiha clan has their own training grounds. Surely, they are not here to seek me out. Before long, Itachi led Sasuke beneath the earthen wall. Qingting-senpai. Ah, Itachi. What brings you here? And why have you ceased to call me brother? Feiju Qingting gracefully leaped down from a height of several meters, landing softly before them without a sound, akin to a feather touching the ground. Sasuke, hiding behind Itachi, marveled at Feiju Qingting's impressive leap from such a height. Itachi, feeling somewhat awkward, noted the change in their relationship since their last meeting. Feeling it was no longer quite right to address him as brother. Please do not tease me. My brother is seeking you, Itachi stated. At this, Feiju Qingting's lips curled into a smile as he noticed the figurine in Sasuke's hand. Alas, I had thought you had come to engage in a friendly spar with me. Recently, I have developed some new illusions and wish to test them on you. The wielder of the Sharingan, he feigned regret. Itachi found himself momentarily speechless. Despite the evident progress he had made during this period of training, he was still reluctant to confront the trickery of the flying bamboo dragonfly. He had yet to discover a method to unravel its illusions, or perhaps it was simply that his chakra was insufficient, rendering many of his techniques inadequate for the task. Bad uncle, I want to buy a few of those little brothers, Sasuke piped up, raising the small Itachi figurine in his hand with a childlike lilt. Very well. I shall indulge you. But first, let me have a hug. The flying bamboo dragonfly responded, unexpectedly lifting the nearly 4-year-old Sasuke into his arms without waiting for consent. Sasuke, of course, resisted, trying to wriggle free, but the flying bamboo dragonfly was no ordinary figure. With one hand, he easily held him down, having merely teased him last time. This time he decided to give a proper embrace. Don't move, I'll weave a few little Itachi figurines for you. With that, the flying bamboo dragonfly reached into his ninja tool pouch, pulling out strands of bamboo silk. Within mere seconds, several uniquely styled small Itachi figurines emerged, all in a chibi format, some standing, others sitting, each holding various items such as shurikens and kunai. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with delight. Chapter 71, Family Secrets. Training Ground No. 98. The three little ones lay on the ground, peering down from the wall of the Earth Flow City. Hey, it's Uchiha Itachi, Wind Demon Shirkuin remarked, pointing at the figure below. Indeed, it is Itachi. It seems the bandaged man truly did lay a beating on him, Inuzuka Hana replied, having bestowed a nickname upon him due to the bandages adorning his face. I have a chilling feeling, as though he is watching us, Izanoya Zaizai remarked apprehensively. This is bad. He is concealing his eyes. Surely he is a sensory ninja. We must hasten our training, or we will be in serious trouble. Inuzuka Hana shouted in alarm, urging her two companions to continue their practice. Itachi, do you really not wish to spar with me? Let your brother witness your prowess. The flying bamboo dragonfly said, setting Sasuke down. Itachi's growth was remarkable. Having not seen him for a while, it was evident that his chakra had increased significantly. It appeared he had undergone considerable experiences during this time. One could sense that Itachi's mental energy was accumulating rapidly, though his youthful body was a limitation. Otherwise, he would be even stronger. Truly, he was the chosen child of the ninja world, a man capable of forming a cult in the realm of the two-dimensional. No, we shall take our leave, Itachi replied, glancing at the three heads that had retreated from view. After expressing his gratitude, he slipped away with little Sasuke. He had no desire to engage in battle. Sasuke waved goodbye to the flying bamboo dragonfly, clutching his small Itachi figurines, clearly a polite child, and it was apparent he was elated. The flying bamboo dragonfly pondered the departing duo. Would Itachi seek his counsel when making decisions in the future? Probably not, after all. His own prowess was merely that of a slightly formidable jonin. He contemplated whether Itachi might request his assistance when he eventually encountered Obito. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. Itachi's talent was exceedingly high, and his rapid progress made him feel somewhat inflated with pride. Such matters were best left to the child of destiny. He focused his perception back on the three little ones, noting that they had yet to master the balance required for tree climbing. Or rather, aside from Inuzuka Hana, the other two were quite lacking. To be frank, at this level, they could not even compare to Naruto's early talent, and one could say they fell significantly short. As the sun began to set, its golden rays illuminated the Inuzuka household, where Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru were engaged in a game of lift high. Hey, Akamaru, why is sister so late returning today? Do you think she has gone on a date? Kiba wondered aloud, revealing his small fangs as he gazed outside, where the sun was gradually descending. Woof woof. Akamaru enthusiastically agreed with his sentiment. Knock knock. Hearing a knock at the door, Kiba swiftly accompanied Akamaru to open it. Creak. Upon opening the door, they were met with the weary visage of Inuzuka Hana, accompanied by her panting companion, Gray Maru, who was draped over her shoulder. Little brother, quickly pour me a glass of water. I am utterly exhausted. Kiba, though puzzled, complied and fetched a glass for his sister. What happened, sister? He inquired. Don't even mention it. I encountered that perverted uncle, and he wore me out. It turns out it wasn't a date at all. Kiba, holding Akamaru, asked with curiosity. Did he bully you? When mom and dad return, we should have them teach him a lesson. Don't. Hana quickly interjected, halting his thoughts. Just moments ago, she had finally concluded her training with the flying bamboo dragonfly. It was not that she had completed her assigned tasks, but rather that the day had grown late. She had thought that once they finished, all would be well, but unexpectedly, the other party was quite unreasonable, insisting that the three of them must come for training every day after school. It would be one thing if they were merely to be beaten up, but for training, their parents would undoubtedly support it. She dared not inform her parents that she had retaliated against a jonin. She felt utterly despondent, as it seemed they would be obliged to train with the flying bamboo dragonfly daily for the foreseeable future. Woof woof. Gray Maru, too, was exhausted, having caught the attention of the flying bamboo dragonfly, who seemed to expect it to train as well. It felt utterly drained. Inuzuka clan. Upon hearing that a jonin would be training Izunoya Zaizai, his parents were filled with excitement. Over the years, their clan had rarely had the opportunity to receive guidance from a jonin. Now, Izunoya Zaizai, without having graduated, was afforded the chance to be mentored by a jonin, truly a cause for celebration. Although Izunoya Zaizai felt fatigued, he recognized the significance of the moment in light of his parents' expressions. Mom, Dad, that dragonfly uncle said that if possible, with your permission, he would like to see our secret techniques to help me chart a future course. His words made his parents beam with delight, yet they exchanged hesitant glances. After all, those were secret techniques. Even the leading instructor rarely shared such invaluable knowledge with students. If the other party's intention was to uncover their clan's secrets, that would necessitate a family council's discussion. Such matters were beyond the authority of the couple alone. The Izunoya clan comprised dozens, and this significant matter required consultation with the clan elders. Wind Demon Clan. Similarly, the Wind Demon Shirkuin's impending training with a jonin also sparked excitement. Eager to uplift their clan, they were far more decisive than the Izunoya clan. They permitted Wind Demon Shirkuin to consult the flying bamboo dragonfly regarding their secret techniques. Having heard of his reputation as the head of the analysis class, this was a position the Wind Demon clan had never had access to, and they would not let such an opportunity slip away. They were willing to make many decisions that defied their ancestors' wishes to invigorate their clan. Their most talented member, Wind Demon Erasure, had been secretly sent to Orochimaru. Now, with Wind Demon Shirkuin receiving guidance from a jonin, the clan's revitalization was imminent. 5 months passed. The daily routine of the flying bamboo dragonfly remained consistent, with no unforeseen events occurring. The work of the analysis class and the barrier class progressed steadily, with significant advancements made on the large-scale barrier known as the inverted golden bell, nearing completion. During this time, he also encountered Irika, providing him with a training session. Ever since the trio had given him a thorough beating, several other groups of youngsters had sought to challenge him. However, he did not permit them to join the training, as it seemed their fates were misaligned. He merely taught them a lesson to show them the gravity of their actions. These three individuals possess rather mediocre talents. Feiju Qingting observed the trio diligently training. Over the past few months, he had focused solely on foundational skills. Their youth rendered them lacking in chakra, making the mastery of formidable ninjutsu unattainable. His training primarily emphasized chakra control and transformation techniques. in addition to the three-body technique and customized training methods aligned with their family's secret arts. However, apart from Inuzuka Hana, the other two took a month merely to master tree climbing and water walking, before progressing to other training, falling significantly short of both Rinbu-shin and Irika standards. Such a small clan is indeed disheartening. Yet, the secret arts of the two smaller clans held some intrigue. The Fuma clan's techniques displayed profound research into chakra, enabling the manifestation of chakra wings, albeit with considerable difficulty. Without the chakra control level of a jonin, success in this endeavor is nearly impossible. The Idoya clan's secret art, the cat god incarnation technique, humorously dubbed by Feiju Qingting as Nico Sozo, allows the summoning of a cat deity to embody a gigantic lucky cat, resembling a Susanoo, to attack adversaries. Additionally, the ninjutsu cat transformation enables the formation of feline characteristics such as claws, ears, and tails through chakra, bestowing the traits of a cat. Chapter 72. Irika's Dilemma at the Ninja Academy. Irika observed his students with a hint of concern. For reasons unknown, over the past few months, it seemed as if the teachers had fixated on him, often summoning him for reprimands. Whenever he found a moment of respite, he was met with admonishment, leaving him perplexed. It was a bright day when he was dining with his former teammate, Rinbu-shin, reminiscing about their past, until their teacher's unexpected arrival interrupted them. The teacher insisted on assessing Irika's progress with Jinjutsu, dragging Rinbu-shin into an unforgettable training session alongside him. Equipped with intelligence regarding the fire of 8 incense Jinjutsu, Irika had painstakingly researched a countermeasure, successfully creating a technique to block his ears. However, he underestimated the teacher's prowess. With a mere glance, he fell victim to the illusion, reminding him that this technique was fundamentally visual. Meanwhile, Rinbu-shin, as a member of the Intelligence Department's interrogation unit, had undergone specialized training and could endure such torment. Yet, adhering to the principle of avoiding discomfort when possible, upon realizing that Irika was being targeted by their teacher, Rinbu-shin only dared to invite Irika out for meals when the teacher was otherwise occupied, avoiding him at all other times for fear of repercussions. How infuriating it was to discover that these little rascals had betrayed him. Sensing something amiss, Irika utilized the intelligence-gathering skills honed through missions, ultimately identifying the source of his anguish, some particular mischievous youngsters. Why should he take the blame when he could simply confront Feiju Qingting? Why was he being implicated? It was unjust that he suffered so greatly for the sake of his students' learning and future development. Though he felt gratified by the students' espionage efforts, experiencing it himself was far from pleasant. Thus, today, with his intelligence meticulously gathered, he directed his attention solely to the students. Should anyone dare to act up in class, they would soon experience the consequences. Especially the two troublemakers, Fumaji Kuin and Idoya Kai, who had been the instigators of this misconduct, the very ones who had shifted the blame onto him. And then there was Inuzuka Hana, advancing from 3rd grade to 4th. In the classroom, feeling Irika's gaze upon them, Fumaji Kuin and Idoya Kai exchanged several glances. Something's off about Irika-sensei today, they mused. It seems like he's watching us closely, perhaps even searching for faults. We must study diligently. I do not wish to endure Jinjutsu from both Feiju Qingting and Irika-sensei. Despite their apparent deficiencies in chakra ninjutsu under Feiju Qingting's tutelage, they surprisingly excelled in espionage, having developed an unspoken understanding over the months. A mere glance could convey their thoughts to one another. Consequently, they quickly analyzed Irika's scrutinizing gaze and reached a conclusion. Irika felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After months of instruction, the once mischievous children had seemingly matured, with many now earnestly applying themselves to their studies. He sensed that the innocence of youth was fading. His whistle itched to be used. Just then, a childish voice broke the silence. Suddenly, all eyes turned in disbelief toward the source of the sound, Hinata Takuma. At that moment, he was asleep, mumbling about wanting to confront Irika. Irika smiled, a rare grin spreading across his face. The other students, including Uchiha Tong, regarded him with admiration. As months passed, the reputation of Irika's class spread throughout the Ninja Academy, instilling fear in every student. Troublemakers had become scarce, even among the notoriously proud Uchiha clan. Due to their lax attitude in class, even Uchiha family members held disdain for their peers, leaving them unable to call upon their parents. Thus, Uchiha Tong acknowledged Hinata Takuma, stating, I do not admire the rest of the Hinata clan, but I respect you, Takuma. I recognize your worth. With a swift motion, Irika's chalk struck Hinata Takuma's head. Startled, Takuma awoke, bewildered by Irika's unnerving gaze and the stares of his classmates. Realizing the predicament he was in, he felt a sinking dread. Irika gestured for him to step outside. Class continues. We must discuss the matter of sleeping during lessons and speaking in dreams, he instructed. As the two exited, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Takuma is in trouble. He's finished. He will suffer all day long. What sort of punishment will Irika-sensei impose this time? Murmured the students. Relishing the thought, Hinata clan is nothing special. Takuma usually performs well and stays quiet, but he's finally caught this time. How delightful. It's about time he faced the consequences. Right? It's infuriating. I have been caught so many times. Finally, it's his turn. I wish Uchiha Tong would also be caught. I have a feeling Irika-sensei will make him experience a mustard-flavored jinjutsu. No, I think it will be spicy. Takuma doesn't like spicy food. The students within the classroom reveled in their mischief. While being caught was undoubtedly unpleasant, witnessing a classmate's predicament brought them a peculiar joy. They could easily envision Hinata Takuma's face turning red or contorted in discomfort. The thought thrilled them. Uchiha Tong frowned. I am not like you commoners. Before long, Hinata Takuma returned to the classroom, looking quite ill at ease, following Irika. All right, students, I hope you refrain from violating classroom rules and study diligently. Only through earnest study can you ensure your survival in future missions, Irika proclaimed, gesturing for Takuma to return to his seat, his expression revealing a hint of satisfaction. No wonder the teacher favored such methods of instruction. This peculiar form of teaching not only fostered student progress, but also brought him joy. After delivering further lessons, he cautioned the class not to get caught and exited the classroom. Byakugan activate. Hinata Takuma activated his Byakugan, watching Irika slowly distance himself. His expression shifted, regaining composure. A hint of pride appearing on his lips. Takuma, what flavor of jinjutsu did you just experience? His desk mate inquired, noticing that Takuma's visage seemed somewhat off. Uchiha Tong perked up his ears. As the only one in the class who could rival Takuma, he paid close attention. Others shared his curiosity. I don't know. Hinata Takuma replied with a smile. You don't know? Or could it be that you encountered a flavor you enjoy? Irika employs a singular flavor each time. For it is but education, not punishment. Thus, he adheres to one flavor only. As a ninja, after enduring such a long span. If you have yet to discover a means to break the illusion, you have greatly underestimated the Hyuga clan's lineage. Hinata Takuma snorted coldly, a look of pride gracing his countenance. Everything prior was merely an act, designed to inflate Irika-sensei's ego. Therefore, he remained oblivious to the flavor. How did you manage that? This was the collective thought of all the classmates, their ears perked up with keen interest. What had been mere gossip moments ago now pertained to their personal stakes. Uchiha Do furrowed his brow, astonished that Hinata Takuma had actually unraveled the teacher's illusion, and furthermore, had deceived Irika-sensei. This made him quite uncomfortable, as he himself had failed to decipher the teacher's illusion. Chapter 73. The breakthrough. I said, you must not inform Irika-sensei, or we shall all be in dire straits. Hinata Takuma declared with pride. He had long been working on breaking the teacher's illusion, having observed for an extensive period, and now he had finally confirmed his success. Speak. Then, the other students urged eagerly. Izuya Saizai and Kazumaki Shirkuin also leaned in, hoping to emulate their esteemed senior, the flying bamboo dragonfly. This is a technique I developed, called the throat protection technique, which safeguards the primary taste nerves from chakra invasion. I observed for quite a long time before finally developing it. And if the teacher were to catch me, it would be troublesome. Hinata Takuma expressed a hint of concern that his classmates might not keep quiet. Yet, he found it increasingly difficult to contain his excitement. Such an achievement could not be kept hidden. With his exceptionally pure Byakugan, Hinata Takuma had discreetly activated his Byakugan during Irika's second illusion, keenly observing the teacher's chakra flow and identifying which aspects of his own chakra were being targeted. Had it not been for his insufficient knowledge, he would have cracked it much sooner. He had spent months gathering information on illusions and medical knowledge regarding human taste to reach this point. We won't say a word, and we will diligently study our acting skills. We shall ensure the teacher remains unaware. The classmates nodded in unison. Uchiha Do clenched his fists, feeling frustrated. If only he had awakened his Sharingan, He could have developed such a ninjutsu as well. Hinata Takuma possessed the Byakugan, while he, as a rival and a disciple of the Uchiha, had yet to awaken his Sharingan, which left him feeling anxious. La 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 la. What a delightful mood I am in today. Irika hummed a tune while walking towards his office, appearing quite cheerful. You dared to shift the blame onto me. I shall keep a close watch on you. In the office, Irika, you seem particularly happy today, Mizuki remarked, observing the elated Irika with a smile. Beside him, Ebisu was also attending to paperwork and glanced at Irika, the teacher who instilled dread in students. Although he did not endorse such methods of guiding student learning, he acknowledged that Irika's tactics were indeed effective, making his own work a tad easier. Irika replied, Indeed, I have noticed many students improving in their studies, and I am pleased for them. That is certainly true. It's all thanks to your method, which is remarkably effective. Mizuki added. Ebisu pondered for a moment before advising. Irika, it is best to use such methods sparingly. They do not reflect your true teaching abilities and may lead you to rely too heavily on them, failing to set a proper example for the students. As fellow students of the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, they often met and sparred as ninjas stationed in the village. Ebisu had also experimented with the techniques of the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, but he had his own insights on teaching. After years of experience, he understood teaching better than Irika, recognizing that such methods could stifle students' creativity by promoting uniform thinking. Irika, not being obstinate, aspired to cultivate talent in Konoha and nodded in agreement. Indeed, I must not misuse ninjutsu. It may also stifle my own creativity. Satisfied, Ebisu thought, this child is teachable. Of course, when encountering particularly obstinate students, you may employ it. One cannot let fear of failure hinder all methods. Ebisu chuckled. He was not one to be overly rigid. Effective methods should be utilized. On the other hand, Mizuki, though smiling outwardly, internally disagreed. Were he capable of such techniques, he would compel his students to strive for excellence, thus securing his own advancement. Despite lacking direct evidence to prove he had killed his teammates, he had still entered the Ninja Academy as a teacher. However, Mizuki knew that his position was precarious. Such suspicions meant there was little chance for promotion, so he would seize any opportunity that arose. He now envied Irika, who had the chance to shine while he feigned humility. What need was there for creativity? Strength was all that mattered, regardless of the means. In the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Shinizuke strolled through the corridor, while Sarutobi Hisashi sat in a chair nearby until the sound of an infant's cry rang out, bringing a look of delight to Shinizuke's face. Hisashi also smiled upon hearing it. Creak. The door swung open, and a medical ninja clad in white emerged. Congratulations, Lord Hokage and Lord Shinizuke. It's a boy, and the delivery went very smoothly. The medical ninja beamed. Shinizuke hurried inside, while Sarutobi Hisashi felt a deep sense of satisfaction waiting outside. In recent years, Konoha had endured 3 great wars, the Nine Tails Incident, and significant events involving the Hyuga clan, resulting in a dwindling population. Now that his grandson had arrived, while other clans were recuperating and producing more offspring, Konoha was recovering swiftly, allowing him to relax considerably. Moreover, the ninja school had produced many excellent teachers, which further pleased him. In just a few years, Konoha would regain its former strength. The Flying Bamboo Dragonfly's wife must be nearing her delivery as well, Sarutobi Hisashi suddenly thought, considering the timing, which was about the same as his grandson's. For months, the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly had been occupied with internal village missions, leading a life of relative idleness. He contemplated whether to send the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, a vital combat asset, on special missions once the child was born, or to keep him within the village. Currently, Konoha was still under significant pressure. Even his eldest son was awaiting his wife's delivery and had only been allotted a brief moment to return home. In Hisashi's eyes, the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly was exceptionally capable and could withstand much pressure in external missions. Remaining in the village, however, would confine him to tasks that anyone else could perform. Despite his reluctance to have the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly miss too many opportunities to bond with his child, which could lead to a situation akin to Asuma's, circumstances were compelling him to make a decision. Let us observe the situation for now. I can assign Haichi to take on the analysis class's tasks, and the barrier class's development is nearing completion. After the child is born, I will assess the situation and make a decision. Sarutobi Hisashi sighed. If only Minato had not perished, and Tsunade and Jiraiya were here, Konoha would not be in such a dire situation. leaving subordinates with little time to bond with their children. Yet, glancing towards the room, the sounds of the newborn brought a smile to his face. He hoped his grandson would one day assist him, becoming a pillar of support for Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi held high hopes for every child. Since Sarutobi Bawako's tragic passing during childbirth, every descendant of Konoha had become a cherished hope in his heart. Chapter 74. The final overwhelming battle of the three young ones training ground 98. Buzz. Two colossal wind release shurikens spun through the air at remarkable speed, emitting a sharp sound. Kazumaki Shurikoin extended chakra threads from his hands, skillfully manipulating the direction of the shurikens. With hands crossed, the wind demon shuriken simultaneously attacked the flying bamboo dragonfly. Observing this scene, the flying bamboo dragonfly nodded in satisfaction. Truly, the wind demon clan possesses a unique understanding of chakra, a remarkable legacy of research. Sensing the world around him, from a lateral position, Izunoya Kaikai enveloped himself in chakra. Manifesting cat claws on his limbs, cat ears sprouting atop his head, and a long chakra tail swaying behind him, he dashed towards the flying bamboo dragonfly with astonishing speed. His plump figure surprisingly agile. Utilizing the four-legged technique, a beast mimicry ninjutsu bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Inuzuka Hana transformed into a beastly state. Accompanied by the gray triplets, who also morphed into Inuzuka Hana, resembling intelligent beasts as they lunged at the flying bamboo dragonfly. This time, they were well prepared with Hinata Takuma's ninjutsu, determined not to be outdone by the bandaged man. How naive, Kaikai. Watch closely how to wield your family's secret technique. The flying bamboo dragonfly remarked, his keen perception immediately detecting the chakra within the throats of the trio. He felt a sense of gratification, realizing they had already devised a method to counter his illusion. However, it was futile. After nearly 6 months of training, innate talent was not to be underestimated. The trio's abilities, while superior among classmates, still fell short of qualifying as genin. Before the main assault of the wind demon shurikens could reach him, the flying bamboo dragonfly swiftly retrieved a scroll from his waist pouch, unfurling it in midair. With hands forming seals, he refined chakra onto the scroll. Cat God Manifestation. Upon completing the technique, a colossal, chakra-formed beckoning cat enveloped the flying bamboo dragonfly. This would be their final lesson, to prevent the trio from becoming complacent. He intended to use their own ninjutsu against them. Boom. Clang. The cat's paw swatted away the two wind demon shurikens. With a flick of its tail, it ensnared Izunoya Kaikai, sending him soaring towards Wind Demon Jikong amidst his startled cries. Wind Demon Jikong quickly relinquished control over the shurikens to catch his teammate. Clang! The two Wind Demon shurikens embedded themselves into the ground. Meanwhile, the four forms of Inuzuka Hana, with mighty fists, struck against the cat, causing no discernible impact. As if merely tickling it. Hana, this won't do. And Gray, don't think I'm oblivious to your antics of switching dogs for training. You're now experiencing the consequences of your laziness, the flying bamboo dragonfly chided, watching the four Inuzuka Hanas futilely scratching the cat. Gray, one of the triplets, had 3 ninja dogs, 2 more than his brother. During training, he often swapped dogs, assuming he could deceive the flying bamboo dragonfly. In this final training session, Inuzuka Hana brought all of them, attempting to catch him off guard. Swish! Inuzuka Hana reacted far more swiftly than the others, but still, he was inexperienced. The flying bamboo dragonfly swept his tail, and as they leapt, the cat's thick paw descended upon them. Boom! Instantly, the gray triplets were sent back to their original forms. Panting heavily, the trio gazed at the flying bamboo dragonfly, particularly at the beckoning cat that enveloped him. Wind Demon Jikong and Inuzuka Hana turned their eyes toward Izunoya Kaikai. I say, Kaikai, your family's secret technique is quite formidable? They wondered in unison. Goodness, what an extraordinary ninjutsu. It offers comprehensive defense and immense offensive power. Leaving no vulnerabilities, Izunoya Kaikai mused, watching the beckoning cat gradually dissipate, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Indeed, this is the secret technique of our clan. Said to have secured our foothold in the Land of Fire during the Warring States period. This battle instilled him with tremendous confidence. Their clan could be this strong. And he felt a sense of shame before his ancestors. Yet, even now, there wasn't a single jonin among them. The training difficulty was steep, and the requirements for chakra were demanding. I see, perhaps in the future, you two could achieve this, Kaikai. Wind Demon Jikong remarked, a hint of envy in his voice. Their clan lacked such evidently powerful ninjutsu. Inuzuka Hana also came to a realization. The Inuzuka clan possessed similar potent secret techniques, but they could only be practiced after physical development, making them quite challenging to master. This is the final lesson. You need not come here for practice anymore. You can train independently. Your foundations are well established, and you should have no trouble graduating as genin, the flying bamboo dragonfly declared as he retracted the cat god. The manifestation had its uses, albeit limited. This was merely a sparring exercise, a chance to show off. The cat god was aptly named. However, with his wife about to give birth, he would soon have little time for the young ones. The trio of Inuzuka Hana felt a tinge of reluctance. Over the past 6 months, the flying bamboo dragonfly had imparted much knowledge, and they felt they had grown rapidly, now surpassing most of their peers and standing out as exemplary students in the academy. Yet they understood that having a jonin invest such time in their training was a rare opportunity, not something to be taken for granted. Wind Demon Jikong declared, Teacher Dragonfly, I will strive to become a guardian of Konoha. Izunoya Kaikai added, I too shall become a powerful figure like you. Inuzuka Hana patted the gray triplets, proclaiming, just wait. I won't let you down. Throughout this extensive time, the flying bamboo dragonfly had not only taught them the fundamentals of ninjutsu and taijutsu, but also instilled in them the will of fire. This principle was invaluable. From Iruka and the trio of Tsuji, to Uchiha Itachi and Akado, and now to Inuzuka Hana, none had ever disappointed him. He was beginning to consider the will of fire as a belief system, having never encountered something so beneficial. Excellent. The sparks of Konoha shall be ignited by you. The future Hokage positions will undoubtedly belong to you. Hana as the 5th, Jikong as the 6th, and Kaikai as the 7th. I have faith in you all. Go forth. The flying bamboo dragonfly conveyed his approval and high expectations for them. Wait, why am I the 7th? Jikong should be the 6th, and I should be the 6th. While Jikong takes the 7th, Kaikai exclaimed, his blood boiling with excitement. Yet he had reservations. Wind Demon Jikong, hearing his teammate's words, patted his shoulder. We are teammates. I have no issue being the 6th. Why quibble over such matters? TCH, I will definitely become Hokage before you. No, I shall. Humph. You just witnessed the strength of my clan's secret technique. It's formidable. Huh. My clan's secret technique allows me to fly. You cannot reach me. Watching the playful banter between the two, the flying bamboo dragonfly chuckled heartily. Hokage? What a trivial title. Aside from Tsunade, none have lived long in that position. Only someone like him, who wielded a portion of Konoha's high-level power while maintaining stability, could be deemed truly formidable. In this regard, he would need to learn from the Inuzuka clan. Chapter 75. The Dragon and Phoenix Twins at Konoha Hospital. A young figure paced anxiously outside the delivery room, flanked by 2 middle-aged men. The flying bamboo dragonfly had by now removed his bandages, revealing his true appearance. White hair and eyelashes, with misty azure eyes. A tall stature that caught the attention of passing nurses. However, witnessing his restless pacing and anxious expression, the nurses felt a twinge of disappointment. Such a handsome man was already taken, sparking envy towards the woman inside. Dragonfly, stop pacing. Your restlessness is dampening the joyous mood. One of the men remarked. Initially, it was nothing. He had been through this himself. Yet, the incessant pacing truly incited concern for what might be happening inside. Flying Bamboo Donching quipped about his son's lack of composure. Is your jonin rank merely bought? The flying bamboo dragonfly finally halted, rolling his eyes. Was it not strange to be unconcerned during one's first child's birth? He found it hard to believe that when he or Shobu was in their mother's womb, his father and father-in-law weren't equally anxious. Father, dear-in-laws, what do you think? Shall we name the child a boy or a girl? I have pondered for quite a while, and still have not settled on a name. The thought weighs heavily on my mind. Despite having absorbed countless memories on the battlefield without a hint of discomfort, I find myself utterly stumped in this regard. It feels as though my usually astute mind has become muddled. I remarked, Acarus calamus carries its offspring for 10 months, and you haven't even thought of a name? I cast a disdainful glance at him, the man. Feiju Donching hesitated momentarily, then proposed, let us name him Feiju Xianglong, symbolizing a mighty dragon soaring through the skies. After all, I had named you Feiju Qingting to allow you to soar among the great trees of Konoha, granting you the opportunity to become a ninja. Having uttered this, he felt quite pleased with his naming prowess, as expected of him. No, I interjected. If it's a boy, he should be Feiju Tonkatsu, and if a girl, Feiju Miso. I shall have my grandchild inherit my legacy. I found my in-laws' suggestions rather hasty, merely revolving around flight, and believed my own choices were far superior, being closely tied to life itself. Feiju Qingting stroked his chin in contemplation, realizing that names could indeed be crafted in such a manner. Why not name the boy Feiju Captain and the girl Feiju Minister, granting them high ranks from birth? After much deliberation, he fancied he had come up with two splendid names. Yet, he was met with two pairs of rolling eyes. Why not Feiju Hokage? Why not Feiju Daimyo? They chimed in unison. Initially, one would assume that Feiju Qingting, having become a ninja, possessed a sharp mind. However, it appeared that was not the case. Upon hearing their words, Feiju Qingting clapped his hands in agreement, realizing their point was not without merit. Enough. Do not name them now. Once Acarus Calamus emerges, the three of us shall think of names together. You go to the side, Feiju Dongqing declared. Feiju Qingting turned his head to gaze at the delivery room. Suddenly, a loud wail pierced the air. The three of them rejoiced. She has come out. Suddenly, another distinct cry echoed, and Feiju Qingting's heart soared with joy. It was evident that there were not one, but two, meaning either twins or a boy and a girl. However, one could only wonder if Acarus Calamus's body could bear the strain. Moments later, the delivery room doors swung open, and the attending doctors emerged, cradling the infants. Congratulations. A pair of twins, one boy and one girl, healthy and born naturally, they announced, and Feiju Qingting finally relaxed, watching the two children in the doctor's arms. A profound sense of kinship surged within him. This is what it means to carry on a legacy. Simultaneously, a wave of responsibility washed over him. He felt transformed, his mindset seemingly having shifted, imbued with a tremendous energy. This must be the essence of paternal love. Hokage, I sincerely apologize for intruding upon your time with the children. But the mission is urgent. Currently, all other jonin are engaged in tasks, and I must rely on you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, handing him a document. Feiju Qingting was indeed troubled. His children had only just been born a month prior, and already he was to embark on a mission, the plight of a working man. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing any complaints, knowing that the Hokage's son had faced similar circumstances, being dispatched on a mission by Sarutobi Hiruzen even earlier, leaving his own child behind. According to his information, Sarutobi Konohamaru had already been born, a month older than his own children. Moreover, Konohamaru's father, Sarutobi Asuma, had only spent a fortnight in peace before being sent on a mission. He could not help but admire. Had he possessed such authority, he would never have acted in this manner. Picking up the document, he began to read carefully. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is intelligence from the Rain Village. According to the last reports from our spies, it seems that the Rain Village experienced turmoil over 2 years ago, with this intelligence only recently reaching Konoha. Your objective is to lead a team to investigate the internal affairs of the Rain Village. Proceed with caution. I have already dispatched 3 elite intelligence teams, all of whom have gone missing. He conveyed the details of the mission to Feiju Qingting, harboring anger towards Danzo, who had intercepted the information for 2 years. It was after multiple mission failures that he decided to send Feiju Qingting. Having survived the Third Great Ninja War, Feiju Qingting's capabilities were unquestionable, and he was one of the staunchest bearers of the will of fire. Clearly, something significant was unfolding within the Rain Village. Feiju Qingting replied, considering the information in hand. 3 intelligence teams comprised of elite operatives had vanished, indicating that the mission would be exceedingly challenging. Thoughts of the Rain Village flickered through his mind. It was the birthplace of the Akatsuki organization. Having traversed the ninja world for nearly 7 years, he had finally become entangled in its affairs. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I require you to uncover their intentions and gather as much intelligence as possible. If the situation becomes too perilous, I authorize you to lead your team in a strategic withdrawal. Having already lost 3 elite teams, he recognized the complexity of the situation. Understood. And who are my teammates? Your teammates will include your former disciple, Jigen Iwashi, and 2 elite members of the Umbu. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could elaborate further, a figure entered from outside, adorned with a cross-shaped scar on his chin. Shimura Danzo. Feiju Qingting regarded him, noting that he appeared well, his hands intact, and lacking a cane for support. Hardly any different from when we fought the Nine Tails. He then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression one of confusion. Seemingly perceiving his bewilderment, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. The head of Umbu training, also a disciple of the second Hokage, is Shimura Danzo. Lord Danzo, Feiju Qingting nodded in acknowledgement. What does that old man intend to do? Chapter 76, S-Rank Intelligence Mission in the Hokage's Office. Danzo spoke. I have heard much about you, though this is our first meeting. I entrust this mission to you. Bring back the intelligence at all costs, even if it requires sacrifice. Feiju Qingting was undoubtedly an elite of Konoha, possessing the ability to read minds and gather intelligence. Surpassing others in his skill set, especially in barrier ninjutsu, Danzo held a deep admiration for him. Were it not for Sarutobi Hiruzen's intercession, he would have sought to promote him to a higher position. Sacrifice? Feiju Qingting was at a loss for words, as expected of Danzo. It seemed he was implying that loss of life was inconsequential, truly ruthless. This also illustrated how much Danzo valued this mission. Personally stepping out from his stronghold to address him. Did he covet the power of the Rinnegan? Undoubtedly, the internal conflict stemmed from the incident involving Nagato and Hanzo. At this moment, the Akatsuki organization must have completely seized control of the Rain Village. Listening to Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected sternly, Danzo, do not always speak of sacrifice. My orders are to retrieve intelligence under conditions that allow for a safe retreat. Narrow-mindedness. Minor sacrifices are made for the greater good of Konoha. Hiruzen, you have grown senile. Danzo retorted, his disappointment palpable. Indeed, only he was the best candidate for Hokage. Once he obtained the power of the Rinnegan, the position of Hokage would be his. Humph. I am the Hokage. Qingting, please inform your family. I will set out tomorrow. This mission may take a considerable amount of time. Do not neglect your family. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed. Understood. Feiju Qingting had witnessed a significant moment. Holding the intelligence in his hands, he turned to depart slowly. As he passed Danzo, he could feel the cold, emotionless gaze upon him. At Feiju Qingting's home. Tianyu, Maki, your father is leaving for a mission tomorrow. Be sure to listen to your mother, he said, looking at the twins in their cradle, their cerulean eyes gazing back at him. Both children had inherited the color of his eyes, their blue misty gaze appearing vibrant and lively. After much debate among the four, they finally settled on the names for the two children, Feiju Tianyu and Feiju Maki. A rather ordinary name, devoid of any grand or earthy connotations. It simply rolls off the tongue with ease. Indeed, even the name Icarus fails to inspire anyone to bestow such a title. Jinshi and Tianyu seemed to have heard his words, both displaying innocent smiles. Their lively eyes fixed upon him as if to convey, I shall care for mother. You may go. Truly, they are my offspring, perceptive beyond their years. Feiju Qingting observed the two children with a smile. Unsurprisingly, the little ones had inherited his keen sensitivity, possessing an acute awareness of adult emotions. Adeptly gauging when to weep and when to laugh, leaving their parents in awe. Watching the father-son interaction, Asura remarked, It's been quite a while since you ventured beyond the village for a mission, hasn't it? Will this one take a long time? She had grown accustomed to the ninja's duties, for living in Konoha made such separations a familiar affair. Asura felt no sorrow at parting, merely concerned for Feiju Qingting's safety. With an apologetic expression, Feiju Qingting replied, Indeed, it has been several months. This mission may extend longer than anticipated. I entrust the little ones to you, my dear. This assignment pertained to intelligence gathering, and he could not hazard a guess as to how long it would take to complete, particularly when facing an adversary of Nagato's caliber. He was well aware that having read the original text would not guarantee the acquisition of any valuable information. Such naivety would be foolish. The source material lacked intricate details, providing only knowledge of the Rinnegan and Nagato's control over the six paths. Furthermore, he could not simply wander about and return claiming to have gathered intelligence, as Konoha possessed organizations dedicated to verifying such claims, designed to prevent false reports out of fear. Moreover, he was not alone. He had his disciple, along with two likely subordinates of Danzo. Rest assured, they are not just your children. They are my children as well, and I shall care for them, Asura assured him. Seemingly attuned to the emotions surrounding them, the two little ones emitted cooing sounds. Now, Tianyu, Jinshi, during my absence, let them keep you company. Feiju Qingting stated as he produced two meticulously crafted figurines, their surfaces polished to perfection, placing them beside the children's bedding. Each figurine contained a substantial amount of chakra. Such items were also available with Feiju Dongqing and Asura. In critical moments, they could unleash pre-prepared techniques for protection. As night fell, Feiju Qingting formed hand seals, inscribing numerous sealing techniques upon the bandages adorning his head, readying them for when the need arose, thereby reducing casting time. He equipped himself with various ninja tools, antidotes, radios, telescopes, and all manner of useful implements. This mission would be his most challenging S-rank task, facing an enemy wielding the Rinnegan and possessing some knowledge of the opponent's details. Necessitated preparation for all contingencies. Feiju Qingting did not presume to possess all of Nagato's intelligence, particularly as his genjutsu was still heavily countered by the six paths. However, when it came to combat experience, he feared no one, especially not a mere child like Nagato. Confidence swelled within him, particularly since he had received orders to gather intelligence safely. Should he find himself outmatched, he was free to retreat. Unlike Jiraiya, the stubborn old man filled with the will of fire, who would refuse to flee even when outmatched, Feiju Qingting bore no psychological burden in retreating. With a family to care for and only a modest income, risking his life was out of the question. In a two-story apartment, he prepared to fight alongside his teacher once more, determined to demonstrate his capabilities. Jieshi Taisien meticulously checked his ninja tools, secured his forehead protector, and wore a smile. After 2 years of training, he was no longer the same boy but a capable chunin, his experience and combat prowess having grown immeasurably. As the most talented ninja in their trio, Jieshi Taisien brimmed with confidence. This would be his first S-rank mission, and he was resolute in not disappointing his teacher, eager to showcase his abilities. Your task is to gather intelligence on the wielder of the Rinnegan. Utilize Feiju Qingting's strengths to draw the enemy's attention. You are all elite of the route, and I trust you know how to proceed, Danzo instructed, regarding the two before him. Understood, they replied, their voices devoid of emotion, their faces obscured by masks. With a sudden burst, they vanished from Danzo's sight. The legendary Rinnegan truly exists. Time will validate my beliefs, Sarutobi mused, gazing at the sky with a smirk. Everyone harbored their own thoughts. Yet, as the sun rose, all were prepared, gathering at the rendezvous point. After bidding farewell to his family, Feiju Qingting arrived early at the assembly location. Chapter 77. Overcoming challenges. As Feiju Qingting awaited, contemplating the infiltration plan, the other three soon materialized. Teacher, it's been ages. Finally, we're on a mission together again, and such a high-ranking one, Jieshi Taisien exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Feiju Qingting nodded in acknowledgement, feeling quite pleased with him. Jieshi Taisien was his most gifted disciple, and he held him in high regard. He then turned his attention to the other two teammates. Gentlemen, while I possess your basic information, I require a more detailed understanding of your capabilities for the success of this mission. Both were unfamiliar faces. One was a burly man with an unkempt beard, while the other was slender, resembling a delicate scholar. However, through Feiju Qingting's perception, he discerned that both possessed chakra levels comparable to Kakashi, indicating that their strength should not be underestimated. Clearly, this mission was of great significance to Danzo, as it involved the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The burly man introduced himself. I am Yen Kuei, proficient in earth release, taijutsu, and assassination. The slender man followed suit. I am Tsong Yun, skilled in tracking, assassination, and other supportive roles. Their expressions remained impassive as they spoke, revealing little of their personalities. Excellent. Now, let us inspect our ninja tools. Once confirmed, we shall proceed in a wedge formation towards the land of rain. Feiju Qingting instructed, nodding in approval. He double-checked his own supplies, ensuring an ample stock of explosive tags, kunai, and other essentials before feeling reassured. The other three mirrored his actions. Then, let us embark, he declared, with swift movements. They leaped across the treetops en route to the land of rain. Feiju Qingting's perception focused on the two companions. There was no obstruction or dissent. They followed obediently. What a troublesome lot, he mused, recognizing the caliber of Danzo's subordinates. The quieter it became, the more troublesome the situation ahead seemed. It was possible that Danzo's mission diverged significantly from his own objectives. Should two jonin decide to intervene, that would prove exceedingly challenging. Thankfully, he had his disciple with him. Jieshi Taisien maintained vigilance on the flank, ever alert for impending danger. It was evident he had matured significantly, no longer the boy who required coercive training methods to learn. As time passed, the humidity in the air began to rise. A layer of moisture settled upon Feiju Qingting's skin as the water vapor thickened. The unique geography of the Land of Rain, perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, led to frequent rainfall, resulting in significantly higher humidity than other nations. The distance from Konoha was also greater than that to the Land of Iron, and at their current pace, they would require approximately 3.5 days to arrive. The four proceeded at a steady pace. The two Umbu ninjas did not rush, dutifully following behind. Feiju Qingting, whose perception remained attuned to them, found the journey somewhat tedious. In contrast, Jieshi Taisien occasionally tinkered with his ninja tools. 3 days passed, and they drew closer to the Land of Rain, where distant thunder and rain could be seen falling from the sky. The flying bamboo dragonfly halted, casting a glance at Yen Kuei. "This is troublesome." Yen Kuei fell silent. Yet, constrained by the fact that the flying bamboo dragonfly was the captain, he began to form hand seals to release a ninjutsu. Earth-style, earth house technique. With a thunderous rumble, a towering earthen structure arose at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Yen Kuei looked at the flying bamboo dragonfly with a touch of impatience, which was met with a smile. Ever since he discovered that this lad was a master of earth release, he was reminded of Yamato, who built houses with wood release. He had intended to inquire if he could use earth release to construct a dwelling for rest, only to discover that he indeed could. The thorny iron wire expressed his awe, thinking, "It's truly remarkable. He doesn't even resemble someone tasked with sleeping outdoors. If only I could also master the transformation of earth nature." Upon seeing the house, envy washed over him. If he possessed such skills, the entire team would be at ease. You should focus on mastering space-time ninjutsu and wind release with your talent. It would take you 2 or 3 years to learn earth nature transformation. The flying bamboo dragonfly patted him on the shoulder, advising him not to overthink. He could not help but marvel at the profound resources of Danzo. It seemed he had access to every technique imaginable. However, he was unaware of the particular technique employed by another member of the team. Regardless, it mattered little as long as they were not disturbed. Otherwise, he would have to showcase his own power. The rain fell in silence. According to the information from the Hokage, 3 elite teams had previously infiltrated the Land of Rain, but returned empty-handed. It could be inferred that the area was likely saturated with sensory ninjas' barriers, thus preventing a normal infiltration without causing a significant commotion. The flying bamboo dragonfly began to review the intelligence. The other 3 nodded in agreement. The directions of the Land of Grass, the Land of Birds, and the Land of Rivers were where the Hokage had dispatched teams to infiltrate. Therefore, it was evident that any approach from these directions could lead to detection by the enemy, including the borders of the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. This analysis was straightforward. The 3 small nations surrounded the Land of Rain in a triangular formation, and the failure from all 3 major nations indicated that success from any direction was improbable. This highlighted the enemy's formidable sensory capabilities. The Land of Rain, encircled by 6 countries, had a small territory. Had it not been for the 6 nations' desire for land and the environmental challenges requiring a buffer, it would have long ceased to exist. The flying bamboo dragonfly was aware of Nagato's rain tiger free technique, yet he still needed to analyze alongside his teammates. Otherwise, how could he obtain this information when he rarely ventured out? He felt a mix of disdain and envy towards such a wasteful expenditure of chakra. The disdain stemmed from the excessive waste, while the envy arose from his own lack of chakra to squander. The ninjutsu that permeated the Land of Rain. If he possessed such chakra, perhaps he could forego eating beef altogether. So, how shall we infiltrate? Thorny Iron Wire posed the critical question. Recalling that the elite espionage teams dispatched by the Third Hokage had all failed, questioning how they could succeed. The flying bamboo dragonfly turned his gaze towards his 2 teammates skilled in assassination. Yen Kuei shook his head. It's futile, apart from the Hokage. Even Lord Danzo dispatched teams that met with failure. If infiltration were possible, what need would there be for the flying bamboo dragonfly? In that case, a direct assault is also unfeasible, as it would trigger considerable repercussions. If other nations become alert, we may very well be on the brink of the 4th Great Ninja War, the flying bamboo dragonfly lamented. It seemed that among Danzo's subordinates, there were scarcely a few elite intelligence operatives. Had that wandering priestess still been with the roots, perhaps he would not have to concern himself so. The flying bamboo dragonfly had accessed many ninja memories, aware that the secret techniques within the ninja world were innumerable, with only a fraction documented in the Book of Seals. Many techniques could evade sensory and tracking methods. The wandering priestess, being able to traverse nations and acquire intelligence that pleased Danzo, should have no issue infiltrating the land of rain. However, she was likely now the head of an orphanage, or perhaps she had already encountered failure. Chapter 78, Stealth Konoha, Ninja Academy. Days passed, and Iruka finally sensed something amiss. Over the past few days, he observed that his students had become more lively. Their gazes no longer reflected fear. Rather, they laughed and chatted, only revealing discomfort when he employed the fire-style, eight-headed serpent illusion. Yet, upon turning away from their sight, they resumed their cheerful demeanor, entirely unbothered by the lingering discomfort they had initially displayed after being caught in his technique. At first, he thought the children had simply adapted, far surpassing him in this regard. However, the situation began in the 3rd grade and gradually spread to the 2nd and 4th grades, with all but the 1st grade exhibiting this change. This struck him as peculiar. The qualities of an excellent ninja urged him to uncover the truth behind this phenomenon. Bang! Iruka transformed into an eraser, waiting quietly. He anticipated the class to commence, ready to utilize his skills as a chunin to gather their secrets. He firmly believed in this approach. Ding ding ding. As the bell rang, students entered one by one, each brimming with energy, though a few appeared quite fatigued. Oh, another class with Iruka-sensei, how delightful. Indeed, it's so amusing to feign discomfort in front of Iruka-sensei. Should we play again today? I'm tempted to skip class and play outside. Iruka-sensei's technique has lost its effectiveness. The cheerful voices of children echoed in Iruka's ears, providing him with snippets of information. The techniques taught by him had been unraveled, and they had been playing him for days. No wonder he felt that something was off these past few days. Hey, yesterday's chalkboard wasn't erased. Liang, you're the only one in the entire 3rd grade who hasn't been punished by the teacher. As a model student, why don't you erase the chalkboard? Suddenly, a student noticed the chalk marks left from the previous day's class and, in a fit of inspiration, offered to alleviate the teacher's burden. The boy named Liang did not complain. He was indeed a model student and excelled in this regard. Among the entire ninja academy, only a handful of students had not faced Iruka-sensei's punishment, and he was one of them. Stop. No. Iruka wished to speak up, but realized he must not let the students know he was eavesdropping, so he struggled to maintain the guise of an eraser. Liang seized the eraser. It felt significantly heavier than usual. Yet, he did not ponder further and began to wipe the board. Iruka's eyes brimmed with tears. Feeling the friction between his body and the board, especially under the hands of Liang, the student who never erred, it pained him even more. Had he known, he would have transformed into the podium instead. Once Liang finished, he returned to his seat like the others, awaiting the teacher's arrival. Iruka, seeing the student settle down, suddenly felt the eraser extend 4 legs, attempting to escape through the classroom door. However, before it could make its move, Mizuki entered, carrying books, causing Iruka to immediately halt his escape and retract his legs. Hello, classmates. Hello, Mizuki-sensei. All right, now open your information compilation book to page 27. Based on trace identification studies, determine the site of a battle that has occurred. Mizuki spoke while writing questions and answers on the chalkboard during the lesson. He occasionally picked up the eraser to wipe the board. At one moment, Mizuki paused his hand, then continued to erase. In the teacher's office, Iruka, what is wrong with you? Transforming into an eraser. Haha. Mizuki laughed upon seeing Iruka's flushed face. Nearby, other teachers, observing Iruka's predicament and hearing Mizuki's words, also stifled their laughter. Brother Mizuki, you knew I transformed, didn't you? Iruka, filled with frustration, muttered complaints under his breath. Mizuki, with an exasperated gesture, replied, Oh dear, why didn't you speak up? I almost mistook you for an enemy. In truth, he had thought that it was the 3rd Hokage's spies watching him, only to discover it was Iruka. Sigh, I sensed something was amiss with the students, so I went to gather intelligence, Iruka explained. Did you uncover anything of significance? Mizuki inquired. Well, these rascals managed to unravel my illusion technique and are spreading the word about it. Aside from the first-year students who have just learned to mold chakra, my technique is ineffective against the rest. Iruka lamented. He had merely contemplated a way to block his ears, not anticipating that the students would already devise a means to dismantle the illusion. The teachers present were momentarily taken aback by Iruka's revelation. Students? They cracked that bothersome illusion? As educators, they were all capable individuals who had contemplated various methods of countering such techniques over time. However, the fact that this knowledge had disseminated throughout the entire ninja academy rendered their strategies obsolete. Who was the one responsible for this breakthrough? The ability to decipher and share such a technique indicated exceptional talent. They were all keen to identify this remarkable student, or perhaps the parent who had assisted in the process. Irika shook his head. I'm not sure. I haven't gathered all the information yet. But it seems to originate from a third-year student. The method must have come from there. Hearing this, Hibiki chuckled. Huh? It seems you've learned a valuable lesson. Teaching should be earnest, guiding rather than threatening. Irika nodded, deeply reflecting on the inappropriateness of such teaching methods. However, he couldn't help but acknowledge that among the youngsters, there were indeed prodigious talents capable of unraveling illusions. Quite impressive. This sentiment was shared by the majority of the teachers. In the land of rain, 3 feet underground, a hand emerged from the earth, revealing a figure clad in the raincoat typical of the village residents. Feiju Qingtiao observed the concealed exterior without stepping into the rain. He understood that Nagato's techniques relied on rainwater for perception, disguising himself as an ordinary citizen through transformation techniques. He traversed underground using earth-style ninjutsu while relying on sensory techniques to navigate. He entered a tavern, seizing an opportunity to slip inside. Upon surveying the interior, he noted it bore little distinction from establishments in Konoha, though the furnishings were different. At that moment, a few ninjas were engaged in discussion. I recently dealt with a gigantic aquatic beast in the Mist Flow River. It was as tall as a building. But who am I? Just a simple rainfall 1,000 hands. And I took it down. The local villagers showered me with gifts. Had I not fled quickly, even their village beauty would have been promised to me. What formidable beasts remain in the land of rain? All have been dealt with by our Lord Angel and Lord Messenger. You're just boasting. There are still some stragglers. The previous village Jonin had quite the struggle with the local beast problem. Have you forgotten? The village's current environment is splendid. Thanks to the efforts of our God and Lord Angel, serving them is truly a blessing. Feiju Qingtiao absorbed their conversations, and with a drink, felt the dampness of the past few days dissipate. Glancing at their forehead protectors, he recognized them as ninjas from the land of rain. The so-called Lord Angel and God they spoke of were likely Konan and Nagato. The ninjas did not delve deeply into discussions about the Lord Angel. Their words were filled with reverence, lacking any other intelligence. Clearly, acquiring information was no simple task. If memory served him right, in the original narrative, Danzo's subordinate, Sai, had once assassinated a hardline leader from the land of rain against Konoha. This indicated that infiltration into the rain village was not impossible. Yet obtaining intelligence on Konan and Nagato remained quite challenging. His gaze fell upon a paper doll resembling a sunny day charm, but it was merely a fleeting moment. He did not linger. The surveillance in the rain village appeared more extensive than anticipated, explaining why even Jiraiya had met with failure. Truly difficult. Underground, within the concealment barrier, the other 3 members of the team awaited. The thorny iron wire observed the two, ensuring they did not cause any trouble. This was a directive from their teacher, and although he didn't fully understand why, he chose to trust his instructor. It seemed their captain had successfully infiltrated the area. It has been 15 days since we entered the territory of the rain village, Yanquai remarked. Feiju Qingtiao, as the captain, had been gathering intelligence for quite some time. By now, the method of perception employed by the enemy was clear, the rain falling from the sky. The prolonged absence of detection indicated that their infiltration method was indeed effective. Yanquai and Songyun exchanged glances. Thorny iron wire shot them a wary look. Sensing that the 2 teammates may not have entirely pure intentions, which explained the teacher's need to monitor them. Deep down, he felt that the 3rd Hokage was rather foolish to send out teammates with ulterior motives, unaware of the dangers inherent in espionage missions. Do not act rashly. If the enemy discovers us, not only will our mission fail, but it could also jeopardize the captain, Thorny Iron Wire cautioned, feeling it necessary to lay out a warning. Songyun, with a facade of a charming smile, replied, completing the mission is our sole objective. We will not interfere with Captain Qingtiao. We merely wish to be prepared for any potential support. Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke to draw Thorny Iron Wire's attention, several small black mice scurried from beneath his feet, vanishing into the tunnel they had traversed. Yanquai also stirred slightly to distract him. Understood. Acting rashly benefits no one, Thorny Iron Wire stated, oblivious to their subtle maneuvers. Yanquai and Songyun exchanged expressions, their faces devoid of emotion, as though nothing had transpired. Based on information from Lord Danzo and their interactions over the days, they understood that Feizhu Qingtiao was a sensory-type ninja and dared not attempt any antics in his presence. Today, they had calculated the timing of Feizhu Qingtiao's departure and his approximate sensory range, ready to make their move. Thorny Iron Wire was indeed too naive and underestimated their abilities, as the Thorny Iron Wire maintained the barrier ninjutsu by channeling chakra into it. His left hand discreetly tapped against his thigh in a rhythmic pattern. Although he was unaware of the earlier actions of the two, he recalled the intelligence lessons imparted by his mentor. When he sensed discord among his teammates, he was compelled to treat them as potential adversaries, recognizing that the enemy's actions in such circumstances would invariably differ from their previous interactions, indicating they had done something unusual. In such a scenario, if a trustworthy ally was present, it was imperative to signal discreetly while remaining prepared for action. The situation involving the two earlier aligned with this principle. He would not allow chance to dictate his fate. In the Hidden Rain village, the dragonfly swiftly withdrew his hand from a ninja's head, hastily forming hand seals and pressing against the ninja's pineal gland. Tiny runes flickered and surged into the ninja's mind, expanding toward his brain. Whoosh! Having completed his task, the dragonfly vanished into the earth. Upon his departure, the ninja slowly opened his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings, pondering how he arrived there and why. Just moments prior, he had been drinking. Could it be that he had drunkenly stumbled into this place? Shaking his head, he glanced in the direction of home and began walking, disappearing into the rainy night. In the underground temporary resting area, the dragonfly had created a place of respite using earth-based ninjutsu, while his mind mulled over the intelligence he had gathered. As a master of mind-reading techniques and the leader of the intelligence analysis team, he excelled in this domain. Despite his abilities, even he could not glean all the information from an enemy's mind due to their mental defenses. Thus, prior to employing mind-reading, he would first interrogate the enemy for information and then use his abilities to confirm the accuracy of the intelligence, ultimately sealing any relevant memories through sealing techniques. This had been his focus during recent days, selecting ninjas who might possess useful information for intelligence gathering. It became clear to him that the Rain Tiger's free-spirited technique for discerning enemy intrusions relied on recognizing unfamiliar chakra emanating from those who had long been active within the Hidden Rain Village. He deduced, based on information obtained from the Rain Village ninjas and his studies of ninjutsu principles, coupled with analyses from fields such as mathematics and psychology, that he held a 90% certainty that Nagato's perception methodology operated on this principle. The reason it was not a complete certainty was due to his personal responsibilities at home. He needed to exercise caution and avoid reckless assumptions. Had he paid closer attention to the details while watching Shippuden, he might have noticed that while Kurizetsu was black and Shirazetsu was white, one could easily overlook the fact that Kurizetsu's nails were pink. Chapter 80. Espionage. Thud, thud. At that moment, a custom radio beside his ear emitted signals of varying lengths and rhythms. Those under Danzo were truly restless. From the code, the dragonfly gleaned information about his teammates' circumstances and sighed, hoping that this old man wouldn't jeopardize his mission. Completing this task could yield at least 10 million ryo, equivalent to a third of the bounty on land. His annual base salary was only 6 million, making this a considerable sum. Some research into ninjutsu also required financial backing. Above all, he feared being discovered by Nagato and his associates, for that would render his efforts fruitless and akin to striking a stone with an egg. He was uncertain of what Yin Kuei and Song Yun had been up to, but he knew he had to be cautious and attentive to any disturbances. Gradually, the dragonfly melded into the earth, swiftly advancing toward his team. Outside the borders of the Land of Rain, several teams of ninjas clad in black cloaks appeared. Gazing toward the Land of Rain, one ninja formed hand seals to perform a technique, while others guarded him. Intelligence was at hand. In the distance, several black rats scurried forth. Chirp! Opening a blank scroll and infusing it with chakra, the distant rats seemed to have found their destination, entering the scroll. Their bodies gradually transformed into symbols, inscribed upon the blank scroll. It appeared they finally had a breakthrough. They would send word back to Konoha to report to Lord Danzo. The leading ninja examined the scroll's contents, rolled it up, and summoned a messenger hawk, binding the scroll to its leg. Flap, flap, caw. The messenger hawk flapped its wings and soared high, heading toward Konoha. Dragonfly, you weren't detected, were you? Yenkuei inquired as the dragonfly emerged from the tunnel wall. The dragonfly nodded. Having made progress after half a month, he had identified the principles behind the Rain Village's perception ninjutsu. Next, he aimed to decipher the technique and find a way to infiltrate the internal structures of the Rain Village to gather intelligence. Song Yun was astonished, realizing that the dragonfly had quickly unraveled the enemy's ninjutsu principles. They had only just confirmed that the enemy's perception relied on the rain falling from the sky and were contemplating ways to counter it. Little did they know, the dragonfly had already cracked the code. Who truly was the expert in assassination? This was indeed fortuitous, as their goal was the Rinnegan. The more formidable the dragonfly became, the more advantageous it was for them. Let us remain quiet for a time and devise a method of concealment. Otherwise, we will inevitably be discovered. One cannot linger indefinitely in an underground cave. Issues of air, food, and mental well-being arise. Even the most skilled ninja cannot escape this reality. Should they cause too much commotion in the Rain Village, it would raise suspicions, complicating their espionage efforts. The other three nodded in agreement. As they worked on deciphering the ninjutsu, back in Konoha, Danzo received intelligence from the Dragonfly's espionage team. A smile crept across his face as he perused the information. So that's how it is. To sustain such a vast ninjutsu, it seems the Rinnegan truly lives up to its reputation as the Eye of the Sage of Six Paths. The scroll contained details on the Rain Village's perception ninjutsu. With this newfound knowledge, Danzo was confident he could unravel it within 2 weeks and deploy additional personnel to infiltrate the Rain Village. He had not anticipated that the persistent rain would allow the Rain Village to conceal their ninjutsu within such a range. The continuous nature of this technique necessitated a tremendous amount of chakra, a fact that had eluded him. Summon the others. Instruct them to develop a countermeasure based on this intelligence within 2 weeks, Danzo commanded, handing the information to his subordinates. Days passed. The dragonfly completed his research and issued commands to the trio to set traps and remain ready to support at a moment's notice. Hey, Captain, aren't you going to teach us? Yenkuei and the others asked, realizing that the dragonfly had likely conceived a method to counter the technique. The thorny iron wire also looked to the dragonfly, who had not yet devised a countermeasure based on the principles of his own ninjutsu system. True to form, the teacher has found a solution in just a few days, they mused. Such techniques involve secret arts that you cannot master. Stay hidden, remain alert for signals, and be prepared to assist, the dragonfly instructed before melding into the wall and vanishing from their sight. Watching their captain disappear, they felt powerless. Secret arts were not easily learned. However, as specialists in assassination, Yenkuei and Song Yun contemplated alternative strategies. The two exchanged glances and once again employed their previous tactics to relay information. In the Rain Village, a chunin named Hayakawa, after completing his daily training, felt a chilling sensation as if unseen eyes were watching him. This weather is far too cold. It hasn't been sunny for days. I truly envy the climate of the Land of Fire, Hayakawa muttered to himself, tightening his raincoat. He gazed at the ominous clouds above and the relentless rain that had persisted for half a month, filled with envy for the Land of Fire across the way. There, nature flourished with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, cycling through the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, basking in the brilliance of the sun, a stark contrast to the rain country, where sunlight graced them for merely a few days each year, making it seem akin to paradise. However, despite his envy, he found contentment in his current circumstances. Ever since the arrival of the divine beings and the angels, the rain country had enjoyed years of peace, allowing its inhabitants to lead better lives. He quickened his pace, braving the fine drizzle as he returned home, finally feeling the chill dissipate after activating the heating. As he looked at the heating pipes, admiration filled Hayakawa's eyes. It was under the angel's stewardship that the living conditions in the rain country improved. Previously, they could only endure the overwhelming humidity by adapting to the weather. It was only after Hanzo was defeated by the god that spring graced the village of Amigakure, allowing even commoners to enjoy the warmth of firewood and heating, luxuries once reserved for the nobility. Truly, the divine was magnificent. In his line of sight, a figure stood as if it were a mere figment of his imagination, yet Hayakawa remained oblivious. Even as he passed by, it was as if he were unaware of its presence, absorbed in his own affairs. This figure was the flying bamboo dragonfly, employing a visual illusion. During the execution of his technique, Anyone who perceived him without caution would completely overlook his existence, including their visual, auditory, olfactory, and tactile senses. This was a skill that Jiraiya longed for, perfectly suited for espionage. Although it had significant drawbacks, its practicality was undeniable. For someone of Hayakawa's rank, this technique seemed almost divine, allowing the flying bamboo dragonfly to act brazenly, yet he remained cautious, aware that his target could possess a unique constitution that rendered him immune to such illusions. Chapter 81. Assassination Techniques with a Swift Motion. The flying bamboo dragonfly drew a kunai, piercing it through Hayakawa's chest once he had finished his lunch. Forgive me, Umitba, amen. Utilizing the mind-reading technique, he delved into Hayakawa's memories while his neural signals were still active, traversing a temporal tunnel to extract the majority of his recollections. Moments later, he opened a scroll at his waist, and runes surged forth, enveloping Hayakawa's lifeless body and drawing it within, leaving a character for corpse at its center. With a resounding bang, the flying bamboo dragonfly transformed, assuming Hayakawa's appearance. Employing an illusion to deceive, he then cast another illusion designed to counter the Rain Tiger's Zazai technique upon himself. This particular technique, developed over 5 days, allowed him to mislead external inquiries. All chakra analyses would automatically relay the chakra information he had gathered. Upon completing this technique, he spent the following days seeking a suitable target. After a month of observation, the flying bamboo dragonfly had gained profound insight into Hayakawa's daily life, his role, the individuals he interacted with, and his social relationships. He had also absorbed the chakra information of his target, coupled with the mind-reading technique. It could be said that aside from those he was intimately familiar with, he had effectively become Hayakawa. Yet, the target he sought was someone with ordinary social connections, a commoner whose most familiar relationships were with his superior and 3 subordinates. His daily existence as a leading chunin consisted of guiding his team through various missions, allowing the flying bamboo dragonfly to uncover further intelligence about Amigakure. Historically isolated, even he, a jonin from Konohagakure, had known little about Amigakure. Now, however, he had gained a clearer understanding. Amigakure was a village renowned for its exceptional skills in assassination, greatly favored by various national powers. This unique ability had fostered its development. While lacking the diverse resources of the 5 great ninja villages, it surpassed others in assassination missions. He recalled Asuma and the 12 guardian ninja, pondering how the daimyo and nobility likely employed Amigakure's ninjas in their rivalries. The last target Hayakawa assassinated was a minor noble from the land of birds, indicating that Amigakure's covert operational resources were indeed substantial. No wonder Conan boasted of having 6 trillion explosive tags. Beyond Kakuzu's diligence, the bulk of it likely stemmed from Amigakure's stronghold. Well then, I shall now assume the identity of Hayakawa, the chunin leader of Amigakure. The flying bamboo dragonfly picked up a peculiar ninja tool resembling an umbrella, which, based on Hayakawa's memories, was ideally suited for assassination under certain circumstances. Amigakure placed great emphasis on individual capabilities. Thus, a leading chunin merely guided newly minted genin in adapting to their initial missions. Each promoted chunin possessed unique assassination methods. Next, he would familiarize himself with Hayakawa's behavioral patterns, gradually initiating his espionage activities. He was eager to see if his own intelligence-gathering skills could surpass those of Jiraiya. This promised to be intriguing. Above Konohagakure, a soaring eagle alighted upon a perch at the communication department, where a ninja retrieved intelligence. After deciphering the coded message, he made his way to the Hokage's office. Hizashi, your student from the analysis team, is truly an extraordinary spy. Have you considered entrusting him to me? He would serve a greater purpose in my hands than remaining with you, spoke Shimura Danzo. Following the flying bamboo dragonfly's 2-month exploration, the intelligence reports had multiplied, offering deeper insights into Amigakure. Danzo held a high regard for the flying bamboo dragonfly's abilities. In his eyes, this individual had become one of the rare elites within the Foundation. If he could secure him, the intelligence he could provide would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for Konohagakure. Do not entertain such thoughts. That is simply impossible. I know well what kind of person this old friend is, Sarutobi Hizashi replied. If placed within the Foundation, it would merely reduce the flying bamboo dragonfly to a tool willing to go to any lengths for a mission. After perusing the intelligence that the flying bamboo dragonfly had relayed regarding the current leader of Amigakure, who referred to himself as a god and seldom appeared among the village's ninjas, more often led by his subordinate, a ninja known as the Angel. Hanzo the Salamander was confirmed dead. The revelation made his brow furrow deeply. Hanzo, renowned as the strongest ninja since the first generation, had perished during the Third Great Ninja War at the hands of this so-called god. Any ninja who had survived the Second War was well aware of Hanzo's formidable prowess. If he truly fell to the current leader of Amigakure, then it was indeed justified to call him a god. It seemed that the once revered Rain country had birthed another powerful ninja. Danzo recalled the boy with the Rinnegan, his expression darkening. Such immense power should not reside in the hands of the enemy. He must be eliminated to avert a threat to Konohagakure. Soon, he had deciphered Amigakure's sensory capabilities and discreetly dispatched spies to locate and eliminate him, seizing his eyes in the process. Danzo, you may recall your two subordinates. The dragonfly has successfully infiltrated Amigakure. Do not delay, lest the enemy discover him and jeopardize his intelligence gathering, Sarutobi Hisashi instructed after careful consideration. He realized he had acted too hastily, not anticipating that the enemy's sensory coverage extended throughout the Rain country. Numerical superiority was of little consequence. Toanzo, since they have remained undetected for such an extended period, there is no need for concern. In fact, I believe their presence there is beneficial. Should the Feiju Qingting acquire intelligence and be discovered by the enemy, they can receive timely support, affording them the opportunity to relay the information back. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and decided to let them remain silent, refraining from any excessive actions. He was aware of Toanzo's ruthless nature in pursuit of his goals. Thus he issued multiple stern warnings. Toanzo nodded, yet internally he was dismissive. After all, aside from those two, he had already dispatched several teams of ninjas into the Rain Hidden Village after deciphering its sensory ninjutsu. In a serene setting, the twins Tianyu and Jinshi, holding onto figures of Feiju Qingting, were delightfully absorbed in their mother's nurturing. Over the span of 3 months, the two infants had grown increasingly adorable, shedding the wrinkled appearance they had at birth. Suddenly, both babies began to emit sounds of excitement. Shobu, puzzled, wondered why they were making noises when they were already nursing. Just then, 2 parrot-like birds appeared outside the window, capturing the baby's wide-eyed attention. Peace, peace, all is well, do not worry. The parrots chirped before landing gracefully in front of Shobu, transforming into 2 bamboo-crafted figures. The twins erupted into laughter. How curious. You've never laughed so joyously from daily feedings. It seems news of your father brings you such delight. Shobu realized that the transformation of the parrots into figures indicated Feiju Qingting's safety, putting her heart at ease. However, observing the 2 giggling little ones stirred a wave of jealousy within her. When he returns, just wait and see how I will handle you. Chapter 82. Turmoil on the 100-meter-high tower in the rain-hidden village. A girl with light blue-purple hair styled in a bun, adorned with a pale blue paper flower on the right side of her head, gazed down at the village. Her light orange eyes, framed with a hint of lavender eyeshadow and adorned with a lip piercing, reflected her striking beauty. Clad in a black trench coat with red cloud patterns edged in white, paired with light purple fitted trousers and a backless top with a zipper, she wore a ring in her navel and had the rain-hidden village's forehead protector tied at her waist. Standing at the edge of the tower, she surveyed the village beneath the drifting rain and mist, exuding an air of tranquility. Suddenly, her brows furrowed slightly as she turned and walked towards the tower's interior. A gaunt figure appeared, adorned with black rods, their eyes encircled with a peculiar pattern. Nagato, someone has infiltrated the village, Conan spoke up. Moments ago, she sensed an aura that did not belong to the rain-hidden village, indicating the presence of those audacious enough to intrude. Upon hearing this, Nagato focused his perception on the Rain Tiger's free technique and soon remarked, "It seems my Rain Tiger's free technique has been deciphered. Could it be those ninjas? Unaware of the pain they invite. Conan, issue the command to locate these intruders." Understood, Conan nodded, leaving behind a paper clone to attend to Nagato as she gracefully spread her wings and took flight towards the village's command center. Meanwhile, for figures, each bearing black rods, slowly opened their eyes in various corners of the rain-hidden village. They began to patrol the area, sensing the intrusion of foreign ninjas and preparing to signal their discovery. Feiju Qingting was resting, practicing Hayakawa's ninjutsu and physical techniques when he suddenly received orders from his superior. A moment of hesitation struck him. Had he been discovered? That seemed implausible. Having infiltrated for so long, if he were to be detected, it would have happened much earlier. Confident in his mimicry of Hayakawa's techniques, he had avoided direct encounters with Nagato and the others, believing himself to be safe. Could it be that Taisien and his associates had been compromised? Feiju Qingting frowned, pondering whether Tuanzo's two subordinates had caused some unforeseen trouble. Recalling the previous report from Taisien, he felt a surge of frustration. Tuanzo was indeed a hindrance. Surely, it was the folly of Tuanzo's lackeys. His own disciples would never defy his orders. Grasping his ninja tools, Feiju Qingting dispatched a message to Hayakawa's squad in the rain-hidden village, instructing them to hasten to the assembly point. Now a chunin of the rain-hidden village, he seized the opportunity during training to investigate the situation. As he traversed the village streets, he observed numerous ninjas and even civilians aiding in the patrol efforts. The sense of cohesion was remarkable. Just then, he spotted a massive bird soaring through the sky, its eyes marked with the same pattern, surveying the area below. Has the entire force mobilized? He mused, recognizing the beast summoned by the animal path. Progressing further, he noticed several winged dogs patrolling, hellhounds of the animal path. Feiju Qingting prepared himself for a swift escape should he be discovered. His thoughts briefly drifted to Taisien. He hoped they remained undetected, for otherwise, they would have to retreat prematurely, marking their mission a failure. Meanwhile, in the depths of the rain-hidden village, the team under Qingting's command was witnessing a flurry of activity. As mice returned to a blank scroll, Yanju inquired, "What is the situation?" "It seems the rain-hidden village has suddenly initiated a large-scale search operation, likely due to an invasion," Song-Yin replied. He hesitated, implying that perhaps Feiju Qingting had been discovered while conducting espionage activities, now hiding from pursuers. Taisien observed the two, discerning they weren't lying, and began to analyze the situation. It's quite possible the captain has been discovered. Did he acquire crucial intelligence? However, if he were compromised, he would likely have returned with the intel. The absence of any word indicates he is navigating a crisis. We should search for him, Song-Yin proposed. Feiju Qingting's information is vital, and all village search signifies its importance. And reporting it to Lord Tuanzo is imperative. Wait, Taisien interjected, if the captain isn't in danger, our actions could complicate matters for him. I believe we should wait. His thoughts turned to his master's capabilities. It was unlikely he could be easily detected, and even if so, capture would not come easily. As a chunin, he had proven himself a competent leader, and his judgment at this moment was both rational and justified. If he were in the captain's position, he would prefer his comrades to remain safe rather than risk exposure by searching for him. Yanju and Song-Yun exchanged glances, contemplating another possibility. Given how long it had been since the intelligence was reported to Lord Tuanzo, it was conceivable that they had already deciphered the rain-hidden village's sensory ninjutsu, and the individuals present might indeed be sent by Tuanzo himself. Suddenly, a kunai flew by, striking a ninja clad in a rainproof cloak of the rain-hidden village, piercing through his chest. Descending from the sky, Conan's figure floated down, unfurling the cloak to reveal an unfamiliar silhouette devoid of any forehead protector, armed only with ninja tools. The mind having been self-destructed, the familiarity of such tactics ignited anger within Conan. Konoha ninjas, she muttered, recognizing this was not the first time such methods had been employed against them. Years prior, Yahiko had fallen victim to similar deception, leading to his demise. Lady Angel. Several rain-hidden village ninjas landed around her, gazing at Conan with reverence. Incredible. You've already identified a spy. Truly, you are the messenger of the divine. This is merely one, Conan replied. Others have infiltrated as well. Spare no suspicious individual. With that, the group dispersed. Feiju Qingting arrived at the scene with his team, observing the lifeless body on the ground, his brows furrowing. Captain Hayakawa, truly remarkable, Lady Angel, to have dealt with yet another enemy coveting our rain-hidden village. A 12-year-old boy behind him expressed admiration, his tone brimming with reverence, while the other two shared similar sentiments. The flying bamboo dragonfly nodded, an act of natural demeanor. After all, the angel was a messenger of the divine, capable of such feats. Yet, his heart was tumultuous, filled with a cacophony of thoughts. In his perception, the body strewn across the ground, devoid of visible clues, could still be deciphered through the residual chakra and the method of demise. Along with the connections of those involved in the mission, it was evident that this individual was undoubtedly a subordinate of Danzo. Indeed, a troublesome ally. despite contributing to Konoha. The destruction wrought was more severe, rendering him irredeemable. The critical aspect remained that his plans had been thwarted. Although he had anticipated this, the reality still sickened him. Chapter 83, Uzumaki Swish. The flying bamboo dragonfly trailed the ninjas from the rain village, adopting the guise of Hayakawa, diligently searching the surroundings. He remained discreetly observant of Conan and the movements of the Six Paths puppets while evading the potential presence of Pain's high tower. With such commotion and the full deployment of the rain village's forces, collecting intelligence became an unfeasible endeavor. He could only obediently fulfill the role of a chunin. However, he did not remain idle. The operations of the Rain Village and Danzo's machinations continued unabated. Sensing a tightening grip from Danzo's subordinates, they were sporadically exposed and eliminated by Conan. One by one, the spies fell, and the intensity of the search was astonishing, indicating that Pain was determined to keep information from leaking. In such a critical moment, the flying bamboo dragonfly dared not contact his teammates, urging them to flee. Exposure was inevitable. He prepared for an escape, contemplating various routes, soaring through the skies, swimming through the waters, dashing underground, or boldly exiting through the front gate. Fortunately, they refrained from recklessness. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Song Yun regarded the intelligence he had just gathered and addressed the other two. Thanks to the unique nature of the super beast imitation technique, during the absence of the flying bamboo dragonfly, he relied on his own efforts to collect information. Any news from the captain? Asked the thorny iron wire. Song Yun shook his head. The situation is too volatile. The captain likely wouldn't dare transmit information recklessly. They were aware that the flying bamboo dragonfly had infiltrated the Rain Village, yet the specifics of his activities remained a mystery. Does this mean our communication is severed? Yin Kuei inquired. Yes, from here on, we must rely on ourselves. The captain's barrier technique is truly remarkable. In such a broad scope of perception, they had not been discovered. Song Yun bit into the sushi he had pilfered earlier, chewing thoughtfully. He admired the flying bamboo dragonfly's mastery of barrier techniques. Earlier, when he had employed secret methods for reconnaissance, only his extensive experience had allowed him to evade the enemy's various sensory jutsu. The traces left by the flying bamboo dragonfly had successfully eluded the detection of the Rain Village. The thorny iron wire expressed concern for their mentor, feeling a pang of inadequacy for not being able to alleviate the burden on him. Konoha. Bang. Shimura Danzo's fist struck the table. Damn it, another infiltration failure. It seems the enemy's perception methods are more diverse than anticipated. Before him stood a ninja clad in Root's uniform. The intelligence he bore detailed the circumstances of the Rain Village and the infiltrating ninjas. We must transmit information, even at the cost of sacrifices. We must unravel the enemy's other means of perception. The power of the Rinnegan will not be relinquished. Half a year passed. In the Rain Village, Captain Hayakawa is training again. Such diligence. I heard you completed another B-rank assassination mission, exclaimed a ninja in the training grounds. The flying bamboo dragonfly sheathed his kunai, offering a slight smile. Thanks to the divine and the angel, the Rain Village is inundated with assassination tasks. Praise the divine, praise the angel. Indeed, praise the divine. Praise the angel, the ninja echoed. Ever since the divine took Hanzo's place in the Rain Village, their lives had improved significantly. Yet, this vigilance had lingered too long. Every mission now bore the fear of betrayal from within. The flying bamboo dragonfly felt a chill at the thought. The ninja remarked, alas, there's nothing to be done. The outside ninjas are too nefarious, arranging so many spies. However, I hear the spies have been dealt with, and normalcy will soon return. That would be splendid. The flying bamboo dragonfly replied, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. He had remained concealed within the Rain Village for half a year without being discovered. Was his identity truly that advantageous? Over the past year, he had diligently served as a chunin in the Rain Village without detection. The Rain Village's endurance of such high vigilance for half a year was beyond his expectations. It was time to return. His children were nearing a year old, and he longed to see them. He had gathered substantial intelligence on the Rain Village, aided by the commotion that had forced many ninjas to surface, granting him ample opportunities for observation. Through his exceptional sensory abilities, he had collected what he believed to be 80% of the information. Notably, he had encountered 30 jonin, over 500 chunin, and a considerable number of genin. Though the figures paled in comparison to Konoha, they nonetheless indicated the formidable strength of the Rain Village. However, Information regarding Conan and her associates was somewhat lacking. His mission was complete. There was no need for further detail. As the third Hokage had grown wary of the internal strife within the Rain Village and dispatched them to ascertain the situation. Upon returning home in the Rain Village, the flying bamboo dragonfly formed hand seals, summoning a small pangolin that traversed the earth to the concealed space of his teammates. Captain, the thorny iron wire lowered the flag, swiftly defeating Yen Kuei. The trio had grown exceedingly bored. Due to the Rain Village's vigilance, they could neither wander nor train. Even with specialized training, they could not endure such prolonged confinement. Consequently, they frequently engaged in various games, shogi being one of them. The sudden appearance of a small pangolin captivated their attention. "Mission accomplished, retreat," exclaimed the pangolin, prompting the trio to shine with excitement. Half a year. Did you know how they spent that time? For Yen Kuei and Song Yun, it was a period darker than Root itself. For the thorny iron wire, it was undoubtedly the most arduous half-year since becoming a ninja. As they packed their belongings, the trio gazed upon the familiar underground cavern, feeling a flicker of relief. They departed without a backward glance. At the very moment they exited the cave, a figure emerged from the ground, clad in a black trench coat with a white spiral wrapped around the head, revealing only a single Sharingan eye. How intriguing. Someone managed to conceal themselves for half a year under Nagato's scrutiny. Truly a capable spy. A playful voice emerged from behind the mask. "This matter need not concern us. Let Nagato handle it." Given their appearance, it seems their intelligence mission has concluded, and they are poised to leave the Rain Village. Their intelligence will serve as leverage to gain Nagato's trust in my abilities. A steadier voice followed. "Hey, how about we capture them and force them to reveal their secrets?" "I'm genuinely curious about the sensation of relief after relieving oneself," the playful voice chimed in. The steady voice replied, "Boring." With a sudden distortion, the spiral-masked figure vanished without a trace. From now on, receiving 1,000 tokens of love daily will allow for the release of 4 chapters, while 2,000 tokens will enable 5 chapters each day. Upon reviewing yesterday's statistics, I noted that there were 13,000 followers, and a mere 1/6 of them watching an advertisement daily suffices. Beyond that threshold, there will be no further gains. 5 chapters is already the utmost limit. If the support for my endeavors falls short, I will ensure a minimum of 3 chapters daily. Once I manage to free up my hands for dual operations, I will revert to a baseline of 2 chapters per day. Let us see if we can stir some motivation. From March to today, August 1st. I have penned over 140,000 words without a single day of rest. Recently, having completed my previous work, I find myself growing lethargic, with games infiltrating my thoughts, eroding my resolve. Save me, my sovereign. One last note. Games are indeed quite enjoyable. Chapter 84. The Interception at Rain Village. The tall tower. Xiaonan stood at the edge of the tower, her gaze fixed upon a figure with golden hair clad in a black and red cloud uniform, half-seated nearby. Is it truly wise to entrust the management of our organization's funds to this newcomer? Xiaonan inquired of Pain. No issue. This individual is a ninja who has survived since the Warring States period. I believe he possesses a healthy respect for power, Pain replied nonchalantly. Xiaonan nodded. Indeed. We shall realize Yahiko's dream. A semblance of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. Before you execute your plans, I suggest you handle a few spies from Konoha. This matter pertains to your Rain Village, and I believe it is best left in your capable hands. The man from the whirlpool suddenly appeared beside them, speaking up. Spies. Both Xiaonan and Pain turned to him, regarding the individual who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. The man from the whirlpool chuckled. Yes. I initially came to discuss certain matters with you, but fortuitously encountered a few Konoha spies who are likely on their way out of Rain Village as we speak. If you require assistance, I would be more than willing to lend a hand. The two exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Pain rose to his feet. It seems Konoha still possesses competent individuals. To remain undetected for such an extended period under high alert is quite impressive. I too find it remarkable that they can conceal themselves from your perception, the man from the whirlpool remarked with a grin. To evade the sensing abilities of the Whirlpool clan, coupled with the power of the Rinnegan and the scrutiny of an entire village's ninjas, is indeed intriguing. I wonder if we might recruit them into the Akatsuki organization. Outside Rain Village, near the borders of Konoha. Whoosh. For figures advanced rapidly. Thorny Iron Wire looked ahead at the approaching border, a smile gracing his face. Teacher, it's incredible. They managed to hide in Rain Village for so long without being discovered. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly cautioned. we Haven T returned to the village yet. So do not let your guard down. A foreboding sense settled over him, suggesting that their journey would not be so straightforward. Upon hearing this, Thorny Ironwire and his two companions offered no dissent. Thorny Ironwire held unwavering trust in his teacher, while the other two believed in Flying Bamboo Dragonfly's abilities and judgment as a jounin. Shush! After a brief period, suddenly, Flying Bamboo Dragonfly halted. What is it? Thorny Ironwire inquired. His two companions, more perceptive than he, immediately fell into a defensive stance. Russell, since you have arrived, why not remain? Let it be your resting place in the land of rain. Before them, after a moment of distortion, 6 figures emerged, the leader being Pain. Following the intelligence from the man from the whirlpool, all 6 of his clones had been dispatched to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly sighed, pointing at them. Hey, 6 yellow-haired ones, we need to pass through, so why don't you step aside? You know I detest yellow hair. At the same time, he made a signal behind him, indicating for Thorny Ironwire and the others to flee while he held off the enemy. Thorny Ironwire and his companions understood the signal, shifting their steps to prepare for an escape. There were 6 of them, and the unified yellow hair suggested a formidable challenge. It was possible they could face total annihilation. Moreover, aside from the leading man and the uncle-like figure, the other 4 were known to Flying Bamboo Dragonfly as the primary force dealing with the spies infiltrating Rain Village. Yellowhair? Pain glanced at the heads of his clones. Are you attempting to distract me so your comrades can escape? Don't be naive. You shall all remain here today. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly scratched his head, addressing his teammates. Did you hear that? Let us go. I'll hold them off. He then fixed a serious gaze upon Pain's 6 bodies, exhaling deeply. Just as they were on the verge of returning, alas. Pain, sacrificing oneself to save one's comrades? Is it worth it? He recalled Yahiko's tragic fate. Yahiko had met a similar end. However, for the sake of Yahiko's dream, regardless of the circumstances, he must perish here today. Have you heard of the Will of Fire? Flying Bamboo Dragonfly spoke. Given the nature of the question posed, he suddenly wondered if he could employ verbal evasion. Naruto managed to do so effortlessly. Perhaps he could as well. After all, if Naruto, with his clumsy tongue, could succeed, it may very well be that he silently saved the ninja world's savior. Pain, puzzled, was unsure of the connection between his inquiry and Flying Bamboo Dragonfly's statement. The Will of Fire, of course, he had heard of. Jiraiya frequently spoke of it. Initially, he was steadfast in his beliefs, but Hanzo's betrayal and Yahiko's death altered his perspective. Meanwhile, from the shadows, the man from the whirlpool listened to their exchange, pondering another victim deceived by the Will of Fire. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, I hadn't anticipated you to be the leader. Simultaneously, the man who had mentioned the Will of Fire recognized him. Do you know him? A playful voice emerged from beneath the white whirlpool mask. Yes. We were classmates in ninja school. I never imagined he would become a ninja. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly recalled that he had once struggled to surpass him in practical lessons. Oh dear, classmates reuniting, soon tears will flow. Will you save him? The playful voice queried. The affairs of Konoha no longer concern me. My current objective is to dismantle this false world and create an authentic one. Ah, how ruthless you are. The height of a spring will never exceed its source. Nor will a ninja's power surpass the conviction within their heart. The Will of Fire is the belief that empowers Konoha's ninjas, and surely, you possess a similar conviction, Yellowhair. Team leader. Thorny Ironwire was deeply shaken. Indeed, his teacher's comprehension of the Will of Fire was profound. Songyun and Yenkue listened, equally stunned. Pain paused, casting a penetrating glance at him. You are correct, but that does not grant you the right to leave. What are you waiting for? Run. Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, exasperated, had provided so many hints, yet the 3 of them remained rooted. Yes. Whoosh. The 3 of them swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to escape. Universal pull. Pain would not allow their escape. Lifting his right hand, an invisible force erupted, instantly seizing the 3 and drawing them toward him. What is happening? What is this power? Damn it. As the 3 drew near, he withdrew a black rod from his person, swiftly piercing through them. Ah! The 3 screamed in agony, their eyes wide with horror. Blood pooled on the ground, presenting a harrowing scene. Yet, their leader, Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, merely grinned, displaying no intention of offering assistance. He even applauded, exclaiming, "What an intriguing ability! I had not heard of someone like you in Konoha. You are quite adept at hiding. Flying bamboo dragonfly's words left Pain momentarily stunned. They are your comrades. Oh, but they are not, as you can see. Flying bamboo dragonfly pointed at the three fallen figures. There were no corpses, only three exploding tags igniting in flames. Chapter 85. Let's just do it. Bang, 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 whoosh. At a critical moment, the six figures vanished from their original positions, causing the explosive tags to fail. Jinjutsu. When did it happen? Pain's mind flickered with electric thoughts. Were those words merely a diversion? Zzz. The black rod of chakra within him suddenly stirred, disrupting the chakra in his body and breaking the illusion of the flying bamboo dragonfly. What a formidable jutsu. Where are the others? Pain glanced around, noticing that only the flying bamboo dragonfly remained. The other three had vanished, prompting a frown. Whoosh. At the border between the land of fire and the land of rain, a bird painted in black and white soared through the air, carrying them toward the hidden leaf village. Those guys are terrifying. Song Yun felt a shiver of apprehension. Just moments ago, after receiving the captain's signal, he had executed a jutsu under the captain's cover to slip away, taking advantage of his secret technique to soar into the sky and evade the enemy's sight. Yet, even a mere glance at the enemy had instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure, as if they were insurmountable. Who are they? Those eyes with the tomo, are they some form of bloodline limit? Jishi Iron Wire inquired. I must not disappoint the master's expectations. I must bring back intelligence. Drawing on years of experience as a ninja, he too felt the immense pressure. Those individuals are not ordinary. Yen Kuei should be aware. For now, we should hasten our return to the Leaf Village. I have little hope that the captain can hold them off for long. He doubted that the flying bamboo dragonfly could delay 6 opponents. Root training taught him that temporary sacrifices were of little consequence. I've already sent the signal. Someone will come to our aid soon, so there shouldn't be any issues, Song Yin stated. Jeshi Iron Wire wished to support the master, but considering his own capabilities, he felt he would only be a hindrance. His hand brushed against the dark pocket of his vest, wondering if the master would be all right with such resources. Boom. Whoosh. The flying bamboo dragonfly instantly dodged the Azura Realm's missile attack, engaging in close combat with the hungry Ghost Realm using a short blade. That black rod has the ability to disrupt chakra and serves as a signal device connected to Nagato's true body. What a nuisance. Clang. Instantaneous body technique, maximum application. He blocked close-range attacks from the human realm, hungry Ghost Realm, and Azura Realm. Only through personal experience did the flying bamboo dragonfly realize how troublesome the 6 paths were. Merely having the intelligence made him feel restrained. The hungry Ghost Realm absorbed chakra. The human realm absorbed souls. The Azura Realm utilized humanoid machines. And the Deva Realm stood nearby, employing techniques like universal pull. It was more sinister than stagnant water. With the reaction capability of the 6 paths of pain, the effect of ordinary illusions lasted less than 1/10 of a second before being disrupted by the black rod within him. Already on guard, the hungry Ghost Realm's abilities rendered ordinary illusions ineffective. The black rod from the human realm pierced through the chest of the flying bamboo dragonfly, producing a sound akin to puncturing machinery. The flying bamboo dragonfly smiled slightly, retreating in an instant and swiftly forming seals. Pain observed from a distance, noting the rapid speed of his seals. Seizing the moment when the human realm attacked, he cast an illusion, preventing the human realm from disrupting his chakra and breaking the illusion. This neural response is not typical of an ordinary ninja. Meanwhile, the Azura Realm's arm was shattered by the visual illusion technique employed by the flying bamboo dragonfly, disrupting the human realm's sight. Zzz. Sparks erupted from the severed arm. But it wasn't over yet. Earth-style, spiked earth. The flying bamboo dragonfly pressed down into the ground, causing dozens of spikes to protrude and pierce the Azura Realm. Whoosh. Afterward, he retrieved a kunai embedded with explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it toward the Azura Realm. Universal pull. Pain deflected all of his kunai. I let you deflect. The flying bamboo dragonfly seized the opportunity while Pain used universal pull, raising his hand for a fire-style, 8 flames. He knew the 6 paths shared vision, making it nearly impossible to evade. Moreover, sensory feedback would return to Nagato, even if the black rod disrupted chakra quickly. It still required time, and that brief moment was enough to provoke discomfort in the opponent's sensory nerves. Whoosh. The hungry Ghost Realm approached from behind, raising a hand to touch the flying bamboo dragonfly, who was forming seals. In response, he wore a smile. Bang! A piece of wood replaced the flying bamboo dragonfly. Body replacement technique. Inside a large tree, Nagato suddenly felt nauseous, experiencing intense discomfort. Ugh! The 6 paths of pain were mere puppets. Only Nagato could perceive the sensations of the body, thus he bore the brunt. The 6 paths puppets visibly lagged by half a beat. What happened to Nagato? Conan asked, observing Nagato's distress. It's that guy's jutsu. He is truly impressive. Nagato couldn't help but admire this person's prowess. Whoosh. For a moment, the 6 paths of pain, under the resilient resistance of the flying bamboo dragonfly, merely held a slight upper hand, primarily due to their numerical advantage of 6-1. The Azura realm, taken out by the flying bamboo dragonfly's illusion, was dragged back by the obstinate Hell realm and chewed up, only to spit it out whole. If not for his ability to form seals with one hand, and at remarkable speed, the illusion would not have been countered as swiftly. Universal pull. After testing the capabilities of the flying bamboo dragonfly, Pain no longer wished to wait. There were still some individuals who could not be allowed to return to the Leaf Village. Centered around Pain, a vast, invisible force surged toward the flying bamboo dragonfly. The flying bamboo dragonfly attempted to use a visual illusion to create a distance where he could never be reached, only to find it ineffective. Bang! He was struck in the chest, his features, organs, skin, all impacted by an invisible hammer. Whoosh! The Azura realm's missiles followed closely behind. Illusion self-repair. The flying bamboo dragonfly cast the illusion upon himself, deceiving his own cellular, neural, and platelet structures to heal back to a minute prior. He then bit into a soldier pill to replenish nutrients for bodily restoration. Utilizing the force of universal pull, he rapidly retreated until he was out of reach, avoiding both the universal pull and the Azura realm's missiles. Am I mistaken? I thought deflecting jutsu was impressive enough, but it can even deflect illusions. What a truly overpowered technique. The flying bamboo dragonfly marveled at the utility of the Rinnegan. Since that is the case, I shall unveil my trump card as well. Mind-reading technique, melancholy. Uft. A wooden pole shot forth, narrowly avoiding attacks under Tsonyun's terrified manipulation, but the bird beneath them was struck, transforming into a puddle of ink. The 3 plummeted from the heights. With keen eyes, they instantly spotted a figure. A man in a white whirlpool mask gazed silently at their descent. Whoosh! The 3 landed lightly on the treetops. Who is that? It doesn't matter who he is. The dead have no need to know. The masked man, bound by long iron chains, regarded the trio with an expressionless face. It was truly a waste to use the Rinnegan on him. He had been deceived by such a trivial illusion. A playful voice echoed in the masked man's ears, laced with deep dissatisfaction. Indeed, had I not intervened, they might have genuinely escaped, the masked man remarked. Chapter 86, The Celestial Path. Yahiko is dead. Is there truly a reason for me to continue living? What does it matter to conquer the world if I can never return to a world with Yahiko? I might as well go to the Pure Land and accompany him. Let him go back. To kill him or harm him would only make me the world's villain. It would be better to die. This world has lost all meaning. War. I no longer wish to endure war. I might as well just die. The expression in Nagato's eyes gradually dimmed, a wave of despair emanating from the Rinnegan. Conan immediately sensed something was amiss. Nagato, what's wrong? I want to die. Conan, kill me. Let me go to accompany Yahiko, Nagato spoke. Conan's heart jolted at his words. What is happening? How did Nagato suddenly transform like this? Something is off. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. Now it's my turn. Observing the 6 bodies, all enveloped in an aura of despair, the flying bamboo dragonfly smiled. This technique has a difficulty rating of A. In his mind. However, the power is extraordinary. The reason for employing the art of mind reading, rather than invoking emotions such as pain or sorrow, lies in its practicality. Pain and sorrow can unleash tremendous energy, much like the protagonists in various novels. At this moment, Nagato undoubtedly embodies that protagonist. The art of mind reading can plunge an individual's emotions into an unprecedented abyss of despair under such emotional duress. One would find it nearly impossible to break free from an illusion, let alone muster the will to act. This was precisely why the 3rd Hokage had advised him against using it on his comrades. If a companion were to fall victim to such an emotion, becoming ensnared in its depths, the consequences would be catastrophic. Once trapped in this emotional state, escaping would require an iron will, for the longer one is ensnared. The deeper the roots of despair take hold, Even if one were to eventually break free from the illusion, the lingering emotional turmoil would persist, complicating any attempts at recovery. The 6 paths of pain, capable of sharing sensory experiences among all its bodies, is not necessarily a boon. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he swiftly formed hand seals, for he could not afford to waste a moment. Wind release, great breakthrough. The ground erupted, trees uprooted with a thunderous crash, branches snapping like twigs. Upon striking the 6 paths of pain, the first to suffer was their attire, which was torn to shreds in an instant. Hair was sheared to the scalp, and skin, after a brief struggle, began to fissure. The mechanical body of the Azura path lost segments as they were flung away. In contrast, the Deva path's form remained remarkably resilient, enduring the assault with only a distortion of its skin, while the elongated appendages flailed without breaking. It was over. The flying bamboo dragonfly exhaled a sigh of relief. He had expended half of his chakra. After such a brief skirmish, who could fathom how many jutsu and illusions he had unleashed? Fortunately, he was not Kakashi, devoid of the Sharingan. On the periphery of the battlefield, a vague visage appeared upon a great tree, resembling a lantern fruit. What manner of jutsu was that? An illusion? It had instantaneously rendered the 6 paths of pain uncontrollable? A look of astonishment adorned his face. The prowess of the 6 paths of pain was unquestionable. Yet now they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. It appeared prudent to investigate this individual further to avert any potential miscalculations. Shuriken and kunai rained down, mingled with the charred remnants of the forest, while the trio of thorny iron wires panted heavily, gazing at their adversary with unprecedented gravity. What had just transpired? Why had the attack seemed utterly ineffective? The thorny iron wire inquired. Confronting this new enemy, the trio continued to collaborate, despite their lack of synergy. A 3-on-1 scenario allowed them to seize an opportunity, landing a wind-enhanced shuriken upon their foe. Yet, to their dismay, the attack passed through the enemy's form as if entering another dimension. It must be a space-time ninjutsu. We must proceed with caution, Yenkoei remarked, his voice tense. Moreover, the opponent bore the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. This revelation weighed heavily upon the trio. How could an Uchiha be present here, seemingly linked to the Rain Village? Impressive, he thought, but now I must get serious. The Whirlpool Man formed seals, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. Whoosh! The trio quickly retreated, narrowly evading the assault. Where the flames passed, explosions erupted. The illusionary binding technique ensnared them, drawing the trio into a realm of illusions where they were suspended in a wedge. Farewell, no? Not farewell. The Whirlpool Man observed the immobilized trio, extending a wooden rod toward Yenkoei. Thrust. The rod pierced through his chest. As his heart exploded, Yenkoei's blood surged forth, and his eyes began to close. The Whirlpool Man then approached the thorny iron wire, inserting the rod into him as well. In that critical moment, the thorny iron wire's eyes widened, summoning a specially crafted blade-like ninjutsu, aiming for the Whirlpool Man's neck as if to end both their lives. However, the Whirlpool Man, confident of his victory, activated his abilities. The thorny iron wire's weapon passed through his neck, while the Whirlpool Man's rod pierced through the iron wire's chest. Both remained unscathed. The thorny iron wire swiftly retreated, conjuring 2 massive wind-enhanced shuriken to launch at the adversary. As the enemy was momentarily distracted, he hurried to help his comrade break free from the illusion. Damn it, Yenkoei is dead. When will the reinforcements arrive? The thorny iron wire asked, his tone heavy with concern. Fortunately, his teacher had once imparted wisdom on combating the Sharingan and illusions of that caliber, teaching him methods to counter such powerful techniques. The enemy before them was far too formidable, with abilities that defied conventional attacks. Which Uchiha could this be? Song Yun inquired, his expression stoic. We have a few minutes left. They should arrive soon. Great. We might not even survive a minute. The thorny iron wire lamented. Remarkable. You've managed to break my Sharingan illusion, the Whirlpool Man commended. Of course, I had a master of illusions as my teacher. It would be strange if I couldn't. The thorny iron wire retorted. Every moment counted. Perhaps reinforcements would arrive. Indeed, to ensnare the god of the Rain Village within an illusion was a feat worthy of respect. The Whirlpool Man acknowledged this fact. The Sharingan represents the pinnacle of illusionary power. For an ordinary person, devoid of any bloodline, to break such a technique was indeed impressive. However, he sensed that his opponent was merely stalling for time and chose not to engage in further conversation. Whoosh! he formed seals, unleashing a swarm of wooden rods that descended upon the two. Unsportsmanlike. The thorny iron wire and Song Yun swiftly dodged, while simultaneously summoning countless specially crafted shuriken to rain down upon him. The wind danced wildly, and with the release of ninjutsu, the shuriken's cutting power surged, tracing unique trajectories that collided with the incoming wooden rods. He retrieved a pentagonal token from his teacher's secret pouch, a relic bestowed upon him during his time as a spy in the Rain Village. It was a one-time use ninjutsu tool known as Tong Tian Dai, crafted over a grueling fortnight without rest. Its capabilities were simple yet profound. When facing an insurmountable foe, it would grant the user access to their teacher's lifetime of combat experience, temporarily enhancing their reflexes and instincts. Don't misuse it. Creating this is akin to birthing an S-rank jutsu, his teacher had warned. The sheer shock of such a revelation had lingered in his mind, especially considering the ease with which his teacher had conveyed it. The ability to encapsulate a lifetime of combat experience in a single tool, even if it was one-time use, was a testament to its power. Observing the enemy still engaged in casting techniques, the thorny iron wire activated the ninjutsu tool without hesitation. With a flash, the token illuminated brilliantly as chakra flowed into it, merging with his own, connecting directly to his mind. In the formation of an illusory space, a connection was established with the spirit of the thorny iron wire. Simultaneously, a surge of confidence flooded the heart, recognizing the capability of the adversary. However, a significant change seemed to have occurred. The spiral man perceptibly sensed this transformation in his opponent. The thorny iron wire, with hands forming seals, urged his teammate, Song Yun, to provide assistance. Initially intending to slip away unnoticed, Song Yun was deterred by the change in the thorny iron wire and the impending support, causing him to reconsider his intentions. On the blank scroll, he swiftly sketched several grotesque beasts to launch an assault on the enemy. Whoosh! At the junction of the Fire and Rain nations, a dozen figures moved rapidly. Song Yun had received an abundance of intelligence, yet with the possibility of enemy pursuit looming, swift support was imperative. The leader commanded his subordinates to hasten their actions. Whoosh! On the battlefield of pain, just as the flying bamboo dragon was about to unleash a devastating breakthrough against the six paths, the Deva Path's gaze suddenly shifted, raising a hand to summon an invisible force that intercepted the attack. Subsequently, he repelled the flying bamboo dragon. Whoosh! I shall not fall for the same trick a second time. The flying bamboo dragon initiated his technique, a massive eagle lifting him into the skies. Observing Deva Path pain, he found himself somewhat perplexed, having emerged from such emotions, truly a man destined to change the world. Simultaneously, he sensed the surroundings. Encompassing a radius of over 10 kilometers within his mind, the chakras of various creatures illuminating his consciousness. He failed to locate Nagato's true form, which explained why. Despite the multitude of Hyuga ninjas in the original work, they could not uncover Nagato's concealed essence. It seemed that a barrier technique was in place to obscure perception in his hideout. The thorny iron wire and others were also absent from his sensing range, indicating their escape. Thus, there was no need to continue the confrontation. 50,000 a month. What a reckless endeavor. As he maneuvered the eagle to take flight, he thought, since I am here, I shall accept the divine punishment. However, pain would not allow his departure. A tremendous gravitational force restrained him, pulling him downward. Beside pain, only the head of the hell path remained, summoning a colossal head that devoured all the damaged six paths of pain. Crunch, crunch. Before long, everything was regurgitated, restored to its original state. Enough. I no longer wish to fight. Will you cease? The rapidly descending figure of the flying bamboo dragon protested. From his vest, he withdrew a scroll, which expanded with a bang, revealing a stone character at its center. My wife is quite wealthy. Watch as I crush you. Although storage scrolls are quite expensive, the flying bamboo dragon had prepared numerous scrolls containing various items. After casting his spell, a 5-meter giant rock materialized beneath him, taking the place of what was being drawn in. Seizing this opportunity, the flying bamboo dragon commanded the eagle to ascend to greater heights. Lacking Naruto's formidable tailed beast form, he had long been prepared for such ninjutsu. With exceptional reflexes, Pain's Deva Path was swift, yet the appearance of the boulder caused Pain to furrow his brow. Reluctantly, he resorted to using the universal pull to deflect the boulder. Boom. Did he possess intelligence from our side, or was this merely a precaution? Since earlier, he had noted that aside from the ability to ensnare, the opponent's other skills were rather ordinary. Yet, during battle, facing 6 against 1, the adversary struck at his most vulnerable points, suggesting prior preparation. The abilities of the hungry ghost and human paths had not been utilized even once. The animal path was also rendered ineffective due to the proximity combat of the flying bamboo dragon and the countering of illusions. Now, even his universal pull had been countered by a mere stone, indicating that the opponent had anticipated his moves. Regardless, he could not allow the enemy to escape. The animal path formed seals to perform a summoning technique, causing 2 massive summoned beasts, the Yata no Kagami and Hellhounds, to appear, carrying the 6 paths of pain into the sky in pursuit of the flying bamboo dragon. "Hey, I'm about to flee. Why on earth are you chasing me? Can't you exhibit some courtesy?" The flying bamboo dragon complained upon sensing the pursuers behind him. "Join our organization. Your abilities are formidable. If you join us, I shall let you go." Pain acknowledged the potential of his adversary. "This is no ordinary ninja. Uft, who would want to join you? 6 against 1, a cowardly tactic. I refuse to submit." The flying bamboo dragon noted the 2 enormous beasts now accompanying his pursuers. That dog's abilities were somewhat absurd. He could no longer withstand the confrontation. With chakra dwindling to less than half, escape was paramount. Then perish, universal pull. I shall strike. Missile attack. Wind release, I shall block. To fight with numbers, your organization clearly lacks virtue. If you pursue me further, I shall unleash my ultimate technique and take you down with me. The flying bamboo dragon shouted defiantly. That should suffice. The flying bamboo dragon turned to face them, balancing on one leg, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. His left hand pointing heavenward and his right hand pointing earthward, proclaiming his supremacy over all. This peculiar stance, coupled with his incessant chatter, caused Pain to momentarily hesitate. Was he truly preparing for a mutual demise? Having conjectured earlier that the opponent possessed intelligence, the current actions of the flying bamboo dragon incited doubt within him. The earlier illusion that ensnared him, had it not been for the assistance of Conan, he might have fallen victim to it. Even so, the remnants of that entrancing negativity still lingered in his mind, capable of threatening his true form. Thank you all for your support. I have received the gifts. Although I did not gather 1,000 yesterday for the love-driven endeavor, I supplemented the remainder myself, as I strive to avoid laziness. This is the 4th chapter for today. During my walk outside, under the blazing sun and gentle rain, a rainbow graced the sky, reminiscent of your fiery spirit and gentle nature. May every day bring you joy, like the hues of the rainbow above. Chapter 88. Infinite emptiness. The Deva path prepared the universal pull, ready to repel the illusion of the flying bamboo dragon at any moment. The hungry ghost path was also poised with sealing techniques to absorb the enemy's formidable ninjutsu. The hellhound traversed between them, prepared to utilize its enhanced summoning abilities to obstruct the flying bamboo dragon's grand technique. The Azura path opened its head, condensing a laser cannon, intent on obliterating the opponent before their assault could commence. The human path stood aside, watching the unfolding spectacle. As the flying bamboo dragon's illusion reached fruition, the Azura path's attack was simultaneously unleashed. Boom! The laser pierced through the flying bamboo dragon, who was in the midst of casting his illusion, leaving behind merely a few strands of skin. His torso vanished. Yet, the illusion of the flying bamboo dragon was complete, engulfing the sky in a shroud of darkness. Only the hungry ghost path managed to absorb the incoming chakra from the persistent illusion, maintaining its sight. The remaining 5 paths succumbed to darkness. Even the Deva path's universal pull merely staving off the encroaching darkness momentarily, as the chakra of the dark illusion continued to erode him. However, this was sufficient. With the hungry ghost path retaining visibility, it was akin to being unblind. The hungry ghost path cast its gaze towards the flying bamboo dragon, who had transformed into a figurine, plummeting from the sky, while the remnants of the enemy also began to fall. Whoosh! The Yata no Kagami caught the flying bamboo dragon, observing the bandages that enveloped its head. I never imagined there existed such talent in Konoha, the Deva path murmured. Suddenly, the lifeless corpse bore a smirk at the corner of its mouth. Infinite emptiness, seal. This is bad. Pain sensed the urgency, but it was too late. In an instant, the bandages encasing the head transformed into a cascade of radiant light, enveloping a 20-meter radius, forming a colossal sphere that ensnared the 6 paths of pain. Pain sought to employ the universal pull and the sealing technique to dismantle the enemy's trap. Crack. As an overwhelming influx of information flooded his mind, it rendered him susceptible to cognitive overload, rendering his processing of such data ineffective. His senses, sight, hearing, touch, and smell, were besieged by a relentless barrage of stimuli, creating a disorienting cacophony. Pain experienced an extreme dichotomy, oscillating between utter sensory deprivation and an overwhelming awareness of everything around him. This distortion of perception incapacitated all 6 paths, including the summoned beasts, preventing them from accurately assessing their surroundings and plunging them into a state of chaos and impotence. Below the spherical domain, Feizhu Qingting observed the effectiveness of the trap, a smile creeping onto his lips, his azure eyes gleaming with a peculiar brightness. He scratched at his white hair, still feeling a bit unaccustomed after the removal of the bandages. The previous maneuver had been a special clone created through a unique transformation technique, enabling his real body to slip beneath just as the Azura path launched its attack, the moment the darkness activated. This strategy employed sealing techniques to ensnare his ultimate sensory illusion and mind-reading techniques, a powerful combination he had meticulously prepared for an extended duration. It contained a continuous loop of information, relentlessly bombarding the enemy's cognitive processing system, distorting their sensory perceptions. Once ensnared in this trap, unless one became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and grasped the essence of yin and yang, boasting an immunity to all but divine techniques, he doubted anyone could break free from its grasp. Being caught in this trap was more perplexing than even mind-reading techniques. Naturally, if one avoided the trap entirely, there was little to be done. Such is the nature of a ninja, where the significance of intelligence is laid bare. With a flick of his wrist, Feizhu Qingting turned to depart, realizing the chakra expended in that maneuver was considerable, leaving him with merely 1/10 of his total capacity. Should there be other Akatsuki members present, it would pose a significant challenge. Whoosh! After his departure, a lantern plant emerged from the ground, revealing a face split between black and white. Gazing at the retreating Feizhu Qingting and the motionless Pain enveloped in a sphere of light, it was truly astonishing that one could defeat Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan. Unbelievable! Exclaimed Ju. The power of Konoha should never be underestimated. On the battlefield of thorny iron wires, the wind-infused shuriken sliced through the wooden rods that had been hurled at him, continuing its trajectory toward the Uzumaki man. Meanwhile, Song Yun conjured dozens of serpentine creatures, swiftly darting across the ground to encircle the enemy, aiming to ensnare him and create an opportunity for the thorny iron wires. TCH, why has this suddenly become troublesome? The Uzumaki man twisted and vanished from his previous location. When he reappeared, he had already positioned himself behind Song Yun, reaching out to grasp him. Whoosh! The instant he was about to touch Song Yun, the space around him contorted, and a wind-infused kunai shot forth, forcing him to abandon the opportunity and phase out of the attack's path. Song Yun seized this moment to create distance. Be cautious, the opponent employs space-time ninjutsu, allowing movement within a certain distance, and can phase out to evade attacks. Only upon making contact with the enemy does their body materialize, presenting the only opportunity to strike. While they phase, we cannot harm them, nor can they harm us. The thorny iron wires observed the enemy's movements during the battle, quickly deducing the capabilities at play. Song Yun nodded. As an elite assassin of the roots, although not as thorough in analysis as the thorny iron wires, he grasped the essence of the situation instantly, feeling a sense of surprise toward this teammate. Such analytical prowess truly justified being chosen by the third Hokage for special missions. Unfortunately, due to a lack of prior intelligence, Yenkuei had fallen to the enemy. Moreover, the techniques exhibited by the earlier adversary were reminiscent of the first Hokage's would release, sending a chill through his heart. Could this be one of Orochimaru's new experimental subjects? How troublesome it had suddenly become. The Uzumaki man scrutinized the thorny iron wires, recognizing that from the outset, they had exhibited remarkable prowess. While the ninjutsu employed was familiar, the tactical execution and experience had undeniably escalated to an extraordinary level, surpassing the training he received from Uchiha Madara. In such a brief span, they had deciphered the intricacies of his ninjutsu, akin to his late mentor. Furthermore, the genjutsu of the Sharingan had encountered significant interference upon entering the opponent's mental space, a peculiar chakra disrupting the formation of his illusions. He felt that the only viable strategy left was to outlast the opponent. Despite their rich combat intuition and experience, chakra remained a fundamental weakness. Someone's approaching. A playful voice chimed in the Uzumaki man's ear. He turned to see a dozen figures rapidly approaching. Noticing their forehead protectors, he realized the opportunity had vanished. With a deep glance at the thorny iron wires, he vanished in a distortion of space. Once he departed, the thorny iron wires and Song Yun finally exhaled in relief. This adversary was far too formidable. Sensing the impending support, the thorny iron wires ceased their master's ninjutsu, exiting that divine state, which immediately caused a wave of dizziness to wash over him. Chapter 89. The temptation to return to the village. Song Yun steadied the thorny iron wires, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he contemplated whether to eliminate him, allowing Danzo to monopolize the intelligence. Whoosh. Oh, have you also encountered combat? Feiju Qingting suddenly appeared, surveying the chaotic scene and the visibly weakened disciple. His gaze swept the area, landing on Yan Kuei's corpse, causing him to frown. It was evident that they had indeed faced an enemy, and judging by the commotion, the foe was quite formidable. His eyes then fell upon the wooden rods embedded in the ground, and a realization struck him. Wood release. It appeared to be that old classmate, Obito. Upon seeing Feiju Qingting's arrival, Song Yun halted his earlier thoughts. Suddenly, a group of masked ninjas, adorned with Konoha forehead protectors, emerged from the adjacent woods. Upon recognizing them, they exchanged a signal, and Song Yun remarked, "Yes, a particularly powerful enemy. Had it not been for the iron wire's display of power, we might have all perished. By the way, have you evaded your pursuers?" "Yes, we must leave swiftly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they catch up," Feiju Qingting replied, casting a deep glance at Song Yun. Danzo is an insatiable man, wanting to control everything. Song Yun glanced at Feiju Qingting, then at the thorny iron wires in his grasp, his gaze flickering. Although Feiju Qingting was formidable, they had the advantage of numbers, if they acted decisively. Just then, another four-member team appeared, and everyone immediately fell into a defensive stance. Feiju Qingting smiled at the incoming team. "Thank you for your hard work." Whether it was support from Pain's side or Danzo's ulterior motives, Feiju Qingting was naturally prepared. When his identity as a spy had been revealed during the mission, he had contacted the third Hokage and prepared a team for reinforcement. Coincidentally, Bai Yun had been stationed nearby to guard the borders. "Thank you for your efforts," Bai Yun said with a smile. Upon seeing the arriving team, Song Yun abandoned his previous plans. The disparity in strength was no longer significant. "Who are they?" At that moment, Feiju Qingting turned his attention to the group. "This is Lord Danzo's support. Our mission is complete. We shall return, and the rest is up to you." Song Yun released the thorny iron wires, leading the team away without a backward glance. The thorny iron wires stumbled. "Teacher," Feiju Qingting steadied him. "Yes, let us return. Who knows whether Nagato will continue to send pursuers? It's best to retreat for now." Whoosh. Within the trees, humph. Nagato grunted, blood seeping from his rinnegan as he found himself enmeshed in turmoil. With his senses in disarray, the chakra within him began to oscillate chaotically. "Nagato, what's wrong?" Conan, noticing Nagato's distress, assumed he had fallen victim to that man's genjutsu once more. She hurriedly attempted to disrupt Nagato's chakra flow using the method she had previously employed to break his illusion. Yet, her heart sank further as she realized this technique was ineffective. The chaos within Nagato's chakra was anything but ordinary. As the chakra within Nagato became increasingly chaotic, a sudden surge of foreign energy from the black rods absorbing his chakra momentarily calmed him. Regaining clarity, Nagato promptly severed his connection with Pain of the Six Paths. He gasped heavily, his frail physique accentuating his frailty. What a terrifying ninjutsu! Nagato felt a lingering fear. Had it not been for the outer path, he might have succumbed to the violent influx of information that could have destroyed his body's system. What's wrong? Conan, noticing his recovery, sighed in relief before inquiring. The previous state had truly startled her. She had never seen Nagato in such a condition, not even during his confrontation with Hanzo. "That guy is formidable," informed the others. "I need all the information on him." In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Hokage-sama, here is the intelligence gathered over these days. Some of it is quite significant. I leave the rest in your capable hands. Fuin Takiko presented a thick dossier of intelligence. It contained meticulously recorded data, including recently compiled information regarding pain of the six paths and the adversaries faced by the spiked iron wire. Indeed, the spiked iron wire had encountered Obito, fortunately. He was aware of his disciple's abilities and had provided him with the latest developed ninja tools. All the data on Obito, pain of the six paths, and Conan were familiar to him, each marked with his annotations. Anything he had not witnessed was not recorded. With this intelligence, should Jiraiya cross paths with pain of the six paths in the future, he should stand a much better chance of survival. The butterfly effect from this incident was quite substantial. Many pieces of intelligence from Amage Cure had suddenly been exposed, including some regarding pain of the six paths and a portion of Obito's abilities. The unfolding events would likely be beyond his control, but he had acquired a foundational self-defense capability. After all, the stronger one became, the fewer worries one had. Thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the intelligence and began to examine it earnestly. I shall take my leave for now, Fuin-take Hiko remarked with a smile. Upon returning to Konoha, his heart had already flown home. Yes, let us go home. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am well acquainted with that feeling of longing for home after a prolonged absence. I can only imagine how much the dragonfly must miss it. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, Fuin-take Hiko vanished. Well, all right then, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, shaking his head as he turned his attention back to the intelligence. The information regarding the Sharingan, Rinnegan, and wood release was far more significant than what Fuin-take Hiko had gathered from Amage Cure. On the streets of Konoha, Fuin-take Hiko first tidied his hair, revitalizing his appearance, then purchased a bright and stylish casual outfit along with new shoes. He used ninjutsu to cleanse himself of all impurities and adjusted his mindset, erasing the aura of lethality that had accompanied him due to his recent missions. Instantly, he transformed into a radiant and charming young man, drawing the attention of numerous girls, even prompting several confessions. Alas, upon learning of his marriage, they all felt a twinge of regret for not having encountered him sooner. On the way home, he glanced at his hands, sensing something was missing. After contemplating, he headed towards the flower shop. Mountain Flower Shop. Upon seeing the shop's name, he pushed open the door and entered. Welcome. A sweet, high-pitched voice greeted him. Upon turning, he recognized Ino. At that moment, Ino appeared even more refined. Her short blonde hair styled into a chic bob, adorned with a butterfly clip on one side. Upon seeing Fuin-take Hiko, her eyes sparkled with delight. What a handsome big brother. Beside her stood her mother, who also smiled warmly at him. Oh, little Ino, it's been a while. You're becoming more beautiful. Fuin-take Hiko waved with a grin. And hello to you too, Ino's mother. Both looked at the familiar Fuin-take Hiko with puzzled expressions, wondering if they knew him. Who are you? What? You're actually that strange uncle? Ino exclaimed, struggling to reconcile the striking young man before her with the bandaged figure she had known. The subordinate admired by her father. She scrutinized him with a furrowed brow, unable to believe her eyes. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Upon realizing he was indeed Fuin-take Hiko, Ino's mother's eyes widened. No wonder you don't show your face often. Shopping can be quite troublesome. Haha. It can indeed be a bit of a hassle. Being a parent has its challenges. Just earlier, I encountered a few girls who invited me out. I felt rather embarrassed. Back in the village, Fuin-take Hiko radiated the essence of life. Ino pouted. How come the birthday gift you gave me was wrapped in bandages and not what you look like now? She recalled the figurine, feeling indignant over its unattractiveness and awkwardness. Recently, her father had begun teaching her chakra refinement. Although the figurine was ugly, it could speak, and sometimes when she felt bored, she would infuse it with chakra to hear it talk. Goodness, you're so handsome, yet you gifted me such an ugly present. How infuriating. I remember that gift. If you were my little figurine, you would say, Uncle Dragonfly is the most handsome man in the world. Fuin-take Hiko stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ino's brows furrowed into a frown. Forget it. What brings you to the flower shop? I'm my mother's capable assistant. I understand all the meanings of flowers. You know. Her voice brimmed with pride. Ino's mother chuckled. Indeed, Ino is the best. She can certainly assist you. Fuin-take Hiko scratched his head. He had studied advanced mathematics, biology, geography, and various other subjects, yet he had never learned the language of flowers. When retrieving memories from enemies, his focus had never been there, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Well, I recently completed a mission that took quite some time, and I just returned. So I wanted to bring a bouquet for my wife and child. Upon hearing this, Ino pondered deeply. After a moment, She suggested sunflowers, symbolizing hope and a sunny disposition, along with tulips, representing deep affection and sincere emotions, and lilacs, denoting longing, which would also be quite fitting. Fuin-Takiko had expected her to provide a good suggestion, but instead, she recited various flower meanings like a student reading from a book. Let us go with a bouquet of lilacs then. It represents longing, which is quite appropriate. He concluded Ino's chatter and selected the flowers that symbolized yearning. Understood. Little Ino immediately got to work, eagerly wrapping the lilacs and handing them to Fuin-Takiko. She extended her small hand, her azure eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. Haha. Fuin-Takiko chuckled and paid for the flowers. Little Ino was simply adorable, and he envisioned what his daughter might look like in a few years. However, he worried that Ino might become love-struck in the future. He contemplated how to educate his daughter to steer clear of blonde boys. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Danzo. You've concealed such crucial intelligence from me for 2 years. His face was a mask of fury. I did it for the good of Konoha. If too many people knew about the existence of the Rinnegan, it would no longer be a secret, Danzo replied, glancing at the documents on the table with an impassive expression. He had not anticipated that so many elements would be involved. Had he known, he would not have dispatched such a meager force. Aside from the Rinnegan, there was also the Sharingan, and the individual possessing the Sharingan was capable of wood release. This was utterly unexpected. He thought of Orochimaru, who could possess the Sharingan and utilize wood release. He surmised that Orochimaru had successfully experimented on an Uchiha to create a specimen endowed with 2 extraordinary powers. This was merely his conjecture. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger intensified upon hearing this, and he snorted, Is this truly for the good of Konoha? You are attempting to drag Konoha back into war. According to the intelligence from the flying bamboo dragonfly, the leader of the Hidden Rain village has completely mastered the power of the Rinnegan. Engaging in battle with such an individual would plunge Konoha into suffering once more. The authority of the root should not be wielded wantonly. Konoha has only recently emerged from war, its strength barely restored, and I have no desire to witness another shinobi world war. I am weary, having experienced 3 such conflicts, and I harbor a profound aversion to war. This power should not be held by anyone other than Konoha, Hisashi. Danzo advised. Those who pose a threat to Konoha must perish. Enough. From now on, no action should be taken against the Rinnegan bearers. You know well that Konoha cannot endure much more turmoil, and neither can we. We are no longer young, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The power of the Rinnegan. Though the flying bamboo dragonfly reported that the enemy has been sealed by his traps and cannot escape without special means. The report also mentioned that the 6 individuals might be puppets. Given the legendary bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths, it is improbable for 6 pairs of Rinnegan to exist simultaneously. Moreover, the enemy's summoning beast possessing a Rinnegan further underscores this point. The adversary can continuously produce puppets. Even if their ability is limited and they cannot create an entire army, 6 puppets are assured. According to the battle intelligence from the flying bamboo dragonfly, each of these 6 paths puppets possesses a rare power within the shinobi world. Targeting them is no easy task, and in this battle, the capabilities of the flying bamboo dragonfly are partially known to the enemy, making it impossible to set another trap to seal the enemy's puppets. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo cast a discontented glance at him. Let us discuss the Uchiha clan. It is unexpected that they have also mastered wood release, combined with their current martial ideology. We cannot allow this concept to develop further. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes. Konoha Street. Get away, we do not sell things to you, nine-tailed fox. It's your fault my husband is dead. Leave, and do not appear before me again. You are not welcome here. We do not want to play with you. You are a nine-tailed fox, and you will eat us. The flying bamboo dragonfly, cradling a lilac, was walking home when he suddenly heard a commotion and looked over. He saw little Naruto scurrying away, shielding himself from the onslaught of the residents, his expression visibly downcast. Moments later, he dashed towards him and collided with his leg, falling backward. Ouch, that hurts. Little Naruto looked up to see a tall figure with bright eyes smiling down at him. Long time no see, little Naruto. Is that you, Uncle Dragonfly? Little Naruto felt a familiar aura, but the handsome visage made him question whether he was mistaken. Shaking his head, he reassured himself that he was not wrong. This was indeed Uncle Dragonfly, even if he hadn't seen him for over a year. He remembered this uncle who did not look at him with strange eyes. Since the last fishing and singing incident, Naruto had hoped to see Uncle again, and not having seen him for over a year had caused him to lose hope. Unexpectedly, he saw him again, and his eyes gradually brightened. Konoha Street. Oh, are you out shopping? The flying bamboo dragonfly said, glancing down at little Naruto, who was clinging to his foot. Yes, I ran out of instant noodles at home. Little Naruto quickened his pace to keep up. Why are you following me instead of shopping? The flying bamboo dragonfly asked. I haven't seen you in a long time. I want to play with you, little Naruto replied, grinning widely. I just returned from a mission and do not have time to play with a little brat. Why not? My wife and children are waiting for me at home. I must accompany them, so I certainly cannot spare time to play with you. The flying bamboo dragonfly chuckled. Children? Naruto immediately thought of himself. He had never met his own parents. Learning that the strange uncle had children changed the way he looked at him. This strange uncle was also someone's father. Where was his own father? His expression visibly darkened. All right, it seems I have touched a sore spot. I invite you to my home to meet my baby. The flying bamboo dragonfly gave him a sidelong glance. Noting his sensitivity. Really? Can I? Little Naruto's azure eyes widened in surprise. He had originally only wanted to invite the strange uncle to play. Yet now he was being invited. Of course. Aren't you afraid I am a nine-tailed fox? Little Naruto asked cautiously. The weak fear the nine-tailed fox. The strong, like me, can crush it as easily as I could crush you. Do you think I would be afraid? Naruto blinked in astonishment. So you are strong? As expected of Uncle Dragonfly. Your words carry such weight. Well, although I cannot defeat the nine-tailed fox, it cannot outrun me either, the flying bamboo dragonfly replied. At the flying bamboo dragonfly's home. Your father is coming back soon. How exciting. I gently rocked the cradle, and the two infants blinked their wide eyes. Upon hearing that their father was returning, they seemed to sense their mother's joy, both displaying cheerful smiles. Wow, this is my home. Please wait outside for a moment, the flying bamboo dragonfly said to Naruto. Okay. Little Naruto nodded. He began to tidy himself up, smoothing his windblown hair and dusting off the dirt that had settled on him, perking up with a smile. He opened the door and stepped inside. Wife, I am back. Moments later, a figure dashed out, and upon seeing the flying bamboo dragonfly, leaped into his embrace. You have finally returned. If not for the occasional updates, I would have thought you had perished, Ayam said, her eyes reddening. During his time on espionage missions, the flying bamboo dragonfly would send updates to the third Hokage and report his safety to his family. This was a commitment he had always upheld, alleviating Ayam and Konoha's worries. Nothing to worry about. Your husband is quite capable. Here, this is lilac. I hear it symbolizes longing. The flying bamboo dragonfly embraced her and patted her shoulder for comfort. Thank you, Ayam said, taking the bouquet. I ran into an acquaintance on the way and brought him along, the flying bamboo dragonfly said, waving to little Naruto, who was peeking in from outside. Little Naruto entered with a smile and greeted Ayam. Hello, sister. Hey, I recognize you. You're Naruto, right? Before Dragonfly and I got married, Ayam said, immediately recognizing him. The tales of the nine-tailed fox in Konoha had never ceased, making him memorable. Yes. While the two conversed, the flying bamboo dragonfly, eager to see his children, sensed their presence and headed towards the children's room, prompting Ayam and Naruto to follow. Naruto felt overwhelmingly happy at this moment. Neither Uncle Dragonfly nor Sister Ayam looked at him with strange eyes, just as before. Despite his foolishness, he firmly remembered how significant this was. Inside the room, the near one-year-old twins, Feizhu Tianyu and Feizhu Jinshi, were giggling at each other, not crying despite their mother's sudden absence. They were smiling, occasionally babbling excitedly. Suddenly, both turned their sharp gaze towards the door, eyes sparkling with anticipation, sensing a familiar aura. As the flying bamboo dragonfly opened the door, he was met with the sight of his two children staring at him, waving their little hands and beaming with smiles. Once Ayam also entered, the two little ones immediately called out, Mama. Although their words were unclear, the flying bamboo dragonfly still heard them. Ah, my little treasures can call for Mama now. Quickly, call for Papa. His heart melted as he approached the babies. Papa, Papa. The twins stared at him, unblinking. Ah, my babies are so clever. Feizhu Qingting was pleasantly surprised by the remarkable intelligence of his two children. At merely 9 months old, they not only could utter the words Mama and Papa, but they also recognized him. Upon entering the room, he immediately noticed their exceptional perceptual abilities. Even before he stepped inside, their gaze had already turned towards the door. Their physical vigor was also impressive, as they seemed much stronger than typical infants. It was evident that their innate ninja talents would likely flourish in the future. Come here. Let Daddy hold you, Feiju Qingting said, scooping up Tianyu and Jinshi, who giggled rather than cried. These are your little ones. They are simply adorable, remarked Xiao Mingren as he observed the two. However, at that moment, the little darlings caught sight of Mingrun, and their cheerful smiles transformed into cries. This left Xiao Mingren feeling rather awkward, as it was his first time being so close to such young children, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Their heightened sensitivity might have allowed them to sense the presence of the Ninetales within him. Feiju Qingting watched this scene with contemplation, realizing that his children were indeed exceptional. Though he held firm in his belief that surpassing him was unlikely, for he was the one who had traversed realms. Still, he harbored hopes that his offspring would one day outshine him. Perhaps they perceive you as a stranger and are a bit frightened, he said to Mingren. Afterward, they welcomed Mingren to stay for a meal, allowing him to partake in their family reunion without causing any disruption. As he departed, he glanced back multiple times, his face filled with envy. After spending a delightful day with his wife and children, Feiju Dongqing returned home. Upon seeing Feiju Qingting, he felt a swell of emotion, proud of the remarkable lineage he had produced. That night, the couple quietly placed their peacefully sleeping children in their cribs and slipped into the adjacent room. After confirming their slumber, they began to engage in their intimate activities. However, just as their passion ignited, the two babies suddenly opened their eyes, their keen senses having detected the sounds. In perfect synchrony, they crawled out of their cradles. As Feiju Qingting had surmised, they were indeed robust and crawled steadily towards the wall, where they sat quietly in the corner, occasionally frowning in contemplation. After the couple had finished their activities and cleared any traces of their presence, they returned to find their children still sound asleep, which brought them a sigh of relief. They gradually succumbed to slumber beside the cradles, unaware that the two siblings were now wide awake, exchanging curious glances. The following morning, Xiao Mingren prepared his favorite instant noodles. Relishing each bite, beside him stood two figurines, one resembling Feiju Qingting in a handsome form, and the other a miniature version of himself. Uncle Qingting told me that once I enroll in the Ninja Academy and learn about that thing called chakra, these little figures will come to life, he mused, a broad smile spreading across his face. This gift had been bestowed upon him just the day before, and he cherished it as the first present he had ever received. Though he was unsure what the greatest creation entailed, he was certain it was something extraordinary. I shall learn from Uncle Qingting and craft 2 dolls as gifts for my little ones, Xiao Mingren thought cheerfully, feeling a sense of obligation to reciprocate. As he savored his noodles, Jishi Taixian twirled a sign in his hand, awaiting a steaming bowl of ramen. After expressing his gratitude, he slurped the noodles with delight. Is the teacher not here yet? He inquired between bites. He mentioned he would come to assist today, but perhaps the child is too mischievous, Jishi replied with a smile. My baby is not mischievous at all. He is very well behaved, Feiju Qingting remarked as he walked in with a smile. Reflecting on the legacy of the 4th Hokage and the 3rd's grandson, he felt a deep sense of reassurance as he observed his 2 children, who were remarkably calm. Oh, teacher, you seem quite content these days, Jishi commented. Speaking of which, Jishi, you are already 16. Shouldn't you be looking for a girlfriend? Feiju Qingting suggested. At your age? I was already seeking companionship. If you don't start now, it may become challenging later. Teacher, you are only 2 years older than me. Don't speak as if you are ancient, Jishi replied, exuding a mix of exasperation and amusement. And isn't it a bit early to find someone? I don't think so. I know a girl who is your age. I will introduce you to her soon. She is an exceptional kunoichi, Feiju Qingting said with a smile. He found a certain satisfaction in playing matchmaker since marrying, relishing the feeling of accomplishment. Who is she? Do I know her? Jishi inquired, curious. Oh, such matters must be discovered by you. When the time comes, I'll introduce you, and hopefully, the two of you will become a couple. How perfect that would be. If you lack the capability, I might just introduce you to Irika or Rinbu instead, Feiju Qingting teased. Jishi shook his head, bemused by the notion of introducing multiple suitors. You seem to hold this girl in high regard, not wanting to reject his teacher's good intentions. Jishi felt a twinge of longing whenever he saw his mentor and his wife together, desiring to find a partner himself. A girl endorsed by his teacher would undoubtedly be remarkable. All right, introduce her to me when you get the chance. I'll see how it goes. Excellent. Now, return that proxy certificate to me, Feiju Qingting said, pleased, and then shifted to the matter at hand. During this gathering, aside from reviewing the strengths and weaknesses of their mission in the Rain Village, the primary focus was on this particular item. Jishi handed over a token bearing Feiju Qingting's insignia, exclaiming, Teacher, this is incredible. Can I have another one? With a swift motion, Feiju Qingting playfully smacked his student on the head. You little rascal, do you think this is easy to create? This token is made from chakra metal, which is essential for adapting my chakra nature. The cost of chakra metal is something you already know, I presume? Jishi gasped at the revelation. As a master of weaponry and a practitioner of space-time ninjutsu, he realized that the total value of all his weapons combined would barely match the cost of the material needed for such a significant token. It was no wonder he had sensed something extraordinary about it before. Moreover, as I have mentioned, it requires me to work tirelessly for half a month to complete one of these techniques. Do you comprehend the effort involved? Jishi nodded, acknowledging that preparing such a powerful technique would understandably take considerable time. Furthermore, you are already a chunin, and it won't be long before you advance to special jonin. Relying too heavily on this token is inadvisable, Feiju Qingting cautioned. Enough of that for now. Let us review the operational summary of the Rain Village mission, he began, leading his students in a thorough discussion. After a long day of lessons at his father-in-law's, Feiju Qingting finally arrived at the resource department in Konoha to collect his payment for the S-rank mission. A sum of 15 million was awarded to him as the team leader, while Jishi received only 8 million, barely enough to purchase a little chakra metal. Indeed, chakra metal was exorbitantly priced, akin to the dual blades wielded by Asuma in the original story, which were worth more than their wielder. Oh yes, I am no longer merely living off my wife. I am now a jonin earning 50,000 a month, he exclaimed, reveling in the newfound financial independence that came with completing an S-rank mission, coupled with his monthly salary and the funds he had accumulated since the Third Great Ninja War. Despite the considerable investment in various tasks and training, he still possesses a substantial amount of savings. This allows him to purchase more items and sustain his training, which is indeed costly. For instance, a storage scroll would consume an entire month's salary. It is no wonder, upon reflection, that Boruto and Sasuke's household is still repaying a mortgage, while Choji struggles to enjoy Asuma's cooking. The majority of a ninja's funds are expended on life-preserving tools. After completing 5 laps, he performed 1,500 leg kicks. Just as he received his payment and was about to head home, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking in the direction of the sound, he was taken aback by the sight of a certain individual clad in a tight outfit with a watermelon head. He discreetly shifted his steps, pretending not to see Guy, who was walking on his hands. He felt relieved that the special bandages had yet to be completed. Due to their unique nature, crafting bandages suitable for an immeasurable void requires materials far beyond ordinary fabric. Thus, he had refrained from wearing any bandages on his head these past few days. Now, he was grateful he hadn't rushed their creation. Watching the anime, one might find Guy's attire and hairstyle amusing, but encountering the actual person was an entirely different experience. It was akin to seeing a close friend cosplaying as Guy, decked out in a tight suit and sporting a watermelon head, insisting on accompanying you on a shopping trip. The scene was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Surely, he would not recognize me. The praying mantis silently hoped that Might Guy would fail to recognize his former classmate, a strikingly handsome individual. Hey, it's the mantis. Long time no see. Shall we engage in an exhilarating handstand competition? A startling moment ensued as Guy suddenly turned towards him, flashing a bright, gleaming smile. Chapter 93. A dangerous individual in the Rain Village. Pain stood once more atop a towering structure, surveying the residential buildings below. Nagato personally took action, utilizing the formidable powers of the Rinnegan to break the seal on the praying mantis from the outside, reclaiming the pain puppets. Wow, that guy is quite powerful. It appears that collaborating with you to change this world may prove to be quite challenging, remarked the Uzumaki man, teasingly eyeing the Deva path. He was astonished to see Nagato, equipped with the Rinnegan, falter at the hands of an ordinary leaf ninja, and quite spectacularly at that. A gust of wind swept through the high altitude, causing his robe to rustle. Indeed, the Deva path was an extraordinary ninja, though lacking your prestigious Sharingan. His Jinjutsu was not inferior. As for not wishing to collaborate, you may leave. I have never sought your partnership. You were the one who clung to me. The Deva path cast a dispassionate glance his way. He did not dispute the praying mantis's abilities. It was indeed a setback. That must be the leaf's genius. As Jiraiya-sensei aptly stated, the geniuses of the leaf have never ceased to exist. However, next time, he would not escape so easily. It was merely a jest. Collaboration is still necessary. After all, if you cannot handle this ninja, finding someone else may not yield better results. The Uzumaki man chuckled. The scarcity of suitable individuals to cultivate the Rinnegan's powers was a significant concern. As for not being inferior to the Sharingan, you are utterly ignorant of its strength. Conan, have you managed to gather any intelligence on that individual? The Deva Path inquired. Conan produced a dossier, albeit limited in information. Although the target was a jonin from the leaf, he was exceedingly low-key and thus did not attract attention. The data contained only commonplace insights. The Deva Path examined the document, noting that the individual had survived the Third Great Ninja War, hailed from the leaf's analytical class, possessed remarkable mind-reading skills, and excelled in perception-based genjutsu. Currently, he served as the class leader of the analytical cohort, with a rather unremarkable jonin status and no significant background. A civilian genius. It seemed that the leaf had produced yet another figure akin to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The Deva Path deeply felt the challenge of altering the world but would not abandon his ideals. By focusing on smaller neighboring countries, he could amass resources to develop the Akatsuki organization, establishing a quasi-ninja village independent of any nation, gradually encroaching upon the mission resources of the great countries, and ultimately weakening the power of the ninja villages to unprecedented levels. As for standing shoulder to shoulder with the fourth Hokage, he was still unworthy. Having faced the fourth in battle, he understood his strength and talent well. Had it not been for my strategic intervention, the leaf would now be far more formidable. The Uzumaki man scoffed at the Deva Path's comparison of the praying mantis to the fourth Hokage, recalling their previous encounters in the leaf. Were it not for the power of the Nine Tails and White Zetsu, he would have fallen within mere moments. In the streets of the leaf, onlookers gawked at the peculiar sight of a person walking on their hands, eliciting a myriad of astonished gazes. Meanwhile, the praying mantis, having been recognized, could only awkwardly laugh and excuse himself, stating he had pressing matters to attend to. Hey, praying mantis, I heard you've completed another S-rank mission. Truly remarkable. Shall we engage in a spirited battle? Guy challenged, rising to a standing position. Having said that, the praying mantis suddenly had an ingenious idea. How about we forego combat in taijutsu and instead race in handstands, seeing who can complete 5 laps around the leaf first? With nothing else to occupy his time, he devised an entertaining plan. Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, the mantis acknowledged his enthusiasm. This is what youth is all about. Let's see who finishes first. With a bang, just as Guy concluded his statement, the praying mantis transformed. The dashing figure of the praying mantis was now a thing of the past. Before him stood a person donned in a matching red bodysuit, a green watermelon head, and a face resembling that of a comedic actor. The praying mantis summoned a mirror to admire his appearance, finding it utterly satisfying. All right, let the fiery youth commence. The handstand race around the leaf begins. With that, he flipped into a handstand, winking at Guy. Guy was left dumbfounded, trembling as he pointed. How did you transform? Are you still going to run? I was prepared. Are you afraid of losing? The praying mantis taunted. Damn it, I will not be defeated by your hideous red youth. Guy scoffed at his taste, insisting that green was the true color of youth. With a resolute determination to win, he also flipped into a handstand, rapidly propelling himself forward. I will surely defeat you, ugly red. What a joke. Your pathetic green cannot compare to me. Green is the color of youth. My head is green too. I am also youthful. The sounds of their spirited competition faded into the distance. The gathered residents began to laugh heartily. The bodysuit, combined with that garish color, was simply too tacky, truly unbearable. I recognize that person. Isn't he the son of Mike Guy, the perennial genin? Oh, it's him. That explains everything. And who is that in red? He might be his sibling. Such taste. Thus, the residents of the leaf added yet another tale of dual colors to their lore. However, only Guy was recognized. The identity of the red figure remained a mystery. Only Guy's wounded pride was evident in the world around him. Don't mention it. Running shamefully through the streets while donning a mask, the impulsive praying mantis experienced an inexplicable thrill. Oh my. This is akin to the mindset of those short video creators from my past life, dressed as Digga and clacking around in high heels while doing pole dancing. What a delight. following a tense and exhilarating mission. Engaging in this embarrassing escapade around the village felt rather exhilarating, or perhaps a form of relaxation. While he reveled in his enjoyment, Guy was seething with frustration. Damn it! This guy's red bodysuit is far too embarrassing, so tacky. Guy felt the scrutinizing gazes of the residents. Realizing that today's youth was indeed shameful, he had never anticipated that the praying mantis would be so tacky. That color of bodysuit was utterly horrendous. He vowed never to race against the mantis again. Such a garish display of youth was best avoided. As the two figures, one clad in red, the other in green, raced down the street, the residents watched in stunned silence. Even the Uchiha guard, upon patrolling and encountering them, preferred to steer clear, feeling as though their eyes had been insulted. How infuriating! If I lose to you, I shall punish myself with 1,500 kicks and 800 push-ups today. In his quest for victory, Guy vowed with a binding oath. The agile dragonfly, with swift hands, raced alongside Guy in a frenzied dash through Konoha. To speak candidly, his taijutsu was of T0 caliber within Konoha, meticulously prepared for any potential extraterrestrial threats. As he was developing a unique genjutsu technique, faced with Guy, he was undaunted, for he was not showing his true self and thus remained indifferent to others' opinions. As they passed a training ground, a skeptical voice rang out. "Hey Guy, Dragonfly, what are you up to?" Snap! In an instant, Guy and Dragonfly froze. Mortified to have been discovered competing with such an unrefined dragonfly, it was utterly shameful. Drat! After finally relaxing at home, they had let down their defenses and were now recognized. Chapter 94. Relieving stress on the roads of Konoha, Kakashi, performing a handstand, trailed behind the two figures clad in green and red. His deadpan eyes reflected his exasperation. Dragonfly remarked, "Because you know too much." Guy chimed in, "Exactly. You know too much." Ultimately, still youthful and lacking the thick skin required, he followed closely behind them under the pressure of their fists. Kakashi sighed, having finally been granted a day of respite. Recently, he celebrated his 18th birthday and received a birthday gift from Jiraiya, the latest edition of Makeout Paradise. Just as he was prepared to train and continue his studies, he unexpectedly encountered these two miscreants. Truly, today was not a fortunate day. "Hey Kakashi, what is that?" Dragonfly, who had somehow acquired a book, held it up. The title read Makeout Paradise in bold letters. Guy's eyes gleamed with excitement as he snatched it away. "Stop. That's merely a book about love." Kakashi's face flushed as he lunged to reclaim it. His old friend's sudden urgency was unlike him. Guy immediately realized that this was no ordinary book. Love, such a grand word, must mean it was something special to have caught his friend's attention. He leapt up, flipping through the pages as he walked. Dragonfly, seeking revenge for having his disguise seen through, obstructed Kakashi's path. "Wow. I harbor no other desires for the future of my life, only to be enraptured and submerged in all forms of love." Guy began reading. Though it was not his forte, he felt a stirring within. Gradually, however, he became flustered by certain plot lines that even stirred the mind of this sturdy fellow. Blushing, he tossed the book to Dragonfly. "Here, you take it. It's too embarrassing. I'm still a child." Kakashi attempted to snatch it back, but how could he? Aside from Guy and a few ancient warriors from the Warring States era, no one could match his prowess in taijutsu. He picked up the book and began reading aloud. The value of love lies not merely in possession. Sometimes, sacrificing love may render it eternal. Upon reading this, Dragonfly glanced at the cover and confirmed that it was indeed written by Jiraiya. As expected of the genius Kakashi, still reading Lord Jiraiya's works. I acknowledge his artistry. He had not anticipated Jiraiya's literary talent. One must not judge a book by its cover. Give it back. Seizing the moment, Kakashi reclaimed the book. "This tome is filled with the essence of love. I suggest you each procure a copy, as I believe it possesses qualities essential for ninjas. Invincible youth is the true requisite for a ninja. Learn from me, Kakashi." Guy expressed his disinterest in such matters. Dragonfly added, "Unlike you two, who are still in search of the essence of love, I have already passed down the will of fire. I must tell you, my two children are simply delightful and obedient. That is true love. Should you seek romance, I can arrange an introduction with my wife. She knows some wonderful young ladies." Upon hearing this, Guy and Kakashi exchanged glances and quickly scurried away. Dragonfly was insufferable. "Hey, wait. Don't run so fast. I'm telling you, children are the future of Konoha. The sooner you procreate, the sooner you can inherit." Dragonfly hastened to catch up. genuinely wanting to introduce these two classmates to someone and alleviate their solitary lives. This was certainly not out of malice. Bang! Oh, what a fiery and passionate day of youth, Dragonfly said, reverting to his original form, stretching and wiping his sweat with a smile. He felt all the pressure had been released. This sudden notion was indeed correct. Ninjas accumulate a significant amount of psychological fatigue during their missions, which is also a process of accumulating mental energy. Although ninjas possess extraordinary strength and rarely experience combat-related syndromes, they still accumulate considerable pressure during missions, necessitating methods for its release. Some ninjas, unable to relieve their stress and not free to retire at will, resort to tragic measures: self-harm, mutilation, and retirement from active duty. Those lacking such resolve may defect from their ninja village, becoming rogue ninjas who rely on their skills to survive. Of course, female ninjas have a slightly more favorable route, as they can retire through pregnancy, a practice many ninja villages accommodate. Different ninjas have varied methods of relieving stress. Guy's youthful training, Kakashi's unyielding attachment to books, Jiraiya's voyeuristic tendencies and writing, Tsunade's gambling, and so on. Thus, most ninjas possess unique personalities. Dragonfly, too, feels the weight of pressure. He is gifted, yet he is human, and as such, he experiences stress. This whimsical behavior of donning a mask to act silly can, to some extent, alleviate pressure. Oh, the will of fire serves this purpose as well. It is not solely brainwashing. Whether it be Konoha's will of fire or Iwagakure's will of stone, both are forms of faith, and faith can significantly relieve stress. Hence, although he does not believe in the will of fire, he does not hesitate to promote it to his disciples and juniors, allowing them to have a belief to cling to alleviate the burdens of being a ninja. Undoubtedly, the effectiveness of the will of fire is one reason for its propagation. TSK, I vow never to train with Dragonfly again. Your transformed appearance is far too uncouth. The training concluded. Guy had lost but continued to grumble about Dragonfly's hideous attire and appearance as the cause of his defeat. Dragonfly scoffed. You're the one with the atrocious outfit. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Uffed. Guy felt as though his heart had been pierced anew. Shakily pointing at him, he retorted, My inability to find a girlfriend has nothing to do with that. This outfit is so stylish and breathable. You'll not dissuade me. Well, perhaps your fashion sense indeed contributes to your single status. Kakashi interjected with a jab. Kakashi, you too? Dragonfly turned to Kakashi, shaking his head. You're just as uncouth. Look at that hedgehog hairstyle and the mask. Even dogs would shake their heads at it. Uffed. Hey, I remember you two were wrapped in bandages covering your face. You found that look appealing, didn't you? Kakashi nearly choked. He simply preferred not to seek companionship. In his youth, he had many admirers, and he still does. Moreover, what is wrong with a mask? You're all bandaged up too. Hey, I'm not foolish. I'll remove mine when I'm with someone special. Hey, Kakashi, I see that Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, looks quite lonely every day. Don't you ever visit him? Dragonfly shifted from teasing the two single men to a more inquisitive question. The third Hokage had never instructed him to avoid the Jinchuriki, suggesting that others likely received no such warnings either. He was very curious about Kakashi's mindset and why he hadn't taken the straightforward approach of visiting Naruto. Instead, he always watched from the shadows. Chapter 95. Other children's affairs above the Hokage rock. Upon hearing the words of the flying bamboo dragonfly, Kakashi gazed down at the village of Konoha. It was nothing significant. That child ought to have his own life, free from my interference. Boredom enveloped him. Had he been the fourth Hokage's disciple, he would have taken the child out to play every day. The flying bamboo dragonfly pouted, finding the lack of a compelling answer rather tedious, expecting something more intriguing in return. Kai remarked, You should hasten to discover the qualities of love from your books, Kakashi. Encouragement and companionship were what he deemed beneficial for the younger generation. However, being perceptive, he refrained from overly meddling in Kakashi's affairs. Each person's thoughts diverged greatly. Kakashi remained silent. Under the flying bamboo dragonfly's suggestion, the three of them engaged in discussions regarding their understanding of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu, fostering mutual growth. This constituted one of the few exchanges among classmates beyond mere indulgence in food and drink. The flying bamboo dragonfly had a family, while Kakashi and Kai were fervent task enthusiasts, making it challenging to delve into ordinary life discussions. All three were prodigies capable of advancing alongside one another. Without a structured system, the The flying bamboo dragonfly's path to strength naturally unfolded through these dialogues. Initially guided by the third Hokage, studying the writings of predecessors, and sparring with various classmates, he made gradual progress. Moreover, absorbing memories from adversaries and colliding with differing ideologies further enriched his experience. To isolate oneself is never the hallmark of the astute. Whether through sparring with others, studying the works of wise sages, or occasionally mentoring juniors, he gleaned inspiration that spurred his own advancement. Both Kai and Kakashi had achieved the rank of jonin at a tender age. Conversing with them promised ample rewards. Much like instructing students, it could accelerate one's cognitive absorption of knowledge. Individual contemplation is a gift. The collective thoughts of many constitute wisdom. This was the essence of the flying bamboo dragonfly's philosophy. The fervent discourse soon concluded, leaving the trio enriched with insights. The flying bamboo dragonfly returned home to tend to his children. Kakashi discreetly resumed reading, while Kai set off to fulfill a punishment for his earlier defeat. Swish! The crimson tomo glimmered in the darkness as Shursui appeared in the Hokage's office, half kneeling before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, according to your intelligence, there has been no movement from the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan recently. Shursui reported the findings of his investigation. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi inquired, have there been any Uchiha members left unaccounted for? As one of the pillars of Konoha and a bearer of the will of fire, there was no reason to misreport intelligence. Furthermore, he had verified with Danzo's subordinates that the enemy indeed possessed the Sharingan. Yet now, the Uchiha clan showed no corresponding individuals, reminiscent of the prior Ninetales incident. Despite all members of the Uchiha clan being under the watchful eye of the Umbu, inexplicable events still transpired. Several possibilities emerged. Someone might have usurped the Uchiha's bloodline limit. An Uchiha might be hiding their existence from everyone. Or perhaps there were members of the bloodline lost to the outside world, akin to those from the land of whirlpools. The clan records indicated no Uchiha had been lost after the end of the Warring States period, at least within the documented history. Shursui detailed his findings further. During the Warring States, the chaos had resulted in even greater losses among the clan, and the records were clear. However, a ninja must not dismiss any possibility. Shursui was taken aback, realizing there might still be an Uchiha wandering outside. Moreover, according to the third Hokage's intelligence, this individual was likely to wield the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and had also mastered wood release, abilities that had once quelled tumultuous times, held by both the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha. This burdened his heart further, as this incident could render the Uchiha's position in Konoha even more precarious, intensifying Hokage's suspicions towards them. Tap, tap, tap. Sarutobi drummed his fingers on the table, lost in contemplation. Eliminating all impossibilities still left too many potential threats. He suspected not only an internal conspiracy within the Uchiha, but also the possibility that his disciple, Orochimaru, might be orchestrating something. During Orochimaru's time of glory for Konoha, many Uchiha had perished in the war, and although most of their eyes were accounted for, some were indeed lost. He speculated that during Orochimaru's human experimentation, perhaps some Uchiha had been abducted. You may return now, but be sure to remain vigilant for any potential intelligence, Sarutobi instructed. Understood. The following day, the flying bamboo dragonfly was crafting several illusionary beasts with cradles, delightfully soaring around the room with his two little ones. The two infants were ecstatic, relishing the sensation of flight. However, their joy was short-lived as an Umbu operative arrived with a message. The Hokage required his presence. Sighing, the flying bamboo dragonfly reluctantly entrusted his children to Shobu and proceeded to the Hokage's office. How are the little ones? Easy to manage? Sarutobi asked with a playful smirk. It must be quite a challenge. Only those who had cared for children could comprehend that it was far more arduous than the battlefield. He had only his eldest son, Sarutobi Konohamaru, who was somewhat more composed. Asuma had been quite the headache for him. Now, with the core strength of Konoha also having children, he presumably shared the same sentiments. They are easy to manage, they don't cry or fuss. Upon my return, they recognized me as their father, smiling all the time. They even know to call out when they need a diaper change. It's been surprisingly effortless. I never imagined that raising children could be so simple. The flying bamboo dragonfly felt quite content. His two little ones were exceptionally well behaved, leaving no room for complaints, though there were times when they seemed a bit peculiar. Their clothing occasionally bore a hint of dust by nightfall. He had kept a watchful eye, yet both children remained calm and steady, with no signs of abnormality. Easy to care for? Sarutobi questioned, bemused. The Sarutobi family was large, and when parents were out on missions, they often had nannies to help with the children. Yet even with that, he found himself overwhelmed by his 10-month-old grandson, Konohamaru, who was a constant source of noise. Sometimes, when I hold him, he even manages to urinate on me. If I don't hold him, he won't go, but the moment I do, it's inevitable. Indeed. I've heard your grandson was born a month before my children. He must be even more well-behaved. The flying bamboo dragonfly sensed a shift in the third Hokage's demeanor. What was challenging about raising children? They weren't the older ones with their own ideas, like Naruto, Konohamaru, or Inuzuka Hana, who were all too young. As long as safety was assured, changing their diapers was a breeze. They didn't even require coaxing. A little teasing would prompt laughter, and they would call out Dad when asked. Sarutobi felt a twinge of jealousy. What a surprise. Are all children not a source of trouble? It seems only yours are easy to manage. Well, enough of this small talk. The reason I've called you here is of greater importance, Sarutobi stated, eager to shift the conversation away from comparisons of mischief among children. Thank you once again to the benevolent immortal for your unwavering support, and to all the lords across the land for your backing. Although we fell short of gathering 1,000 votes for love yesterday, I carried over the surplus from the day before, just enough for a chapter. Today, the game successfully merged alloys, fetching a price equivalent to 400 votes for love. The game is truly enjoyable. Chapter 96. Significant events in the Hokage's office. The flying bamboo dragonfly inquired, "What is the matter?" His expression reflected confusion. Was his holiday already at an end? Indeed, Sarutobi responded, "You've been back for several days now. The head of the analysis department, Hachi, has voiced complaints that if you do not return to shoulder your responsibilities, he will have no time to spend with his child." Previously, while the flying bamboo dragonfly was on a mission, the analysis class had been overseen by Hachi, who had taken on the role of department head. However, having experienced the upper management style, Yamashiro Kaichi finds himself in a position from which he cannot retreat. This concurrent role has not afforded him an increase in salary. More importantly, there is currently no one in the analysis division whom he, as the Minister of Intelligence, can trust. Consequently, Sarutobi Hisashi has received a relentless stream of complaints from the beleaguered Minister of Intelligence. As a staunch supporter of Konoha's Hokage, Yamashiro Kaichi has no choice but to listen. Coincidentally, he had intended to grant Hayabusa a bit more time to rest, but the recent idle chatter has unsettled him. Thus, it is better for Hayabusa to return to work. Isn't this too soon? I've only just had a few days off. Hayabusa lamented, his spirits dampened. Resembling an employee suddenly called back from leave. He had hoped to dedicate his remaining time, aside from accompanying his wife and child, to researching techniques aimed at countering the 6 Paths level ninjas. Little did he expect such urgency. With more than a decade remaining until the 4th Great Ninja War, he believed it prudent to prepare for the inevitable encounter with these formidable foes, as ordinary jutsu would be ineffective against them. While he could wait for Naruto and Sasuke to confront the boss, he could not bear the thought of being powerless in the face of such threats, as that would leave him feeling profoundly insecure. Currently, his abilities would allow him to escape even from the likes of 6 Paths pain, which is why he has devised this plan. Work it is then. After all, his chakra levels have already surpassed Kakashi's by more than threefold, and in a few years, he might catch up to the 3rd Hokage's chakra reserves. Although training with a shadow clone is somewhat inefficient, it is not insurmountable. Moreover, there are matters concerning the barrier division that require your continued research. Although he has already completed a prototype of the barrier technique, I believe it can be further refined to achieve perfection. During Hayabusa's mission, Sarutobi Hisashi has not neglected the development of barrier techniques. The inverted Golden Bell barrier, which was nearly perfected, has already been breached by the Hyuga's elite team. However, it still possesses flaws, and he hopes to enhance this jutsu to ensure it can adequately protect the village. Understood. Hayabusa is already well versed in these matters, having engaged in similar tasks prior to the mission in the Land of Rain. Shall I take my leave now? He inquired. One more thing, Sarutobi Hisashi added. Your disciple, Teki Kisen, has been promoted to Special Jonin, Sarutobi Hisashi remarked with a smile. This is indeed worthy of congratulations. Konoha has gained another Jonin, and one trained by you at that. Truly remarkable talent. That's wonderful news, Hayabusa replied, having anticipated that Kisen had developed sufficient capability. May I take my leave now? One more thing, Sarutobi Hizashi said as Hayabusa began to step away. What are your thoughts on the incidents involving Amage Cure and their leader? Due to the significance of the Rinnegan, it was not feasible to summon all the high-ranking officials for a discussion, so he sought to gauge Hayabusa's perspective. The Rinnegan is of paramount importance. Any misstep could lead to another war. To prevent this, he has withheld certain information and implemented corresponding measures. Those matters pertain to other ninja villages. We cannot meddle too deeply. Besides, all we know is that they possess the Rinnegan, Sharingan, and would-release techniques, coupled with limited intelligence on some Amage Cure ninjas. There is little we can do, Hayabusa replied, harboring the belief that it would be best to let Nagato, his junior, handle the situation. Alternatively, perhaps Jiraiya would emerge as the invincible intelligence gatherer, utilizing the information he amassed to thoroughly defeat Pain. He had no desire to confront Nagato's overwhelming Shinra Tensei. Such an expansive area of effect technique would be better left to the Nine-Tails Naruto. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded in understanding, not expecting any groundbreaking insights. These individuals wield extraordinary power. In the absence of conflict, it is indeed unwise to provoke war. Shall I take my leave now? Hayabusa asked, wary that more matters awaited him. One more thing, Sarutobi Hizashi said, seemingly serious. Is there really? Hayabusa thought, perplexed. Sarutobi Hizashi continued with caution. In a month, a ninja team from the elite guard of the 12 Guardian Ninja of the Land of Fire will come to Konoha for training in dispelling Jinjutsu. Yikes. You can't be serious about sending me, right? Hayabusa pointed to himself. Seeing Sarutobi Hizashi shake his head, he breathed a sigh of relief. Relief that he was not being treated as mere cattle. It will be you, along with Konoha's Jinjutsu specialists, Kurenai Yuhi and Kuruma Kamiyuki, the head of the Kuruma clan. You three are renowned masters of Jinjutsu, and this task will be your responsibility. Understood. Though Hayabusa felt somewhat exasperated, he could not deny a spark of enthusiasm. The Yuhi clan produced Kurenai, a master of Jinjutsu who could even counter the Uchiha Sharingan, while the Kuruma clan was even more formidable, occasionally birthing prodigies with exceptional bloodlines. Each member is a top-tier Jinjutsu talent within the ninja world. It is a pity that Kurenai's father perished in the battle against the Nine-Tails. The Kuruma clan has also declined over the years due to persistent warfare, once supplying Konoha with numerous jonin, now reduced to a small family. Nevertheless, their repository of secret texts likely still contains invaluable knowledge. Hayabusa did not covet others' Jinjutsu, but given his years of wisdom and keen intellect, he anticipated gleaning some insights from their endeavors. This remained within the realm of possibility. Additionally, there was the potential to draw inspiration from the bloodline limit wielder, Kuruma Ayakumo, who could manifest the ultimate power of Yin release through its inherent nature transformation. If he existed in this world, the Jinjutsu that could deceive heaven and earth, coupled with the power of Yin release, could provide a reference for further innovation, perhaps even achieving mastery over the weather. May I take my leave now? Hayabusa asked once more. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded, acknowledging that he had perhaps overstepped. Whoosh. As soon as he nodded, Hayabusa dashed away in eagerness, muttering about the old man's incessant rambling. Only after his departure did Danzo emerge from the shadows. Hizashi, do you believe it is wise to send him to teach the elite guard? You know how the daimyos and the nobility of the Land of Fire place great emphasis on lineage. While Hayabusa's abilities are indisputable, he remains a commoner. If the elite guard were to use this as an excuse to reduce Konoha's military funding, it would not bode well, Shimura Danzo cautioned. Now is not a time for war. Reducing military funding has long been the ambition of the daimyos and certain nobles. You must trust in Hayabusa's abilities. He will not provide them with such an excuse, Sarutobi Hizashi asserted with confidence. Chapter 97. The 12 Guardian Ninja and the Elite Guard in the Land of Fire. The Elite Guard of the 12 Guardian Ninja serves as a direct military organization under the daimyos. Those who attain the rank of Guardian Ninja have emerged from this very institution. After rigorous selection, they become part of the highest armed force in the Land of Fire. Second only to Konoha, their responsibility is to safeguard the daimyos, ensuring their safety amidst the myriad factions vying for power. This organization comprises the finest ninjas in the Land of Fire, including those from Konoha, the Fire Temple, and selected elites from noble families. With expertise in physical combat, ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, barriers, sealing techniques, and secret arts, they form an impenetrable defense. The 12 Guardian Ninja represent the upper echelon, while the elite guard serves as the main force. Each year, ninjas from the 5 great villages, including smaller ones and wandering ninjas, attempt assassination missions but invariably return defeated. Individually, these ninjas may be elite jonin, akin to Asuma or Kurinai in strength. However, in a group confrontation, their combined might becomes overwhelming. Each possesses unique abilities. Historical records from Konoha recount the tumultuous events of the tailed beast disturbances during the Warring States period. The 12 Guardians dispatched merely 5 elite shinobi and successfully eliminated a tailed beast. Indeed, they did eliminate it. Their approach was remarkably targeted. Even the 5 great villages, in their endeavors to seal tailed beasts, have incurred substantial losses of elite shinobi. While there exists a distinction between killing and sealing, this underscores the formidable power within the feudal lord's domains. The Imperial Guard sent individuals to study illusion techniques, and they were quite relentless in their efforts. Feiju Dragon pondered the intelligence related to the Imperial Guard in the Land of Fire. Every few years, the Land of Fire sends individuals to learn from Konoha, the Fire Temple, and other shinobi factions. He not only conducts his own research, but also seeks knowledge from other factions. This led him to reflect that the vast army of 80,000 shinobi depicted in the original work likely comprises a significant portion of the military strength of the 5 great nations. In a previous life, those who praised the third Hokage's political acumen before the feudal lords and other nobility were misguided. Since the Warring States period, it has never been the so-called bloodline clans that have shaped the world's trajectory, but rather the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. The 5 great nations, without a doubt, possessed the pinnacle of strength within the 5 great shinobi villages. Yet, to control a feudal lord through mere illusion techniques and seize dominion over a great nation is akin to a fantastical dream. The challenge of dominating a feudal lord is not unlike that of becoming the Hokage. However, individuals from these institutions are notoriously difficult to engage with. Feudal lords are, after all, aristocrats, the very apex of nobility. And aristocrats generally harbor certain prejudices, looking down upon commoners much like the Uchiha regard ordinary folk. Those who gain entry into the Imperial Guard inherently disdain the shinobi of the villages. With an air of arrogance, they seek recognition based on merit alone, which is a rare quality among nobles like Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inuzuka. Feiju Dragon remained unperturbed, confident in his own abilities. His desire to learn illusion techniques indicates that he acknowledges room for improvement in this arena. Given his current prowess, even the Sharingan and Rinnegan would be susceptible to his abilities, allowing him to easily manage those from the Imperial Guard. Perhaps he might even acquire some techniques not found in Konoha, such as the secret art of the 1,000 hands from the Land of Earth. Shobu, keep an eye on the 2 little ones. I'm off to work, Feiju Dragon remarked to Shobu and the 2 young ones before heading off to work at dawn, greeting acquaintances along the way. Upon arriving at the analysis division and entering the team leader's office, he found Yamanaka Aichi sprawled over the desk, drooling. Hey, Chief Aichi. Wake up. Huh? Who asked that? Don't you know I'm sleeping? Yamanaka Aichi drowsily opened his eyes, only to be met with a pair of cerulean irises and a strikingly youthful appearance. He was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Still groggy. He failed to recognize Feiju Dragon until he caught the latter's exasperated expression. Ah, it's you. Why aren't you binding that hideous bandage today? Yamanaka Aichi mused, finding the bandaged version of Feiju Dragon far more agreeable. The current visage posed a serious threat to his title as the most handsome man in the intelligence department. Feiju Dragon shrugged. I lost it during a mission, and the new one isn't ready yet. He wished to bind it, as being a married man elicited unwelcome attention from young women in the streets. The ordinary bandage felt uncomfortable, and the specially crafted one was still in progress, presenting its own challenges. Crafting a bandage capable of containing a powerful sealing technique is significantly more complex than creating an ordinary sealing scroll. I'll leave this to you. Do a good job. I've been utterly exhausted during your absence, Yamanaka Aichi said, patting him on the shoulder with a relaxed demeanor. Make sure to spend some time with Ino. You wouldn't want to find yourself at a loss for words when she grows up. Feiju Dragon replied. You're surprisingly concerned for the child after becoming a parent yourself. Of course, the will of fire is ever present, even if you don't see it. I have nurtured many children's growth, Feiju Dragon scoffed. It seemed evident why the third Hokage was so beloved by so many shinobi. The entire village thrived under his vigilant watch. He, Irika, Naruto, Kakashi, and others had all benefited from the third's care. Though he had a tendency to be a bit inappropriate, often peering into others' affairs, such as when he had provided a special lesson for Inuzuka Hana and her companions. The third surely observed that interaction. Yet, Yamanaka Aichi, as the head of the intelligence department, failed to notice this moment filled with the will of fire, significantly undermining his status as a successor to that legacy. Indeed, that was my oversight. I will make sure to bond well with Ino, Yamanaka Aichi admitted, scratching his head, acknowledging his shortcomings in parenting. The overwhelming tasks of the intelligence department were a source of his grievance regarding Feiju Dragon's delayed return to reclaim his position. He was not one to crave power. After reminiscing, the two transitioned to the handover, primarily so that Feiju Dragon could reacquaint himself with the matters of the analysis division over the past 8 months. During these months, the analysis division had not been particularly busy. In peacetime, the workload was considerably lighter, and with fewer targets for mind reading, many individuals took on part-time roles. A small faction focused on analyzing the techniques retrieved from corpses to uncover methods of countering various jutsu. These processes operated independently, requiring little involvement from Feiju Dragon. It was quite leisurely. The barrier division worked on further refining the inverted golden bell barrier technique, enhancing its lightweight aspect, deployment speed, and defenses against specialized jutsu invasions. However, this was not urgent. The previous versions sufficed, and they were merely researching a new version to prevent the old from being compromised. Beyond these tasks, Feiju Dragon enjoyed a relaxed routine, spending his evenings with the children, taking them for strolls. Occasionally, he would utilize shadow clones to watch the children while wandering with Shobu. This lifestyle was delightfully easygoing. Moreover, the two little ones were growing stronger by the day. One day, at Ichiraku Ramen, Feiju Dragon arranged to meet two individuals. "Hey, Akane. Long time no see. You are looking more beautiful than ever," Feiju Dragon greeted as he entered the ramen shop, spotting the impatient Akane waiting for him. Upon seeing him, Akane recalled her past dread of spicy peppers. "Hey, why did you call me out? I still haven't processed my mission report. And why here? You know I prefer desserts. Is this how you invite people?" Without giving Feiju Dragon a chance to respond, she unleashed a torrent of complaints. The ramen chef paused his work, ears perked up. Beads of sweat formed on Feiju Dragon's forehead. "Hey, don't say such things. I'm here to introduce you to someone. He'll treat you to some dango later." "What are you talking about? I'm not interested in men. If you had mentioned that earlier, I wouldn't have come," Akane exclaimed, her face flushed, her voice raised. "Besides, I have plenty of suitors. I just haven't accepted their affections." "Understood. I perceive your fondness for desserts, yet I fear that you may grow into a plump and undesirable maiden, leaving you without suitors in the future. Rest assured, the individual I introduce to you is none other than my esteemed disciple, who has now ascended to the rank of Jonin." Feiju Qingting recalled the red bean from Boruto's story and shivered at the thought of being unwanted. Upon hearing herself described as a plump maiden, Hondo's temper flared, her veins visibly throbbing as she clenched her fists. "Who are you calling unwanted? I am a ninja. How could I ever become plump?" she retorted, only hearing disparaging remarks about herself. Just then, a figure entered the room. "Teacher, Taisien has arrived. Come and see. This is the outstanding female ninja I mentioned before, the next Lady Tsunade of Konoha. Allow me to introduce you." Feiju Qingting's eyes lit up upon the arrival of his disciple, and he eagerly beckoned them to meet. "Look, this is Tsuji Taisien, my disciple, and of an age perfectly suited for you." Upon hearing her being referred to as the next Lady Tsunade, Hondo quelled her anger and turned her gaze toward Taisien. With an ordinary face adorned with a small ponytail and a hint of an awkward smile, Taisien greeted, "Hello, Yusho Hondo." "Hello, Taisien," Hondo replied, intrigued by this promising female ninja, who possessed striking purple hair and a keen gaze. The awkwardness of their introduction lingered in the air. Observing the discomfort between the two, Feiju Qingting felt equally awkward. "All right, why don't you both step outside and have a chat? I shall not intrude," he declared before vanishing, inadvertently amplifying their awkwardness. In reality, he had merely concealed himself using a stealth technique to observe from a distance. It was his first time playing matchmaker, and the situation felt rather awkward. Yet he was eager to see if this pairing would flourish. Wondering if this inclination to play matchmaker was a quirk of his, he noted how his growing abilities were altering his mindset. "Come on, Taisien, win her over, and soon you shall both be Jonin." Though Hondo was not yet a Jonin, She was destined to become one. Are you a jonin? Hongdo inquired. Ah, I just recently promoted, Tai Xian responded sheepishly. Unsure of what to say, they shared an awkward desire to connect, yet the words eluded them. Little did he expect his teacher to be so decisive, arranging a matchmaking encounter so swiftly. Perhaps there was no need for such urgency. Are you mute? Responding to every question with a single answer makes me question how you earned your jonin status, she teased. Ahaha, it's just my first time interacting with a girl. And I feel a bit lost, Tai Xian admitted. You are one of Feizhu Qingting's disciples? Yes, he led our team during our graduation. Have you ever experienced his illusion techniques? She asked. That nauseating illusion? Of course, he employed it to discipline us and deter laziness, he replied. Do you harbor any resentment towards that? Not at all. He has always treated us well. Nonsense. Surely there was a moment you wished to retaliate and have him experience the discomfort, correct? Perhaps just a little. Feizhu Qingting, upon listening, grew anxious, thinking how could a girl engage in such a simple back and forth. Yet, gradually, he sensed something amiss. Ah, it appears you are akin to Irika, harboring thoughts of wanting to punch me, aren't you? If these two were in this manner, surely Rinben Ninja felt similarly. Humph. You shall see the consequences of this later. Well, you seem quite nice. Shall we go on a date? Perhaps we could try to get to know each other better. Hongdo suddenly suggested. A date? So suddenly? Tai Xian was taken aback. Yes, I adore dango and red bean soup. You wouldn't eat us like that, would you? Not at all. He replied. Then let us go? With a carefree pat on his shoulder, Hongdo strode out the door, leaving Tai Xian in a daze. Wait, this is progressing too quickly. Didn't you claim to have no interest in men? Feizhu Qingting found himself perplexed, recalling the cunning ways of women from his previous life. And Tai Xian's awkward demeanor. Was Hongdo truly manipulating him? By heavens, the change of heart is astonishing. He hurriedly followed, embodying the qualities of a ninja as he trailed behind openly, for such techniques were beyond their understanding. He hoped his matchmaking was indeed correct. As the scene unfolded in Konoha's streets, Feizhu Qingting unabashedly observed the duo, while Hongdo and Tai Xian remained oblivious to his presence. As if he were a ghost in this world, they indulged in various treats, with Tai Xian continually paying, prompting Feizhu Qingting to question if he had introduced the wrong person. Could Hongdo's appetite sustain itself on a jonin's salary? As time passed, the two began to grow more comfortable with each other, with Tai Xian gradually opening up. However, the initiative remained firmly in Hongdo's grasp. Foolish child. Back in the day when I pursued Shobu, the power dynamic was always in my favor, Feizhu Qingting mused, observing his disciple's clumsiness, realizing that aside from his ninja talent, he lacked much else. Yet, witnessing their interactions reminded him of his own past, a beautiful time, now echoed in the present. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent 7 years in the ninja world, transforming from an 11-year-old boy into an 18-year-old youth. He had fought in the Ninja World War, taught as a mentor, acted as a spy, and even started a family. Indeed, time flows swiftly, and all was well, though the ninja world often faced calamities. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face on the street, Sheng Jimin, once a comrade, now a subordinate. At that moment, Sheng Jimin was holding hands with a girl, laughing and sharing skewers of food. Ah, I wondered why I hadn't seen you at work lately. So you've been out courting? It seems your romance is blossoming nicely, Feizhu Qingting thought, pleased to see a friend finding love. However, he recalled that in the original story, Sheng Jimin was single. Had he felt pressured by Feizhu Qingting's marriage to find a partner himself? Glancing back at the departing Tai Xian and Hongdo, Feizhu Qingting deemed Sheng Jimin's romantic pursuits far more intriguing. The matters of his disciple were better left to him. He had completed his role as a matchmaker. Maintaining his illusion, he approached Sheng Jimin. Brother Jimin, you are truly wonderful. Of course, my heart belongs solely to you. I shall love you for eternity. He replied, planting a kiss on her cheek. I recall you once said you had no intention of marrying. What prompted this sudden change? Indeed, that was the case. However, a colleague from my analysis class constantly boasted of his love life, and I could not endure it. I vowed to make him consume dog food until I met you. Now, his feelings are irrelevant as long as you are by my side, Sheng Jimin responded tenderly. The girl expressed her joy. Honestly, your words make me quite shy. How about I accompany you to him, and we can show our affection? Really? Show off. I've already had my fill of dog food. Thankfully, I have children now. You will forever be flaunting your prowess before Guangdong. Feizhu Qingting walked down the street, spitting onto the ground. After completing a day filled with gossip, he made his way to the Konoha hospital. The leisurely hours of the day had passed, and it was time to attend to serious matters. The Konoha Hospital, vast and sprawling, welcomed a steady stream of visitors. Most were ninjas, with a few ordinary residents mixed in. As a part of the medical department, Feiju Qingting had regular interactions there. His role in the analysis team involved gathering intelligence from the brains of corpses, as well as information from their bodies. This naturally required collaboration with the corpse handling unit under the Konoha Medical Department. Some deceased ninjas from Konoha were sent to the analysis team to determine the cause of death and the methods used by enemies. Once this task was completed, the bodies would be transferred to the corpse handling unit for further processing. His purpose in visiting was to acquire medical knowledge, specifically to develop a system of illusionary techniques. For instance, self-repairing genjutsu was a product of his fusion of medical and illusionary knowledge. A deep understanding of the body's deceivable aspects was essential, the more profound the knowledge, the more precise the application, resulting in reduced chakra consumption. If the deception involved the entire body, chakra expenditure would increase, and the body's resilience would be limited. While illusion techniques could deceive one's body, self-healing required energy. The more targeted the technique, the lesser the consumption. 7 years prior, he had refrained from extensive development of such techniques, as he deemed the illusionary system inadequate at the time. Thus, he had focused on developing sensory illusions and mind-reading jutsu. Now, he felt that sensory illusions had matured sufficiently to handle typical jounin effectively, especially when paired with other ninjutsu. Moreover, when confronted with jutsu such as the absorption techniques of the six paths, physical attacks proved to be the most efficient. Feiju Qingting contemplated the formidable abilities of the six paths and their immunity to common ninjutsu. Taijutsu remained his top priority. If he could create an illusion that significantly enhanced physical capabilities, such a technique would be impervious to the jutsu or abilities of others, serving as his strategy against formidable foes, including Otsutsuki. He was intrigued by the prospect of senjutsu, yet he lacked the means to pursue it. Conducting research on his own was unwise. He had responsibilities to his family, and unnecessary risks were to be avoided. The pinnacle of illusion techniques. Whether it be the grotesque abilities of Onma Biyun or the in-depth development of his own illusions, could rival even Izanagi and Izanami, which were not senjutsu, but still formidable. In summary, Feiju Qingting's current research direction focused on enemies resistant to ninjutsu. Upon arriving at the hospital's medical information department and greeting the head, he immersed himself in the study of medical knowledge. As a jounin and the leader of the analysis team, he was addressed respectfully as Sir by the Konoha elite, sparing him many concerns. The expanse of medical knowledge was vast, and he quickly became engrossed. In the capital of the Land of Fire, the elite guard knelt in formation. Their uniforms varied, yet all bore an insignia featuring a flame. Before them stood two figures. Asuma, congratulations, you're finally going home, Dilu remarked to Asuma. After 4 years of friendship forged in battle, Asuma lit a cigarette, reflecting, indeed, after so much time and countless experiences, I have managed to find a semblance of protection. This time, Asuma led a team to Konoha for training. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, a lantern plant emerged beside Pain. I have good news, it announced. Pain responded, speak. In 10 days, the Land of Fire will send personnel to Konoha for advanced training in illusion-dispelling techniques. Last time, you nearly fell victim to Feiju Qingting's abilities in Konoha. This time, I will infiltrate the elite guard of the Land of Fire to learn about Konoha's illusion-dispelling methods. Zetsu, with eyes like green beans, chuckled, recalling how even a genius like Nagato, endowed with the power of the Rinnegan, was taken aback when Feiju Qingting sealed 6 puppets with illusion techniques. Such abilities were rare, and he would not pass up the opportunity to gather intelligence. Although Pain was still nominally the leader of Akatsuki, he understood the necessity of reporting. Be cautious not to be discovered, Pain warned. After extensive research, he had devised a countermeasure against such illusionary abilities. However, should a more convenient dispelling method arise, it would be advantageous for combat. While he viewed himself as a deity, he did not underestimate the power of the 5 great nations. Only with careful vigilance could he hope to reshape the world and restore order. Rest assured, do you doubt my intelligence-gathering capabilities? Zetsu smiled before gradually merging with the ground, disappearing from Pain's view. Pain gazed down upon the Rain Village, lost in thought. At Training Ground 98, a towering 3-meter earthen wall stood erect. As he cast the illusionary technique Iron Block, Feiju Qingting felt chakra coursing through his right hand, simultaneously flooding his brain. A peculiar nerve signal transmitted commands from his mind to his right hand. As the chakra coalesced, a unique transformation occurred. His right hand gradually darkened, filled with chakra's special properties, saturating his muscles, cells, joints, and skin. Feiju Qingting clenched his fist, feeling as though he could grasp the world itself. Observing the earthen barrier created by Doton, he swung his right hand. With a resounding impact, the barrier shattered, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his fist connected with the earthen wall. The air compressed around his fist, creating a conical indentation even before contact, culminating in an explosive release that obliterated the barrier. With a grunt, Feiju Qingting felt the connection between his arm and shoulder fracture. Muscles and ligaments tore. As the technique dissipated, his arm fell limply. Using his healing techniques learned from medical studies, he attempted to stabilize his injury. Yet, despite the enhancement provided by his illusionary techniques, the recoil inflicted immense pressure on his body. After briefly addressing his arm, he set off toward the Konoha hospital. The musculoskeletal system evokes thoughts of various unique animal structures, such as the extraordinary lifting capabilities of ants, the remarkable appendages of the mantis shrimp, and the powerful thighs of frogs. By employing a transformation of the in nature, an additional meticulously calculated structural system is integrated into the existing physique, enabling a dramatic enhancement of physical strength, rendering the body as resilient as iron. However, akin to the 8 gates technique, this method comes at a cost. His price is the temporary incapacitation of one arm. If left untreated, it may result in lingering injuries, reminiscent of Naruto's wind-style shuriken. At this stage, it can be considered a form of forbidden technique. The nascent power of this ninjutsu rivals that of Tsunade's monstrous strength, perhaps even surpassing it. Once fully developed, piercing Susanoo with a kunai will not remain a dream. Upon arriving at the hospital, he underwent treatment under the gaze of the familiar medical ninjas. Having visited for the umpteenth time over the past 5 days, since the first day of his studies, he has rapidly absorbed the essence of medical knowledge pertaining to muscles, bones, and nerves, eagerly striving to develop his ninjutsu. The vastness of medical knowledge, which can be overwhelming, allows even someone as astute as Feiju Dragonfly to merely learn in areas of necessity. Did you hear he is a high-ranking shinobi? Why does he keep getting injured in the village? Could it be an invasion? Remarked one female medical ninja, her gaze lingering on Feiju Dragonfly. Forget it. He is already married with 2 children, another one interjected. But so what? Even the most agile ninjas can fall to a kunai. A few others chimed in, exchanging playful banter. As the flirtatious female doctors were dismissed, Feiju Dragonfly scratched his head, contemplating the need to expedite the completion of the troublesome bandages. Lying on the hospital bed, he picked up a medical book and began to read. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a large figure was brought in by the doctors, placed in the bed adjacent to him. "Hey, Senior Dingzwa," Feiju Dragonfly exclaimed, taken aback by the heavily injured Dingzwa. What could have possibly caused Dingzwa such harm? Dingzwa turned to him with a smile. "Ah, Dragonfly, what brings you to this state?" "I was developing a new ninjutsu and suffered a backlash." "What about you, Senior Dingzwa?" Feiju Dragonfly inquired, curious, as Dingzwa was an elite shinobi who had never flinched even before the 9 tails. "I encountered the 3 tails and had a skirmish. It didn't end well," Dingzwa admitted with a sheepish grin. "The 3 tails? Indeed. It's odd. It wandered into a lake deep within the land of fire. We were assigned to guard it to prevent any sudden disappearance that could wreak havoc, but we were discovered, and thus, a battle ensued. That's remarkable. Encountering a tailed beast is no small feat. When I witnessed the 9 tails, I was utterly astonished by its power. Alas, I exhausted all my family's secret medicines and still ended up severely injured. Fortunately, the 3 tails seemed to sense our strength and retreated into the lake." Dingzwa recounted, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Please keep this to yourself. The tailed beasts are classified information," he cautioned. In discussing this with Feiju Dragonfly, it was evident that Dingzwa had always been on their side and was a highly capable shinobi. He had also taken over the role of team leader for the analytical group, thus gaining a position within the upper echelons of Konoha. Such ninjas, who ascend step by step from humble beginnings, are indeed trustworthy. You should be more cautious. What if I inadvertently let something slip? Feiju Dragonfly chuckled. Dingzwa smiled. I trust you. What ninjutsu are you developing? Perhaps I can inspire you. After all, were both confined to this hospital. Chapter 101. The Imperial Guard squad time spent learning always passes swiftly. The secret technique of the Akimichi clan, rooted in the nature of yang transformation. Although fundamentally different from Feiju Dragonfly's Yin transformation, provided ample inspiration during his subsequent ninjutsu development. It is only fitting that Dingzhua, the 15th head of the Akimichi clan, would possess such profound lineage. Both Dingzhua's guidance and that of Yamashiro Kaichi during the development of the eye-opening technique have proven incredibly practical. There is a reason why the upper echelons of large clans continue to produce powerful shinobi. Smaller clans, like the Izuno and the Wind Demon clan, may have their own secret techniques, but they lack the extensive knowledge and depth that larger families possess. Feiju Dragonfly felt that although he had a sharp mind and had absorbed many enemy memories, he still could not compare to the depth of knowledge found within these prominent clans, especially in terms of inheritance. Should he pass on his skills? Unless a prodigy emerges among his descendants, they would likely struggle to produce even a single elite shinobi, much like other smaller clans. The systematic knowledge acquired from building strength from the ground up remains insufficient for him at this moment, or perhaps he simply lacks the time to organize it. His primary focus must remain on his own growth. No matter how gifted his offspring may be, they cannot surpass his own strength. Are you not concerned about your children? You keep injuring yourself, Chofu remarked, holding their child with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Feiju Dragonfly, with his arm in a sling, pinched the bridge of his nose at his wife's gentle admonition. It was indeed unfortunate that he had not allowed Chofu to experience many of the joys of parenthood before injuring himself in his quest to develop new ninjutsu. The two little ones also voiced their displeasure with loud wails, seemingly scolding him. Just a bit longer. Once the first phase is complete, I won't hurt myself again. He replied with a grin in response to their accusations. The self-healing illusion consumes vast amounts of physical energy, and since it isn't during a battle, there is no need to hasten recovery. Accelerating that process could shorten cell lifespan, hence he refrained from employing it. He could only lament that his talent in medical ninjutsu still paled in comparison to Tsunade and Kabuto. Initially, he believed he could develop a technique for creating cells without much delay, but he may have overestimated his aptitude in this area. Having observed the original work, he thought he could replicate Tsunade's feat of creating chakra-generated cells to resolve issues with cellular division. However, it now appeared that even Sakura surpassed him in this domain. He could only conclude that he was neither the best nor the worst in this respect. In the coming days, I should spend more time with the children. Didn't you mention that you have a mission coming up soon? Chofu remarked. Indeed, it's a mission within the village, quite similar to a regular workday. Feiju Dragonfly confirmed. In the following days, Feiju Dragonfly utilized the eye-opening technique to create a special illusionary beast, akin to a robot, which accompanied the two children as they wandered about. Occasionally, he took them to visit their grandfather, enjoying the sights of Konoha from above. Naruto would often drop by, bringing joy and an envious, affectionate demeanor with him. Ever since he learned where Feiju Dragonfly resided, he would frequently visit, much to the bemusement of the Umbu trailing him. Were it not for Feiju Dragonfly's esteemed status as a high-ranking official recognized by the Third Hokage, they might have suspected him of harboring ulterior motives regarding the Nine Tails. Outside the gates of Konoha, a group gradually emerged. The leading man, smoking a cigarette, bore the insignia of the 12 guardian ninjas of the Land of Fire at his waist. Behind him trailed a team of 10, all adorned with the emblem of the Imperial Guard, yet each bore various injuries, indicating they had engaged in a skirmish along the way. The Imperial Guard has arrived. Isn't that Asuma, the son of the Hokage? Shingetsu Izumi was registering when he noticed a group approaching. This is terrible. It seems they've been ambushed and are all injured. Quickly, inform Lord Hokage, said Gangzi Tai. Another ninja nearby nodded and swiftly vanished. Shingetsu Izumi and Gangzi Tai moved forward to greet the newcomers. Asuma, long time no see. I can't believe you've become one of the 12 guardians. I truly envy you. Shingetsu Izumi remarked, admiring the sash at Asuma's waist. Well, this job is no walk in the park either, Asuma replied with a smile upon recognizing a familiar face, while handing over the credentials of the Fire Nation's guard. What happened? Were you attacked by someone? A group of rogue ninjas, Asuma confessed, pondering who could have sent such assassins to nearly take down a whole squad of the guard, along with him, a guardian ninja. The Hokage has made arrangements for you. But given the current situation, it would be best to take them to the Konoha hospital for treatment. Gongzi Tai suggested, glancing at the injured individuals wrapped in bandages. Asuma nodded, agreeing to proceed as advised. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, after listening to the reporting ninja, said, "Understood, you may leave. I will send someone to handle this." As the ninja disappeared, a smile crept onto his lips. "Asuma, let me witness your growth." He then instructed the Umbu to investigate the incident involving the guard's ambush, curious about who had the audacity to orchestrate such a bold attack. At Konoha Hospital, a ninja from the guard sincerely expressed gratitude to the medical ninja. Once the room was empty, his pupils subtly shifted, revealing a cunning smile. "Konoha is nothing remarkable," he mused. "Infiltrating Konoha has proven to be exceedingly easy. Dragonfly, the Fire Nation's guard has arrived. Be prepared," said Feiju Longfly upon reaching the Hokage's office. Having heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's announcement, "We are already prepared. Let them experience firsthand that Konoha's Jinjutsu is not just an empty boast. And let the daimyo know that his military expenses have not been in vain." Feiju Longfly nodded. He was well-versed in such training, having taught many. He was not only proficient, but also adept at teaching the nuances of dispelling Jinjutsu, a subject with which he was quite familiar. To counter the perverse abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had already prepared a comprehensive set of counter-Jinjutsu techniques. Dispelling Jinjutsu was indeed his forte. Even if he had not faced the likes of Kotoama Tsukumi, he was uncertain if he could manage that. Be cautious of their demeanor. If they become too arrogant, do not hesitate to demonstrate your strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised. Feiju Longfly raised an eyebrow, understanding the implication. If they dared to act presumptuously, they would be dealt with. Chapter 102. I do not wish to show off, but the third Hokage commands me to display my abilities. At the Sarutobi residence, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to Asuma. "Welcome back." His gaze revealed neither disappointment nor praise, only tranquility. After years of training, he believed Asuma must have gained a unique understanding. "What brings you back?" Asuma sat cross-legged on the floor. "Well, it's been a while since I returned. The house remains unchanged." He felt a whirlwind of emotions. After 4 years of training, he had found some direction, yet he was still uncertain about what his true purpose was. Nonetheless, life must go on, and it was evident that his training was still insufficient. He needed to continue striving. A baby's cry suddenly pierced the air, a stream of water splashing between the two of them. "Hey, Konohamaru, you little rascal. You can't just do that to me." Sarutobi Hiruzen was initially pleased that his son was recovering, but the antics of his grandson quickly dampened his spirits. After a long day, he would usually take over the nanny's duties to spend time with his young grandson. But just as he had changed the diaper, Asuma returned and created a new mess. He could only wait for Konohamaru to finish before addressing the situation. "Damn it, why doesn't that kid have such problems?" Thoughts of Feiju Longfly discussing